With this desk, it became much easier for Yuji to draw and write later. She sat at the desk for a while and then stood up with a smile. It's very suitable. Later, I will paint for everyone in the courtyard. The whole family was happy. Then let's eat first. After eating, we can draw slowly. Today was not a busy day. Lou and he were busy in the kitchen, and fragrant smells drifted out into the yard. 2 roast chickens turned over on the fire, becoming golden and crispy. By noon, the sound of a cart approaching the gate was heard. Wei Mu's eyes lit up. 4th brother is back. Father. Mother. Wei Hai's voice indeed came from outside. The whole family, happily, went out to greet him. 4th brother. Wei Mu rushed to the front. It had been almost 2 months since she last saw her son, so she naturally missed him very much. Oh, you've gotten a bit darker. Wei Hai scratched his head. It's summer, so I got a little tan. Hurry, and come inside. After Wei Hai entered the yard, he called out to everyone and carried a lot of things. Father, mother, these are reunion cakes sold near the county school. They say they are especially delicious. You, child, we usually buy those at home. Why are you spending money? Where did you get it? Wei Hai smiled. I did a lot of work for the teacher this month and he gave me some. Really? Your teacher is still a good person. The reunion cakes Wei Hai brought looked more refined than those in the town. The whole family liked them very much. Wei Man said, these are from the county town. They are really good. Wei Mu glared at her. Don't eat the reunion cakes from the town. Wei Man said, no, I have to have some. 4th brother brought a few, and I want them all. Greedy girl. I've never seen a girl like you. Wei Man stuck out her tongue and smiled. Wei Hai suddenly took out a bag of candy, which was meant for his nephews and nieces. De Lang and the others were very excited. Thank you, uncle. Wei Qi walked over and patted his brother's shoulder. You're looking stronger. Wei Hai smiled and said, 3rd brother is good at joking. I just look darker. Where do you look stronger? I think you look thinner. Eat more later. Both brothers laughed. Their mother watched her sons and always said the same thing. 3rd sister-in-law, 4th brother wants to thank you, especially this time. Yuji was a bit surprised. Thank me? Yes. Last time we went to Foda town, and on the way, you taught me those insights. I told my teacher after he got back and he was very surprised. He praised me for 2 days. The whole family looked at him in surprise. What did 3rd sister-in-law say? It's some annotations from the Zexy Tongjian. I didn't understand much at first, but after talking with 3rd sister-in-law for a while, I suddenly understood. Thank you, 3rd sister-in-law. Wow. 3rd sister-in-law, you're so amazing. Wei Man said. Yuji replied, it's nothing. I just said whatever came to mind, not systematic. Maybe I just got lucky. Wei Hai smiled and said, 3rd sister-in-law is humble. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw the big table in the yard, and almost his eyes popped out. Where did that desk come from? Old Wei laughed. Your 3rd brother made it for 3rd sister-in-law. She needs to copy books and also draw. Wei Hai eagerly went over. Can I touch it? Yuji said, of course. Sit down and try it. Wei Hai looked nervously and excitedly at his 3rd brother. Wei Qi snorted. Your 3rd sister-in-law already spoke, so I can't be stingy, right? Wei Man said, you didn't say that earlier. You wouldn't even let me touch it. Wei Qi said, if you study, I'll let you sit too, and I'll even make one for you. Wei Man was the type who could fall asleep after reading for just 15 minutes. Hearing this, she lost her enthusiasm. Wei Hai had already sat down, full of excitement. His love for it was beyond words. That's so great. Wei's mother smiled happily. Look at him, so happy. Next time he comes back, he probably won't know where he's going. Wei Hai was stunned. What do you mean, Mom? Go see the backyard. Your 3rd brother also made one for you, but it probably won't be ready until next time. Wei Hai suddenly stood up. 3rd brother. Wei Qi saw him about to rush over and quickly stepped back. All right, go take a look. Wei Hai excitedly ran to the backyard and indeed saw the beginnings of his own desk. 3rd brother, thank you. Wei Qi also cared for his younger brother, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. I'm glad you like it. Study hard. Time to eat. Hsh's voice came from the kitchen, and everyone returned to the yard.
Eat, eat. I'm starving.
Today we have chicken and meat. It's like a festival. A full plate and bowls were brought out. Wei Qi walked to the fire and took the roasted chicken down, also putting out the fire. It's dangerous to keep a fire burning at home, especially with wood nearby. He moved quickly, taking 2 golden roasted chickens from the skewers, just about to serve them, when suddenly Wei Qi paused, his sharp eyes looking outside the yard gate. Third brother, what are you staring at? Wei mother turned around and called out, noticing something was wrong. She looked in the same direction as Wei Qi and froze. Outside the small Wei family yard, 3 people stood, 1 man, 1 woman, and a small girl. The woman wore a rough cloth dress, carried a tiny bundle, and looked somewhat nervous as she looked into the yard. Third younger brother. Wei mother's bowl and chopsticks fell to the ground with a bang. Everyone in the Wei family stood up. Old Wei squinted and staggered a few steps.
Tao.
Is that you, Tao Tao? The woman suddenly burst into tears and kneeled down instantly. Father, mother, I am unfilial Wei Tao Tao. I've come back to see you. Yu Ji also widened her eyes slightly. Wei Tao Tao is 1 year older than Wei Qi, so she should call him big sister. Wei Man and Wei Hai also froze, and the other children had never seen this older aunt before, full of curiosity. Mother. Hsh and Lu hurriedly went to tidy up the dishes, and 1 person helped Wei mother, who almost collapsed to the ground. Wei mother came back to her senses, covering her chest. Annoying thing. You unfilial child. What are you doing here? Wei Tao Tao was just crying, looking very aggrieved. The man behind her also stepped forward to help his wife up. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Old Wei kept a stern face and didn't respond. The man sighed, poking the small girl beside him. Call them. This is your grandpa and grandma. The small girl timidly said, Grandpa, Grandma. Wei mother wiped her tears but didn't answer. Finally, Old Wei sighed and said, Get up. Come inside. What are you doing standing there? The man helped Wei Tao Tao to her feet slowly, and they entered the Wei house. Wei Qi quietly brought the 2 roasted chickens to the table, but Hsh was already rolling her eyes in the kitchen, angry. She whispered to Lu, biting her ear, I get so mad when I see Yang Ziyuan. What a joke. Yang Ziyuan, the man Wei Tao Tao married, was standing beside her. Lu sure whispered, Forget it. Maybe people change after all these years? He sure replied, Change what? If he really had changed, why wouldn't he come back all this time? We didn't know what sweet words he used to trick our older sister, and now he's back. What does he want? Their words reflected their worries, but neither sister-in-law knew what to do about this matter. Lu sure remembered that when Wei Tao Tao got married, she was still with the second brother, not the second son yet. The little girl in the yard looked about the same age as the second son, and she was curiously watching everyone. Of course, the children in the family were also watching her with interest. Wei Mu sat on a stone bench. The dishes on the table had already been forgotten as no one paid attention to them anymore. Tell me, what do you want to do now that you're back? Wei Mu asked, straightforwardly. Wei Tao Tao was crying and couldn't speak clearly. Yang Ziyuan spoke for her, mother-in-law, Don't be angry. We're not here to cause trouble. The village road has been fixed, and there's less work at home. We just took Tao Tao back to see the elders during the Mid-Autumn Festival. You haven't met Dowdy yet. Yushi looked at the little girl in the yard, guessing she was about the same age as the second son. She was curious about everyone, and of course, the children in the family were also watching her curiously. Wei Mu smiled and said, That's quite surprising. We never saw you come back during festivals before. This Mid-Autumn Festival, did the sun rise from the west? Yang Ziyuan said, Mother-in-law, I was wrong before. I apologize to you. The world is just beginning to be peaceful, and our hometown has just settled down. But that's no excuse. Please forgive us. After speaking, Yang Ziyuan bowed deeply. Wei Man suddenly stepped forward and scolded, "Stop pretending. My older sister married you, and you didn't even have a wedding, let alone all these fancy things. Just tell the truth. Are you borrowing money, or is there something else?"
Just say it.
"I still consider you a person." Yuji slightly widened her eyes and looked at Wei Taotao. Yang Ziyuan and his wife looked at Wei Man. He smiled and said, "That's little sister, right? She's grown into a young lady now. Don't talk to me. I don't want to bother with you." Wei Man snapped, her temper fiery and straightforward. Wei Taotao also wanted to say a few words to her younger sister, but seeing her angry, she shrank back and said nothing. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Since you're here, sit down and have a meal," Wei Laohan spoke. As the head of the family, his words made everyone move and sit down to eat. Wei Qi placed the roast chicken on the table, then turned to his wife. Seeing Yuji looking at him, he smiled faintly and gently squeezed her palm. No one noticed the small secret signal between the couple. Everyone sat down. Yang Ziyuan glanced at the dishes on the table and said with a smile, "We also brought some homemade cured meat and reunion cakes. Please, mother-in-law, accept them." Wei's mother neither took nor refused. Instead, she finally looked at Wei Taotao and the girl beside her. "Cured meat? Such good stuff. It seems the Yang family is doing well. What's the little girl's name?"
She looks so thin. Wei Taotao hurriedly replied, "Yang Dodo."
Mom just calls her Dodo. She's a bit picky and doesn't eat well. Wei's mother frowned. "Just like you when you were a child, like a bean sprout." Lu Shi looked at her mother-in-law's expression and stepped forward to accept the things Yang Ziyuan offered. It was also a sign of respect for her older sister. If they came back empty-handed, they might really be just visiting for fun. Old Wei picked up chopsticks. "Start eating. It's a special day, and cooking isn't easy." Wei's mother suddenly said, "What are you eating?" "I haven't finished asking. Don't just joke around here." Old Wei was silent. Wei's mother looked at Yang Ziyuan and squinted. "I ask you, where is your mother? She was laid to rest last year."
"No wonder.
"People only brought my daughter back after she passed away." "Your idea is quite something. When was Dauda born?"
How old is she?"
"Why didn't you tell us?" Yang Ziyuan answered one by one. "She is 3 years old, born in July. We wanted to tell you, but we went to the county and town twice and couldn't find your address. I heard you moved away. You left in a hurry, and at that time the family was splitting up, so..." Wei's mother interrupted him. "I don't want to hear about your family's messy affairs.
What does this mean now?"
"Your mother died, and how are you living?" "After the family split, we built a house and divided 5 or 6 acres of land. Life is okay." Wei's mother finished questioning her son-in-law and then looked at her daughter. Since Wei Taotao entered the house, the Wei family had been observing her carefully, including Yuji. Honestly, the Wei family members were doing quite well. Wei Qi was handsome, and Man was quite pretty. When she first saw her eldest sister-in-law, her dress was nothing special, like a rural woman, but you could see her background if you looked closely. But now, sitting in the yard, He Shi and Lu Shi looked healthier and more spirited. Wei's mother looked at them for a long time and finally couldn't bear it anymore. She sighed and said, "Eat." She spoke, and only then did everyone slowly pick up their chopsticks. A family reunion dinner should be happy and joyful, but at this moment, it was very quiet. Usually talkative Wei Qi didn't say much, silently dividing roasted chicken for his niece and nephew. Yuji also had little appetite and finished eating quickly, ending the meal. "Let's not draw today. Third brother, you take your wife home to rest." Wei Qi agreed, "Okay." At this moment, Wei Taotao looked over and moved her lips slightly, saying, "Third brother. You're married now too." Yuji looked at her mother-in-law's expression, hesitated for a moment and called out, "Big sister." Although Wei Qi hadn't spoken yet. "We'll go back first," Wei Qi said, grabbing Yuji's hand and leading her into the room. As soon as they entered, Yuji couldn't help but ask, "Big sister is?" Wei Qi's face looked serious, more serious than she had ever seen before. She was also part of the Wei family, and Wei Qi didn't plan to hide anything. He sighed and told her the past. The year we fled from danger, we passed through Qingchuan village. The Yang family was also fleeing. They had nothing, just a mouthful of words that somehow convinced my big sister to go with him. My mother initially disagreed, but my big sister, as if under spell, and they ended up together. Our parents were furious. Yu Ji's eyes widened. Arranged marriage, the words of matchmakers. She couldn't imagine Wei Taotao doing such a thing. That year there was a disaster. Many people died, grain prices soared, bandits and soldiers were everywhere recruiting. Our family also suffered, but at least we were better off than the Yang family. If we endured a little longer, the war would end. But my big sister refused and insisted on going with the Yang family.
Yu Ji understood now.
She understood why Wei Qi still had an older sister, but her family never mentioned her. Because she also found it hard to understand Wei Taotao's decision. Today, Yu Ji decided not to draw and planned to rest inside the house. She thought she wouldn't need to go out, since her mother-in-law would probably talk with her sister-in-law and others for a while. Indeed, after dinner, Wei's mother told Wei Taotao and her to go back to their room. Wei Manman was also there, and the mother and daughter had some private words. Wei Taotao looked a bit nervous. Wei's mother looked at her for a while, finally sighed and said, "What's wrong? Have you become strangers to your own family? If so, why did you come back?" Wei Taotao, feeling anxious, hurriedly said, "No, mother. I just don't know what to say." "Tell me about these 3 years," Wei's mother said, as if planning to have a long talk with her daughter. Wei Taotao thought for a moment, nodded, and slowly started to speak with Wei's mother. Wei Manman sat quietly to the side, not saying a word. During this time, Lu and he hesitated whether to go over and check on her, but in the end, they decided not to. After all, she was her mother and daughter, not her daughter-in-law. No one knew how long the 3 women talked, but Wei's mother had red eyes, and Wei Taotao looked the same. Wei's mother said, "I still can't understand what is so good about Yang Ziyuan that you are willing to do this for him. You haven't come back once in these 3 years.
Mom.
I want to come back, but I was afraid to." Wei's mother wiped her tears and said, "Forget it, I won't talk about this anymore. But I want to ask you, this time you came back, is it because the Yang family is in trouble? If you still consider me your mother, just tell the truth." Wei Taotao replied, "Actually no. Although life isn't very easy for us now after the Yang family split, we are still managing to get by." Wei Manman suddenly spoke up. "How are you managing? Just relying on those few acres of land. Are you going to spend your whole life working hard in the fields?"
Wei Taotao said, Man, don't call me that. He's just not capable."
If he were capable, would he still be a farmer after all these years? He was indeed held back by his family before. This time, when we came, we also planned to visit a few towns to see if there are any jobs, to prepare in advance. Wei Manman interrupted. "Why didn't you do this earlier?" Wei's mother said, "Don't blame your sister for speaking harshly. We all think the same. But let's not talk about this now. Go bring Dodo here. Tonight, stay with me, and let Yang Ziyuan share a room with your father." Wei Taotao nodded and agreed. When Wei Taotao went out, Wei's mother turned to Wei Manman and said, "Go call your 3rd and eldest brothers." Okay. Wei Qi was called away. Yu Ji didn't go with them. As Lu and the others thought, she knew she shouldn't interfere in this matter, and she could guess the purpose of her mother-in-law calling Wei Qi over. Naturally, she let Wei Qi go quickly. Yu Ji's large desk had already been moved inside. With the desk, she could stay in the room all day, so she didn't feel bored at all. Before long, Wei Qi returned. Yu Ji asked, "Did your mother call you to talk about the eldest sister?" "Wow, you're so clever, wife." Yu Ji replied, "Is it really that hard to guess? What did your mother say?" Yu Ji was indeed curious, so she asked a few more questions. Wei Qi didn't try to hide anything from her. He said I should go to the town tomorrow to find out about the Yang family. They were never happy with the Yang family before and haven't come back for years. Now they suddenly return, and it's likely they encountered something. The parents want to find out the truth, which is a good decision. "So, you still plan to go to town tomorrow?"
"Yes."
Wei Qi suddenly stepped forward to his wife. Sorry, Yu, I didn't spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with you properly. Yuji didn't expect him to say this suddenly. She pursed her lips and said, You're so distant. I am the one who didn't do well. Wei Qi suddenly smiled. He stepped forward and hugged her. Yuji was startled. What are you doing? Stop sitting around. Get up and move around. He was very strong and directly picked Yuji up from the stool. While telling her to move, he refused to let go and even wandered around the house with her.
Yuji blushed. Put me down.
Holding her like this was just like comforting a child.
No.
Wei Qi lifted her higher and looked up at her with bright eyes. Yu, I'll go to town tomorrow. I'll buy you some paints and paper. I'll ask fourth brother to come with me so he can help choose. What do you want? Wei Qi also realized that he had married a very capable wife who knew everything. When he heard Wei Hai talking earlier, he felt a little ashamed. Just a little. But soon, he decided he should earn more money and buy her more things. Yuji thought carefully. That's fine. But you don't need to buy too expensive things. Just medium quality is enough. The calligraphy supplies from Dr. Zhao were borrowed, and she couldn't use them for other things without permission. Wei Qi nodded, then pinched her cheek. All right. Go to bed early. Wei mother had already talked to her two sons, intending to investigate Yang Zhiyuan thoroughly. But the next day, everyone acted as if nothing was wrong and had breakfast in the main hall. Lu Shi was going to set up a stall. When Wei Taotao heard, she was surprised. Second sister-in-law is so impressive. Lu Shi smiled and said, just joking. Mother, I'm leaving now. Wei Man also wanted to go. She had been in high spirits these days, making a lot of embroidered flowers. Wei mother agreed. Let the third brother take you both, and fourth brother can come too. If anything is missing, he can make up for it. Yang Zhiyuan suddenly said, Mother-in-law, can I go with the third brother too? The whole family was stunned. Wei mother asked, What are you going for? Long time no see in town. I want to buy some small toys for Dodo and Taotao and take a look at the market. Let Taotao stay home with you. Wei Zhiyuan's words made Wei mother nod. All right. Yang Ziyuan also stood up and walked to Wei Qi. Sorry to trouble you, third brother. Wei Qi nodded and signaled him to get into the car. In the end, Wei Qi drove the carriage, taking Lu Shi, Wei Hai, Wei Man, and Yang Ziyuan into the city. Old Wei and Wei Yong went to the pig farm and the fields. At home, only Wei's mother, Taotao, and the two daughters-in-law remained. Yuji gave the children a day off today, so they didn't have classes. Yen Tai was helping them study, and Wei's mother told Yang Daodu to also go learn. Taotao was a bit surprised. Mother, Daodu doesn't know anything. If she doesn't know anything, she can learn. Erlang is the same age, and maybe she'll pick things up as she listens. Learning more is never a bad thing. Taotao looked down and said, Oh. Wei's mother looked at her and sighed. You and your eldest sister-in-law go pick out 2 pieces of cloth to make clothes. Taotao was about to refuse, but Wei's mother sternly said, Hurry up. I can't stand those rough cloth clothes. Coming back home, I just can't accept it. Taotao remained silent and followed, he sure to do as told. Wei's mother looked at Yuji and suddenly said, Third sister-in-law, I think you're the one being laughed at. Yuji quickly said, It's not like that. Wei's mother said, Taotao's situation is partly my fault too. Yuji didn't expect her mother-in-law to bring up this matter, but since Wei's mother spoke, Yuji listened carefully. After Taotao was born, there was a change at home. I had to go out, and helplessly, I left Taotao in her grandmother's care. That old lady. I really don't want to say anything bad about her. She's old-fashioned and strict, and I didn't get along with her for many years. I don't know what happened, but Taotao's personality softened a bit because of her. Not long after, I had our third child. I didn't pay enough attention to this daughter. It's my fault, all my fault. Yuji listened to Wei's family stories and finally understood why Taotao's personality was so different from Man-Man's. Man-Man was full of confidence and brightness, probably because she was the youngest daughter in the family. Later, I thought something was wrong, so I brought my daughter back. But her personality couldn't be changed. Then the family's fortunes declined, and chaos broke out in the world, so I couldn't care for her properly. Until that incident happened. Wei's mother sighed. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I've been reflecting on whether I gave Tao Dao too little care back then, which allowed Yang Ziyuan to take advantage. But everything was chaotic and busy at the time, and I could only do so much. Yuji could tell from her words that Wei's mother felt guilty and missed her daughter deeply. No wonder I rarely hear you mention your eldest sister at home. They don't bring her up because they're afraid it will upset me. Actually, the Yang family's affairs, both the eldest and the third siblings, sometimes check on them. But no one tells me, and I don't ask because I know if something really happened, I would find out eventually.
Yuji admires this, yes.
So this time when they came back, you think the Yang family is hiding something. Yang Ziyuan is quite clever. The Yang family was very poor at first, and there are few troublemakers at home. Yet, they still had the energy to look for my daughter. Haha, others might not understand his intentions, but I won't be fooled. It's just that they saw our Wei family was doing okay at the time, with some savings from our ancestors. It's just my eldest daughter being naive, tricked by sweet words. There's probably little genuine affection involved. Yuji didn't know how to respond to this, and could only comfort her mother-in-law, but now that eldest sister is back, she still cares about you. This mid-autumn festival, at least the whole family is together. Wei's mother wiped her tears. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry you had to see this. The past few years were chaotic, and many families were broken or lost. As soon as Wei's mother finished speaking, she suddenly realized something and quickly stopped herself. Go back and rest now. Third brother should be back around noon. Yuji lowered her eyes and obediently responded. She had heard her mother-in-law's words clearly, but at this moment, Yuji's heart was calm. She returned to her room, sat at her desk, and practiced calligraphy. Her mood gradually settled. Foda Town. Wei Qi drove quickly, arriving earlier than usual. Wei Man complained, third brother only gets so impatient when third sister isn't here. If third sister were in the car, would you still drive so fast? Wei Qi replied calmly, you're doing business, right? That means you need to make the most of your time. Look at second sister. She leaves even earlier than you usually do. Wei Man pouted, and Lu Shi just smiled. Yang Ziyuan suddenly asked, little sister, what kind of business are you doing? Wei Man shot him a sharp look. What does that have to do with you?
Yang Ziyuan awkwardly chuckled.
Lu Shi said, little sister, why don't you come with me? Yes. Wei Man, still unfamiliar with the town, remembered the last time she came. She followed Lu Shi to the market. She sold a beautiful basket filled with plush flowers, and some young girls would come over to ask about it. Wei Qi looked at Yang Ziyuan, as if asking with his eyes. Yang Ziyuan smiled. Third brother, you go ahead and do your own thing. I'll just wander around Foda Town. Wei Qi nodded, responded with a hum, then took Wei Hai and left. After walking away, Wei Hai whispered to Wei Qi, third brother, are we going to the government office? Yes. Wei Qi remembered his mother's instructions and naturally headed straight for the government office. He was also worried about second brother, as it had been several days since he last visited. Ma Er hadn't left yet. When he saw Wei Qi, he greeted him with a smile. Wei Qi stepped forward and said, sorry, brother. There's been some family matters. When I just arrived, I wondered if you had already gone back to the county town. Ma Er smiled and replied, not so soon. I might stay in Foda Town until after the new year. Wei Qi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. About what you mentioned earlier, I agreed, but now isn't the right time. After winter, that thing will appear more often.
Ma Er sized up.
I'm not in a rush. As long as Brother Wei keeps it in mind. Don't worry. Are you here for your second brother's matter? Just to check the roster? Wei Qi thought for a moment. There might be another thing I need your help with. Ma Er asked. What is it? Wei Qi leaned in and whispered a few words. Ma Er thought for a moment and said, I might not be able to help you in Foda Town, but I can ask my brothers in the county town, since their jurisdiction is bigger. Thanks a lot. Later, I'll invite you for a drink. Ha, sure. Wei Qi found Ma Er to be straightforward. He was quick to help, which made Wei Qi feel grateful. He asked his younger brother to look at the roster, but unfortunately, Wei Yuan wasn't there this time either. Wei Hai also felt a bit disappointed. Ma Er patted their shoulders and said, "It's okay. They'll come back in a few days." When will the first group of people returning home leave? Probably early September. Wei Qi noted this and kept an eye out. When they really returned, he might be able to find out more. While Wei Qi and Wei Hai were at the county office, Lu Shi had already started her business at her usual stall spot. Although she had just begun, she was quite skilled now. She had completely separated from Xianyang, each managing their own market. She still bought tofu from Xianyang, who also sold her pickled vegetables and sauerkraut on her behalf. They would settle accounts at the end of the month. Now Lu Shi was working together with Wei Man to do business. Man was also generous. At first, she was a bit shy, but with each time, she became more confident and skilled, almost as good as Lu Shi used to be. "Young lady, want to see the embroidered flowers? I made them myself." She was bold, daring to approach young girls and ask. There are indeed 1 or 2 young girls who are attracted. "What kind of flower is this?" "It's..." Before Mingming could finish speaking, another voice came from behind. "It's a wood hibiscus." Wei Mingming was surprised and turned around, seeing Ding Dai had arrived unexpectedly. He was smiling warmly and reached out to take a velvet flower from her basket. Recently, a new cold dew bush has bloomed, far more beautiful than the red water. "This is a wood hibiscus." Wei Mingming paused for a moment. "Yes, it's hibiscus. How much are you selling it for?" Wei Mingming snapped back to her senses. 10 coins. That's a bit expensive. Ding Dai said this hibiscus has a very good meaning. It describes a beautiful person. Plus, it looks like it has silk threads, so it's not too costly. And this flower suits a young lady like you. The young woman blushed when she saw Ding Dai praising her so well. "Then I'll take 1, she said. To her surprise, she sold a flower so quickly. Wei Mingming was very happy. After taking the money, she turned to thank Ding Dai. "Thank you so much." Ding Dai smiled and said, "I only tell the truth. Helping Wei girl is the best." Wei Mingming found that Ding Dai was quite eloquent and also quite talented in writing. Ding Dai said, "But I think Wei girl could wear a flower herself. That way, it would sell even better."
"Me?"
"Yes, if you wear it yourself. It's the best advertisement." Wei Mingming nodded. "That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that?" She reached out to pick a flower from her basket. This one suits a young lady." Ding Dai suddenly chose a slightly brighter colored flower for her. Wei Mingming asked, "I'm not that pale. Will this color look good?"
Ding Dai smiled.
"My family runs a fabric shop. This color will definitely look good." That's true. Ding Dai often deals with fabrics, so he knew about colors. After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, I'll wear this one." Lu's pickled vegetable stall was surrounded by people at this moment. She didn't notice what was happening here. When she finished and looked over, she saw Wei Mingming had already sold several flowers with Ding Dai's help. Man. Wei Mingming and Ding Dai both turned around. Wei Mingming was especially happy and ran over. "Second sister-in-law, look. Only 2 or 3 velvet flowers are left." "Oh, really?" "Yes. I'll also wear 1 for second sister-in-law." "Why didn't I think of this earlier?" Lu said, "I don't need one." "Oh, but if you wear it, you're helping me promote. Later, if anyone asks, just say I bought it." "Mrs. Lu, that's true." Wei Man also wore a flower for Lu, and Ding Dai walked over naturally praising her. "By the way, Mrs. Lu's pickled vegetables are really good. I want to order another batch." Mrs. Lu was surprised. "But the Mid-Autumn Festival has already passed, hasn't it?" Ding Dai smiled. "Our family often socializes for business, and these pickled vegetables aren't expensive. Every household can use them, so they're very suitable." Mrs. Lu suddenly understood. "All right, I see." She was quite happy. Recently, her stall had earned quite a bit, and with Ding's big business, she had saved nearly 2 taels of silver. This was after giving some to her mother, which she never would have dared to imagine before. Wei Man saw how much she cared for her business, and she liked him a little more. Little sister, second sister-in-law. Suddenly, Yang Ziyuan's voice came from behind, and Wei Manman's face immediately fell. What are you doing here? Yang Ziyuan was carrying quite a few things and smiled. I was wandering around the market and happened to see you all. Wei Manman frowned. Why are you buying so many things? Shouldn't you save some money? My eldest sister and I are having a hard time. A shadow flickered across Yang Ziyuan's eyes, but it was gone quickly. Little sister, you're right. Our family isn't short of money now. I was in a hurry yesterday and didn't bring a gift for you all, so I'm making it up today. Wei Manman said. Who cares? She and Yang Ziyuan argued, which made Ding Dai curious. Who is this? Wei Manman didn't answer, and Mrs. Liu felt a bit awkward, so she had to explain nervously, my older brother-in-law.
Ding Dai suddenly understood. I am Ding Dai.
Yang Ziyuan was a bit surprised. So, you're Ding the shopkeeper. Do you know me? You visited Qingchuan village, I remember. Ding Dai suddenly realized. So you're from Qingchuan village. Qingchuan village is under Yun Kai Town's jurisdiction, and Yun Kai Town also has Ding's fabric shop. Ding family is quite big. At that time, you also bought some silkworm cocoons and cotton from our village. Yes, I remember. Qingchuan Town has many mulberry trees, and the cotton quality is quite good. Seeing the two of them start talking, Wei Manman was a little unhappy. Of course, she didn't want to interrupt. Little sister. Not far away, Wei Hai came again. Wei Manman's eyes lit up and she ran over. How is it, fourth brother? Did you get it? Yes, I got it. Here. It turned out that today Wei Manman was selling embroidered flowers herself, and Wei Hai was helping her pick up the framed picture. Wei Hai hadn't seen the picture yet, but he was amazed when he saw it. I never expected third sister-in-law to be such a talented painter. If her painting were sold, it would be worth a lot. Wei Manman knocked on him. What are you saying? I won't sell it no matter the price. Give it back to me. All right. Wei Hai also knew he had spoken out of turn. How could he sell his sister's portrait? But after Wei Hai finished speaking, Ding Dai seemed to catch something and suddenly came over. What painting is so precious to Lady Wei? Wei Manman smiled. It's nothing. Just a painting my third sister-in-law made for me. He's just talking nonsense. Is it the girl from the market last time? Yes. My third sister-in-law's name is Yuji. I see. Actually, I also have an interest in calligraphy and paintings. May I take a look? After Ding Dai finished speaking, Wei Manman hesitated. It's not that she didn't want to share, but the painting was of her. It's okay. If Lady Wei doesn't want to, that's fine. Wei Manman said, it's no problem just to look at it. After all, you helped me today. In front of Ding Dai, Wei Manman unfolded the painting. Wei Hai and Yang Ziyuan also gathered around. In an instant, Ding Dai's eyes showed an incredible admiration. This truly is a masterpiece. Wei Manman blushed and quickly put the painting away. Ding Dai recovered and hurriedly said, the girl in this painting looks exactly like the real person. Very beautiful. Wei Manman, blushing, stored the painting. Young Master Ding, you flatter me. Wei Hai was also captivated by the painting, unable to get enough, but his eyes were full of admiration and envy. Next to him, Yang Ziyuan didn't understand much about paintings, but he caught Ding Dai's earlier gaze. Hearing Ding Dai praise Wei Manman, he couldn't help but think deeply. His gaze on them also became more meaningful. What are you doing? Wei Qi's voice came, and everyone turned around. When the third brother arrived, Wei Manman immediately felt guilty and hid the painting. Third brother, you finished so quickly? Wei Dao asked. Earlier, Wei Qi wanted to invite Ma Er for drinks, and Wei Hai was supposed to get the painting. Wei Qi nodded, then handed some things to Wei Hai. Wei Hai smiled. Brushes, ink, paper, inkstone? Are these for third sister-in-law? Wei Qi responded with another Ding Dai looked over and suddenly said, Brother Wei, this rice paper isn't top quality. If you need it, I have some at home along with hui ink, and I can give them to you. Wei Qi looked at him coldly, with a stern tone, no need. Ding Dai sensed his displeasure and paused briefly. Wei Qi, the task is done. Let's go. Wei Man covered her nose. Third brother, have you been drinking? It smells terrible. Say one more word, and I'll leave you here alone. Wei Man, why are you so fierce? Mrs. Liu also packed up her things and nodded goodbye to Ding Dai. Yang Ziyuan also left with them. Ding Dai looked thoughtfully at the backs of the Wei family. His servant stepped forward and said, "Young master, that hunter was very rude. Do you know how much good rice paper and ink are worth? If he doesn't want them, that's fine, but his attitude." Ding Dai's tone also grew colder. Such talent and looks are truly a pity. That kind of artist, not to mention ink, even the best brush would be too much. It's really a waste of talent. The servant seemed to understand but was unsure. Was the young master talking about someone specific? On the way back, Wei Qi kept a sullen face and ignored everyone who spoke. Wei Man was confused. Who upset him? Wei Hai also shook his head. I don't know. Neither sibling provoked him, so Mrs. Liu and Yang Ziyuan naturally didn't say anything. The group traveled quietly back to Hualing village. You're back so early? Wei's mother was watering the vegetables at the gate when she heard the wagon and came out to greet them. Wei Man jumped down and said, "Mom, third brother is acting crazy." Wei Man had endured the whole ride and now ran to tell her mother. Wei's mother was startled and turned to see her third son. Wei Qi was calmly parking the cart, smiling. Did you siblings argue again? Who argued? Third brother suddenly got angry for no reason. When they got home, Wei Qi finally spoke with a serious face. I didn't scold you, which is already giving you face. But why did you let others see that painting? After Wei Qi finished, everyone was stunned, including Wei Man. She hadn't expected her third brother to see it back then. But she was used to being stubborn and stubbornly said, "So what? It's my painting. I can show it to whoever I want." Wei Qi's face darkened completely. Wei Man, you're really getting cheeky. Wei Man was startled and immediately hid behind Wei's mother. Yu Ji and Wei Taotao, who heard the noise, also came out. Wei's mother understood what had happened and was surprised. Who did you show it to? Wei Man said, I just showed it to that young master Ding, just a quick look. Third brother, why are you so angry? Is it because this painting was made by third sister-in-law? You're so petty. Yuji was a bit surprised and walked over. What happened? Wei Qi stood behind his wife, looking serious. This is just one reason. Isn't that painting you? And who is Ding Dai? You just met him a few days ago and showed him the painting? Wei's mother also looked upset. Man, you did something wrong. Man replied, "All right, I understand. I also thought it wasn't right at the time, but he seemed decent and even helped me sell some embroidered flowers. I really liked that painting and just wanted more people to see it." Yuji glanced at Wei Qi. She had never seen him like this before. After thinking for a moment, she tugged on Wei Qi's sleeve. It's no big deal. We looked at it, and the painting was meant to be seen, right? Besides, our country is open now, and since the painting has been framed, what's the harm in taking a look? No need to get so angry. Forget it. Wei Qi turned his head and looked at his wife. Man gratefully looked at her third sister-in-law. She hadn't seen her third brother get angry in a long time, but when he did, it was really frightening. Wei Qi's brows softened a little, and he nodded. Wei's mother quickly said, Man, come with me in a while. I'll talk to her. You all are tired after coming back. Time to eat. Everyone then hurriedly smiled. He sure eased the mood. Yes, everyone get ready to eat. I cooked ribs today, just in time. Wei's mother had clearly been trying to nourish her eldest daughter and granddaughter these past few days. Wei Taotao looked pale, and Yang Daodu was painfully thin. Everyone sat down. Yang Ziyuan took out what he had bought, mostly common items. It seemed he had discussed this with Wei Taotao before. Wei's mother and Wei Laohan didn't refuse and accepted quietly. The others did the same. At the dining table, Wei's mother's attitude was still neutral, but she said, "This time, I want Taotao and me to stay a bit longer. Do you have any plans?" Yang Ziyuan was surprised but smiled. Of course. If mother-in-law doesn't mind, I can stay at home to show filial piety. but I might leave after the Chongyang festival at the latest. I can't stay away from home too long. Then clean up the room in the backyard. After you're done, go back. Let Tao Tao stay until the new year. Tao Tao was a bit surprised. Yang Ziyuan looked at his wife. Tao Tao hasn't been back for years. Staying until after the new year is fine too. Wei's mother looked away after hearing this. After dinner, Wei's mother indeed stayed behind with Wei Man, while Wei Qi and Yu Ji went back to their room. Today at the dinner table, the men were especially silent, clearly upset. Once inside, Yu Ji immediately asked what happened. If you only took a quick look at that painting, you wouldn't be so angry, right? Wei Qi stared at her without moving, his eyes dark. I don't know why, but I feel that Ding Dai isn't a good person. Yu Ji paused, then remembered the man she saw last time. It's him. She recalled his sneaky glance. Others might not notice, but Yu Ji, used to people like that, naturally saw through him. She lowered her eyes and didn't tell Wei Qi about it, only saying, "It doesn't matter. We don't have much contact with him anyway." At this moment, Wei Qi's mood softened a lot. Looking at his wife, he suddenly reached out and hugged her. "Yeah, I just don't want anyone to see what you drew." Yu Ji laughed and said, "Then why did you send it for framing?" "It's different."
Wei squinted.
He's a hunter with strong intuition. But he definitely wouldn't scare his wife now. "I bought you some brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Wanna see?" Yu Ji was happy. "Sure, let me look." Wei Qi handed them to her. "This paper and ink aren't the best quality. You really don't mind?" Wei Qi asked as he stood by the desk. "It's okay. It doesn't matter. I just want to practice." Yu Ji happily spread everything out on her desk. Good quality brushes, ink, and paper are expensive for ordinary families, so why buy such good ones? Especially since she now has a very nice desk. Wei Qi watched her silently, lost in thought. Yu Ji carefully packed everything away and asked, "How much did it cost?" "I forgot." Yu Ji was a bit unhappy. "How am I supposed to keep track of expenses?" Wei Qi suddenly remembered his wife had a small ledger. He smiled suddenly. 3 taels and 6 qian. Yu Ji looked down. "It's really expensive. But these will last a long time." "It's okay. I'll buy more when you run out." Yu Ji nodded with a smile. Wei Qi suddenly wanted to go over and hug her again, but this time, Yu Ji dodged. "I was just about to say something, but are you drunk?" Wei Qi paused, then sniffed. "Do I smell that strong?" "Very strong." Wei Qi scratched his head. "All right, I'll go wash up." Yu Ji glared at him. Just that look made a sudden fire ignite in his chest. He hurried to the bathroom and took a thorough shower from head to toe. While taking a bath, Wei Qi glanced at the bathtub. Since getting married, he has become more refined. After dressing, he didn't forget to dig out 2 large portions of fish fat purchased from the fish shop. He applied it carelessly. As night fell, the small Wei family courtyard became completely quiet. In the southeast small courtyard, the main house's noises only gradually settled down after a while. Clothes and shoes were scattered under the kong, a traditional bed. Yu Ji's face was flushed, as if she had been drinking. Her long black hair was messy on the pillow, and her lips were red and slightly parted with a soft hum. She could hear the man's slightly heavy breathing beside her.
"Wife.
So obedient." Wei Qi whispered coaxingly near her ear. "Good fish, all eaten up." When she woke up the next morning, Wei Qi was already up. The sounds of her sister-in-law and Wei mother talking could be heard faintly from the yard. Yu Ji silently turned over, hiding her flushed face in the quilt. She was truly on the verge of tears. How could Wei Qi have so much energy? Last night was just the beginning. She could handle it at first, but then the fiery feeling came. She couldn't fight or push him away, so she used her sharp nails to scratch his most sensitive ears and cheeks, leaving several nail marks. Seeing the red marks, she immediately stopped. If her mother-in-law saw them during the day, she would be doomed. But she was worried, which only made the man more eager. Her screams grew louder, and the person above her became even more excited. The more Yu Ji thought about it, the angrier she got. She angrily kicked his clothes onto the floor. After lying there for a while, She slowly got up. At this moment, Wei Qi hadn't gone out, but was in Wei Hai's room. As soon as he entered, he frowned in disgust. This smell. Can't you be a bit cleaner? Wei Hai. Third brother, you're more particular now that you married third sister-in-law. Your room used to be worse than mine. Wei Qi ignored him and sat on a stool. Go find me 2 books. Wei Hai, what?
Wanky snorted.
Books, I said. Can't you understand? Understand. What books? Who reads them?
Me.
Wei Hai widened his eyes. Who? Seeing his expression, as if he had seen a ghost, Wei Qi grew more annoyed. What? You think I read strange books?
Wei Hai not that easily.
Just go get them. It doesn't matter what kind, as long as they have some ink in them. Wei Hai looked suspiciously at his older brother. Wei Qi, impatient, was about to kick him when Wei Hai quickly ran away. Soon after, Wei Hai really brought 2 books to Wei Qi. He hesitated for a moment, then finally handed them to his brother. Here. Look at you. So reluctant and unmotivated. Do you think I wouldn't give them back? Brother, be a bit more careful. One is Taiping Guangji and the other is Mingxi Bitten. Both are very precious. Wei Qi asked, what are they about? Wei Hai explained, Taiping Guangji is a collection of stories, and Mingxi Bitten summarizes many new discoveries, which are very valuable. Seeing how excited and careful he was with the books, Wei Qi immediately put them into his arms. All right, I get it. These books are good. I'll read them and tell stories to third sister-in-law. Wei Hai was momentarily regretful, but it was too late. After Wei Qi took the books, he ran off without giving Wei Hai a chance to change his mind. Wei Hai felt helpless and almost wanted to cry. At breakfast, Wei Qi acted as if nothing was wrong. Meanwhile, Yuji looked a bit uncomfortable. She kept her eyes down, drinking porridge, but sometimes a piece of vegetable or a bun would appear in her bowl or plate. She was about to reach out and pinch Wei Qi. Yang Zhiyuan and Wei Tao Tao sat together. From Yang Zhiyuan's perspective, he could see this scene clearly. He smiled slightly, lowered his eyes, and also helped Wei Tao Tao put a bun on her plate. Wei Mu suddenly said, later, I will go to the pig farm. Tao Tao, stay at home. Yang Zhiyuan, you, and I will go help. Yang Zhiyuan immediately agreed, okay, no problem. After breakfast, everyone was preparing to leave. Wei Qi went to find his wife. Yu, I might be a little late today. He needed to go up the mountain with the Wu brothers. Yu Ji, feeling lazy and with her ears still slightly pink, casually responded, and then went to the main hall. She also needed to prepare lessons for the children. Wei Qi smiled and left the house. Only he sure, Tao Tao, and Yu Ji Man remained at home. Besides Yu Ji, the others were in the yard picking beans. Yu Ji was in the main hall teaching, and this time, Yang Dodo was there too. Wei Tao Tao seemed a bit distracted. She kept glancing inside the house and outside. Wei Man said, Big sister, inside is my third sister-in-law. Are you worried that Dodo might get lost? Wei Tao Tao hurriedly replied, No, it's not that. Dodo hasn't gone to school before. I'm worried she might cause trouble for her younger siblings. It's nothing. Just sit there and listen. Even if you don't understand, just listen, he sure said. She was actually quite grateful to her third sister-in-law because the lessons benefited most the eldest brother, Hao Yao Yao. The second brother probably didn't understand much either. She is now thinking more than before and quietly deciding to prepare a gift for her third younger sister-in-law someday. After a while, Yuji came out. Mrs. He quickly said, Third younger sister-in-law, come sit. Have some water. Yuji smiled and walked over to join them. Who would have thought our family would have a lady scholar? If this gets out, the villagers will be so jealous. Yuji laughed. Big sister-in-law, don't tease me. She sat in the middle, with Man on her left and Wei Tao Tao on her right. Clearly, she could feel that Wei Tao Tao was a bit shy. Yuji thought for a moment and said with a smile, Big sister has taught Dodo very well. He's very obedient and sensible. Wei Tao Tao didn't expect her to speak to her first, so she quickly said, It's best if I don't trouble my younger sister-in-law. It's nothing. Dodo is just a bit shy and doesn't like to talk much. He'll be better soon. Wei Taotao lowered her eyes and responded softly. Yuji couldn't peel beans, but she also didn't want to just sit and drink tea, so she started tearing beans like Man. Her movements were slow, and from the side, it looked like a pleasant picture. Wei Taotao was momentarily stunned by the sight. Yuji turned to the side and asked, "Big sister, what are you looking at me for?" Wei Taotao's face suddenly turned red. You're so pretty. Third brother is so lucky." Yuji was also a bit surprised, and Wei Man chuckled softly. Everyone said that, but our third brother doesn't think so, she thought. Mrs. He said, "Nonsense. Third brother doesn't say it out loud, but he treats your third sister-in-law like his own eyes. Isn't that love?" Yuji's face also turned red. "Big sister-in-law, your words today are really relentless. I'm going back to my room." Mrs. He quickly smiled and pulled her back. "I'm just joking. Don't go back. Stay here and enjoy the sun with us.
Don't be bored."
Yuji wasn't truly angry. She just wanted her to stop, so she sat down and continued chatting happily with them. Pig farm. After Yang Ziyuan arrived, he worked very hard, shoveling pig manure, feeding pigs, and doing all the dirty and tiring work, eager to do everything. Wei's mother watched from the side, but didn't seem to want to stop him. It wasn't until the morning passed that she called everyone to stop. "Come over and have some water." Yang Ziyuan, sweaty and tired, walked over. "Thank you, mother." Wei's mother responded indifferently. Yang Ziyuan didn't do anything else but looked into the distance. "Mother, I noticed that not many people in our village grow mulberry. If I want to buy a piece of mulberry land, what do you think?" Wei's mother and Wei Laohan were both surprised. "Grow mulberry? Are you planning to raise silkworms?" Growing mulberry is usually for raising silkworms, so when Yang Ziyuan said this, Wei's mother's first reaction was that. Yang Ziyuan honestly agreed. "Do you think your mother-in-law would like this idea?" "Of course, but planting mulberry trees isn't simple. 2 or 3 acres won't be enough, and the silkworms we raise still need to be spun into silk. Where's the market? Have you thought about all this?" "You're right, mother-in-law. That's why we're still thinking about it."
"Norush."
Wei's mother sensed a hint of hesitation and nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further.
"What?
Raising silkworms?" In Wei's small courtyard, Wei Man heard about this from Wei Taotao and was very surprised. "So you really had plans to come back?" Wei Taotao felt a bit uncomfortable. It was Ziyuan's idea to come and check things out, but nothing's decided yet. "I don't understand much, so I wanted to ask you all. We're not coming back to ask for help from the family." He sure said, "Raising silkworms means planting mulberry fields. There aren't many in Hualing Village, but I remember there are quite a few in Qingchuan Town."
"Yes."
So he just wants to explore outside. He'll take care of the silkworms, but since the family split, my older brother's family doesn't have any of those fields anymore. So everyone understood now. They wanted to raise silkworms in Hualing Village. Wei Man frowned. "No wonder I wondered why you're willing to come back now. Turns out that's the reason. You and your husband really have a lot of ideas." He sure cleared her throat and signaled to her younger sister-in-law. Wei Man, known for her sharp tongue, didn't hold back in her words. Seeing this, Yuji quickly said, "We're just asking casually. Hualing Village might not be the best place for raising silkworms." Wei Taotao looked at her gratefully. Wei Man said, "You can talk to your parents about it. We don't understand these things." Wei Taotao responded with an "oh," quickly changing the subject. Meanwhile, Wei Qi had just gone up the mountain with the Wu brothers. They weren't there for a family outing but headed straight into the depths of Baoping Mountain. Wu Dazhuang said, "Wei Ge, I remember we came here last year to herd sheep. Right? Where there are sheep, there are wolves. Be careful." The Wu brothers were well-known hunters nearby. They were very coordinated. Once, they even worked together to subdue a bear. But that was the only time. When it came to fighting alone, they admired Wei Qi more. However, fighting a pack of wolves alone was impossible, so Wei Qi had come to find them. This wasn't something that could be done overnight. Today, Wei Qi's goal was to scout the terrain. The tall, dense trees in the deep mountains make it hard for sunlight to reach. The three of them wandered inside the forest, and it was difficult to tell the time from the outside. Wu Desheng had already caught 2 or 3 fat rabbits and bamboo rats. Wei Qi wasn't interested in these anymore until he saw a few dull yellow figures. There's a roe deer. Since they were here, they didn't expect to catch a wolf today, but seeing the silly roe deer, Wei Qi signaled to his brothers. They all got excited. Today is lucky. We've come across a whole family of roe deer. Let's catch them all in one go. After autumn started, many animals came out to find food, including these silly roe deer. Since they encountered them today, it was just bad luck. Wei Qi had said he would come back late today, but didn't specify when. During dinner, Yuji looked outside several times. Old Wei said, "Let's eat first." That brat probably ran deep into the mountains. Even though Yuji knew his skills, he still felt worried. But he didn't say anything and quietly ate dinner with the family. At the dinner table, Wei Man didn't bother to hide her feelings and directly exposed Yang Zhiyuan's plans. Surprisingly, her parents already knew about it. Old Wei said, "Xiaoyang has already talked to me about this. We don't know much about these things. You two should decide for yourselves. If you think Hualing Village is fine, that's okay." Wei Taotao was very happy.
Thank you, Dad.
Wei Man rolled her eyes, silently. After dinner, Wei Man secretly approached Wei Mu.
Mom.
Big sister said she had no particular purpose in coming back, but now. Yang Zhiyuan is so scheming.
Wei Mu sighed.
What can we do? Honestly, this is also a way to make a living. If he can earn money, your sister's life can be a bit better. Besides, he has money himself and hasn't asked us for anything. Wei Man said, "You really believe that? What can we do? Tell him to stop and go back to farming?" Wei Man choked and stomped her foot. "Anyway, I just don't like him."
Wei Mu smiled.
"Your big sister has lost her mind. You, Man, mustn't be like that. I'm not stupid."
Wei Mu nodded.
"All right, go back to your room and rest." Yu Ji also went back to her room early, but at this moment, she felt uneasy. Yu Yantai arrived halfway through, chatting with older sister for a while. Now, Yantai is almost fully recovered. Most of his time is spent reading with the children. Although he is the same age as De Wang, he looks more reliable like his older brother. He gets along well with the children and has become much more cheerful than before. Both siblings are quiet by nature. When he arrived, Yuji told her younger brother to sit at the desk and read or write, while she held Pearl and looked out into the yard casually. Yantai occasionally glanced at older sister. At first, he said nothing, but perhaps he couldn't hold back and finally put down his brush, smiling, and asked, "Older sister, are you worried about brother-in-law?" Yu Ji's ears turned red. "Yantai you." Yantai smiled and said, "It's already the 3rd quarter of the hour, and it's getting dark. Since brother-in-law hasn't come back, it's natural for you to worry." Yuji lowered her eyes and softly responded with a nod. "I'll go check on older sister." Wait a moment. But it looks like it might rain again. Autumn rains are frequent, and Hualing Village has already experienced rain. Up on the mountain, Yu Ji's eyes showed more concern. She didn't let Yantai go out, so he quietly stayed inside the house with her. The rest of the Wei family seemed to have gotten used to it naturally. After a while, the rain grew heavier and the sky darkened. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door outside the yard. Instantly, both Yu Ji's and Wei Mother's rooms lit up. Wei Mother, holding an umbrella, was about to go out but was surprised to see someone faster than her. She stood under the eaves, watching her daughter-in-law with surprise. Yu Ji, holding an umbrella, went to the yard gate. When she opened the door, it was indeed Wei Qi and the 2 brothers from the Wu family. "Wife, why are you the one opening the door?" Wei Qi was soaked through and looked at her in surprise. Seeing Yu Ji holding the umbrella to open the door for him, Wei Qi was momentarily stunned outside. Covered in mud and water, he wanted to reach out to her, but then thought better of it and withdrew his hand. When Yu Ji came out with the umbrella, Yantai also ran out, trying to hold the umbrella for older sister. "Stop standing there foolishly. Come in quickly," Yu Ji said. Wei Mother also said, "Come inside quickly." Who would have thought the rain would be so heavy? Wei Qi regained his senses and strode into the yard. Only then did Yuji notice that 2 more people were following behind him. Wife, go back and stand under the eaves to avoid the rain. By now, all the house lights were on, and the Wei family members had come out. Wei Hai exclaimed, so many roe deer. Although the yard was dark, everyone saw that Wei Qi and the 2 Wu brothers had returned carrying several large roe deer. The Wei family was happy. Wei's mother and He Shi quickly handed over clean cloths, and Lu Shi went to heat water in the kitchen. First, wipe him down. Wei Qi and Yu Ji had already moved under the eaves. Wei Qi didn't know why he didn't take the cloth from Wei's mother. He seemed to be holding something in his arms. What are you just standing there for? Hurry and wipe him. Yu Ji took the cloth and was about to wipe Wei Qi when Wei Qi suddenly reached into his and pulled out something. Look, wife.
Yuji was surprised.
The thing in Wei Qi's hand was no bigger than his palm, dark and round. Only when she got closer did she see what it was. A puppy? As soon as Yu Ji finished speaking, everyone gathered around curiously. Wow, it really is a puppy. So small. Looks just like a little palm-sized ball. Maybe it was born not long ago? Wei Qi signaled his wife to come closer. Probably a few months old. It's a good dog. We met it in the mountains. Wei Qi protected the puppy carefully, probably brought it back just for Yuji. It had been kept hidden in his arms the whole way, seeming more precious than the roe deer. The puppy looked a bit cold, trembling all over, its fur and tufts, curling up in Wei Qi's hand. Its eyes looked wet as it glanced at Yuji, and Yuji's heart instantly melted. She reached out carefully to take the puppy, gently touching it. The puppy didn't resist, showing how obedient it was. Should I give it a bath? Yuji asked. Wei's mother also looked fond of it. Last time, the 3rd son said he wanted to find a hunting dog. Didn't expect to find one by chance. Wei Qi said, this puppy isn't big, has good stamina. It followed me halfway up a mountain. It's still young, probably a good hunting dog in the making. Wei's mother said, all right, stop talking and go wash it quickly. Wei Qi went to wash himself. Wei Man and Wei Hai gathered around. 3rd sister-in-law, will help you bathe the puppy. They were both children at heart. Last time, Wei Qi brought back Pearl, which made them very jealous. Now that they finally had a dog the whole family could keep, they were naturally very excited. Yuji smiled and said, okay. He sure also smiled. Too bad Delang and the others are asleep now. We'd be having a lot of fun otherwise. Wei Hai brought 2 or 3 buckets of hot water. The whole family washed the puppy in the main hall. After the bath, the puppy looked even smaller, trembling as it shivered. The ink stone hurriedly handed over a clean cloth. Several people quickly dried the puppy all over. In a short while, Wei Qi also tidied himself up. The Wu brothers went to see Old Wei and changed into clean clothes after taking a bath. Lu Shi cooked a few bowls of noodles and invited everyone to eat together. Wei Qi went to Yuji's side, grinning. This dog has a good temper. I'll teach it a bit. It'll definitely be good at guarding the house. Wu Dazhuang, eating noodles, said it can also go hunting. Yuji looked at them and Wei Qi introduced the people. The Wu brothers are from the same village, but they live a bit far away. Hello, sister-in-law. The 2 greeted Yuji with big smiles. Yuji nodded and smiled. Wei Qi said, today we went to a mountain a bit farther and hunted a few big roe deer. Tomorrow we'll sell them in town. Keep one of those silly roe deer for yourself, then stew it and eat, Wei Mu suggested. Okay, mother, you decide, Wei Qi replied. Wei Qi didn't mention the recent mountain trip to find wolves. Seeing that Yuji's attention was on the puppy, he finished his noodles quickly. The rain gradually lessened. The Wu brothers stood up to leave. The Wei family borrowed 2 umbrellas from them. The roe deer would stay at Wei's house for now, and they would discuss how to split it tomorrow. The little puppy was also eating. Wei Mu steamed an egg and gave some cooled porridge. The whole dog was buried in a basin, gobbling and wolfing it down. Yuji looked up at Wei Qi and asked, do you usually raise it like this? Wei Qi smiled. Yes, just like this is fine. Wei Man found a basket with some old cloth inside. Can the puppy sleep here tonight? Tomorrow, third brother can make a doghouse. Wei Yong suddenly said, let me do it. Third brother still has to go to town. Wei Chi nodded, that works too. The Wei family's small courtyard, which had already settled down, became lively again for a while. When the puppy finished eating and was about to doze off in the basket, everyone went back to their rooms. Wei Chi carried the basket with one hand and took his wife home. Once the door was closed, the couple finally could speak sweet words to each other. Wei Chi reached out to pick up his wife. Have you been waiting for me all this time? Yuxi was in a good mood and rarely argued. She nodded slightly, and Wei Chi chuckled happily. Today we went a bit farther. I was thinking of you on the way back. He was speaking from the heart. On the way home, he walked quickly, partly because of the rain and partly because he missed his wife, worried she might be worried. Seeing his wife come to open the door for him was the most beautiful sight. He immediately wanted to hug her. Now, finally, their wish has come true. Wei Chi is holding the person and refuses to let go. At first, Yuji was willing to let him take a little advantage, but as he became more overbearing, she pushed him away. Let me see the puppy. The little puppy is already sleeping, but Yuji still finds it adorable and can't get enough of looking at it. Wei Chi watches him, feeling a bit jealous. Sweetheart, you don't like the pearl anymore?
Impossible.
Yuji's eyes widen. I like it all. Is that not okay? Pearl is also sleeping nearby, curled up in a ball. Yuji reaches out and touches it. Suddenly, Wei Chi stands up, walks over to her, and bends down to pick up Yuji, who is squatting. He is very strong, and without changing her posture, Yuji is carried to the bed. In the next moment, Yuji sits on the edge of the bed, and suddenly her legs are grasped. The big hand gently applies some force, and the tall man leans over her completely. Everyone likes it. Don't you like your man? Yuji. With the little puppy at home, the spirits of the puppies are almost completely drawn away. The next morning, while Yuji is still sleepy and not fully awake, she hears chirping outside, sounds like Yen Tai, De Lang, and Yao Yao. Third uncle, just a little touch.
Please.
Third uncle, you're the best. Wei Chi laughs carelessly. All right, but tell me, how will you take care of the puppy in the future? Yao Yao speaks first. I'll feed the puppy. I do it every day. De Lang is not willing to be outdone. I'll walk the dog. I'll take the puppy out too, and Erling also says, I'll bathe the puppy and clean up after it.
Wei Chi suddenly laughs loudly.
He reaches out and ruffles the puppy's heads. Okay. Then you all help take care of the puppy. Go ahead and pet it. Thank you, third uncle. The puppies excitedly run over, and Yuji also opens the door and comes out of the house. Wei Chi turns back and smiles. Sweetheart, they're so happy because they heard there's a puppy in our yard. Yuji smiles and steps forward. Let's move it to the front yard to raise it. Everyone can help take care of it. Wei Chi nods. That works. Pearl is still cared for by him alone. The little fox is now a bit braver and less afraid of people, but still close to Yuji, and Wei Chi. Wei Yong starts making a nest for the dog, and Wei's mother steamed eggs and cooked porridge early in the morning for the puppies, adding some shredded meat. Such careful care. This dog isn't afraid of strangers. The kids gather around, and it doesn't mind. It just keeps eating. Wei Laohan laughs while smoking in the yard. Wei Chi says, when I found it, this dog was digging in a bird's nest. It must have been starving. He is also a poor soul. How did he end up deep in the mountains and forests? Probably his mother's hunting dog's puppy. Maybe it got lost. From now on, you will be my dog. Hey, let's give the dog a name.
Mother Wei said.
Everyone gathered around, chattering excitedly. Wei Yong immediately said, Kai Kai. Prosperity. Wei Man pouted. Big brother's name is so common. If it were me, I'd call it Dejin. My little sister's name is almost the same. Better than Prosperity. In the village, 7 or 8 out of 10 dogs are called Prosperity. Mother Wei asked, how about Fugui? Wei Man replied, that's even more common.
Da Huang.
Alright, stop talking. Yuji stood nearby, smiling as he listened. Wei Chi walked over and softly asked, do you want to name it?
Me?
Wei Chi nodded. You're the most cultured in our family.
Tell us.
Yuji cleared his throat, thought for a moment, and said, if it were me, I'd like to name it Rui Bao. Wei Qi suddenly raised his voice, Rui Bao. The whole family was stunned and looked over.
Rui Bao?
The little puppy was originally drinking water from the dog bowl. Suddenly, it lifted its head and looked at Wei Qi with confused eyes. Rui Bao is a good name. Maybe this dog will bring good luck to our family. That's a good idea. Yang Zhiyuan also said, a sign of good fortune. That's a good name. Wei Qi went to the puppy, reached out, and pinched its ear. Rui Bao.
Woof. Rui Bao.
Woof woof. The family all laughed happily. Such a clever dog. We'll call you Rui Bao. After breakfast, the children finished eating and ran off to find Rui Bao. Wei Qi was about to take the deer from last night to sell in town. The Wu brothers had come to visit, so they should go together. Everyone's attention was distracted by Rui Bao, and only now did they notice the big deer. Each one was fat. Mother Wei chose one to keep, and the rest helped Wei Qi load them onto the cart. Before getting on the cart, Wei Qi looked back. Yuji also ran over to see the puppy. He smiled slightly and stepped onto the mule cart. The lively morning was just beginning, and the others also started to get busy. Wei Yong stayed home today to build a doghouse, and he sure planned to go help at the pig farm. Yang Zhiyuan didn't have anything urgent, so he went along too. Lu Shi rarely didn't set up her stall today, saying she wanted to make more pickled vegetables for the Ding family. The yard gradually became quiet again. Wei Tao Tao and Mother Wei sat in the yard, embroidering winter clothes. Mother Wei said, Tao Tao, if Yang Zhiyuan really wants to plant mulberry trees, should we start preparing now? Buying land and seedlings also takes time to prepare, and planting must be done in spring. Let him handle it, Wei Tao Tao said. I don't want to worry about these things, and Mother shouldn't either. Of course, Wei's mother couldn't help but worry, but she had some things she wanted to say, but chose not to, and in the end, she kept silent. Auntie, look, Rui Bao still cares for you the most. In the corner of the yard, Rui Bao had eaten well and looked much better than last night. Now it was happily following Yuji, bouncing around. When Yuji went to shaping, it followed, jumping and skipping, circling around Yuji's feet. Yuji was really afraid of stepping on it because it was so small. She didn't know why it was so clingy, so she simply crouched down and picked Rui Bao up. Rui Bao was a small, yellow, fluffy dog. When held in her arms, the little dog became very excited, wagging its tail wildly and licking Yuji. You're such a little dog, I didn't realize you were so lively last night. Yuji said helplessly, gently tapping its tiny nose. Unexpectedly, Rui Bao stuck out its tongue and licked her. Its pink, wet tongue made Yuji smile softly. All the puppies looked on with envy. Sob sob, it must be that third uncle found this dog and brought it home, just like him, loving Andy so much. Yes, it must be like that. Today, only He Shi and Yang Ziyuan went to the pig farm. Wei Laohan was tired after working for over 10 days and planned to rest at home today. Yang Ziyuan had stayed at home for 2 or 3 days. Maybe because he was honest and hardworking, the Wei family no longer disliked him much. On the way, He Shi was willing to talk to him more. At the pig farm, he eagerly volunteered for all the dirty and tiring jobs. Soon, he cleaned all the pigsties thoroughly. Big sister-in-law, Yang Ziyuan wiped his sweat and said, I want to go see Qingye village next door. Is there any work left here? He Shi nodded and said, nothing much left. Go ahead. Yang Ziyuan smiled and said, okay, I'll go. Please tell Mother and Tao Tao when you go back. If I don't come back before dinner, don't wait for me. Got it, she replied. After putting down his things, Yang Ziyuan washed his hands and then left the pig farm, walking along the village road. He sure didn't care where he was going, only focused on preparing food for the piglets. At home now, they had chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs. The fox and the dog were both kept at home and cared for by the whole family, but these piglets were different. Eat more, eat more. You all are like good pigs, but I can't give you names. Once you have names, you'll develop feelings. Who told you to be pigs? Enjoy your life now, and in the next life, be careful not to be pigs again. He also treasures these piglets, but his feelings for them are different. These are truly valuable. Foda Town. Wei Qi and the Wu brothers hurried in a cart, which made them arrive faster. In less than half an hour, the mule cart stopped at the town entrance. Wu Dazhuang asked, "Brother Wei, do you have any customers?" Wei Qi nodded. "Someone wants to buy." The Wu brothers smiled. "That's good. Saves us a lot of trouble. Dazhuang and I will go." "Dachin, you still need to buy some things?" "Yes, I need to get 2 sets of medicine for my mother." "All right, then the 2 of us will go. We'll meet up here later." "Okay." The Wu brothers admired Wei Qi because he was not only capable but also generous to his brothers. Every time they split money, it was fair. Working together had become a habit for them. After entering the town, Wei Qi went straight to the officer's office. Ma Er had told him before that they accepted all kinds of wild game, so he probably wouldn't refuse the roe deer. They had become very familiar now. When Ma Er saw Wei Qi's eyes, he lit up. Seeing the cart behind, he smiled and stepped forward. "What good stuff is this? So mysterious." Wei Qi also smiled. "It's empty, nothing inside." "Come on. Even if it's empty, you treasure it so much and act so secretive." The roe deer was covered with some dry straw. Ma Er looked at it and laughed. "I want it. Last time your roe deer helped me a lot. This time, I definitely want to buy it." Wei Qi smiled, slightly. All right. He didn't ask Ma Er what he was doing exactly. These were matters inside the county office, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask. It's all about knowing your limits. Money in one hand, goods in the other. After completing the business, they started talking about other things. One was about Wei Yuan. Ma Er said, "There haven't been any records in the past few days, but don't worry, I will definitely help you find out." Wei Qi replied, "I trust you for that." Another thing was about what Wei Qi asked him to look into last time. He asked a brother in the county office, and Yang Ziyuan didn't have any criminal record. No drinking, gambling, or womanizing. "Do you want me to keep looking into it?" Wei Qi hesitated. "Are you sure?" "Definitely. That brother in the county office is responsible for this matter right now." "All right then, forget it. I won't ask anymore." "Okay." This result still made Wei Qi quite satisfied, at least indicating that Yang Ziyuan did not lie. Wei Qi and Ma Er thanked each other again, and they agreed to meet for drinks next time. Wei Qi then turned and left. He was riding a mule cart through the main street of the town. After a turn, Yang Ziyuan suddenly appeared from an alley. They just missed each other, and didn't see one another. Yang Ziyuan walked straight without looking around, heading directly to Ding's cloth shop. Ding's cloth shop had always done good business, and Ding Dai recognized him immediately. He stepped forward, smiling, and greeted Yang Ziyuan. "Isn't this Brother Yang?" They had a short chat at the market before exchanging names.
Yang Ziyuan boet politeli, little shopkeeper Ding.
"Are you here to buy cloth today?" Ding Dai asked. Yang Ziyuan smiled and shook his head, then nodded, sort of. "But I actually have a business proposal I want to discuss with you." Ding Dai became interested. "Really? I just finished some work. Let's go upstairs and talk, and have a cup of tea." Yang Ziyuan nodded. "All right." On the second floor of the cloth shop, there was a small tea room for guests. The shop assistant brought over a pot of hot tea. After hearing Yang Ziyuan's words, Ding Dai was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "I understand what you mean, Brother Yang. You want to raise silkworms and sell silk. That was a good idea back then, but you haven't started yet, so I can't make any promises." Yang Ziyuan looked a little embarrassed. "Yes, that's true. That's why I just wanted to mention it to shopkeeper Ding. Actually, a large part of the silk you collected from Qingchuan village belonged to my family. But after our family split, I didn't get any mulberry fields."
So, Ding Dai understood.
So, Brother Yang is skilled, but currently a bit short of resources. That's one way to see it. I don't plan to continue raising silkworms in Qingchuan village, so I want to look around Hualing village. If possible, I'd like to cooperate with Ding's cloth shop. I can guarantee the quality will be the same, but I can offer you a better price. Ding Dai smiled. "I see. Actually, Brother Yang is quite ambitious." Yang Ziyuan replied, "It's not really ambition. A few years ago, I was too poor and just wanted to make some money so my wife and daughter could live better." Ding Dai put down his teacup and thought for a moment. Actually, I have a better idea. If I lend you some money, it's like supporting you to rent land for mulberry trees and raising silkworms. When the silk is ready, you sell it to me at a lower price. Of course, I won't let you lose out. I'll help you find customers. You can sell as much as you want, as long as you can guarantee the quality of the silk and satin matches what you said. Yang Ziyuan's eyes lit up. I promise. If I can't do it, you don't have to buy my silk, and I will still pay you back.
Ding Dai smiled.
That's what I mean. Yang Ziyuan was very happy. Before coming in, he knew he had nothing now, and he thought Ding Dai might just give a verbal promise, which would be good enough. He never expected Ding Dai to actually lend him money. This was indeed a big surprise. If that's the case, I will definitely do my best. Don't worry, young brother, I haven't told you my conditions yet. Yang Ziyuan was confused and didn't understand what Ding Dai meant. Isn't giving him cheaper silk already a condition? Ding Dai smiled. The money I lend you doesn't need to be repaid. I just have a personal matter to ask you about. To be honest, I have some connection with the Wei family. Lady Lu's skills are good, and earlier, when we were on the street. Before Ding Dai finished, Yang Ziyuan smiled. Are you talking about my little sister? Ding Dai was stunned. Yang Ziyuan said, Shopkeeper Ding, don't mind. I noticed that day on the street, you seem quite interested in Man. Speaking of which, Man is also of marriageable age. My mother-in-law is helping her find a match, but nothing has been settled yet. Ding Dai lowered his eyes, a hint of calculation flashing in his gaze. Yes, I didn't expect Brother Yang to have such good judgment.
Yang Ziyuan smiled.
The Ding family is quite wealthy. If you truly care about your sister, I am willing to help matchmake.
But
I am an outsider, so I can't say much. I wonder if it can be done.
Ding Dai smiled.
I have my own plans too. After saying this, he looked at the young servant beside him. The servant understood immediately and turned to go downstairs. Not long after, he returned with a box. That day, I saw Miss Wei liked making silk flowers. Our shop usually sells these small items. Please help me ask her if she's willing to take on this work. I can also buy them from her. Yang Ziyuan's eyes brightened. She probably won't refuse. If things don't work out, this is a good way to make money.
Ding Dai smiled.
All right, let's try. After saying this, his eyes took on a meaningful look. Yang Ziyuan chatted with him for a few more words, then took the items and left. After Yang Ziyuan left, the young servant was very confused. Young master, Wei's family is just a farming family. How are they a match for you? Ding Dai smiled without speaking. Do you know what it means to buy the box but keep the pearl? Yes, it's a sarcastic way of saying someone is choosing poorly and lacking vision. And what about the opposite? If I buy the box just for the pearl? Young master, what do you mean? Isn't that how normal people behave? Ding Dai shook his head. A rotten wood cannot be carved. On the way home, Wei Qi was whipping the horse quickly. Judging by the speed, he would probably be home soon. But halfway there, Wei Qi suddenly saw a street vendor selling rice cakes and immediately slammed on the brakes. The two brothers from the Wu family, who were dozing behind him, almost flew out of the cart. Brother. For eyes looked confused. Wei Qi got off the mule cart, quickly walked over to the rice cake seller, asked a few questions, paid quickly, and then turned back. Wu Desheng smiled and said, Wei Gu is thinking about his sister-in-law. On the way back, he's also buying small gifts for her. Wei Qi smiled. You know more than you let on. I knew I was right. At this moment, in the Wei family courtyard, Yu Ji was resting. Her morning classes had finished, and after lunch, she felt a bit sleepy. The Wei family usually takes a rest at this time, so the courtyard was very quiet. When Wei Qi returned, he moved quietly and went straight to his room. As he entered the room and smelled the familiar fragrance, he finally relaxed. The fatigue faded away. He tiptoed over to check on Yu. Yu Ji was lying on her side, sleeping very soundly. Wei Qi looked at her for a while, even counting her eyelashes carefully. He grinned happily. Until Yu Ji turned over, Wei Qi suddenly felt guilty and quickly sat up, accidentally making a small noise. You're back? Yuji opened her eyes drowsily. Wei Qi felt a bit regretful but quickly responded. Oh, did I wake you up?
No.
I've had enough sleep. Yuji slowly sat up, feeling much less tired than before she slept. What time is it? Has the roe deer been sold? Still early. They've all been sold. Wei Qi reached out to grab something, and Yuji, seeing his action, immediately understood what he was about to do. What did you bring back this time? Wei Qi smiled. Here, try the rice cake. A large, white, fragrant rice cake appeared in front of Yuji. She looked a little helpless, glad it wasn't some living thing. Where did you buy it? She took it, still a bit hungry after waking up. I saw it on the way, from Grandmommy's place. It's delicious. Grandmommy, is she from the village? Not from our village. I forgot which village she's from. The rice cake was wrapped well in oil paper. Yuji tore it open and took a bite. Soft, sticky, and sweet, with a fresh rice aroma. Yuji took a bite and immediately loved it. Delicious. Wei Qi chuckled. If you like it, I'll buy it for you often. Yuji paused, not replying to his words, but quickly glanced down at her belly. And another place. She and Wei Qi had been married for nearly 3 months and had been at Wei's family's house for 6 months. During this time, she had already regained the weight she lost during their escape, and even, in the past month, she felt she was a bit chubbier than before she got married. What's wrong, wife? Eat up. Wei Qi saw she wasn't moving and urged her. Yuji, that I'm not very hungry. Then eat half now. You'll be hungry later, and you can eat more then. Why will I be hungry later?
Because you do that every day.
Yesterday afternoon, you ate roasted chestnuts. The day before, you had peach cookies, and the day before that, I bought mung bean cakes. All right, stop talking, Yuji quickly interrupted, feeling annoyed as she propped up her chin.
No wonder.
Wei Qi, where's the shuttlecock you promised to make for me last time? Yuji suddenly asked. Wei Qi was also surprised. He hadn't expected her to suddenly bring up the shuttlecock while they were talking about rice cakes. But soon, Wei Qi understood. You don't think you've gained weight, do you? Yuji was caught off guard and immediately glared at him. Who do you think has gained weight? Wei Qi laughed loudly. I didn't say that, but you must think so. Otherwise, why would you stop eating halfway and ask about the shuttlecock? Yuji put down her rice cake and looked serious. Then tell me, have I gained weight? Wei Qi looked her up and down 3 times, finally focusing on a certain spot. Honestly, you haven't gained weight. But some parts have gotten a bit fleshy, he said, his gaze gradually turning deep, and his Adam's apple moved up and down. Yuji looked down following his gaze, and in the next moment, a pillow was thrown at him. Wei Qi caught it with one hand, smiling from ear to ear, while Yuji's face turned red as she glared at him. Wei Qi stepped forward and hugged her. I'm telling the truth, but you don't want to hear it.
You still say that.
Yuji tried to cover his mouth. Okay, I won't say it. I'll make the shuttlecock later. I promise it'll be ready soon. After hearing this, Yuji's anger eased a little.
All right.
But wife, dieting isn't good. You ate rice cake today. Tomorrow, I'll take you up the mountain to pick mushrooms so your body stays healthy. Yuji knew that dieting was not good, but she was not really dieting. She was just eating fewer snacks.
Got it.
Suddenly, Wei's mother called from outside. Is the 3rd brother back? Yuji quickly pushed him and said, Go see. Mother is calling you. Wei Qi responded and was about to get up, but before leaving, he suddenly pinched Yuji's little finger. It's a bit bigger now. Do you need to make new clothes? Yuji's face stiffened and she froze. Before Wei Qi could get upset, he quickly ran away. Yuji could only throw her pillow on the ground. Mother, you wanted to see me? Wei's mother nodded. Sit down. In the main room, Wei Qi knew right away that his mother had something important to say. What is it, mother?
Tell me.
Wei's mother sighed. Your eldest sister has returned. Although we didn't think much of Yang Ziyuan before, after these years, what can we do? Dodo has also grown up. I heard he's planning to build a mulberry field this time. What do you think about this? Wei Qi was silent for a moment and said, Earlier, you asked me to find out about something, and I have. There's nothing to worry about, but building a mulberry field is a big deal. I think we shouldn't rush. We need to think carefully. Wei's mother nodded. Yes, that's why I want you to stay alert recently. You seem carefree, but sometimes you're more thoughtful than your older brother.
Wei replied, All right, I understand.
By the way, mother, here's the money from today's roe deer sale, as usual. Wei's family always gave a part of their earnings and kept the rest. Wei's mother didn't refuse but gave him a little extra. You're working hard lately. For the family and your wife too. Keep it for your small home. Wei Qi smiled. Okay, thank you, mother. He was planning that tomorrow or the day after, his fourth brother would return to the county school. He wanted to go to the county town to buy better fabric for Yu. After all, Wei Qi stood up, looking a bit anxious. I'm going back now, mother. I'm going to make a shuttlecock for Yu. Making a shuttlecock was a simple task. In less than half an hour, Wei Qi had finished making one for Yuji. The older brothers also had shuttlecocks, but those were made with rough chicken feathers, and they were light but not very pretty. However, Wei Qi's shuttlecock was carefully chosen with good feathers. Yuji didn't expect him to work so quickly. Her eyes lit up, but she remembered his previous actions and didn't show her excitement. Can I use this? Is it too fancy? Wei Qi just smiled. You try it. Right now, it's not dinner time yet.
Yuji looked outside.
Just give it a try. Yuji went to the courtyard, holding a shuttlecock, and suddenly remembered playing with it at home when she was a child. Memories of kicking the shuttlecock as a kid flooded her mind. She hadn't thought she'd ever have a carefree day like this again. Do you know how to play, Yu? Wei Qi's words brought Yuji back to reality. She wrinkled her nose. Who are you looking down on? Immediately, Yuji started kicking the shuttlecock in the yard. She remembered she was pretty good at it before, but she wasn't sure if it was because she hadn't played in a long time or if her stamina was really worse now. After a while, she started to feel tired. Wei Qi stood nearby, watching her closely. His gaze never left Yuji. As he watched, a faint smile appeared on his lips. But it was only for a moment. Soon, Yuji couldn't keep going and was panting heavily. Wei Qi smiled and walked over. Still playing? Yuji didn't want him to laugh at her. Playing. You go to your thing.
I don't have anything to do right now.
I'll rest and sleep soon. Then help me carry the bathwater. Since she played with the shuttlecock today, she was definitely sweaty and needed a shower.
Wei Qi smiled.
Okay. He turned and left. Yuji kicked the shuttlecock a little longer, silently determined to exercise more and get stronger. Not long after, someone called for dinner in the main hall. Yuji put away the shuttlecock and went over. At dinner, Yang Ziyuan hadn't returned yet. Mrs. He relayed what he had said during the day. Wei Mu said, all right, let's eat first. We'll wait for him. Wei Man heard that Yuji was playing with the shuttlecock and smiled. Third sister-in-law, do you want to play together after dinner? Yuji thought for a moment and nodded.
Okay.
Wei Yao and the others also became interested. We want to play too. Then, let's all play together. Wei Qi said, take it easy. Don't bully your third sister-in-law. Wei Man. Yuji. After dinner, Yuji followed Man and a few children and left. She didn't let Wei Qi go with her. Wei Qi was about to follow but was pulled away by Wei Yong. Come help me make a dog's den. I can't finish it. Wei Qi had no choice but to go help. Wei Man smiled. Third brother is so annoying. Yuji took out her shuttlecock. Everyone else exclaimed, wow, that shuttlecock looks so nice. We want one too. Yuji said, I'll ask him to make a few more. Thank you, third aunt. Wei Man also smiled. Only third sister-in-law can boss third brother around like that. Wei Qi and Wei Yuan were working on carpentry in the main courtyard. The two brothers also took the chance to chat. Wei Yong knew that his younger brother had been asking about the second brother recently and asked a few questions. Wei Qi. He hasn't been found yet, but I feel it will be soon. Wei Yong sighed. Actually, the second brother went on that trip for me. As the eldest, I feel guilty. Sometimes I don't know what to ask, and I don't know how to face him if he returns. Third brother. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Qi. It's nothing. If the second brother can come back, that would be best. I've also done a lot for the family over the years. Not as much as you, Wei Yong said with a bitter smile. Wei Qi, it's nothing. Between brothers, there's no need to talk about these things. Wei Yong smiled. All right then. With their teamwork, Rui Bao's doghouse was quickly built. Just as Wei Qi was about to finish work, De Wang suddenly ran over in a hurry. Third uncle. Third aunt twisted her ankle. Wei Qi suddenly stood up and turned around, his pupils shrinking instantly. Wei Yong, what happened? Go check on her. Before he finished speaking, Wei Qi had already strode forward. Yuji didn't expect that kicking a shuttlecock could cause her to twist her ankle. Wei Man was just helping her sit down when she saw Wei Qi rushing over anxiously. What's going on? Wei Qi approached quickly. Wei Man immediately stepped aside, clearly a bit scared. Yuji hurriedly said, it was an accident. Wei Qi immediately knelt in front of Yuji, but he didn't seem angry at his sister. Which foot?
Right.
Wei Qi didn't say a word. He quickly picked up his wife. Let's go back to the room, I'll apply medicine. Just use that medicinal wine. At this moment, Wei Mu and Wei Taodao had already come over, but Wei Qi didn't let anyone follow. He simply carried Yuji back to the room. After sitting down, Wei Qi carefully took off her right shoe and sock. It was a little red and swollen. Wei Qi frowned, looking a bit stern. Yuji, it's nothing serious. I was just too weak. Later, I'll practice in my own yard. I'll go get the medicine for you.
Okay.
Wei Qi got up and headed toward the door. When he opened it, Yan Tai and the others were all waiting anxiously outside. Brother-in-law, how is my sister? They asked. Wei Qi looked back at Yuji. Nothing serious. I'm going to get the medicine. You can go inside. The children all ran in. Yao Yao and De Wang looked very guilty. Third aunt. It's okay. It was just an accident. Yuji patted the heads of the children. Annie-san, we've been staying with you these days. Since you've twisted your ankle, you definitely can't go out. Let me tell you a story. Yuji smiled and said, okay, thank you, Yao Yao. Wei Qi quickly returned with medicinal wine. He knelt in front of Yuji, carefully starting to apply the medicine. If it hurts, just shout. Yuji nodded, it's okay, go ahead. Wei Qi poured the medicinal wine into his palm, gently massaged it as she had instructed earlier, then applied it and gently massaged again. He's a strong man, but right now he's being very gentle. Does it hurt? He asked this several times. Yuji shook her head. After applying the medicine, Wei Qi turned to get her some water. Yuji turned to the children and said, it's okay. Go back now. Come see me again tomorrow. They all nodded together. Yan Tai still looked a bit worried, so Yuji patted his head and said, it's fine, your brother-in-law is here. Yan Tai obediently responded and went back to his room. Wei Qi went to get warm water to help her wash. Knowing you like to stay clean, I'll help you. Yuji said, no need, I can do this small thing myself. You don't have to stay here. I'll go to the bathroom, just help me move a small stool. Wei Qi had no choice but to agree. He didn't let her walk, just carried her there. When they reached the bathroom, the man didn't seem to want to leave. Yuji blushed and looked at him. Are you going to wait here? Wei Qi looked as if it was obvious. What else? Your ankle is hurt. Of course I'll take care of you. You don't have to. Go out or I'll feel awkward. Even though they were already married, they usually turned off the lights at night. Most of the time, Yuji felt shy about being in front of him. Unlike him, he could be everywhere and anytime.
Wanky side helplessly.
Then turn around. Don't look. If it's inconvenient for you, I won't leave. Just call me if you need anything. Yuji hesitated, seeming a bit doubtful. In the bathroom, water was splashing loudly. Wei Qi leaned against the doorframe, looking a little disappointed. But since he only heard sounds and saw nothing, it made his imagination run wild. His ears twitched slightly. After a while, when he heard no more movement, he asked, you? Yuji ignored him. After wiping herself clean and changing into fresh clothes, she said, all done. Wei Qi immediately turned and strode in, hugging her. The two of them went back to the bedroom together. I want to check your ankle again. Wei Qi looked down, and Yuji instinctively tried to pull back. That medicinal wine is very effective. It will be better in a few days. Wei Qi sighed. It's still quite swollen. I should have never given you the shot. Yu Ji widened her eyes. What's the big deal? Wei Qi silently tucked her in and sat up straight. Wait for me. I'll wash up and then tell you a story. Yu Ji stared. What? Wei Qi suddenly grinned. A story. I recently read a book with some interesting stories. Just now, Yao Yao and Daliang said they wanted to tell third and a story. Wei Qi listened carefully and hurried to wash up, planning to come back and tell it under the blankets. Yu Ji was stunned for a moment before realizing what he meant. A story?
Wakey?
The man moved quickly, tidying himself up in no time. When he returned, he slipped into the bed and hugged his wife. It was cold outside, and Yu Ji, feeling chilly, asked him to move over. Wei Qi exhaled warm air. It'll be warm soon. When it gets warm, you'll still want to snuggle into my arms. Yu Ji. That was true. He was like a big stove, always warm. Sometimes in the middle of the night, when she felt cold, Yu Ji would unconsciously crawl into his arms to sleep. Of course, this unconsciousness was for her. Sometimes she needed a little help to do it. Yu Ji didn't want to discuss this topic and asked, What story did you say you were going to tell me earlier? Wei Qi cleared his throat twice and said, Well, I will tell you. It's quite interesting. Yes. This story is about a man who was very poor in the village. One day, he got drunk under a locust tree and fell asleep. When he woke up, a passing princess took a liking to him. She was very beautiful, with a lot of guards. The man might have been quite handsome, so the princess said, Hey, you, be my husband. I'll take you back with me. The man was happy and followed the princess. When they got back, he worked hard helping the princess govern the country, and they had many children. Life was very happy. Wei Qi spoke animatedly, and Yu Ji listened carefully at first. But gradually, she started to notice something strange. She looked at Wei Qi several times, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. Wei Qi continued seriously. The two of them had a good life for a while, but then they went to war. The man was defeated in battle, and the princess passed away from illness. The emperor didn't like the man, and soon told him to go back to his hometown. Wife, do you think the story is over? Wei Qi smiled and asked, Guess what happens in the end? Yu Ji gave a half smile, I don't know. Haha. After the man went home, he saw the locust tree again, and then he woke up. He realized it was all just a dream. The country he mentioned was actually the ant nest under that tree. Wei Qi chuckled to himself, then turned to look at his wife's expression. Am I joking? Yu Ji smiled. Do you know the idiom a dream of Nank? Wei Qi was surprised. I've heard of it. Do you know where it comes from? Wei Qi coughed and shook his head. It's from a story you just mentioned. Wei Qi was stunned. Yu Ji smiled without saying anything, turned around, and after a moment of silence behind her, Wei Qi came over, hugged her, and asked, You've heard of it? Yu Ji smiled happily.
What kind of man are you?
His name is Chunyu Fun. The story is called The Tale of Nank Prefect. Wei Qi hummed. Then why didn't you say so earlier? I just wanted to see how you'd tell it. Wei Qi leaned in to bite her ear. I don't recognize the character after Chunyu, but I don't care. I just remember the story. Yu Ji helplessly said, That story is a warning to those dreaming of wealth and fame. Waking up is just an empty dream, from Taiping Guangji. You're probably reading that book, right?
Wanky.
I'm not reading anymore. Reading is boring. You've already read it. It's more fun to do other things. He kept making small moves, rough hands massaging her lower back. Yu Ji was still immersed in the story, seriously saying, This story has a deep lesson, warning people not to cling too tightly to fame and fortune, because life is ultimately fleeting and unpredictable. Wei Qi didn't care much. The fish in his arms wasn't just a fleeting dream. Yu Ji snapped out of her thoughts and realized what he was doing. With a crisp "bah" sound, she slapped his hand. Her face turned red. My foot hurts. Wei Qi helplessly said, I'll try to avoid it. But that's not enough. My period is coming soon. Wei Qi felt overwhelmed. This time of the month was always tough. He let go, lying flat to calm himself, exhaling like a bull. Yuji turned over happily, poking his firm arm. Keep telling the story. I love to hear it. Wei Qi closed his eyes. You've already read it, so it's not interesting. I've read it, but hearing you tell it is a different thing. You make it interesting. Yuji was being honest. Even though it was a familiar story, she didn't know why, when he told it, it sounded so fun. She had really listened this time. Wei Qi opened his eyes suspiciously and looked at her. Really? Go ahead and tell the story. Wei Qi smiled and said, storytellers usually get paid. I don't tell for free, unless. He pointed to his face and mouth proudly and said, if I kiss here, I'll tell you one more story. If I kiss here, I'll tell two. Yuji was silent. Suddenly, a pillow was thrown at Wei Qi's face. In the end, Yuji finally heard the story he wanted. Besides some stories he had heard before, Wei Qi told 2 or 3 folk ghost stories. Yuji had never heard these before and was very interested. He felt excited while listening, but after, he felt scared and kept crawling into Wei Qi's arms. This made some people very happy, smiling so wide their mouths almost reached their ears. Wei Qi quietly decided to take a walk around the village tomorrow and listen again. It was late at night, and Yuji was sleepy. Wei Qi's sharp ears caught the sound of the courtyard gate opening, but he, being very attentive, knew who it was. Yang Zhiyuan closed the gate and went back to his room. Wei Tao Tao and Dodo had gone to bed early, but now, hearing someone return, they also opened their eyes. Where did you go? Why are you only back now? It was already the hour of the pig, around 9 to 11 p.m., and the whole family had gone to sleep. Wei Hai's room next to theirs was tidied up for Wei Tao Tao and the others, small but cozy. Wei Tao Tao got up and lit an oil lamp. Yang Zhiyuan was taking off his coat. I went to FO2 town today and also visited a few nearby villages. I was out for a while. You went to the town? Big sister-in-law didn't say anything. I didn't tell her. I decided to go on a whim. Any good finds? Yang Zhiyuan looked tired, leaning half on the Kong. A traditional bed, it's okay. I made contact with the young manager at Ding Ji cloth store. He might help us. Wei Tao Tao was a bit surprised. Why? Out of nowhere. Yang Zhiyuan hesitated a moment, not mentioning Wei Man, and just said, maybe because of some past connection with second sister-in-law. I met him in town last time, and I heard he's one of her regular clients. Wei Tao Tao suddenly understood. That's really a good turn for second sister-in-law. Yang Zhiyuan looked at her and suddenly reached out. Come here.
Wei Tao Tao Beluchet.
Seeing her daughter already asleep, she said, go wash up. I'm a little tired. I'll rest a bit first. Yang Zhiyuan said, pulling Wei Tao Tao into his arms. She didn't refuse, and they leaned on each other. Mother asked me again today if you're sure about doing it, and if you want money for it. What did you say? Wei Tao Tao, I don't know what to say. As you said before, there's no need, since we have money.
Yang Zhiyuan who met, no net.
Then where did you get the money? It wasn't planned to be a big deal at first, just taking it step by step. Now, if Ding Zhonggui is willing to work with me, maybe we can buy a larger piece of land. Borrow money? Wei Tao Tao was surprised. Not exactly. We cooperate, and when we sell, we get a good price. Wei Tao Tao understood. All right, you decide. Yang Zhiyuan nodded. Don't worry. This time it will definitely work. Don't ask your parents for money, or they might look down on us again. Mother doesn't think like that. Yang Zhiyuan patted her hair. I understand. After a while, Yang Zhiyuan suddenly handed her a bundle. Take this to Tao Tao tomorrow. She's been making velvet flowers lately, and this might help. Wei Tao Tao widened her eyes. Did you buy this for her? Sort of. I gave some money. Just say it's a gift from you. Let her focus on making good products so they can sell. Although a bit suspicious, Wei Tao Tao thought it was a gift for her little sister, so she nodded and accepted it. The next morning, Yujiren was still not fully awake and felt something strange around her ankle. She instinctively pulled back, hearing Wei Qi softly say, don't move. Yujiren opened her eyes to see the man sitting at the foot of the bed, shirtless, applying medicine to her. ask you, does it still hurt? Yu Jiren, groggy, replied, it's better now. Don't go out today. I'll bring your food later. Yu Jiren thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Today, fourth brother is returning to the city. I'll ask big brother to see him off. I'll stay at home. Yu Jiren was surprised. What are you doing at home? Wei Qi, taking care of you. Yu Jiren, no need. I don't have any big issues. You should go see fourth brother off. Wei Qi looked up, confused. It's just a sprained ankle. I'll rest inside. You going out with him isn't right. Big brother needs to go to the farm and pigsty too. Wei Qi pursed his lips, clearly still reluctant. Yu Jiren suddenly kicked him lightly with her other foot. Did you hear that? Wei Qi suddenly looked up. Realizing what she had done, Yu Jiren's face stiffened. She tried to pull her foot back, but Wei Qi grabbed her ankle. Because she had just kicked him on the chest with her left foot. Now he had the advantage. Wei Qi applied a little force, and Yu Jiren's small foot was held firmly. Small and delicate, she firmly pressed down on Wei Qi's chest. His rough hand moved up her little leg, and Yu Ji's face instantly turned bright red. I have a foot ache. She saw a hint of danger in the man's eyes and immediately tried to struggle back. Wei Qi's voice was a little hoarse. If you don't move, it won't hurt. I haven't touched you. Be careful. This movement was somewhat suggestive. Wei Qi could easily part her legs. Outside the yard, Pearl and Rue Bao were already playing wildly, and there were chirping birds in the trees. Even second sister-in-law had woken up and was talking faintly. Yuji looked at the man leaning over her and suddenly became anxious. No, breakfast is almost ready. But Wei Qi ignored her. He seemed like a hunter who had been patient for a long time, about to enjoy his breakfast enthusiastically. Yuji's cheeks were still bright red. The bed she was lying on had new marks from her grasp. Today, Lu Shi also didn't go to sell things. She was busy preparing breakfast with He Shi. When the whole family arrived one after another, the third household remained quiet. He Shi wondered, did third brother and third sister-in-law not get up? Lu Shi replied, maybe third sister-in-law sprained her ankle yesterday. Third brother is taking care of her. Let's wait a bit longer. Just as she finished speaking, Wei Qi appeared at the kitchen door. Older sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. I brought her back to the room. Both women were stunned for a moment before responding, all right, I'll serve you. It made sense, since third sister-in-law was injured, it was proper. Breakfast was simple. Steamed buns, pickles, and porridge. Wei Qi carried it back to the room. Yuji was still hiding under the quilt, deceiving herself. Yu, get up and eat, Wei Qi said with a smile as he tried to lift her quilt. Don't hide like that, you'll suffocate. Yuji felt she wouldn't suffocate, but she would get bullied by this person. Her cheeks still flushed, she glared angrily at him. I need to rinse my mouth first. Knowing she was particular, Wei Qi went to fetch hot water, not letting her get up at all. But Yuji wanted to get down herself. She felt very uncomfortable. Wei Qi couldn't resist her and had to pick her up again, waiting outside as he did last night. I'm finished. The tall man said nothing, walking over to carry her. During breakfast, Yuji kept avoiding his gaze, refusing to look at him. Wei Qi smiled slightly. Later, I will send fourth brother to the county town. Yuji exhaled in relief. Okay. Her expression and tone seemed like she was eager for him to leave quickly. This person has been acting strange lately. Last night, I told her stories all night, everything imaginable. And this morning again. Could she have been reading something she shouldn't? Many folk stories come from poorly made books that contain all sorts of things. Maybe she learned it after reading those? After Wei Qi left, Yantai and Yao Yao knocked on the door outside. Older sister? Third aunt, can we come in? Yuji quickly said, yes, come in. A few children peeked in and ran inside. Third aunt, is your foot better now? It's much better, I'm fine now. Yuji smiled gently. However, I might not be able to go to class with you today. You can go read your books later on your own. Okay. Before Uncle Wei left, he told us not to bother you too much, but we can keep you company to pass the time. We're right here. If you want to rest, just tell us. All right. Yuji felt warm inside. Soon after, the rest of the Wei family came to check on her, confirmed she was fine, and then left smiling. Today, Wei Mu was going to the pig farm. His two sisters were at home. In the yard, Wei Taotao was still thinking about her husband's words from last night. When he went to the kitchen, she took out that bundle. Wei Man looked curious. What is this? Wei Taotao, not good at lying, could only say vaguely, your brother-in-law saw you busy making embroidered flowers recently, so I thought you might need this. Wei Man looked closer and saw it was dyed silk. She pouted. Did Yang Ziyuan buy this? I don't want it. Wei Taotao said, it's my thought. Wei Man then looked at it, thought for a moment, and said, since it's your thought, I'll accept it. But don't buy more later. It's better to save your money to buy food for you and Dodo. Wei Taotao smiled. Got it, I have money. Wei Man took the silk to look at it. It's pretty. The colors are nice. Wei Taotao said, if you like it, that's good. You're good at crafts. Maybe someday you can grow your business like second sister-in-law. Wei Man didn't reply. Let's wait until someone actually buys it. Today, Wei Qi was going to Yong'an County. On the way through Foda Town, he planned to drop off Lu's mother. He was driving ahead, while Wei Hai and his second sister-in-law were joking behind. At first, the trip went smoothly, but just as they approached Foda Town, suddenly someone jumped out from the bushes along the village road. Please give me some food to eat. I am starving. The man aimed at Wei Qi's mule and charged forward. The mule was startled instantly. Wei Qi's pupils shrank, and he quickly adjusted the direction and tightened the reins. What are you doing? Wei Hai was also shocked and hurriedly protected second sister-in-law behind him. The man looked like a beggar, dirty and unkempt, not at all like someone starving, and he was very strong. He grabbed the fence next to their cart on purpose, seeming to block their way. But unfortunately for him, he met Wei Qi after controlling the mule. Wei Qi instinctively took out a small dagger from his waist. The man was still shaking the cart forcefully, and in the next moment, Wei Qi pressed the dagger against his throat. The man immediately released the fence. Wei Qi squinted and said, step back. Please spare me. I only want some food, I mean no harm. Wei Qi's warning was very clear. He looked around and asked, are you the only one? Yes. Wei Hai looked at the dagger in his brother's hand, his throat tightening. He hadn't seen Wei Qi with this knife in a long time, but his skilled movements showed Wei Qi had faced such situations many times before. On their way fleeing, only desperate refugees would suddenly rush at them like this. They weren't just beggars, but also dangerous. Only when they met tough opponents would they give up. If there were old, weak, or sick people on the cart, it would be different. That's why Wei Qi was quick to draw his knife. The man seemed to realize he had mistaken the wrong person and backed away repeatedly. Wei Qi didn't want to let him go. He jumped down from the cart and grabbed him. Please spare me. Tell me, where are you from? Wei Qi's arm bulged with veins as he easily grabbed the man's collar. Wei Hai also jumped down and surrounded the man. Quick, tell us. Refugees had appeared near Hualing village again, which was a serious matter. Was trouble about to start nearby? Wei Qi was determined to find out. From Ning'an County, the man replied. What's happening there? Don't you know? King'an rebelled. The Northwest is in chaos. We're just common folk, so we planned ahead. Wei Qi asked again. Are you the only one? I was thinking ahead and ran first. Others will come later. Wei Hai looked around. Brother, there shouldn't be anyone else nearby. Wei Qi squinted and slowly released the man. Suddenly, he reached out and threw 2 steamed buns at him.
Get lost.
From now on, remember, when you see my family's car, take a detour. That man suddenly fell to the ground, picked up a steamed bun, and greedily stuffed it into his mouth. Got it, sir. Big green mule, I recognize it. Wei Qi then let him go and turned back to drive. Second sister-in-law, don't be afraid. Lu Shi also escaped danger with the Wei family. Although she was frightened earlier, she had now calmed down. Why are there more refugees again? Lu Shi was a bit anxious. From his words, it seems chaos has started again. Wei Qi sped up the car slightly but remained calm. A few years ago, it was fighting the barbarians. The court was unstable. Now, with civil war, only the common people suffer. But I think the court is strong, so they won't let a prince succeed. Hopefully it will be over soon. Lu Shi nodded. That's true. Second sister-in-law, you should go to the town early today. If you see anything wrong, come straight home. Lu Shi agreed. All right, don't worry about me. Nothing serious will happen in the town. If there was, news would have spread already. But you and fourth brother, the road to the county seat is still far, so be careful. Got it, I know what to do. When they arrived at Fo Head Town, Wei Qi dropped Lu Shi off. He looked around and saw no unusual signs. Soldiers were guarding the town entrance. He sighed in relief and turned to leave. Lu Shi also felt reassured. After passing the town gate, she headed straight to the market. The town was lively as usual, with people coming and going. Lu Shi continued her stall as usual. Soon, Ding Dai arrived. Big Sister Lu. Lu Shi greeted him with a smile. Thanks for your support, Ding Xiao. How are the pickles from a few days ago? Ding Dai smiled. They're good.
But
a couple of jars of pickled vegetables seem to have gone moldy. Lu Shi froze.
Oh.
What should I do? Will it affect your business? It's not a big problem. I'll pay you for it. Lu Shi immediately tried to refund him, but Ding Dai stopped her. No need, Big Sister Lu. I might need some today. I have a cousin who runs a restaurant. If your dishes are good, we can cooperate long-term. Lu Shi was pleased. A restaurant as a long-term customer was promising.
But
do you have stock at home today? If it's urgent, can I go to Hualing Village to pick it up myself? Lu Shi hesitated, feeling a bit troubled.
That
might not be possible. Lu Shi didn't expect Ding Dai to suddenly want to go to Hualing Village. Actually, it's not that she doesn't want to, but please forgive my ignorance, young Master Ding. Actually, even if you come today, I can't make these pickles. The amount we make each day is fixed and there's no extra. Plus, my third sister-in-law is injured at home, and my third brother has gone out, so I might not be able to entertain guests. Ding Dai was surprised. Miss Yu is injured? What happened? She sprained her ankle, Lu Shi honestly explained. Ding Dai immediately asked, is it serious? I have some medicine here. It shouldn't be too bad. We have medicinal wine at home, made by my third sister-in-law herself.
Oh.
Ding Dai was even more surprised. Miss Yu is so capable? She even knows medicine? Yes, Lu Shi smiled. My third sister-in-law is very skilled. Ding Dai nodded thoughtfully. She is indeed very capable. While chatting, Ding Dai also learned about Yu Ji copying medical books for Tong Ren Tang, which made him even more surprised. After a while, he seemed eager to leave. Since Lu Desa isn't available today, let's talk another time. I have something to do now, so I'll be leaving first.
Okay.
After leaving the market, Ding Dai immediately went to Tong Ren Tang and found Dr. Zhao. He straightforwardly offered 20 taels of silver to buy one of his medical books. Dr. Zhao was surprised and politely declined. No, young Master Ding. You may not know, but I also paid a high price to get this medical book. I can't part with it for now. I understand. I can find a better copy for you, but I only want the one you have now, Ding Dai said. He then compared, this content might be more important to you, but it's not to me. At this, Dr. Zhao was surprised. What could be more important than this content? Ding Dai obviously couldn't reveal his true purpose. He only hinted vaguely, mentioning more money and promising to find more copies if he sold this one. Dr. Zhao was already suspicious but said nothing, just once again refusing Ding Dai. Clearly disappointed, Ding Dai turned and left. In Yomen County, Wei arrived the next morning. The brothers had traveled all day over the mountain roads, both starving. They found a small noodle shop and ate without caring about anything else, stuffing their mouths eagerly. Wei Qi took a few bites and looked at his younger brother. Later, if you're not in a hurry to go back to the county school, come with me and take a look around the county town. Wei Hai didn't lift his head. Got it, brother. Wei Qi paid the bill and then took Wei Hai to stroll around the county town. There are still many people in Yong'an County, but Wei Hai is quite familiar with the area. After walking around, he quickly noticed something unusual. Third brother, there are really many new faces. Look over there. Wei Hai pointed with his chin at a refugee shelter, where many people had fled from danger. Although they were refugees, they looked different from ordinary beggars. They didn't sit at the wall, picking at mud, but gathered in groups, seemingly discussing something. Wei Qi was very familiar with this scene.
Got it. I'll send you over now.
Wei Hai asked, "Aren't you going to look around some more, third brother?" "No, I've seen enough." Although Wei Qi didn't fully understand, he knew that what his older brother said was correct. Wei Qi quickly took Wei Hai to the county school. After seeing him go inside, Wei Qi turned and left, just like last time. But this time, Wei Qi didn't go to the market. Instead, he sneaked into the refugee shelters. He observed for a while and chose a small beggar. "Hey, are you hungry?" The little beggar was initially confused, looking around to confirm Wei Qi was calling him. Then he stood up. "Are you talking to me? Are you hungry? Do you want some wine?" Wei Qi asked directly. "Wine?" The beggar licked his dry lips, his desire growing stronger. He knew this stranger probably had an ulterior motive, but he couldn't care less now. Wine, wine, wine. He wanted to drink. Wei Qi kept his promise. He found a small tavern, ordered a plate of meat and a pot of wine. The beggar's eyes lit up immediately, and he started eating greedily with his hands. Even Wei Qi couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable watching him. "Young master, what do you want from me?"
Just tell me.
Wei Qi saw that the little beggar was quite clever. He smiled and said, "Eat your food. I'm just asking around." "Ask about what?" "Recently, there have been refugees coming to the county. Where are they from?" "Oh, young master, your eyes are really sharp." "Yes, quite a few have arrived. I heard they came from Ning'an County and Ping'an County." Wei Qi frowned. He remembered the person he met yesterday, who clearly said they were from Ning'an County, but he hadn't heard of any refugees from Ping'an County. "What's going on?" The beggar took a few sips of wine and nodded in satisfaction. "You don't know, young master. The Inwang Rebellion is happening. Our county might not be peaceful for long. But Ping'an County is special. They suffered a disaster." "A disaster?" "Yes, the summer floods. The dikes broke, flooding many farmland. Quite a few people died." Wei Qi fell silent. Ping'an Town is the farthest from them, and they rarely come to the county seat. They truly didn't know about this matter. While speaking, the little beggar had finished eating and drinking, even pouring the water from the wine jug into his mouth, not wanting to leave a drop. Wei Qi suddenly smiled and asked, "Do you want more?" "Young master, I have a condition. If you agree, I will treat you, not just this time, but in the future too. Just tell me, you are my lord." "Wei Qi, help me keep an eye on the refugees. If there's any news or movement, report to the Wei family in Hualing Village." "Young master, why are you paying attention to these refugees?" the beggar asked, confused. "That's not your concern. A person with money doesn't waste it," so the little beggar naturally agreed. "Sir, my name is Jean Dan. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll find out for you." Wei Qi was pleased. He took out 2 coins from his pocket. "This is for your drinking money. Come again next time."
Thank you.
"Today, I really met a lucky god. One more thing. Can you also help me find out if there are any people returning home from Yong'an County? If there are, report to me." "Are you talking about the conscription from a few years ago?"
Yes.
"Got it. I'll remember." Wei Qi nodded with satisfaction. After leaving the tavern, he finally relaxed a little and turned to the cloth shop to buy fabric for Yu. There's also a dingy cloth shop in the county seat, but Wei Qi didn't look at that one. Instead, he chose the biggest cloth shop to browse. He hadn't had time to look around when he first came to the county seat, but this time he was specifically shopping for Yu, so he took his time. It was similar to the town, and at first, the shopkeeper didn't pay much attention to him. But once he saw that the tall man was generous with his money, he suddenly became very enthusiastic. They chattered away as the shopkeeper introduced everything, and Wei Qi kept paying like a big fool. This made the shopkeeper very happy. In the end, Wei Qi spent nearly 5 or 6 taels of silver in the shop, mostly on fine cotton fabrics. The shopkeeper smiled so broadly that his teeth showed and personally carried the fabrics to Wei Qi's cart. Only then did Wei Qi wave his whip and leave with the mule cart. Besides fabric, he also bought some snacks, candies, and other small items. At home, besides Yu, there were also many children, so these things were always used up quickly. He also bought cotton, thick quilts, and the old man's and elder brother's cotton shoes. As for his sisters-in-law and younger sisters, he didn't need to worry about their things. After finishing all the shopping, more than an hour had passed. He looked at the sky and decided it was about time to head back by carriage. On the way back, Wei Qi did not follow the village path like when he came. Instead, he chose to cross the mountains. The mule at home was very strong and followed him over several mountain peaks, showing good endurance and strength. Wei Qi was in a hurry to get home now and didn't bother with the official roads. Crossing the mountains also allowed him to observe the surroundings carefully and check if the refugee from earlier was still nearby. The mountains in Suzhou are connected in a continuous range, starting near Yong'an County. One mountain after another, making it easy to get lost if you're not very familiar with the directions. Getting lost deep in the mountains is a very frightening thing. When you finally reach the deep mountains, the dangers are not only from wild animals. Wei Qi was driving the cart, looking straight ahead, but his peripheral vision and ears kept him aware of everything around him. As evening fell, Wei Qi looked expressionless. Suddenly, when the mule cart reached a certain spot, it let out a loud neigh. Wei Qi immediately tightened the reins and squinted to look around. The forest around was very quiet, except for the sound of the wind. Almost nothing else moved. But Wei Qi was not an ordinary person. He had the keen senses of a hunter. In the dense bushes deep in the woods, he saw a pair of green eyes. Cold, poisonous. Those were the eyes of a wolf. Wei Qi remained calm, but his hand was already reaching for his dagger at his waist. Although everyone shouted about hunting wolves in the mountains, when faced with such a beast, people often feel a chilling sense of danger, as if the poison from the wolf's gaze is hitting them. Wei Qi did not make any sudden moves. The wolf also did not attack. Perhaps it was an old, lone wolf, with no pack nearby to help, or maybe the aura Wei Qi gave off made it feel threatened. In any case, neither Wei Qi nor the wolf made the first move to attack. After a moment of tense silence, the old wolf slowly retreated and disappeared into the forest. Wei Qi's heart was pounding faster. He had imagined several possible scenarios, even though he was unfamiliar with the terrain. If the old wolf had no accomplices, he believed he could handle the situation alone. But the fact that the wolf chose to retreat without fighting surprised him. He hesitated, wondering whether to chase after and deal with the wolf or to wait until he was fully prepared. In the past, Wei Qi would have chosen the first option, but now. He turned to look at the things in the car, and after a moment, he slowly released his dagger and continued heading towards Hualing village. Wei Qi was headed to the county town, and it was destined that one night he wouldn't return. Yuji had been resting at home these past 2 days, staying behind the door and not stepping outside. Even though Yan Taiyao and others kept her company, Yuji still felt a bit lonely at night. It was the second night, and Yuji curled up on the Kong bed, preparing to sleep. It wasn't time to light the stove yet, but she felt a cold chill. She curled up a little and let out a soft yawn. Finally falling asleep, she unexpectedly had a nightmare again. In her dream, she was being chased by something like a wild beast. It had bluish fangs, a frightening face, and ran very fast. Yuji was running through the forest trying to shake off the beast, but she almost fell and twisted her ankle multiple times, then got up and kept running. But the beast kept getting closer. Eventually, Yuji collapsed on the ground, and then the beast leapt up and pounced at her. Ah! Yuji screamed sharply and suddenly woke up from her dream. Yu. She woke up covered in sweat, realizing that Wei Qi seemed to have returned. He was holding her, looking anxious and calling out repeatedly. Yu? Did you have a nightmare? Yuji stared blankly at the person in front of her, her eyes unknowingly filled with mixed emotions. After a moment, she suddenly threw herself into Wei Qi's neck, her tone carrying a subtle hint of affection. Why did you come back so late? Wei-Chi felt as if an invisible hand had grabbed his insides, twisting them, then plunging him into a warm, bubbling spring. Yu, don't be afraid.
It was just a nightmare.
Don't be scared. I was late coming back, and that's my fault. Yuji rarely took the initiative to nuzzle his cheek, like a gentle little cat. In the yard, Ruibao and Pearl had also woken up and were anxiously scratching at the door. But unfortunately, their owner was too preoccupied to notice them now. Wei-Chi held her tightly for a while, and only after sensing her emotions calming did he slowly let go. Yu, what kind of dream was that? Yuji, I dreamed a beast was chasing me. I couldn't outrun it. Wei-Chi's expression suddenly turned serious. With me here, such things will never happen. Yuji slowly looked up and also calmed down. Why did you come back now? I didn't hear you. You were possessed by a nightmare. I called out to you for a long time. I crossed the mountains and took a shortcut, hoping to come back and see you. Yuji felt warm inside and had calmed down. She looked past Wei-Chi and saw a big bag of things on the table, exclaiming, "What did you buy?" "So much." Wei-Chi grinned and said, "Later, I want to see your foot first. Is it feeling better?"
Yes.
Much better. Sister-in-law and Mom helped me apply medicine on time. Wei-Chi didn't mention anything about being in the mountains. He quickly looked at her foot. It had been almost 3 days, and the recovery was going well. Does it still hurt like this? He gently moved her foot. Not too bad. Wei-Chi sighed and then stood up, saying, I smell like mud and sweat.
I don't want to make you smell bad.
I'll go wash up first. Wait for me a little while. Yuji nodded obediently, okay.
I'll wait for you.
Wei-Chi quickly returned after washing and changing into clean clothes, looking much fresher. He also washed his hair. His damp hair was casually as men often do. When he returned to the bedroom, Yuji pouted and said, You just came out like that. What's wrong? Your hair isn't even dried. Wei-Chi smiled. It's fine, let it be. Yuji looked disgusted. Come here, I'll help you dry it.
What?
Wei-Chi was a bit surprised. Yuji huffed softly. If you don't want me to, forget it.
How could he not want her to?
Wei-Chi chuckled and sat down naturally. He was tall and could only half lean against the head of the bed. Yuji, who wasn't used to taking care of others, looked a bit awkward doing these things. But she was very serious, as if doing something important. Wei-Chi kept watching her from the side, then suddenly reached out and took her small hand. Wife, I'll do it myself. Yuji wasn't used to doing such things either. She just symbolically wiped his hair and then let go. She touched her nose, looking a bit shy. Finish quickly and go to sleep. It's late. Wei-Chi smiled, tidied himself up in a few moments, then slipped into bed and hugged his wife. Wife, what kind of beast did you dream about just now? Was it a wolf? Yuji, now curled up in Wei-Chi's arms, was less afraid. I don't think so. I can't quite say. It looked strange, with a green face and sharp teeth. Wei-Chi kissed her hair. It's okay. Dreams are just dreams. I'm here with you. Yuji softly responded. The bed grew warm and no longer cold. She felt sleepy and soon fell asleep. The next morning, everyone found out that Wei-Chi had returned in the middle of the night. Wei's mother was surprised. When did he get back? At 3 o'clock in the morning, too late to stay up, so he went straight to his room. Did he cross the mountain? If he hadn't crossed the mountain, he would have arrived only today with normal walking speed. Wei-Chi nodded and didn't explain further. I bought a lot of things. Mother, take a look. Wei Man couldn't wait. Let me see. Except for the top 3 bolts of cotton cloth, which are for you can pick whatever you like. The top 3 bolts of cotton cloth were in light yellow, greenish blue, and a set of crimson. All beautiful fabrics. Wei Man immediately liked the light yellow one but was told she couldn't touch it. She pouted and continued to look through the others. Are these shoes bought by the third brother? They look nice. Old Wei smiled happily and eagerly put them on. Wei's mother also said, sometimes the third brother is very thoughtful. These things are all good. You can choose the cotton cloth you like. I'll go to town in a few days to buy more shoes. The whole family smiled and agreed, also thanking Wei Qiuji saw those things too. She felt her foot was much better this morning, so Wei Qi took her outside to enjoy the sun. By the way, Mother, Wei Qi suddenly said, we met a vagrant on the way here. Yu Ji was stunned. A vagrant? Wei's mother nodded. Your second sister-in-law mentioned it yesterday, when she came back.
We know about it.
It should be just one.
Probably.
I didn't see any on my way back, but when I was in Yongin County, I saw a few. Not many, so they probably aren't wandering everywhere. The Wei family had experienced fleeing from danger before, so they understood what this meant. They nodded one after another. We still need to be careful, but since we have a big family, we're not too worried. Everyone agreed, but only Wei Qi seemed to be worried about something else. However, he didn't say anything at the moment. After a while, everyone went their own way to do chores. After Yu Ji and Wei Qi returned to their room, she asked about the vagrant. What vagrant? I don't know. Wei Qi smiled. It's nothing. I just heard that there was a flood in Ping'an County, and some people came fleeing. Just a few? The government should take care of them, right?
Probably.
Yu Ji didn't ask further, but her eyes looked north through the window, lost in thought. In the main hall, Wei Man exclaimed happily. Really? All my embroidered flowers are sold? After Lu returned today, she smiled and said, yes, have you sold all those velvet flowers? Here's the money. 1 tael per piece. Keep it safe. Wei Man excitedly jumped up, and Wei's mother smiled and scolded. That's enough. Old second daughter-in-law, who bought them? It turned out that Lu went shopping today, and Wei Man asked her to sell the velvet flowers she had made these days. Wei Man originally thought she wouldn't sell well because she didn't go personally to sell them, but surprisingly, they were all sold out. Some girls on the street liked the lotus flowers Man made before. They waited several days, but later, Manager Ding came and bought many. Ding Dai also bought some. Lu smiled and said, yes, their family runs a cloth shop. They also have a ready-made clothing shop now. These velvet flowers are perfect as small decorations, sold inside the clothing shop. Many people want them. Wei's mother nodded. That makes sense. Girls like these little things. Wei Man said, Mother. See, I knew I could do it. Will you agree later for me and my second sister-in-law to go to the town? Seeing her daughter's seriousness, Wei's mother finally smiled and relaxed. All right, you can go. Wei Man was so excited she almost jumped. But Wei's mother continued, if you really make something famous, I'll open a shop for you in October. These things are different from just selling on the street. Having a small shop makes it more attractive. Wei Man's eyes widened with joy. Of course, after she finished speaking, Wei's mother also looked at Lu. Your second daughter-in-law's business is stable now. Maybe she can rent a shop too. Lu was also very happy. Wei Taotao had been sitting quietly to the side. Seeing her second sister-in-law and younger sister, she couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Autumn and winter arrived quickly at the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, August passed. Yu Ji's foot was fully healed. By the 9th lunar month, the mountain winds had become a bit cold. The Wei family started a fire in the stove. Yu Ji had grown up in the south and only came to the north last year. She still remembered her surprise when she slept on a Kong, heated bed, for the first time last winter. The warm bedding was still a little hot before winter fully set in. She often couldn't help kicking off the quilt at night. This year, after marrying Wei Qi, she found it seemed even warmer. At night, a tall man and a moving stove-like heat source. Sometimes she would sweat from being teased and feel very thirsty. And then, she couldn't help but want to kick him off. In the blink of an eye, October arrived, marking the deepening of autumn. The Lu family's pickled vegetable business is getting better, and Wei Man is also planning to open a velvet flower shop. Recently, Wei Man's velvet flowers have been selling quite well, and Wei's mother supports her. Today, the whole family plans to go to the big market in Foda Town to check out the shop. Yu Ji also wants to bring her inkstone and visit Dr. Zhao again, bringing along her newly organized medical books. Over the past few months, Yuji has saved a lot of money by organizing medical books. As winter approaches, she plans to buy some things for her family. Winter clothes are essential, and although Wei-Chi doesn't care much about fashion, wearing the same few sets repeatedly has become a bit dull. Her inkstone is also better now, and her height has increased a bit. So today, almost the entire family is going out, leaving only Yang Ziyuan and old Wei to watch the house. Wei's mother is leading the way, preparing to buy winter supplies. One cart isn't enough, so Wei Yong borrowed an ox cart. 2 carts set out together toward Fota town. Wei's mother sat on the ox cart, with Wei Tao Tao and Wei Man Man accompanying her. Once the new year comes, considering our family situation, we can buy another cart then. Wei Man Man smiled. Mother is so generous now. Wei's mother chuckled. No choice, more and more people in the family now. Today, Wei Tao Tao also went out, but she's usually shy and didn't say much on the cart. Wei's mother looked at her eldest daughter and sighed. Later, we'll go to the town to pick out 2 sets of clothes and shoes for yourself and Dodo. I have some money. Wei Tao Tao quickly said, it's not right to spend mother's money. I have some too. Stop pretending you're richer than you are. Yang Ziyuan just recently bought a farm, so where did you get the money? Save it. Wei Tao Tao firmly refused. I have some, mother. All right, if you have it, buy your own. I want to buy something for Dodo. Is that okay? Wei Tao Tao pursed her lips and whispered, thank you, mother. Wei's mother said nothing. Soon, the 2 carts arrived at Fota town. Wei Yong and Wei Chi jumped down together. Wei Chi reached out to his wife. Take it slow. Fish fish. Today, Yuji wore a yellow jacket with a front closure, looking bright and warm. She glanced at Fota town, realizing she hadn't been here for over a month. After tying up the ox cart, Wei Yong and Wei Chi headed into the town. The town was busy, and the carts were large. Once in Fota town, the family split up. Wei Chi naturally took Yuji and her inkstone to Tongren Hall. Wei's mother, Wei Tao Tao, and Mrs. He went shopping, while Lu's family and Man Man planned to sell some things first and meet up with Wei's mother later. Tong Rin Tang, Zhao the doctor, has already put on a thick coat and looks very rosy. Business at Tong Rin Tang is good, and his complexion also seems better than before. He is smiling happily, with a bright face. When he sees Yuji and Wei Chi, he still smiles and bows. Oh, distinguished guests have arrived. Such a rare visitor. Dr. Zhao is becoming more impressive. It's hard to find a place to stay now. Zhao the doctor chuckles and says, practicing medicine is tiring, but it makes me feel fulfilled and happy. Please go upstairs. Yuji nods with a smile, and she and Wei Chi go upstairs together. Looking at the thick stack of manuscripts in front of him, Zhao the doctor is so excited he can hardly think straight. Yuji says, as of today, I have finished organizing the Huangdi Neijing and the Nanjing. Zhao the doctor rubs his hands and says, yes. Thank you so much, young lady. I've been reading them carefully and copying a few copies myself. I think I've learned a lot and my medical skills have improved. Yuji smiles and replies, actually, I can only remember these 2 books clearly. In the future, I may not be able to help you much. Zhao the doctor looks a bit disappointed, but nods anyway. Copying books is not easy. It's very hard work. With these 2 books, I have no regrets. After saying that, he stands up and takes a small box from behind him. I've always wanted to do this. Besides the cost of your hard work these days, please accept this small token of my appreciation. Yuji's eyes widen because inside the box is a dish of golden melon seeds. She is about to speak when Wei Chi reaches out to take it. What's this? Is it made of gold? Zhao the doctor's eyes twitch slightly, and Yuji quickly kicks him. Dr. Zhao, this is too precious. Please take it back. I've already given you a lot for copying the medical books. Well, it's all separate. This is a gift, a token of thanks. Please accept it, young lady. If you refuse, I won't dare to trouble you again. Yuji still refuses, but Zhao the doctor tries every way to persuade her to accept. Eventually, Wei Chi gets impatient. I'll accept it for her. Yuji glares at him. Wei Chi casually says, you worked very hard copying the books. She should accept it. If not, I'll just sell you some wild game and give you a discount. Zhao the doctor laughs happily. All right, no problem. Later, Zhao the doctor also checks Yuji's pulse and the inkstone. He says, young master's illness has improved a lot. He doesn't need to come anymore. The inkstone was very obedient and sensible. It bowed deeply to Zhao, saying, thank you, doctor. You're welcome. Wei Qi asked, what about my wife? If the young lady wants to continue taking the nourishing medicine, she can. If not, that's fine too. In winter, you can use gentle herbs to make some medicinal dishes. I will write 2 recipes for you to try at home. All right, thank you, doctor. After handing over the recipes, Wei Qi eagerly looked at them and smiled. It's just boiled chicken. That's easy. Fish, I'll go up the mountain in a few days to catch some mountain chickens for you. As winter approached, animals were also coming out to hunt and store food for the cold season, similar to harvesting crops. Late autumn was a busy time for hunters, and recently Wei Qi had been going into the mountains more often. Yuji was too lazy to pay attention to him. Instead, she thanked Zhao again, and then left with Wei Qi. After leaving Tongren Hall, Yuji carefully put the golden pumpkin seeds into her pouch. Wei Qi helped shield her from others' gazes and joked, wife, you really are quite wealthy. I'm almost becoming a kept man. Yuji raised an eyebrow. Is that considered rich? The gifts I gave during festivals at home were more than this. As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Qi looked a bit stunned. Yuji realized it too and quickly said, I was joking. She turned her head away and said, let's go find Man and see how her business is doing. Wei Qi had a strange question flash through his mind, but didn't ask. His wife held his and eagerly headed toward the East Market. Wei Qi was naturally very happy and didn't think much. At that moment, in the East Market, Wei Man was surrounded by 2 or 3 people. Wei Man was surrounded by 2 or 3 men. Specifically, it was 2 or 3 men. Lu's stall was in a fixed spot, surrounded by vendors selling vegetables and meat. Wei Man gradually felt that this place was not suitable for her, so she started calling out to sell her goods along the market. Unexpectedly, on such a peaceful day, she ran into a few troublemakers. It was broad daylight, and they reeked of alcohol. They immediately surrounded Wei Man. Hey, where did this young lady come from? She's quite pretty. Brothers have been watching you for a few days. You're selling wolf flowers alone here? Wei Man smiled and warned, I advise you all, if you don't want to end up badly, you'd better leave now. But after she finished speaking, the men burst into wild laughter. Young lady, I'd love to see how you want us to die. If I die because of you. Wei Man was so angry she couldn't believe she still met a rude person in broad daylight. It was truly inappropriate to harass a good woman in the open. She immediately looked around, hoping her older brother or 3rd brother would come by. However, at this moment, it was clearly inconvenient, and Wei Man didn't see anyone she knew. Just as she was about to give these 3 men a lesson, Ding Dai suddenly appeared. Stop. The 3 men immediately turned around, and Wei Man's eyes lit up. Ding Dai looked upset. What are you 3 grown men doing here? Trying to buy fake flowers? Mind your own business. Don't interfere. Hey, brother, he seems to be from the Ding family. So what if he is? I'm buying things for my wife. Is that a problem? Ding Dai stepped forward with a smile. Of course not. I want to buy something from this young lady too. I'll watch you buy it. The troublemaker sneered. Ding's family, huh? Don't think just because you have some money you're important. Get lost. Who do you think you are talking to, my young master? Ding Dai's servant couldn't hold back. Young master, don't waste time with them. I'll go report to the authorities. When they heard report to the authorities, the 3 men's faces changed. Although the Ding family wasn't officials, they had connections with officials and likely knew a few guards. They were just teasing Wei Man because she looked pretty, not planning anything else. If they got caught, it would be a big loss.
Annoying.
The leader spat and turned to leave. The other 2 followed immediately. Ding Dai didn't chase after them, only giving them a cold look. Miss Wei, are you alright? Wei Man looked at Ding Dai with gratitude.
I'm fine.
Thank you, shopkeeper Ding. It's just a small favor. Besides, we're friends, so I should help you.
Friends.
Recently, although Wei Man only occasionally sold fake flowers in Foda Town, she often met Ding Dai. He always helped her sell some, and now Ding's clothing shop was her biggest customer. Wei Man was truly grateful to him. Shopkeeper Ding, my mother said I came to town today to watch the shop. If there's a good storefront, maybe we can rent it. A flicker of a smile appeared in Ding Dai's eyes. Really? That's perfect. I know 2 or 3 good shops. Would you be interested in looking around? Really? As soon as Wei Man finished speaking, Wei's mother, Mrs. He, Wei Tao, and Wei Yong came over. Man, what are you doing here? Mother. Wei Man ran over and kindly held her mother's arm. I just met 3 little troublemakers, but shopkeeper Ding helped me chase them away. What? Little troublemakers? Where? Wei Yong was about to roll up his sleeves, but Wei Man stopped him. Big brother, they've already left. Wei's mother was also angry, but she quickly looked in the direction of Ding Dai, following her daughter's gaze. So it's shopkeeper Ding. I've heard about you often when you're at home.
Ding Dai bowed politely.
Aunt Wei. Wei Man happily said, Mom, shopkeeper Ding said there are 2 suitable shops nearby. Let's go take a look. Wei's mother looked at Ding Dai, and he smiled. The Ding family may not have many skills, but we do have some experience in running shops. If you don't mind, why don't we go see them together? All right, let's go see. So, everyone followed Ding Dai to the busiest street in Foda Town.
Nearby.
It must be expensive. Wei Man couldn't help asking. Ding Dai, a few steps ahead, turned back and smiled. It's okay. I know the owners of these places, so the prices are negotiable. The Wei family side. It's clear you're good at business and doing quite well. Ding Dai smiled and stepped beside Wei Man, continuously introducing himself and talking politely. Wei's mother and the others followed behind. Gradually, he sure noticed something was off.
Mom.
I feel like this little shopkeeper from the Ding family seems to have some special interest in Man. Wei's mother quickly hushed her. You noticed too?
Yes.
I've felt something was wrong before. Although he's been friendly because of his relationship with second sister-in-law and our family, he's been especially kind to Man. Recently, Wei's mother had been worried about Wei Man's marriage. Ever since Zhou Qing came by unexpectedly and talked for a while, fewer visitors had come. Wei's mother was quite displeased. Seeing the scene now, she thought for a moment and said, let's not jump to conclusions. It's best if Man makes her own decision. But even so, her eyes couldn't help but observe Ding Dai carefully. He looked quite talented, and his manners showed he was well-educated. The Wei family had always favored scholars, perhaps because of Wei Hai and Yu Ji. Meanwhile, Yu Ji and Wei Qi were near the county office. After leaving Tongren Hall, Wei Qi ran into Ma Er, and they happily chatted. Nearby, there was a ready-made clothing shop, so Yu Ji took her inkstone and went inside to browse. She no longer wanted to buy fabric, but was interested in ready-made clothes. She gave her younger brother a look, signaling him to choose for himself. Yantai nodded obediently and went over to pick out clothes for the children. Yantai was very thoughtful. Besides buying for himself, he also remembered the little friends at home. However, he politely asked Sister, can I choose clothes for Do Wang and the others? Yuzi smiled and nodded, of course. She now had saved quite a bit of silver, and with the bag of golden sunflower seeds, she could buy not just 2 or 3 sets, but 10 or even more. Yuzi also went to look at other clothes. She actually had many clothes. Wei Qi almost always bought fabric for her when they went shopping, and her family also made clothes. Today, she specifically came to buy clothes for her man. Yuzi's eyes were attracted to a deep blue, waist-cinched short robe. The shopkeeper smiled and came over. Young lady, you have a good eye. This outfit was made just yesterday. The cut and craftsmanship are excellent, and it's placed in the most eye-catching spot. Look at this fabric, definitely top quality. Yuzi reached out and touched it. Indeed.
But
Wei Qi often liked to go into the mountains. Would such delicate clothes last long if worn there? Wei Qi was discussing recent wolf hunting plans with Ma when suddenly a cold breeze blew from behind. He couldn't help but turn and sneeze. Ma chuckled, "Brother Wei, are you catching a cold?" Wei Qi looked puzzled. "No, it's nothing." It was just a gust of wind behind him, cold and sharp. He continued talking with Ma "I saw a wolf the other day, but the timing wasn't right. Recently, the sheep have been out and about. I plan to go look for it." Ma-er's expression also became serious. "You want to help? I can find a few brothers." Wei Qi shook his head. "The county officials' men are brave, but hunting wolves needs experienced hunters." "That's true. I won't bother you then." The two men chatted on the street, and Ma-er's blood was boiling with excitement. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out. Wei Qi's expression instantly softened. He turned and replied, "Wife."
Ma-er.
"Come here, try on this outfit." Yuzi softly called out, and Wei Qi immediately responded, "I'll be right there." Ma-er, brother you. Wei Qi smiled and cupped his hands. "I'll go ahead." Ma-er watched Wei Qi's back and smiled. "This Wei-san is quite interesting." Wei Qi didn't hear this at all. He happily went into the shop. "Wife, what's wrong? Try on this set of clothes?" Wei Qi's eyes widened. "Are you buying this for me?" Yuzi deliberately said. "Don't want it? Then forget it." Yes, I want it. Of course I want it." Wei Qi was overwhelmed with joy as he eagerly took the clothes. The shopkeeper looked at both of them and understood. "So, this is for this brave man. I was worried that others might not be able to support this outfit, but if it's for this strong man, there should be no problem at all." Wei Qi looked at him appreciatively, as if praising his way of speaking. Yuji didn't want him to get too proud. "Let's try it on first." Behind the clothing shop, there was a special fitting area. Wei Qi turned around happily and soon came out wearing the new clothes. Yuji and Yu Yentai's eyes lit up at the sight. "Fits perfectly," the shopkeeper said with a smile, quickly praising, "This brave man's figure is great. Look at those broad shoulders and narrow waist. Muscles are just right, a perfect fit for a model." Wei Qi's eyes also sparkled with happiness. "Wife, how do I look?" Yuji pursed her lips but couldn't hide her smile. "Very spirited, suits you." Wei Qi grinned even wider. "My wife has good taste." Yuji ignored him and turned to the shopkeeper. "Wrap it up." "How much?" 50 taels. Yuji paid without blinking, while Wei Qi's eyes widened in surprise. 50 taels. He felt a bit complicated. He could spend money on fish, but for himself. Yuji paid and turned to see his conflicted expression. Knowing he was worried about money, she deliberately said, "Don't like it? Then take it off."
"Hey, no.
I'm wearing it now. I want to wear it." Wei Qi winced a little. Yuji chuckled softly. Yentai also picked out clothes, buying a set for Do Wang Yao Yao and Erlang Dodo. Children's clothes weren't that expensive, and it only cost 10 taels in total. When they left the clothing shop, Wei Qi was amazed. "This fabric isn't that expensive. Is it really so profitable to be a tailor? Maybe we should open our own clothing shop." Yuji replied, "It's not that easy. Tailors can turn fabric into well-fitting clothes, which is different from making clothes at home. It requires skill." Wei Qi agreed. "That's true. My mother's clothes don't look like this. They make me look especially strong." Yuji remained silent. After leaving the clothing shop, they were about to head to the East Market to meet Wei's mother and others. At this time, Wei's mother and her group had just finished looking at shops, and they happened to meet them. Wei's mother brightened at the sight of her son and daughter-in-law.
"Wow.
Is this the third son? I almost didn't recognize him." Wei Man said, "Third brother has already put on his new clothes." Ding Dai finally stepped out and paused upon seeing Wei Qi and Yuji. His gaze first fell on Yuji, then shifted to Wei Qi beside her, his expression dark and unreadable. "You chose it. How does it look?" Wei's mother was very pleased and circled her son happily. "Very good, very spirited. It must be expensive, right?" Yuji smiled and said, "It's okay. Mother, do you want to pick one later?" Yes, but I won't let you spend your own money. I have some savings. It's nothing, just small things." At this moment, Ding Dai smiled and stepped forward. Brother Wei, your outfit looks really nice. It's one of the best in our shop. Wei Qi didn't expect him to be here, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Hey, Ding, where's your shop? Let's go visit together. By the way, you mentioned that Manmon's velvet flowers are also sold in your store? Let's go see. Wei Manmon was very excited. She wanted to go see. Ding Dai naturally agreed with a smile. Sure, it's not far from here. Along the way, Wei Qi and Yuji walked at the back, chatting and laughing, but Wei Qi seemed distracted all along. Yuji noticed and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Wei Qi replied, "Nothing much, just not really interested." Yuji looked ahead, then at him, smiling. "All right, then we won't go. I want to buy some brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Will you come with me?" They agreed. Wei Qi suddenly became interested and called out loudly, "Mother, Yu and I are leaving first. We're going somewhere else to buy some things." Wei's mother responded, "All right, take your time." Ding Dai's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Today seems to be a lucky day. I invite everyone to dine at Zue Xianlu in town. It's almost noon." Wei's mother hesitated, but ultimately declined. "Thank you, but we already have plans for today." Ding Dai understood and said, "I may have been too abrupt." When they arrived at Ding's clothing shop, Ding Dai praised Mon's velvet flowers repeatedly, especially how she matched the colors with the clothing. The flowers looked very harmonious. Wei Mon's eyes were full of amazement. Finally, Wei's mother bought dresses for the women in her family here, and Ding Dai generously gave a big discount, which made Wei's mother very happy. After they left completely, Wei's mother suddenly looked at her daughter. "Are you very familiar with the shopkeeper, Ding? I see he treats you well." Wei Mon blushed and said, "Mother, you're talking nonsense again. How could we be close? It's just business dealings." Wei's mother didn't believe her, but her daughter was still young and shy, so she didn't press further and let it go. However, he sure said, "I think Ding Tai has that kind of feeling. With so many things, it's worth quite a bit of money." Wei's mother glanced at the Ding Tai shop sign and said, "If the person has good character, it could work. But let's first see what Man thinks and wait and see." He sure smiled and said, "All right." After the market day ended, and they had visited most of the shops around, Wei's mother asked about the prices. She planned to go home and discuss it before making a decision. As for second sister-in-law, the whole family decided to open a small restaurant after a family meeting. But this matter still needs careful planning. When Lu Shi heard about opening a restaurant, she was stunned. "Mother.
Me?
Open a restaurant? Yes, your cooking skills are good, and you can run a restaurant. What do you think?" On the way back, everyone sat on a bullock cart and discussed. Yuji first smiled and said, "Second sister-in-law's cooking is really good. If she opens a restaurant, the business will definitely be great." Wei Qi also said, "Yu is right. Just selling pickled vegetables and sauces. What's the meaning? If second sister-in-law wants to do it, she should go big." He sure added, "Second sister-in-law, your cooking is indeed delicious.
You should try.
The restaurant we ate at today, I think your skills are better." Lu Shi was a bit excited, twisting her fingers. Really can do it. "Give it a try. Let's see how it goes." Wei's mother said, "Second sister-in-law, the family is now well off. Give it a try. Even if it fails, it's okay." Lu Shi's breathing became rapid. "Mother, if you all really believe in me, then I'll try."
All right.
It's settled then. As for Man's velvet flower shop, it doesn't need to be too big. I think that small one in the West Market is very good. It's just the beginning, take it slow. Wei's mother finished speaking and looked at Wei Man, do you have any opinions? Wei Man sat silently in the cart, holding her face, lost in thought. When she heard her mother ask, she suddenly snapped out of it. Oh, I don't have any. You girl, what are you thinking? Nothing. Wei Man avoided the question, causing the surrounding sisters-in-law to look at her. She bit her lip, her ears feeling hot, recalling what had just happened in the clothing shop. Her handmade wooden hibiscus velvet flower, originally on a shelf, suddenly fell down as Wei Man and Ding Tai passed by. Wei Man Man bent down to pick it up, but Ding Tai was quicker and picked it up first. Their eyes met, and Ding Tai suddenly stepped forward and, unexpectedly, pinned the flower in Wei Man Man's hair. The first time I saw you, I felt that this lotus flower truly suited you. It bloomed in the cold dew, far more vibrant than the red water. This poem is not just praising the young lady, but more about praising you. After finishing, Ding Dai helped her wear the velvet flower. Wei Man Man stared blankly at the person in front of her, her face turning a shy red. Ding Dai stepped back a little and said, "You look very nice, Man Man." Wei Man Man quietly reached out, and the velvet flower still rested quietly in her sleeve. Her heart was pounding. When the mule cart and ox cart returned to Wei's small courtyard, Wei chi the mules, and then went to find Wei's mother. "Mom, the shop that Man Man liked today, isn't it from the Ding family?" Wei's mother paused, then smiled. "No way. The Ding family shops are too expensive to rent. I was thinking of getting her a small one first so she can have fun. Your younger sister is still young and doesn't need that."
Wei nodded, "All right."
"What's wrong? Why are you asking about this all of a sudden?" "It's nothing. I just don't like dealing with the Ding family." Wei's mother asked curiously. "Why? Because of what happened last time?" "It's not really that." Wei Chi thought for a moment. At first, he didn't have any particular feelings about Ding Dai, even feeling grateful because the Ding family helped his second sister. But later, he felt that this person was a bit strange. However, there was nothing specific that he felt offended by. Wei's mother understood. "You're usually easygoing, but sometimes you're too cautious. I think that young man is okay, but we still need to observe him carefully." Wei Chi couldn't say much and simply nodded before turning back to his room. The whole family was tired after a day at the market. They ate a simple dinner, and then each went to rest. Yang Ziyuan didn't go to town today, but he went out again in the afternoon and only returned now, having skipped dinner and gone straight to his room. Wei Taotao asked, "Where did you go?"
"Did you eat dinner?"
Yang Ziyuan shook his head. "No, it's fine. I just ate a quick bite." "Taotao, the deal with Sang Tian is settled. It's at the border between Hualing Village and Qingye Village. I've already paid the deposit." Wei Taotao's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Really, so soon? Is it really settled?" "Really settled." Yang Ziyuan looked happy too. Finally feeling proud and confident was a great feeling. He couldn't help but go forward and hug Wei Taotao. "Don't worry. By next summer, we'll have a big income, and you'll be able to live a good life." Wei Chi and Yu Ji also went back to their rooms. Wei Chi brought in 2 or 3 buckets of hot water. "Fish, would you like to soak your feet?" Yu Ji was drawing at her desk and nodded politely. "I'll come now." Before she could get up, Wei Chi went over first. "What are you drawing?" "A landscape. I thought the autumn scenery nearby looked nice today, so I wanted to paint it." Wei Chi doesn't know much about art but always praises her. "There's no need to copy medical books anymore. Why do I feel like you still can't sit still?" Yu Ji smiled. "I just enjoy doing these things. If I do nothing, I might go crazy." Wei Chi also smiled. "As long as you're happy." Yu Ji had painted halfway and pressed her work with a paperweight before walking to the bed to take off her shoes and wash her feet. The bed was warm, and soon she felt her whole body heating up. "What are you doing?" Yu Ji suddenly asked Wei Chi. He had been coming in and out several times. Wei Chi turned to smile at her. "In a few days, I need to go deep into the mountains. Just preparing in advance." Yu Ji was used to hearing going into the mountains and casually asked, "Can you come back the same day?" Wei Chi paused and replied, "Probably not." Yu Ji looked up a little surprised. "Is it like last time? Going into the mountains to hunt deer?" Wei Chi was momentarily speechless. After thinking, he said, "Fish, winter is coming soon. I need to check the valley for sheep. If I can bring back a few, we won't have to worry about winter."
"Sheep?"
Yu Ji remembered that when she was a child, they ate mutton in winter and had soft wool blankets. Things that seemed easy to get back then now required Wei Chi to risk his safety. She lowered her long eyelashes and softly asked, "How long will you be gone?" The man paused for a moment, then gently brushed her long hair. 3 days. I'll try to come back in 3 days. 3 days. Yu Ji softly responded, "Okay." Wei Qi's large hand moved down her long hair to her waist, gently gripping her slender waist, and they accidentally rolled onto the bed. Wei Qi's eyes were fiery as he looked at her beautiful lips, then leaned down and kissed her. Wei's family was quick to act. After 2 or 3 days, Wei Manman's shop was already settled, paid for with a few months' rent from Wei's mother. That was just the rent, not including the construction costs. Recently, farm work was busy, and they might need to hire workers for the building. Wei Manman boldly said, "Isn't there still third brother? He's such a good carpenter." Wei's mother tapped her on the head. "You think you can just boss your third brother around like a horse? Besides, he's about to go into the mountains." Wei Manman pouted. "Why are we going into the mountains again? Doesn't third sister-in-law care?" "Say that in front of your third brother," Wei Mao Mao said. Wei Manman stuck out her tongue. "What are you saying in front of me?" Wei Qi just happened to walk in at that moment. Wei Manman immediately moved behind Wei Mu. Wei Qi looked at her calmly. "What did you say about me?" "I didn't say anything." Wei Qi didn't argue with her. He simply said, "Mother, when will the shop start being built? We're still discussing it. You all are busy. If it really can't be done, we'll hire someone." Suddenly, Wei Taotao and Yang Ziyuan came in. "No, mother, why spend that money? Let Ziyuan go." Yang Ziyuan also said, "Mother, let me do it. I can work with wood too." Wei Manman's eyes widened. She was about to argue, but Wei Mu said, "That's a good idea. Since you've taken over the Sandyang, there haven't been many urgent matters lately, right?" "Yes, I'll go. I can also get to know the town better," Wei Taodao said with a smile. Wei Manman still wasn't happy. She quietly tugged at Wei Mu's sleeve. Wei Mu thought for a moment and nodded. "That works. Taotao, for now, go with your younger sister. Visit the town more often." Wei Taotao nodded happily. Wei Qi said, "All right, mother. I'll go tomorrow too. The day after tomorrow, I'll head into the mountains." "Wait a moment, third brother. I have something to talk to you about." Wei Mu asked the others to leave. Staying only with Wei Qi, she spoke earnestly. "Third brother, this trip into the mountains. Are you planning to hunt big game again?" He couldn't hide it from his mother. Wei Qi hesitated but didn't deny. "Yes. I knew it. Before winter, you go into the mountains again. But our family isn't short of money now. Why take such risks?" Wei Qi didn't tell her about his deal with Ma Er, only smiling and saying, "I'm hunting sheep. I'll go with the Wu brothers. We'll bring back a dozen or so sheep, and then we won't worry about the new year." When Wei Mu heard it was sheep hunting, she relaxed a little. In past winters, Wei Qi would usually bring back 2 or 3 sheep. "All right," Wei Mu stepped forward and adjusted his collar. "Now that you're married, don't be so reckless like before. Think more about your wife when you do things."
Wei Qi smiled.
"I understand, mother." The next day, Wei Qi continued driving to Foda town. Lu Shi was going to set up a stall. The 2 sisters of the Wei family went together to Manman's shop, and Yang Ziyuan was also on the carriage. Yuji didn't go out today. She stayed home to help several children catch up on their lessons. "Wife, do you still want anything?" Yuji didn't turn back and said, "Don't buy anything. He really thinks there's a lot of money at home." "What about the rice cake from last time?" Yuji paused and looked back at him. "That one is fine." Wei Qi grinned and said, "Got it. Remember that." When Wei Qi got into the car, Yang Ziyuan smiled and said, "My third brother and his wife have a really good relationship." Wei Qi smiled but didn't say anything. In less than half an hour, everyone arrived at Foda town. Ma Manman asked, "What is third brother doing today?" "I'm going to the government office to find someone. You guys go to the shop first." "Okay." Wei Manman was very happy. Starting today, her shop would begin construction. Wei Qi was going to find Ma Er. Knowing he was coming back today, Ma Er had been waiting for a while. Wei Qi opened the door and said directly, "I will go into the mountains the day after tomorrow. Do you believe I will come out in 3 days?" Ma Er nodded and said, "I believe you. There will definitely be good news." Wei Qi said, "Keep this matter a secret for now. After I come out, we'll talk." "All right, Brother Wei. I also have news. The first batch of soldiers returning from the north will soon arrive at the county town. The government office needs to register them, but I think they might not have enough staff. Once this is done, I plan to go back to the county. The county magistrate said they want to recruit helpers. If you're free, do you want to go? It might also help you find your second brother faster. Wei Qi's eyes lit up. Of course I wanna. Ma, Er smiled. I knew it. Okay. Once there's an official notice, I'll be the first to tell you. Wei Qi was genuinely happy now, feeling that this mountain trip was truly worth it. After having a quick meal and sharing a few drinks with Ma Er nearby, Wei Qi headed to the West Market. The shop Wei Man liked was just 3 shops across from Ding Ji Cloth Store. The street was full of ready-made clothing shops, handkerchief shops, and so on, a good location. The storefront was quite tidy, needing little work. Mainly, they just needed to measure sizes and build shelves, all made of wood. Yang Ziyuan was carefully measuring the dimensions when Wei Man pulled Wei Taotao aside, talking about her wild ideas. Wei Taotao didn't really understand much, and mostly just listened to Wei Man joke around. Before long, Ding Dai also arrived. A professional was here, and everyone felt relieved. Yang Ziyuan warmly greeted him. Shopkeeper Ding, do you have any advice? Ding Dai smiled and said, I do have some advice, but I'm afraid Man might not like it. Wei Man was surprised to hear his title, and became a little nervous.
What?
What is it?
Tell me.
Ding Dai seriously explained his thoughts, and Wei Man became more and more excited as she listened. Exactly. That's right.
Just like that.
Your idea is really good. Yang Ziyuan also said, this makes everything much clearer. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Qi's figure appeared at the door. What's so clear and obvious now? Third brother. When Wei Qi came in, he exchanged a glance with Ding Dai. Ding Dai remained calm and said, I shared some of my thoughts with Man. Wei Qi looked at him silently for a moment. Third brother, what are you thinking? Wei Qi snapped out of his thoughts. Nothing much. I happen to have a deal I want to discuss with Shopkeeper Ding. Do you have time?
Ding Dai smiled.
Of course. Let's go outside to talk. Ding Dai and Wei Qi went out. Wei Man still looked curious. What's going on? It's so mysterious. Yang Ziyuan also looked at their figures with curiosity, but didn't ask anything. Brother Wei, is there something? Just as Ding Dai stepped outside, Wei Qi suddenly pushed him to the corner of the wall. The pressure from the man was intense, and Ding Dai was momentarily stunned. Shopkeeper Ding, my younger sister isn't of age yet. I don't think it's appropriate for you to call her that in public. She's innocent, but I'm not naive. Ding Dai smiled. Brother Wei, you're Man's brother. I don't mind sharing my thoughts. If I say I like Man sincerely, would you still think I'm being too forward? Wei Qi paused, his eyes narrowing slightly.
What are you saying?
I mean, I truly like Man. Actually, when you all came to town that day, Aunt Wei probably noticed too. I'm serious. I understand your concerns, but please believe me, I'm not joking.
What?
What are you saying? Before Wei Qi could speak, Wei Man's voice came from behind him. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes showed disbelief. In the end, Wei Qi didn't let them continue talking and directly took Wei Man away. Ding Dai's eyes showed a hint of regret, but then a smile appeared. It's good. At least the tension has finally been broken. Wei Qi pulled Wei Man away, and she hurriedly asked, Third brother, what are you doing? Why are you asking me? What do you want to do? Go ask him yourself. I didn't mean to. Wei Man stomped her foot, her face turning red. Wei Qi looked at his sister and suddenly sighed. I need to go back and tell Mom about this. The Ding family still needs to be carefully considered. Wei Man blushed. I was just too surprised. I didn't mean anything else. I'm not saying we need to rush immediately. Rush. Wei Qi had been quietly watching her and nodded after a moment. That's good. Wei Taotao also hurried over and was surprised. Third brother, what happened? Wei Qi remained calm. Nothing serious. Big sister, take Man back first. I need to go find someone. Wei Taotao replied. Oh. Okay. She looked at Wei Man. Then little sister, shall we go now? Wei Man pursed her lips and followed her sister. Wei Qi stood still for a while, then suddenly turned back to the government office to find Meyer. Back in Hualing village, Wei's mother was sweeping the chicken coop. "You're back? So early?" She looked toward the door with some surprise. Wei Man lowered her head and jumped down from the mule cart. Wei's mother asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Wei Qi said, "Mom, let's talk inside." Yu Ji was in the yard playing with Yao Yao and the others. Rui Bao and Pearl were running around happily. Seeing this, they also felt something was off and came over. "What's going on? Why so serious?" Wei Qi said, "Come inside and we'll talk." Inside the main room, Wei's mother listened to Wei Qi and suddenly smiled. "This matter. I actually sensed something earlier, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon." "You saw something?" Yu Ji was very surprised. Wei's mother said, "Yes, that day at the market. That young man was busy helping and even introduced a shop. As the saying goes, no news is good news. Why would someone who isn't related to us do all that?" And his attitude toward Man that day. "I guess I started to see some clues." Wei Qi looked serious. "Mom, what do you think?" Wei's mother also looked at her son. "Well, I just hope your sister finds a good match. But it seems you're not very fond of the Ding family?" "Not exactly," Wei Qi thought for a moment. "I just find it a bit strange. I asked Ma Er to check him out. If Ding Dai is a good person, then I'll leave it to you, Mom." Yu Ji and Wei's mother were both surprised. Wei's mother said, "You're so thoughtful. You think of everything." "That's fine. I think it's good to take it slow. We just met not long ago." "Yeah, Mother's right." Just then, Yang Ji Yuan and Wei Taotao also got off the carriage. They didn't go inside the main room, but went straight to their rooms. Yang Ji Yuan asked, "Did you find third brother and the others in town? Did you hear what they said?" Wei Taotao shook her head. "No, but I noticed their faces aren't quite right. Third brother doesn't look happy, and little sister's face is red." Yang Ziyuan looked thoughtful and suddenly smiled. "I think our family is about to have good news." "Good news?" Wei Taotao gasped in surprise. "Yes, my younger sister and Ding's family." "Are you saying?" Wei Taotao suddenly understood. "When did this happen?" Yang Ziyuan replied, "I don't know exactly, but I sense something. Sometimes, love happens in a moment when people just click." "Then, why does third brother look unhappy? Isn't that a good thing?" Yang Ziyuan said nothing. "Forget it. We won't interfere. We'll see what happens later." Wei Taotao nodded, "Yes. I think so too." Wei Qi and Yu Ji left the main hall and went back to their rooms. Yu Ji was still very surprised and kept asking Wei Qi questions. Wei Qi, feeling helpless, said, "Wife, let me wash up first. I'm all dusty." Yu Ji immediately let go and stepped back in disgust. Wei Qi smiled and went to the bathroom, washed his hands and face, and only came out after tidying up. "What's going on? Tell me quickly." As soon as Wei Qi sat down, Yu Ji pulled him, eager to find out. Wei Qi told her about what happened in the town that day. Yu Ji thought for a moment and said, "I really didn't expect it, especially him. When Zhou Qing came to our house before, I thought he and Man might have a good future." Wei Qi looked serious. "It might not be him." Yu Ji smiled. "I saw Man blushing just now, so she might have feelings too. Can you still control her as her brother? Do you think I can?"
Wei Qi snorted.
"If his intentions are not good, I'll break his legs." Yu Ji shook her head and laughed. "All right, I understand your worries, but there's no need to go that far. If they truly love each other and get married properly, would you still try to separate them?" Wei Qi said nothing. He wouldn't do that. But with Yang Ziyuan involved, he had to pay attention to Wei family's son-in-law. However, even if he paid more attention, looking at the person in his arms, he didn't want to think about anything else. He stretched out his long legs, leaned on the Kong, and reached out to pull Yu Ji into his arms. "Wife, I'll be going up the mountain the day after tomorrow." Yu Ji didn't get up but obediently leaned against his chest. "I know, come back early." Wei Qi's large hand gently stroked Yu Ji's long hair, his gaze becoming a bit deep. Having someone to care about really changes things. In the past, hearing about wolves, big bugs, and bears would excite him, but now he felt like he was worried about something. He held Yuji close and silently made a decision. Pho to town, Ding family. Young master, everything is prepared. Ding Dai's young servant handed over a booklet. Ding Dai casually looked through it. These are not important. What about the begonia flowers? They are ready too. The best quality, chosen carefully by the gardener. Ding Dai smiled slightly. She likes begonias. Send them together. The servant nodded. The matchmaker is also arranged, but as for the old madam, Ding Dai said, I'll talk to my mother later. All right, I'll go prepare right away. The next morning, Wei Qi prepared to go into the mountains. The Wu brothers arrived on time. Early in the morning, Yuji was still asleep, and Wei Qi didn't wake her. But when Wei Qi was about to leave, Yuji slowly woke up. Wei Qi the man immediately turned around. Yu, it's still early. Sleep a little longer. Yuji rubbed her eyes, still a bit sleepy, come back early. Okay, I understand. Wei Qi went into the mountains, and Yuji suddenly felt more relaxed. As the weather got colder, De Wang and the others' lessons could also come to an end. Yuji handed the exam arrangements to Yantai, saying, You are responsible for checking the younger siblings' lessons. Do you remember how the teacher used to test you? Yantai remembered well, and was happy to take on the task. But Miao Miao and the others naturally became nervous again. Another exam was coming. Miao Miao clenched her small fists, looking eagerly at Yantai. Yantai, who accepted the task, was serious. You all review carefully these days. Starting the day after tomorrow. Miao Miao let out a sigh of relief. Great. There was still time to ask Yantai for extra lessons. Yuji felt her days might get busier again. She was feeling a bit down, so she stayed in her room reading and drawing. Last time Wei Qi went to the county town, besides bringing back some good brushes, ink, and paper, he also found some folk storybooks from the market. These storybooks were a bit rough, but the stories inside were quite interesting. Especially the local ghost stories and strange tales, which she hadn't read in her previous books. When Wei Qi discovered them, it was like opening a new world. He stopped telling her stories from the Taiping Guangji and instead read these to her. Particularly ghost stories, at midnight, when he told them, Yuji would get scared and hide in his arms. The man was very proud of this. Yuji wanted to pick up a book to pass the time, but after thinking for a moment, she decided to put it back. A person looked on, feeling it was not very interesting. Suddenly, a loud cry came from outside in the yard. There was a commotion. Yuji put down her book and got up, walking outside. At the Wei family's gate, a carriage suddenly arrived, with many young servants and maids, each holding a jar of flowers, standing at the door. Wei's mother and Wei Taodao were doing needlework in the yard and were startled. A few children were also attracted, exclaiming, Wow! Such beautiful flowers! Suddenly, a matchmaker stepped down from a carriage, smiling brightly, waving a handkerchief as she entered the Wei family's gate. Is this the Wei girl's home? Wei's mother asked, Who are you? The matchmaker smiled and stepped forward, politely taking Wei's mother's hand. My surname is Sunday. I'm here to speak about a marriage for Mr. Ding's family in town. Marriage? Everyone in the Wei family widened their eyes in surprise. Yes, indeed. Young Master Ding specifically asked me to come. Is Miss Manman at home? Suddenly, Wei Manman's door in the southwest opened, and she ran out in disbelief. The matchmaker, surnamed Sun, immediately smiled and said, That must be Miss Manman. She looks so lovely. The matchmaker praised her enthusiastically, leaving Wei Manman stunned. Wei's mother stood up and asked, Is there some mistake? Why are they suddenly talking about marriage? The matchmaker, Sun, said cheerfully, Oh, dear sister, young Master Ding is very interested in Miss Manman. When two people like each other, it's best to settle things early, right? The Ding family is very proper, so they asked me to come quickly and ask Miss Wei's opinion. She looked at Wei Manman as she spoke. Wei Manman hesitated and stammered. Wei's mother thought for a moment and invited her guests to sit down. You've come from far away, have some tea first. The matchmaker happily accepted. Mainly, this is all so sudden. We didn't expect. Are you here today to decide, or what exactly is your intention? The matchmaker said cheerfully, It's not that we want to decide immediately. Look at these flowers. Young Master Ding sent them. They're for the girl. He's really interested in her and wants to show his sincerity. If Miss Wei is also interested, next time we'll bring a betrothal gift. The Wei family understood, and all looked at the flowers. Bring them all in. Suddenly, everyone rushed into the Wei yard, placing their potted plants on the ground. Yuji had already come out and heard everything the matchmaker said. She also looked at the flowers. They were crabapple blossoms. Wei Man suddenly asked, "Why are they crabapple blossoms?" The matchmaker, Sun, looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." At first, Wei Man thought Ding Dai would send some hibiscus flowers. It's no longer the season for begonias, but these flowers are well taken care of, and I don't know how they managed it. Wei Man didn't pay much attention to these small details. Right now, her heart was pounding, and her cheeks were flushed. Wei's mother looked at her daughter and still had some questions. After thinking for a moment, Wei's mother said, "We understand what young Master Ding means. Let's think about it." Today was a bit sudden. Understood, understood. Grandma's son nodded. So, can we accept these flower girls? As long as you understand Ding's intentions. Not to brag, but I've been matchmaking for many years and I tell the truth. Don't look at the Ding family now being in Foda Town. They also have a house in the county seat. Plus several shops doing quite well. But Madame Ding is sentimental and likes Foda Town. If the girl marries into the family, she'll surely have a good life. Wei Man kept her eyes lowered and said nothing. Wei's mother smiled and asked, "Have you eaten? Would you like to stay for a meal?" No, I need to go back and report after finishing things." Grandma's son stood up. The Wei family saw her off to the door. After they left, Wei's mother, he and Wei Tao all looked at Wei Man and smiled. Wei Man said, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" He smiled and said, "Mom, don't ask anymore. Look at little sister. There's nothing she doesn't understand."
Sigh.
A girl grows up and leaves home. Big sister-in-law you. Wei Man's face turned completely red. She wanted to jump up and cover her mouth, and everyone in the yard burst into laughter. Yuji stood nearby, smiling softly. Although she also felt the Ding family was moving too fast. She looked at the pots of hibiscus flowers. This isn't the season for hibiscus, so it was obvious they were grown in a shed by skilled workers. But unfortunately, compared to the real, sprawling Shifu hibiscus, it was far inferior. Yuji only glanced once, and then turned back to her room. Her sister-in-law's marriage was probably decided by her mother-in-law. Night fell, and most of the Wei men had returned, except Wei Qi. Old Wei was surprised when he heard about it. "Why so urgent?" Wei's mother sat by the window in the main hall and said, "Yes, I also feel a bit anxious, but they are polite about it. They came today just to ask and didn't do anything else. They said if Man is interested, they can discuss the future plans." Old Wei said, "But we haven't even met their family, and I don't know what kind of people they are or if they'll be easy to get along with." "Yes, but I think Man is interested. If it really works out, we should go meet them. What do you think?" Old Wei sat on a stool washing his feet and was silent for a while. Girls grow up and leave home. Man is the right age now. You decide." Wei's mother nodded. "All right, then I'll start preparing. First, we'll meet the Ding family." Ding family in Foda Town. Mrs. Liu, Ding Dai's mother, was frowning as she looked at her son. "Why are you doing this?"
Ding Dai smiled.
"Mother, you promised I could decide my marriage, especially after I managed the shop in the county town well." Mrs. Liu put down her teacup. "That's true. You've always been good and never made us worry. But I don't understand. Wei's family isn't a farming family and you're not." Ding Dai interrupted her. "That's why I only want to do this for now. The Wei family might come to visit tomorrow. Would you help me?" Mrs. Liu thought for a moment. "It's not a big deal. If they come, I'll take care of the reception."
Ding Dai nodded.
"Thank you, Mother." The next morning, the Wei family was ready to leave. This was a big day for Wei Man. Old Wei and Wei's mother were going out, and Wei Yong was driving. Wei Qi wasn't there. Wei's mother asked Yuji, should little fish come with us? Yuji thought for a moment and shook his head. Mom, I'll stay at home. You all go. It wouldn't be good if no one's here. Lu said, I'll stay home with third sister. Big brother and sister-in-law will go with dad and mom. That's fine too. Today, a few children rarely went out. Big brother Yao Yao and second brother Xing Xing were very excited, but Yuji didn't want to go, and the Inkstone also refused. Big brother Yao Yao felt a little regretful. Today, Wei Man Man wore a new dress, looking more beautiful than flowers. Yang Ziyuan and Wei Tao Tao also planned to go because the velvet flower shop still needed people to watch over it. The whole family was getting ready to leave together. The Wei family's small courtyard suddenly became quiet. Lu looked at Yu Ji and smiled. Third sister-in-law hasn't been very lively these days. Is it because third brother isn't here? Yu Ji smiled.
I don't feel well.
Lu glanced at him and understood. Then go inside and rest. I think third brother will be back soon. Yu Ji glanced outside the courtyard. Wei Qi promised her 3 days, but she wasn't sure if he could return tomorrow. On the mule cart, Wei Yong was driving and smiled. I never thought my little sister would be getting married soon. It's so quick. Wei Man Man said, Big brother.
Who said that?
Nothing's settled yet. Wei's mother glared at her. Yesterday, we agreed with the Ding family to visit today. Of course, it's about your good news. What's wrong? Are we just sitting around going to their house to eat and chat? Wei Man Man replied, Mother, I didn't mean it like that. Please stop talking. Wei Tao Tao chuckled. My little sister is shy and embarrassed. Big sister, you're the same. Everyone laughed quietly. The mule cart moved at a steady pace. Suddenly, Wei Yong saw someone standing nearby and said, Hey, there's someone over there. It looks like Zhou Qing.
What?
The Wei family looked over. Old Wei said, Really? Should we go say hello? Wei's mother thought for a moment, looked at her daughter, and sighed. Forget it. I don't think he wants to come over. Going now might just make things awkward. There was a hint of regret in her words, as she had once thought Zhou Qing might marry her daughter. But unexpectedly, the Zhou family wasn't interested, and Zhou Qing himself was also irresponsible. Wei Man Man didn't look over there. The Wei family's carriage simply drove past. Zhou Qing stood still for a while, then turned around sadly and left. Yu Ji was practicing calligraphy inside the house, with an inkstone sitting nearby. Older sister, what are these books? She also saw the storybooks, and Yu Ji quickly said, They're not good books. Don't look at them. Yentai smiled, I know. Brother-in-law bought them to make sister happy. Yu Ji blushed, silently accepting. Storybooks are also nice. They tell many folk stories. Yu Ji said, I didn't mean that storybooks are bad, but you should focus on studying now. Yentai was usually obedient. When his sister told him not to look, he wouldn't, but since they rarely had time to talk, he asked more than usual. Why did brother-in-law risk going into the mountains? Yu Ji paused her brush and bit her lip. Yentai, although our life is better than many others, it's still not easy. Your brother-in-law. He's doing this for our family. Yentai nodded innocently. I can see that brother-in-law treats sister very well, just like brother Zihue. Yu Ji's expression suddenly changed, and she looked up sharply. Yentai was surprised. I said the wrong thing. Yu Ji's face turned pale. She silently bit her lip. Yentai, don't mention that person again. Yentai looked full of guilt and said, Sorry, sister. I won't mention it again. Seeing her brother so upset, Yu Ji calmed herself, stood up, and walked over to pat his head. Sister doesn't blame you. It's just that we are no longer from the same world, and I haven't seen him for so many years. Many things are just old jokes from our parents. Yentai looked confused and asked, Are they just jokes? Yu Ji nodded. They were childhood sweethearts, but they hadn't seen each other for many years. What did their childhood promises mean now? The Pei family in Hedong, known for their elegance and grace. The Pei family was very powerful, favored by the emperor, while the Yu family was considered disgraced officials. Yu Ji remembered a vague figure from her memory, but she had completely forgotten her face. Yentai, remember, we must always live in the present. Yentai looked at her sister and nodded. Sister. I remember. At the main yard of the Ding family, Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Wei were happily talking. Both Mr. Wei and Mrs. Wei looked quite pleased. Wei Man sat quietly to the side. Mrs. Liu often talked to her, and she nodded happily. The meeting was very pleasant. After dinner at dusk, Mrs. Wei stood up. It's getting late today. We'll head back now. Mrs. Liu smiled and said, all right, I'll see you off. No need, no need. You've had a busy day too. Rest early. Ding Dai smiled and said, I'll see them off. Mother, stay a moment. The Wei family left Ding's house. Ding Dai and Wei Man walked side by side, still polite, but the young girl's heart was already moved. Her eyes looked at Ding Dai, revealing her feelings. Mrs. Liu stood under the eaves, watching the scene, and said, she's a nice girl, but it's a pity. The servant beside her said, young master never makes mistakes in important matters. Trust him. Mrs. Liu nodded and went inside. When the Wei family returned to Hualing village, it was already dark. Yu Ji and Lu Shi went out to greet them. Lu Shi asked with a smile, how is it, mother? Mrs. Wei looked quite happy. A good family. They'll come to propose marriage in a few days. We'll settle the engagement first, then choose a wedding date slowly. That's great. Congratulations, little sister. Lu Shi said with a smile. Mrs. Wei suddenly looked at Yu Ji. Tomorrow, the third brother should be back. When he arrives, the Ding family's people will come to propose. Yu Ji nodded with a smile. That night, another rain fell. The weather has turned cold, and after waking up, Yu Ji couldn't fall back asleep. Although she was warm in bed, she still felt the chilly, gloomy weather. She curled up under the blankets, listening to the rain outside, and slowly waited for dawn. Wei Qi had not come back yet. She heard her second sister-in-law get up, and soon after, Wei's mother also got up. Pearl and Rui Bao were already pecking at their cages, and the doors of each courtyard were opening one after another. Yu Ji waited a little longer, then quietly got up, dressed, and went outside. Let's have pancakes for breakfast. It's been a while since I last ate them. Wei's mother called from the kitchen. Dalong and Yao Yao ran over. Third aunt, Rui Bao pooped a lot today. Third sister-in-law, what would you like to eat? Many people were talking to Yu Ji, but she felt a little empty inside. She smiled and responded to each one. Old Wei also came out of the main hall. It's really cold today. The mountain has turned yellow. Wei's mother was lighting a fire. Yes, if it doesn't get better, we'll bring out the fire basin. I think that will do. During breakfast, seeing Yu Ji looking unwell, no one took the initiative to talk about the third brother, including Wei Man. But the girl's mind wasn't on that right now. He sure carried in some porridge and said with a smile, it seems the crabapple flowers sent by Ding's family are already wilting. It's a pity they were placed under the eaves. Yu Ji suddenly said, it's not the season for crabapple flowers. Without the greenhouse and skilled workers, they won't last long. Wei Man suddenly remembered something and asked sideways, third sister-in-law, did you like crabapple flowers before? Yu Ji was surprised. Me? Yes, I remember when I was making felt flowers, you mentioned it. Too bad I forgot. I haven't made the crabapple flowers for you yet. Yu Ji smiled. It's just so. Don't take it to heart. Yantai wanted to say something but hesitated, then decided not to speak. After breakfast, the Wei family prepared to go about their work, and Yu Ji also got ready to return to her room. Yantai suddenly came over and asked, Sister, can I go take the exam for Dalong and the others? Sure, go ahead. I won't worry about it, Yu Ji said with a smile, patting her brother's head. Yantai obediently agreed. All afternoon, Yu Ji felt lazy. The autumn rain kept falling until evening, pattering steadily. The weather darkened early. As the rain continued without stopping, Yu Ji's spirits sank even more. By dinner time, the whole family seemed to notice something was wrong. Old Wei said, little fish, third brother used to be like this sometimes. It's nothing serious. Don't worry too much. Mother Wei said, yes, that mischievous boy is used to being wild, but he's naturally like a little monkey in the mountains. Third sister-in-law, don't worry. If my brother is really like that, it's just normal family life. Actually, everyone knew this, But when they spoke about it, Yuji felt a bit uneasy and couldn't finish her meal. I understand. I just saw it raining and was a little worried. She knew Wei Qi's skills, but perhaps because the family had gone through some troubles, she felt especially anxious. Not wanting her feelings to affect her family, Yuji smiled and said, I'm fine, mother. I understand. I think he'll be back tomorrow. Wei Qi promised her he would stay 3 days. He couldn't break his word. Of course, that mischievous boy. He doesn't keep promises easily. But he definitely cares about what he told you. Wei Man also said, exactly, my third brother only cares about you. Yuji smiled and picked up her chopsticks again. Suddenly, there was a loud, urgent knocking at the door.
Who is it?
At this hour, Wei Yong, close to the door, immediately stood up. I'll go see. It was still raining outside. Mother Wei nodded. All right, go see who it is. Wei Yong ran out into the rain to the gate. The Wei family waited inside. After a while, Wei Yong hadn't come back. Old Wei said, what's going on? Oldest son? There was a burst of hurried footsteps outside. Wei Yong hurried back inside, looking pale. Yuji looked at him and slowly put down her chopsticks.
Father.
Mother. What's wrong? What's happening? Wei Yong's lips trembled. It's De Cheng's brother. He said that third brother was hurt by a bear and is now at the town's clinic. Suddenly, Mother Wei's bowl slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. He Shi, Lu Shi, Wei Taodao, and Wei Man all stood up quickly. What did you say? Yen Tai suddenly turned to look at Yuji. Yuji's face was calmer than everyone else's, but her lips had lost their color. Yen Tai's eyes also showed deep concern. Half an hour later, the Wei family's mule cart arrived at Tong Rintang's entrance. Wu Dazhuang was pacing outside. Seeing the Wei family, he hurried over. Uncle.
Aunt.
Where's third brother? Old Wei and Mother Wei, both wearing raincoats and without bothering to open umbrellas, stood there. Yuji also immediately got off the cart, with Lu Shi standing beside her holding an umbrella. Inside, don't worry too much. How could we not worry? Everyone pushed inside. Yuji was very familiar with Tongren Hall, but since she left last time, she never expected to face such a scene again. There was no one else in the clinic now. Dr. Zhao should be in the back. As soon as Yuji reached the backyard, she smelled a strong scent of blood. She almost staggered and couldn't stand steadily. Third sister-in-law. Lu Shi worriedly helped her, and Yen Tai immediately held her sister's hand.
Sister.
Yuji took a deep breath. I'm fine. I just want to go in and see. Tongren Hall has a separate room for seriously ill patients. Probably hearing footsteps, Dr. Zhao came out. Unlike his usual cheerful expression, this time he looked very serious. Mother Wei tremblingly asked, Dr. Zhao, my son. Dr. Zhao sighed. Bad luck. I heard he just finished dealing with 2 or 3 wolves, and then he ran into a bear. Yuji's body shook.
What?
Old Wei's eyes also turned red as he sighed heavily. How is the third son? He's quite capable. The bear is dead, but unfortunately, his right leg is badly injured, and he was hit in the chest with a palm. He's lost a lot of blood. I've given him the best medicine, but now it depends on him. Mother Wei's vision blurred. My son. The whole family cried. Mother, don't get too upset. Let's go in and see him first. Before Wei Man finished speaking, she saw Yuji rush in first. The others quickly followed. On a narrow small bed, a tall man was lying very still, with his eyes tightly closed. Usually lively and energetic, now he seemed completely lifeless. Yuji didn't go closer. She stopped a few steps away from the bed. She stared blankly at Wei Qi, her eyes turning red, tears falling like broken beads. Plop, plop. They instantly soaked her clothes. It was already completely dark, and the rain had stopped lightly. Tongren Hall closed its doors, no longer accepting other patients for the past 2 days, except for those already there. A strong medicinal smell drifted from behind the yard. Yuji sat dazed under the eaves for a long time. During this time, He Shi, Lu Shi, and Man all tried to comfort her, but it didn't help much. Yuji was lost in thought, ignoring everyone. Mother Wei was also not doing well. She had fainted from crying and just woke up. Old Wei hadn't smoked dried tobacco for many days, but now he was clicking his tongue and tapping his foot constantly. The Wei family members were all in a bad mood, and Zhao the doctor kept coming in and out frequently. Wei Qi needed someone to watch over him constantly, and they also had to change dressings and stop the bleeding. Soon Ma Er arrived. Clearly, he had received the news. He looked serious and introduced himself to the Wei family. Wu Dazhuang recognized him and briefly explained the situation. The Wei family only nodded faintly, showing little reaction. When they moved to a quiet place, Ma Er whispered to Wu Dazhuang, "What exactly is going on?" Wu Dazhuang covered his face and said, "It's because we are too useless. When my brother fought the wolf pack, he put in a lot of effort and was exhausted. Who knew he would encounter a bear, a blind one? That shouldn't happen. Wolves usually don't appear where there are bears. I don't understand what's going on. We were so scared we lost our legs and my brother." Wu Dazhuang couldn't finish, his eyes red with guilt. Ma Er sighed. "Brother Wei is capable. This was just an accident." "What did the doctor say?" "We've used all the medicine. Now it depends on him. By the way, before my brother fainted, he said the wolf was for you. It's at my house now. Later, I'll send it over for you. He said he promised you." Ma Er was deeply moved. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly approached Wei's mother and Wei's old man. "Uncle, Annie, I have some good wound medicine at home. I'll go back now and bring it for Brother Wei." Wei's mother was about to speak when Yu Ji suddenly stood up and left without saying a word. Third sister-in-law. Lu Shi was startled. "What are you doing?" Yu Ji went to Zhao the doctor and suddenly said, "Earlier, Wei Qi dug up a ginseng that's at least 20 years old on the mountain. Maybe it can be useful?" Zhao the doctor widened his eyes. "Of course. Ginseng boosts energy. He's lost a lot of vitality this time." "Good, I'll go back and get it right away." Wei Yong heard this and quickly said, "Third sister-in-law. I'll go. Just tell me where it is, and I'll bring it." Yu Ji immediately told him. The Wei family looked a bit hopeful, and Ma Er also hurried back to get the medicine. Yu Ji returned to Wei Qi's side and just stared at him silently. After a while, Ma Er hadn't come back yet, and Yang Ziyuan and Ding Dai arrived first. Yang Ziyuan had been in town yesterday setting up a shop for Wei Man and hadn't returned all night. When he heard the news, he rushed over without delay. Ding Dai looked surprised. "What's going on?" Wei Taotao's eyes were swollen from crying. Yang Ziyuan walked over to her. Ding Dai went to the backyard and looked outside the window at the people inside, shifting his gaze from Wei Qi to Yu Ji. Wei Man also choked up and asked, "Why did you come?" Ding Dai hurriedly said, "I met Brother Yang on the way here. I heard about it and came." "What did the doctor say?" Wei Man replied, "He needs to stop the bleeding, using good medicine." A hint of seriousness flashed in Ding Dai's eyes. "As for the medicine to stop the bleeding, I happen to have some at home. My father brought it back from the capital earlier." Yu Ji's sharp ears twitched, and he looked out from inside the house at Ding Dai. Seeing the beautiful person with tears in her eyes, Ding Dai felt his heart tighten when he made eye contact with her. Ding Dai immediately said, "I'll go back and look for it. Maybe I have some that can be used." Wei Man quickly said, "Thank you. That would be great." Ding Dai smiled at her. "No need to thank me. I have other matters to attend to soon. Brother Yang, why don't you come with me to get it?"
Yang Ziyuan nodded immediately.
"Good, I'll go with you." Wei Taotao said, "Hurry up then." Yang Ziyuan squeezed his wife's hand, signaling her to stay calm. Yang Ziyuan then followed Ding Dai out. The whole family was busy trying to find ways to help Wei Qi. Yu Ji didn't go out. She just stayed silently by Wei Qi's side, unmoving. Outside the clinic, Ding Dai's expression suddenly relaxed. It seemed like heaven was helping him. Yang Ziyuan quickly caught up. "Brother Ding, shall I help you get the cart?" "Yes, let's go to my house." The carriage soon arrived at Ding's home. The two hurried into the yard. When they reached inside, Ding Dai suddenly said, "Brother Yang, wait here for a moment. I'll go find the medicine."
"All right."
Ding Dai turned to leave, and his young servant followed him. Young master, where did the medicine come from? Shut up. Just come with me to look. Yang Ziyuan waited in the yard for a while and suddenly noticed the flower beds had been disturbed. A gardener was humming while planting flowers. Yang Ziyuan casually asked, "What kind of flowers are these?" The gardener looked up and smiled. "Crabapple blossoms. Young master ordered us to plant crabapple trees in all the flower beds here." Yang Ziyuan was surprised. Crabapples?
Yes.
He suddenly remembered the crabapple flowers delivered to his home, and the first time he saw Ding Dai at the market, when he casually praised him. Then, he also thought of what Wei Man asked Yu Ji at the dinner table that day. All these thoughts suddenly flooded into Yang Ziyuan's mind. His face instantly looked a bit strange. Yang Ziyuan couldn't help but ask, "Young master, didn't you say you wanted to plant hibiscus?" The gardener was surprised and replied, "I've never heard of that. Who likes hibiscus?" The young master only mentioned that the future young lady prefers crabapple blossoms. Yang Ziyuan's face suddenly looked unhappy, lost in thought. "Brother Yang, you've waited long enough." Ding Dai suddenly approached, and Yang Ziyuan quickly composed himself. "This medicine was brought back by my father from the capital. It works wonders for stopping bleeding. You can take it to Brother Wei." Yang Ziyuan looked at the medicine bottle in his hand, thought for a moment, and accepted it. "Thank you." Ding Dai smiled and said, "You're welcome. Soon, we'll be family." Yang Ziyuan was unsure how to respond to this, nodded, and was about to leave when he suddenly clutched his stomach. "Ding, Brother Ding, I'm really sorry, but may I use your outhouse?" Ding Dai's eyes flashed with slight disdain. He pointed in a direction. Yang Yuan hurriedly thanked him. Thanks. He ran off quickly, and Ding Dai withdrew his gaze. A young servant nearby looked nervous. "Young master, is it okay? What if we're caught? The Wei family is anxious and angry right now. Who would notice? Besides, the thing inside is only a small part. But what if they don't use it?" Ding Dai's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. "Then we'll think of another way." Yang Ziyuan headed toward the outhouse but didn't go there. Instead, he took advantage of the distraction and circled around to the other side. This was Ding Dai's study, which he had just learned about from the gardener. At the door of the study, a young maid was dozing off. Yang Ziyuan quietly slipped past her. He stopped by the window. Yang Ziyuan admitted he wasn't exactly a very honest person. During the years of fleeing, fighting with stray dogs for food taught him to use any means necessary. The Wei family members were somewhat repelled by him, and there was a reason for that. Now, he stood silently at the side door of the study, using tricks he had learned from the streets to gently open the closed door and window. Yang Ziyuan quietly slipped inside. The study didn't have many items, but his target was behind the folding screen. He quickly approached the desk and looked down. On the large desk, there was only a painting that was unfinished. The girl in the painting, bright-eyed and white-toothed, was stunningly beautiful. In just one glance, Yang Ziyuan understood everything. He calmly withdrew his gaze and silently left the study. At this moment, Yang Ziyuan's mind was in a fierce battle. It was really like that. It turns out to be like this. Although he considers himself not a gentleman, he also cannot be so petty. What plan is Ding Dai thinking of? Yang Ziyuan wants to leave the Ding family immediately, carefully think over this matter, and plan for the long term. But he underestimated Ding Dai. After pretending to walk out of the outhouse, he was suddenly blocked by someone. Ding Dai smiled faintly. "Brother Yang, you went to the outhouse? Such a long time?" Yang Ziyuan was stunned. Just as he was about to smile politely, two strong men approached and grabbed him. One of them suddenly punched him in the stomach. Yang Ziyuan groaned and knelt down. A sharp pain spread through his abdomen. Ding Dai tore off his mask. "Such a pity. I really wanted to help you, but you crossed my bottom line. What should I do now?" Bang, bang, 2 more punches. Yang Ziyuan's lips bled slightly. "Brother Ding, you are. I don't understand what you were saying." Ding Dai smiled. "Stop pretending to be naive. At this point, I might as well tell you the truth. The person I like is definitely not Wei Man. What a pity. She's a delicate flower, but but she's stuck on your third brother's pile of manure. I didn't want to act so quickly, but heaven is helping me. The hunter? He only deserves to be torn apart by beasts. How could he compare to Yuji? She shouldn't, absolutely shouldn't, suffer in your rural household. Yang Ziyuan spat out blood, looking up and staring at him fiercely. Ding Dai continued to smile. It's a pity I don't have a proper way to approach her. I should thank you, really. If you hadn't asked me if I had feelings for Man that day, I might not have thought of this plan. Haha. The Wei family prides itself on being powerful, but I've played them around. Yang Ziyuan lowered his eyes, a shadow flickering in his gaze. Brother Ding, I want to help you. Ding Dai gradually stopped smiling and looked at him. What did you say? Yang Ziyuan seemed to have made up his mind. I said I want to help you. I am the son-in-law of the Wei family, but you probably don't know about me and Tao Tao. The Wei family has always looked down on me. They treat me like a begging dog. Ding Dai curled his lips. Is that so? Interesting. I mean no harm, Brother Ding, really. Ding Dai thought for a moment and ordered someone to release him. He stepped forward and squatted in front of Yang Ziyuan. Then tell me, how do you want to help me? Yang Ziyuan wiped the blood from his lips. Wei Qi, you don't want him to wake up, right? He looked down at the medicine in his hand. Ding Dai suddenly smiled. You are indeed very smart. Very good. I like dealing with clever people. You are currently in an inconvenient situation, unlike me. I am already the son-in-law of the Wei family. I help you, you give me money, and also the farmland and business.
How about that? Ding Dai laughed loudly.
Sure, as long as you can really help me achieve my goal. Is there anything you want? Do you really only care about the Wei family's approval? Brother Ding. That's right. Ding Dai let someone loosen his grip. Then let's see your sincerity. He looked coldly at Yang Ziyuan. You know what to do. If you dare to have other thoughts, you know the consequences. Ding Dai took a step forward and whispered, think about your wife and daughter. The farmland you just rented for spring planting is about to start. Do you want to give up those good days? Help me well, and I promise you'll earn more than everyone in the Wei family. Yang Ziyuan nodded. When Yang Ziyuan returned to Tongren Hall, more than an hour had passed. Wei Taodao hurried over and asked, Why are you so late? Yang Ziyuan apologized with a smile. Young Master Ding delayed me because he was looking for medicine. I didn't want to rush him. Wei Taodao nodded in understanding. How is third brother? Still not awake. The officer just brought medicine, and my elder brother also brought ginseng back. Dr. Zhao is examining him. What about your medicine? Yang Ziyuan took it out from his sleeve. I brought it to Dr. Zhao.
Great.
Go quickly. Yang Ziyuan went to the backyard. Instead of rushing to find Dr. Zhao, he hesitated at the door of a small room and pushed it open. Yuji was still watching Wei Qi, and it had been a whole day. Not a drop of water had been given. The inkstone beside her looked at her worriedly, silent. Yang Ziyuan thought for a moment and said, Third sister-in-law, I just went to Ding's house and brought back the medicine. Yuji slowly turned her head, looked at him, and softly said, Thank you, brother-in-law. Yang Ziyuan's face was complicated. This medicine, should I use it directly or? Yuji shook her head. Ask Dr. Zhao. Yang Ziyuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. All right, I'll ask. He turned to leave, but Yuji suddenly said, Wait, brother-in-law. Yang Ziyuan looked back. Yuji walked over and said, What kind of medicine is it? Let me see. Yang Ziyuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. I don't know either. Yuji reached out to take it, and Yang Ziyuan suddenly whispered, Third sister-in-law, I have something to tell you. Yuji looked up, puzzled. What is it? Yang Ziyuan glanced at Wei Taodao and his daughter in the yard, seeming to make a decision. It's not convenient to talk here. Can you trust me and move outside? Yuji looked at her somewhat unfamiliar brother-in-law and fell silent. By now, it was completely dark. He sure and Wei Yong had managed to persuade Wei Mu to rest a little in the afternoon. She had just closed her eyes for less than an hour when she opened them again. Where's the third brother? I want to see him. Wei Yong sighed, knowing he couldn't persuade her further, and feeling helpless. When they entered, they found that Yuji was not inside. Wei Yong immediately asked Yen Tai, Yen Tai, where is your sister? Yen Tai stared blankly and shook her head without speaking. Everyone thought Yu Ji had gone outside to get some air. That was better than staying inside and feeling suffocated. Indeed, Yu Ji was outside near the back door of the clinic. Yang Ji Yuan's lips moved as if he was speaking, and after a long while, he finally finished and let out a sigh. Third sister-in-law. I know you probably doubt me now, but although I did some foolish things before, I swear with my life that everything I say is true. Yu Ji lowered her long eyelashes, showing the same expression as before. She seemed to be lost in thought. What's he trying to do? After a moment, Yu Ji softly asked. Yang Ji Yuan handed her a medicine bottle. I don't know what's inside, but... He didn't finish a sentence, and Yu Ji snatched the bottle quickly. She opened it and sniffed, her face changing color. Is there more? Yu Ji asked coldly. No. Yang Ji Yuan looked at her, and suddenly felt that this gentle, quiet sister-in-law seemed different from what he remembered. He was a man, and could understand Ding Dai's thoughts. But this was the matter of the third brother. He had never dared to ask about her background before. Yu Ji silently put away the bottle and tucked it into her sleeve. Brother-in-law, thank you for telling me this. I can't promise anything right now, but I will repay you. Yang Ji Yuan shook his head. I just hope that if things come to light in the future, you can say a few words for me in front of our parents. That would be enough. Yu Ji suddenly looked into the yard. I will, but next I need you to do something. Yang Ji Yuan's eyes showed a hint of surprise.
What?
When Yu Ji returned to the house, her tears had already dried on her face. Wei Mu sat at the head of the bed, expressionless. Wei Lao Han also looked much older than before. Yu Ji suddenly said, Father, Mother, I have something to tell you. The two elders slowly turned their heads. Wei Lao Han wiped his face. Xiao Yu, what is it? There's no good medicine in town. I plan to go to the county town.
What?
He sure exclaimed in surprise. The two elders also looked surprised. Yu Ji seemed to have recovered from her sadness. After thinking for a while, she finally made up her mind. I know a famous doctor in the county town. He should have medicine to save Wei Qi. I must try to go. Wei's mother moved her lips, surprised. Third sister-in-law.
How do you know?
She paused, seeming to realize something. Yen Tai stood up and walked to her sister. Sister, are you talking about?
Unklali.
Yu Ji nodded and looked at the two elders. Dad, Mom, there are many things I can't explain now. When I come back from the county, I will tell you. But right now, I need my older brother or someone to take me there. Just as Wei Laohan was about to speak, hurried footsteps came from outside the medical clinic. Wei Hai had returned.
Dad. Mom.
Third brother. Fourth brother? Why are you back? Wei Hai, covered in dust and looking quite disheveled, hurried over. Mom. I heard from a fellow villager that. Why didn't you ask someone to tell me? Wei's mother was speechless. Wei Hai reached Wei Qi and his eyes turned red. Third brother. Wei Laohan looked at his son, then at Yu Ji, and asked calmly. Third sister-in-law, how confident are you? If you're going to the county, let fourth or first go with you. They know the way. Yu Ji glanced at Wei Hai and nodded. All right, Dad. I'm not sure either, but I have no choice. I can't just watch Wei Qi suffer. Her eyes also turned red again and she didn't say anything more. Wei Hai said, Third sister-in-law, you are going to the county? Yu Ji nodded. Dad, Mom, fourth brother, there's no time to lose. I'm leaving now, and Yen Tai will come with me. At this point, the Wei family could only agree with a nod. Wei's mother's voice trembled slightly. Little fish. Please take care of yourself. Yu Ji choked up a little. Mom, Wei Qi, please take care of him too. Before leaving, Yu Ji whispered a few words to Yang Ji Yuan. His expression gradually became serious. Third sister-in-law, I understand. There was no more delay. Wei Yong drove the car, and Wei Hai, Yu Ji, and Yen Tai set off for Yong'an County. After they left, Wei Tao Tao approached Yang Ji Yuan and asked, What did you say to third sister-in-law just now? She seemed a bit upset. Yang Ji Yuan looked normal again, nothing. Let's go inside. In the backyard of the medical clinic, Wei's mother couldn't hold back her tears again. This feeling of helplessness, of being unable to do anything, was very painful. The whole family wanted to comfort her, but when they opened their mouths, they found they couldn't say anything. Suddenly, Wei Qi on the bed reacted and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole family was startled. Third brother. Third brother. Wei's mother almost fainted and collapsed to the ground. Outside, Zhao the doctor heard the commotion and immediately rushed in. Let me see. Third brother. Wei Man couldn't help but cry out, and the whole family's hearts were in their throats. Yang Ziyuan looked complicated and slowly stepped back.
Ding family.
Is it true? Ding Dai looked at Yang Ziyuan in front of him, seeming very happy. Yang Ziyuan nodded slowly. He is almost gone. I saw it with my own eyes. A hint of joy flashed in Ding Dai's eyes. Haha, Brother Yang, you did a great job. With a glance, the servant behind him brought a plate of silver ingots. This is 50 taels. Please accept it first. Yang Ziyuan looked at it and suddenly smiled. Brother Ding, your generosity is impressive. Ding Dai smiled. Our family has 2 cloth shops in the county town, not just in Fota town. He didn't dare say more, but as long as he could achieve his goal, he could give her a better life. The night was dark and thick. A mule cart sped along the official road. Wei Yong and Wei Hai had many questions they wanted to ask Yu Ji, but in the end, they swallowed their words. Yu Ji sat silently inside the cart. After a long time, she took out a jade ring from her purse. This was her most private possession, never taken out before.
Now.
Yen Tai saw the jade ring and widened his eyes. Older sister. Yu Ji silently made up her mind and clenched the ring in her palm. Tong Rin Tang. After Wei Qi spat blood, Dr. Xiao naturally rushed to treat him urgently. Finally, around the time of Hai, Wei Qi stabilized again. That old ginseng proved very useful at this moment. Dr. Zhao sliced the ginseng and placed it under Wei Qi's tongue to dissolve. Ginseng indeed helps replenish energy, and even those on their last breath sometimes have hope of being saved. Moreover, it was a 20-year-old aged ginseng. Dr. Zhao sighed. Fortunately, we have this. He thought for a moment and said, actually, I think Wei Qi can go home to rest and recover. His injuries are almost treated. The clinic's small environment isn't good for healing. He can rest at home and recover slowly. Of course, I will go with you. Old Wei thought for a moment and said, I think that's a good idea. Staying here forever isn't a solution. The Wei family had been guarding the place for a whole day and night, neglecting everything at home. A few young children were also here, struggling to eat and sleep well. Wei's mother, with red eyes, nodded and said, Doctor, please take good care of him. Zhao the doctor waved his hand and reassured her, Don't worry. With my friendship with Wei Qi, it's only natural. Even if Tongfang Clinic is closed these days, I will do my best to save Wei Qi. Old Wei turned around and went to rent a carriage. He rented a spacious and comfortable big cart. With the help of the Wu brothers, the whole family carefully carried Wei Qi onto the cart. The Wu brothers drove the cart, and Zhao the doctor went back to Hualing village with them. Before leaving, Zhao the doctor reminded his apprentice, if Miss Yu and the others come back, just tell the truth. Yes, I remember. At this moment, Hualing village was crowded with people. Everyone knew that Wei Qi had gone up the mountain to hunt wolves and had an accident. They gathered at the village entrance. Some familiar neighbors came forward to show concern, but Wei's family was too busy and preoccupied to pay attention to others. No one dared to disturb them. Back home, there was another round of arrangements. Zhao the doctor brought many supplies and gave Wei Qi a night of changing and preparing medicine. Perhaps because he was in a more familiar environment, Wei Qi looked a little better. Wei's mother also felt a bit more hopeful. Wei's mother not only worried about her son but also had to take care of everything at home. She looked tired from all the fuss. He Shi and Lu Shi were also anxious and distressed. That night, Wei's family naturally didn't sleep well. Zhao the doctor stayed at their house, waiting for Wei Qi to wake up. Meanwhile, over at Yu Ji's side, the mule cart traveled through the mountains all day. At dawn, they finally arrived in Yong'an County. Wei Hai and Wei Yong took turns driving, and when the cart stopped, Both looked exhausted. Junior sister, we've arrived. Yuji got off the cart and looked up. The words Yongin County shimmered with golden light in the air, and the sun had already risen. Big brother, second brother, you've worked hard. You're welcome. But third sister-in-law, where do you plan to go? Yuji thought for a moment and looked at Wei Hai. Fourth brother, have you heard of Li Yuanzhou at the county school? Wei Hai, who had been half asleep, suddenly widened his eyes.
Li Dakshuaji.
Yuji nodded. You could call him that, but he's also a famous doctor known throughout the land. Wei Hai stammered, I've heard of him. He only came to Yongin County 2 years ago. They say he retired from official life and became a recluse. He's very low-key, rarely seen.
Does third sister-in-law
know him? Yuji, it's just some old friends of our family. Fourth brother, try to find out where Scholarly lives. Wei Hai nodded, feeling like he was floating on clouds. Because Scholarly is quite famous, his residence is easy to find. Wei Hai soon returned. I found out about third sister-in-law, but I heard that Scholarly rarely receives visitors, so I'm not sure. Yuji, let's go and try. The group set out again and quickly arrived at Scholarly's house. Sure enough, the servant at the door looked annoyed when they saw them. My master doesn't see visitors. No matter who you are. Wei Yong and Wei Hai looked a bit disappointed. Just as they were about to speak, Yuji stepped forward quietly and slipped something small to the servant. Please, you've worked hard today.
have some tea?
When you have a moment, tell Scholarly that Yuji has something important to discuss. The servant looked at what he was given, not because of the tea money, but because he carefully observed the woman's demeanor and thought about the name. He then said, I'll pass your message. Please wait here.
Thank you.
After the servant went inside, Wei Hai and Wei Yong looked at Yuji with admiration. Third sister-in-law, you're so impressive. Yuji forced a smile, but her gaze remained fixed on the large gate of Scholarly's house. After a moment, the servant ran out. My master says, tell you to show your ID. Yuji seemed to have expected this. She handed over her jade ring that she had been holding for a long time. The servant went back inside. In less than an incense stick's time, he returned, now very respectful. Miss you, please. Wei Hai and Wei Yong stared wide-eyed. Wei family courtyard. After Wei Yong returned, Zhao the doctor visited 3 times overnight, and the Wei family kept watch. During the day, Zhao finally said, it looks like things are stabilizing. Maybe the family has helped him feel better. Wei mother kept praying, may heaven bless, may heaven bless. Suddenly, outside the Wei house, there was a sound of drums and gongs. It wasn't loud, but it drew many people's attention.
What's going on?
Are they coming to propose marriage? But Wei Yong just had an accident. The Wei family members also went outside, looking confused at what they saw. It was indeed the matchmaker's son, smiling happily, her eyes almost closed in a grin. Behind her, a long line of people brought wedding gifts, making quite a show. Wei mother, what are you all doing? The people from the Ding family arrived too. All the Wei family members went outside, looking bewildered. Grandma's son quickly said, good sister, young Master Ding asked me to deliver a marriage proposal to Miss Wei. A marriage proposal? Now? Seeing the surprised expressions of the Wei family, Grandma's son hurriedly explained, don't worry, there's a reason for coming today. To be honest, not only did your third brother have some trouble recently, but a senior from the Ding family also fell ill. Madame Liu had someone check on him and said that both your Wei family and their Ding family need a happy event to bring good luck. So today, I was sent here. Mrs. Wei looked complicated, glancing at her daughter, Wei Man, who stood there dazed. Yang Ji Yuan also came out from the inner room, looking serious at the scene before him. Mrs. Wei said, but right now, we really don't feel ready for this. Grandma's son sighed, I understand, but haven't your 2 families already met? There's no other meeting today, just to confirm this matter. Think of it as a good omen. Young Master Ding said not to make a big fuss, but the bride price will definitely not disappoint the girl. Look, it's 28 trays of gifts plus 50 taels of silver. This bride price. It's spot on. You can't find fault with it in all of Hualing Village. Let's just agree today and discuss the marriage more carefully tomorrow. Sometimes, you really can't tell what will happen. Maybe this good news will bring your third son some health. Indeed, the villagers believed in the idea of good luck from marriage, and Mrs. Wei seemed moved. Grandma's son continued, if you have any requests, just tell me. Mrs. Wei shook her head, it's not about demands. She sighed, exchanged a look with Old Wei, then looked at Man, thinking for a moment. All right, let's settle it for now. But honestly, we're not in the best mood today. Understood, just give me Miss Wei's zodiac sign, and we'll consider it settled. Mrs. Wei felt dizzy but nodded, just a moment. Mrs. Wei had already prepared Man's zodiac sign, carefully placed in a box, and now handed it to Grandma's son, who happily took it. Good, congratulations. I'll go back and tell the host family. Once the date is set, I'll come again. Grandma's son smiled and was about to leave when Mrs. Wei suddenly sensed something was off. Of course, it wasn't only Mrs. Wei who realized this. Lu Shi also felt something was wrong. Wait, since it's a marriage proposal, shouldn't we exchange zodiac signs? After Lu Shi spoke, Grandma's son was stunned. Mrs. Wei also widened her eyes. Yes, whereas young Master Ding's zodiac sign. Engagements. Exchanging the red cards, an old tradition. Why now is only Man being asked? The young servant next to Ding Dai immediately stepped forward. My young masters will be sent tomorrow. Madam's son also hurriedly said, yes, it will be sent tomorrow. The Ding family is a bit chaotic now, but everyone is doing this for the children and both families. As for the engagement, I hope the girl won't be too particular about small details. Wei Man, of course, couldn't care less about these things. Her mind was in a mess. Although she had secretly wondered when the Ding family would come to propose, now that they had, her third brother was unconscious, and she couldn't feel happy at all. Wei's mother was also very anxious, especially after Madam's son said, for the good of both families, her thoughts were entirely taken by her son inside the house. She didn't think much more.
All right.
Madam's son was about to leave with the box when Yang Ziyuan suddenly approached silently. Mother, according to the rules, exchanging the red cards is a big matter. Why don't I go? Let me take Man's red card first. After speaking, Yang Ziyuan took the box from Madame Sunday. She was stunned. You. Yang Ziyuan smiled and interrupted her.
Please.
The matchmaker quickly frowned, and the Ding family members looked puzzled. Yang Ziyuan smiled slightly and whispered, I have something to discuss with Master Ding. The young servant relaxed his expression. Then let's go. On the way back, Yang Ziyuan kept holding the box, while the Ding family servant kept glancing at him. Yang Ziyuan ignored him. It turned out Ding Dai was up to this. Now he understood. They soon arrived at the town. The Ding family servant was no longer polite. Give me the box. Yang Ziyuan smiled and handed it over. Of course, here. The servant looked at him with some disdain, but had been watching him the whole time. Seeing no sign of any trick, he was about to open the box for inspection when Yang Ziyuan suddenly said, Where's young Master Ding's red card? Why don't I wait here? The servant was annoyed and forgot what he was doing. He rolled his eyes and said, Just wait and see. Then he strode inside. Miss Wei's red card was in hand. She had to hurry to the government office to finalize everything. Ding Dai was in the garden feeding the fish when the servant flatteredly approached and handed over the box. Young master, it's done. Ding Dai smiled slightly and took it.
So smoothly.
Did the Wei family suspect anything? The Lu family member asked a question, but Yang Ziyuan, being perceptive, said he would come to take it and thus helped us a little. Ding Dai was surprised. He came over? Yes, he's here now, waiting at the door, saying he wants to take your. Ding Dai sneered. Give him a silver box, and he'll understand my meaning. The young servant smiled. Young master is really clever. He's just a greedy man. If we take this marriage letter to the government, your marriage contract will be official, and the Wei family won't have any way to oppose it. A faint smile appeared in Ding Dai's eyes as he took the box. Good wife. It's not unfair to her. His mind flashed with the image of Wei Man. Honestly, Wei Man was quite attractive. Otherwise, Ding Dai wouldn't be willing to do this.
Go handle it.
Also, tell mother.
Yes.
The young servant was about to leave with the box, preparing to open it, but somehow, the lock wouldn't open no matter how long he tried. He struggled for a while, prompting Ding Dai to look over. What's wrong? Young master, I can't open this box.
Let me see.
Ding Dai quickly approached and looked down, his face changing as he saw the lock was broken. Break it open with a hammer. The servant ran off and soon returned. Ding Dai struck the box with a hammer, and it opened with a bang. But inside it was empty, no marriage letter at all. Everyone's faces changed. Ding Dai's expression darkened instantly. Where is Yang Ziyuan? Everyone rushed outside, but it was empty. No sign of Yang Ziyuan anywhere. Wei family after the Ding family left. Wei's mother finally regained her senses. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. This is strange. Since the Ding family came to propose marriage, why didn't they even bring the marriage letter? He's and Lu's wives also said yes. We've never heard of this before. They said something happened to the Ding family, but why would they need Ding Dai's marriage letter for anything? Wei's mother's face suddenly changed. Something's wrong. Quickly, send the eldest son to Fota town. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knocking sound outside the door. Clattering footsteps. Yang Ziyuan was riding his mule back. Mother, don't worry. Everyone looked over suddenly, seeing Yang Ziyuan rush in, holding out Wei Manman's marriage letter. I brought it back. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Wei Manman also came over, looking confused. Yang Ziyuan looked at everyone, especially gazing deeply at Wei Manman. He said, Little sister, I can't explain this to you right now, but I suspect Ding Dai doesn't truly want to marry you. He wants your family's official seal to take a concubine.
What?
A concubine? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Wei's mother's face went pale. No wonder. No wonder. Taking a concubine doesn't require exchanging family seals, just taking the woman's official document to the government. Wei Manman's face turned white. No, this can't be true. Everyone was angry and confused.
Yang,
what's really going on? Old Wei looked very upset. Just as Yang Ziyuan was about to speak, loud noises came again. It was members of the Ding family chasing after them, and Ding Dai was there too. Yang Ziyuan, you've done such a despicable thing. What are you thinking, trying to ruin my and Manman's marriage? The Ding family was aggressive, and the Wei family stepped forward. What's going on? Young Master Ding, are you trying to make Manman your little wife? A dark look flashed in Ding Dai's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. Auntie, don't believe others' slander. I don't want to hide anything anymore. I like Man. From the start, he saw this and came to me early, saying he wanted to match us, and he took 50 taels of silver from me. Yang Ziyuan, how did you get that money from the mulberry fields? Can you honestly say? Wei Taotao's eyes widened.
Ziyuan you.
Yang Ziyuan said, Young Master Ding, you're twisting the truth. You lent me money, but it was your choice. I used the profit from the silk to pay you back. As for you and Man, she's my little sister. I only helped you because I thought you were sincere. How dare you mix these two things? If I had known your true intentions earlier, I wouldn't have agreed to this marriage. He chuckled.
Oh.
Then how do you explain the other 100 taels on you? Yang Ziyuan fell silent, narrowing his eyes at him.
What?
100 taels? Uncle Wei, Aunt Wei, I don't know what your eldest son-in-law is really thinking. He keeps asking me for money again and again. If you don't believe me, you can check his room or search him. Also, he once told me himself that your Wei family looks down on him. He wants to succeed and turn his life around. Ding Dai looked proud as he glared at Yang Ziyuan, daring him to challenge him. He didn't know how high the sky was. Although he couldn't understand why Yang Ziyuan suddenly betrayed him today, he was sure that Yang Ziyuan wouldn't dare to reveal Wei Qi's secrets. Otherwise, the Wei family members would really want to harm him. Ding Dai's face was injured. Including today's matter, I really don't understand his intentions. Man, I am sincere to you. Do you not trust your brother-in-law, or do you not trust me? Ding Dai turned to look deeply at Wei Man Man. Wei Man Man hesitated. She looked at Yang Ji Yuan, full of doubt. Yang Ji Yuan, little sister, don't call me that. Wei Man Man suddenly shouted loudly. Yang Ji Yuan was stunned. I never wanted to acknowledge you as my brother-in-law. You lied to my sister before. Now you're lying to me. Who do you think you are? Why do you interfere in my matters? Wei Man Man cried out in despair, a hint of a smile flickering in Ding Dai's eyes. He walked over to Wei Man Man. Ding Dai reached out to pull her, but Wei Man Man avoided him. She felt very complicated and didn't know how to face Ding Dai. Ding Dai paused for a moment. Old Wei scolded sharply, Xiao Yang. What's going on here? Yang Ji Yuan was speechless, facing the suspicious looks from the Wei family, and suddenly sighed. Father, mother, I can't explain. Let's wait for third sister-in-law to come back and tell you. Ding Dai was stunned suddenly. Little fish? Old Wei and Wei's mother were completely confused. What was going on? Yang Ji Yuan looked coldly at Ding Dai. Ding Dai, I admit Yang Ji Yuan, am not a straightforward person, but what's done is done, and heaven sees everything. Ding Dai's expression suddenly twisted. No, this can't be. How dare Yang Ji Yuan? Are you lying to me? Yang Ji Yuan nodded. Yes, I didn't give the medicine to third brother. What medicine? Wei's mother asked loudly. Ding Dai squinted at him, feeling very regretful. Just then, Ma Er arrived with people. A group of officers rushed to the Wei family courtyard gate. Where is Ding Dai? Everyone looked over in surprise, only to see Ma Er dressed as an officer step forward. Miss Yu reported the case, accusing Ding Dai of trying to poison Wei Qi. Come with us. Poisoning? Wei's mother's vision darkened, and she collapsed completely. Mother. Old Wei. What's really going on? Ding Dai was stunned for a moment, finally realizing what was happening. He looked at Yang Ji Yuan with complex feelings. She actually believes you. Yang Ji Yuan calmly said, Third sister-in-law is bright-eyed and calm-hearted. 2 officers had already come forward to arrest someone, but a servant from the Ding family stopped them. What are you? Don't touch our young master. Ding Dai also shouted angrily. Trying to take me away? Do you have the official documents from the county magistrate? Meyer smiled and said, Just a merchant. You really think you're important? No matter how rich you are, you're still a commoner. Do you think the county magistrate needs a formal document to arrest a commoner? Come with us for a quick trip. Ding Dai's face turned pale with anger. This is nonsense. Pure false accusation. Whether it's false or not, you have to go back to the county office first. Of course, Yang Ziyuan, you too must come with us. Yang Ziyuan nodded and sighed. I understand. Ding Dai angrily swung his sleeve and coldly looked at Yang Ziyuan. Remember this. Yang Ziyuan ignored him. He grabbed Ma Er's arm and asked, What's really going on?
Mayazite.
I can't say much now. Maybe you should wait for Miss Yu? If you don't trust Ding Dai and Yang Ziyuan, do you trust her?
Yes.
They didn't trust Ding Dai and Yang Ziyuan, but did they trust Yu Ji? Wei Man Man looked at Ding Dai with a pale face. Both Ding Dai and Yang Ziyuan had been taken away, and many people had gathered outside Wei's house to watch. They were chattering and pointing, saying all sorts of things. He was angry and suddenly closed the door. What are you looking at? Go back to your own homes. Everyone dispersed quickly. The yard was silent for a while. Wei Mu was supported by Mrs. He and Lu Shi, tears streaming down her face. It's a tragedy. Truly a tragedy. Old Wei couldn't hold back anymore. I'll go and ask what really happened. No one stopped him, because everyone was still confused. Wei Tao Tao also looked blank, not knowing how to react. At the Wei residence in Yongmin County, Wei Hai and Wei Yong waited in the main hall for a while. It felt like they were in a dream. They had never been to such a place before. This Wei residence looked truly noble, with elegant decorations inside. The servants were polite and respectful, and they treated them very well. The tea and snacks on the table looked like rare delicacies outside. For a moment, the 2 brothers felt a bit uncomfortable. Wei Hai couldn't help but ask, Big brother. Third sister-in-law. Is she from a good family? Wei Yong rolled his eyes. If you ask me, I ask who? He only remembered hearing his mother mention before marriage that she was from a scholar's family in Jiangnan, but how could she know such important people? In the study, Yuji had been talking with Li Yuanzhou for a long time. He looked at Yuji in front of him and sighed 3 times before speaking. I never expected so much change in the world.
You now.
Yuji lowered her eyelashes and sat obediently in front of him. Uncle Li, let's forget about the past. I'm actually doing quite well now. Otherwise, I would have been eaten on the way to the northwest. I have nothing to complain about. As long as we are alive, we should look forward. Li Yuanzhou sighed. Your father's case caused a big fuss in the capital. Several of your father's old friends, and I tried to help, but His Majesty. Yuji said, I understand. I know everything. They fell silent.
Li Yuanzhou then said, It's fine.
I'm glad you came today. First, go rescue your husband. Let me see if he is worthy of you.
Yuji relaxed and said, Thank you.
If I really had no strength left, I wouldn't have come to bother you. You are too cautious, child. If I knew you were here, I would help. I've been in Yomen County for so long, and you haven't come once. Yuji replied, as a daughter of a trader, how can I keep burdening you? Enough of this.
Come on.
Yuji quickly stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you, uncle. When Yuji and Li Yuanzhou left, Wei Hai and Wei Yong immediately stood up. They had never seen someone so imposing before. It was truly extraordinary. Li Yuanzhou said, prepare the horses and bring all the medicinal herbs from the storeroom. His tone was light, and the servants hurried to prepare everything. Wei Yong and Wei Hai also sighed in relief and bowed deeply. Li Yuanzhou looked at them but said nothing, only riding in the carriage with Yuji. The Li family's carriage was large and grand, much faster than a farmer's cart. The coachman whipped the horse, and they headed straight for Hualing village. Yuji and Yantai sat in one carriage with Li Yuanzhou, while the Wei brothers traveled in another. Soon, the carriage left the county town. Li Yuanzhou continued chatting with Yuji along the way. Suddenly, a commotion arose on the village road. The coachman's voice came in. Master, there seems to be a fight between some refugees and others. Li Yuanzhou casually said, take a detour.
Yes.
Yuji was curious and lifted the curtain to look. Sure enough, 2 groups were fighting on the nearby field ridge. Wei Hai and Wei Yong also saw it, but couldn't recognize who the other group was because they were too far away. Wei Hai squinted and looked for a long time, but didn't lower the curtain. Wei Yong asked, what are you looking at? The carriage was moving too fast, so Wei Hai withdrew his gaze. Nothing, probably just a trick of the eyes. The carriage moved quickly and stopped at the Wei family's gate in less than half an hour. The Wei family members had been anxiously waiting. When they heard the noise outside, they immediately rushed out. Not only them, but many villagers had already been curious and looked over as the carriage entered the village. Who is this important person? So grand? When they saw the carriage, almost as wide as the road, stop at the Wei family's gate, everyone was stunned. What's going on with the Wei family? Why are so many people coming one after another? Yuji didn't care about others and was the first to get off the carriage. Third sister-in-law is back. Mrs. He shouted loudly from the gate, and a few children ran out immediately. Then, Wei mother, who looked unsteady, and Wei Lao Han, who had just returned home, also came out. Little fish. Wei Hai and Wei Yong also got off the carriage. Their faces showed obvious tiredness, especially Yuji, who looked quite worn out. Parents, this is Scholar Li, also Dr. Li. Li Yuanzhou got off the carriage and stood at the Wei family's gate. Just by standing there, he looked far more impressive than everyone else. The Wei family were just village folks and had never seen someone with such dignity. Wei Lao Han quickly bowed with his family. Li Yuanzhou nodded and said, let's go see the patient first. Yuji also thought the same and immediately took Li Yuanzhou inside. The Wei family followed behind. At the door, Li Yuanzhou politely declined, saying, I prefer not to have others present when I treat patients. Please stay back. Wei Lao Han quickly agreed, all right. Thank you very much. Zhao, the doctor, was also there. He wanted to see what was happening, but since Li Yuanzhou said so, he could only stay back.
Li Yuanzhou went inside.
As soon as he entered, he frowned at the smell in the air. Yuji saw Wei Qi again and couldn't help but choke up. "Uncle, this is my husband." Li Yuanzhou looked at Wei Qi on the bed. He examined him from head to toe silently, then stepped forward to check his pulse. Outside the courtyard, the Wei family couldn't go in but surrounded Wei Hai and Wei Yong, asking questions eagerly. Wei Yong didn't know anything, but Wei Hai had been in the county town, so he must have heard of Li Yuanzhou. His status is no less than that of the current prime minister. When Wei Hai finished speaking, everyone took a deep breath. He is one of the most talented scholars in this dynasty, but his status is even more impressive. He is a famous royal doctor at the Imperial Hospital and once treated a saint. A truly unmatched genius. Our county teacher has mentioned him more than once, but since he went into hiding, few have seen him. I didn't expect third sister-in-law. Everyone understood what Wei Hai didn't finish saying. Unexpectedly, Yuji was able to invite such a person. The Wei family fell silent, unable to understand, but there was something more urgent at the moment. Wei Yong and Wei Hai went straight from the town to Yong'an County without knowing about the Ding family's marriage proposal. When they heard about it, they almost jumped out of their seats.
What?
Wei Yong was furious. "Father, what is going on?" Old Wei had just gone to the town and asked around, gathering most of the details. He recounted everything, and everyone in the Wei family clenched their fists in anger. "I want to beat that shameless thing to death." Wei Hai was also very angry. No wonder third brother didn't like this person before. Turns out he's really sneaky and cunning.
"Father, what does the government say?"
Old Wei sighed. Right now, the Ding family denies everything and is arguing. The Ding family is quite wealthy, and I feel it's hard to bring him to justice. The Wei family members fell silent. Indeed, nowadays, rural folks couldn't compare to wealthy merchants. Merchants colluded with officials, making it even harder to seek justice. Wei Yong, with tears in his eyes, said, "He lied to my little sister and poisoned my brother. Even if the government doesn't act, I will take his life myself." He Mei said, "Calm down." Outside the courtyard, people were chattering, but inside, Li Yuanzhou had finished checking the patient's pulse. He opened his eyes and examined the wound again. Afterward, he simply said, "Fool." Yuji pursed her lips, her eyes filled with sadness and sorrow. The reason wild beasts are called wild beasts is because they are mindless and fierce. Even if humans are more skilled, risking their lives for money is foolish. Yuji and Yantai didn't dare say a word. Li Yuanzhou was angry, but out of respect for Yuji, he still helped save the person. The wound is handled well enough. The biggest problem is blood loss. However, he has endured for so long, showing strong willpower. I still have a few blood-replenishing pills from the palace. They should save his life. After Li Yuanzhou finished speaking, tears instantly welled up in Yuji's eyes. "Thank you, uncle." She knew the value of these blood-replenishing pills, each worth 1,000 gold coins. "I really don't know how to thank you." Yuji choked with emotion. Li Yuanzhou gave Wei Qi some medicine and waved his hand. "He's lucky to marry you. I only helped him because of your face." Yuji nodded, understanding.
Li Yuanzhou shiga.
"I don't know his character, but I see you have some feelings for him. I hope he recovers well and doesn't let down this medicine or everything you've done for him." Yuji turned to look at Wei Qi softly and whispered, "He also saved me." Li Yuanzhou looked at the two of them and nodded after a moment. "You can call them in. And that doctor too. By tomorrow, he will wake up." When the Wei family heard this, they were very happy. Wei's mother immediately cried out loud, "Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much." Wei's father and mother tried to kneel before Li Yuanzhou, but he stopped them. "No need. Saving a life is like building a 7-story pagoda. I see it as a good deed." Dr. Zhao rushed in to check Wei Qi's pulse, his eyes shining. "Amazing!" He looked at Li Yuanzhou with awe, like he was looking at a divine being, but he didn't dare approach him. The Wei family hurriedly poured tea and added water for Li Yuanzhou. Li Yuanzhou looked around the small Wei courtyard and suddenly asked, "Earlier on the carriage, I didn't hear the details of what happened. Please tell me everything again." The Wei family looked at Yuji. Yuji understood that Li uncle was asking about everything, including the Ding family matter. She had been planning, wanting to save Wei Qi and also to bring Ding Dai to justice, so she explained everything. She had already heard that Yang Ziyuan had reported to the officials according to her plan and was looking for Meyer, so she knew everything was going as she planned. Without hesitation, she told the full story. The Wei family listened and sighed deeply. It seems Yang Ziyuan is telling the truth. He didn't want to harm the third brother. It was that treacherous Ding family person. Suddenly, Wei Taotao burst into tears and Wei Manman sat nearby, looking ashen. Li Yuanzhou said, "A local troublemaker is not worth fearing. If this is true, I can help you speak to the county magistrate." The Wei family widened their eyes and looked at Yuji. But Yuji didn't agree immediately and seemed to hesitate. Li Yuanzhou knew her worries well, but he also thought that relying only on the Wei family might not be enough to handle the Ding family. At this moment, outside the Wei courtyard, a large group of people arrived. Everyone was too focused on this side to notice, until a tall man pushed open the courtyard gate and Lu Shi, standing at the back, sensed something and turned her head to look. Suddenly, Lu was stunned, and a double image appeared before her eyes. The man in front of her had a cloth on his forehead, was tall and strong like Wei Qi, and his gaze was fixed on her, as he tentatively spoke. "Miss Lu?" Lu's figure flickered. The Wei family members slowly turned their heads. Looking at the person at the door, everyone was a bit stunned. Wei's mother squinted her swollen eyes, recognizing him again and again.
"You."
The man suddenly knelt down heavily on his knees. "Father, mother, unfilial son Wei Yuan has returned. Second brother. Are you the second brother?" The Wei family's small courtyard instantly erupted in chaos. Old Wei staggered a few steps and didn't dare to go forward to recognize him. Miss Lu lost her balance and was supported by Mrs. He, leaning against the stone table. Wei Yuan's eyes were also red, and the tall man desperately suppressed his emotions. He bowed 3 times to his parents in quick succession. "Father, it's me."
"Son. My son."
Old Wei could no longer hold back and rushed forward. The Wei family quickly gathered around Wei Yuan. "Second brother. It's really you." Wei's mother hugged her son tightly, touching his shoulder, tears streaming down her face. Good. Coming back alive is enough. Coming back is enough." Second brother. In the past few days, the Wei family had shed many tears, and everyone's eyes looked like peaches. Since Yuji didn't recognize this second brother, she didn't step forward immediately but stood still, glancing at Lu, who also hadn't moved. Lu stood by the stone table, motionless, as if petrified, looking somewhat helpless. Second brother also stood beside her, staring curiously at the person in front, with wide, grape-like eyes. Wei's mother came to her senses. "Second sister-in-law. Quick, why are you standing still?" Second brother. "This is your father. Your father has returned." Wei Yuan's gaze shifted to Lu, and he moved his lips slightly, Luer. Lu finally reacted, blinking hurriedly a few times, tears falling in streams. Wei Yuan walked toward her, and the Wei family all moved aside. Lu wanted to take a step forward, but felt as if her feet were weighed down with 1,000 pounds. Wei Yuan stepped in front of her first, reached out, and slowly embraced her. The man's Adam's apple moved, clearly unable to speak countless words. Second brother looked left and right, then finally spoke. "Who are you? Why are you holding my mother?" Wei Yuan was stunned, looked down at the small girl who was not even his knee-high, and crouched down. "I am your father, second brother. I am your dad." "Father?" Erling hesitated and said sadly, "You lied to me. The children in the village said I don't have a father." "Nonsense." Wei's mother wiped her tears. Wei Yuan's eyes also reddened. He quickly hugged his son into his arms. Lu Shi couldn't hold back anymore and started crying loudly. Next to them, Yuji, Yantai, and Li Yuanzhou didn't speak. However, Li Yuanzhou was more attentive. He looked outside the yard and noticed that Wei Yuan wasn't alone. He had brought more than 10 men. All of them wore black cloth strips on their foreheads, just like him. Li Yuanzhou's expression changed slightly, as if he guessed something. Northwest Chongqing Army? Li Yuanzhou suddenly asked. Wei Yuan heard this title and paused briefly, then turned his head to meet Li Yuanzhou's gaze. Old Wei hurriedly said, "Second son, there have been many problems at home recently. Your third brother was also injured. This is Dr. Li, and this is your third sister-in-law." Yu Ji slightly bowed, giving a respectful greeting to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan was momentarily stunned and nodded. What happened to the third brother? It's a long story. Li Yuanzhou stood up and said, "Today my task is complete. It's good that your son has returned. I won't bother you any longer." Yu Ji quickly said, "Uncle Li, I will see you off." Li Yuanzhou nodded, "All right. I still have some matters to tell you. As for your husband, he's no longer in danger." Yu Ji thanked him again, and the Wei family also expressed their gratitude. Li Yuanzhou waved his hand and left the Wei family. When he reached the gate, he looked at the men outside and then slowly got into his carriage. Inside the carriage, Yu Ji asked, "Uncle Li, what do you mean by the Chongqing Army? Is it the Imperial Army?"
Li Yuanzhou schmilat.
"You're quite clever." "Yes, the Northwest King of Peace rebelled, and the court set up the Chongqing Army. The symbol is the black cloth on their foreheads. I think the two sons of the Wei family look quite similar." What exactly happened with the King of Peace's rebellion? Li Yuanzhou was silent for a moment before saying, "Although I have retired, I still pay attention to court affairs. The recent chaos in the Northwest is called a rebellion, but it also involves the current emperor." Li Yuanzhou's words were not very clear, but Yu Ji understood some of it. The current emperor, perhaps due to old age, is increasingly disappointing, including the Yu family. Suddenly, Li Yuanzhou asked, "Have you heard any news about your elder brother during your year here?" Yu Ji paused and slowly shook his head. "Wei Yuan should have returned from the Northwest. You might want to ask around." Yu Ji nodded as if understanding. "I see. Thank you, uncle. Of course, I will also help you. About the Ding family, what do you want to do?" Yu Ji thought carefully for a moment and said, "For now, there's no need for uncle to get involved. I want to try on my own first. Besides, Wei Yuan has also come back. I think he might have some military achievements and could help us." "That's true." Yu Ji continued, "Recently, there are more refugees from the Northwest. The chaos hasn't settled yet, and there might be internal unrest." Both of them remembered the wars from a few years ago, internal and external troubles. It seems the court is now caught in a difficult situation. Li Yuanzhou thought for a moment and suddenly said, "It seems your family might still have a chance to turn things around. In a chaotic time, everything is like a shuffle of cards. Who knows what will happen next?" Yu Ji's heart beat faster, but she stayed calm. "I will keep an eye out and gather information." At the Wei family estate, Wei Yuan sat in the courtyard, having learned most of the recent events. He was silent for a moment and then said, "I will go see third brother." Wei Qi was still lying inside, but Dr. Zhao said his condition had improved a lot, which eased the Wei family's worries. Wei Yuan looked at his brother, feeling very complicated inside. "Third sister-in-law, what's her name?" he suddenly asked. Wei's mother replied, "Yu Ji." "Wei Yuan, you?"
"Yes."
He looked thoughtful. "Father, mother, you don't need to worry about the Ding family anymore. I am here, and I won't let anyone bully our family." Wei's mother and Wei Laohan both wiped their tears and sighed repeatedly. Wei Yuan added, "Father, these are brothers who have fought with me through life and death. I might trouble you a bit more." Everyone looked toward the gate, where the men sat on the ground. "Uncle, Brother Yuan is our lifesaver. We're safe in your barn now." "That's not possible." Wei's mother quickly said, "There's space in the backyard. We can set up a temporary shelter there. You can make do for now, and we can even pitch tents in the yard." They were all strong men, full of energy. Hearing this, some insisted on helping themselves. The He family turned to prepare food in the kitchen, and Lu's mood had improved a lot, so she went with her sister-in-law. Inside the house, Wei Qi, who had been unconscious for several days, seemed to hear the noisy sounds outside. His little finger twitched slightly. Yu Ji returned to Wei's small courtyard at dusk. After several days of travel, she felt very tired. When she got off the carriage and entered the yard, she sensed something was wrong at home. Her older sister-in-law smiled at her and said, "Third sister-in-law, you're back. Are you hungry? Dinner will be ready soon." Yu Ji had little appetite and simply responded listlessly. She went straight to her room. Surprisingly, no one was there. Usually her mother-in-law and others would be in the room. But Yu Ji was too exhausted to think much. She took off her outer clothes and carefully sat on the edge of the bed. In fact, she hadn't had a good sleep these days. Only occasional naps while traveling. Now that everything was finally calm, she felt a deep emptiness and fatigue. Because of this, she didn't notice anything unusual about Wei Qi. He was lying there, seemingly tense all over. He was motionless, looking even more lifeless than before. It took Yu Ji a while to realize that Wei Qi's lips were tightly pressed together, and his face looked very pained. She paused, then quickly leaned in and asked, "Wei Qi, Wei Qi?" Her voice was a little anxious. She had heard that some patients in deep sleep could suffer great pain but be unable to express it, or even die in their dreams from pain. Seeing Wei Qi like this, Yu Ji's heart suddenly filled with panic, and tears almost welled up again. Then, the man on the bed slowly opened his eyes. Their eyes met. Yu Ji froze. In the past few days, Wei Qi also looked quite worn out, his eyes and cheekbones sunken in, but his gaze was still dark and full of emotion as he looked at Yu Ji.
"Wife."
His Adam's apple moved, and his voice was extremely hoarse. Suddenly, tears from Yu Ji's eyes fell onto his face. A flicker of panic crossed Wei Qi's eyes, as if those tears were burning hot. Yu, don't cry." Wei Qi wanted to reach out, but found his arms were weak. He looked very disappointed in himself, never feeling so useless before. "You're awake?" Yu Ji's emotions suddenly burst like a dam breaking, and she couldn't hold back anymore. She choked and sobbed uncontrollably. Since she learned about Wei Qi's injury that day, she had been silently crying, rarely showing such strong feelings. But for some reason, now seeing Wei Qi, she suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore.
"Fish."
"Don't cry. I feel sad for you." Wei Qi wanted to hug her, but Yu Ji stood up and avoided him. His chest wound was very serious, and she had been trying not to touch him these days. Because she was afraid that if she touched him, his wound would bleed. She was very afraid of seeing blood. And even more afraid of smelling the blood. Girls are sometimes like this. If not comforted, it's okay. But once their emotions open a wound, they can't stop crying. Yu Ji cried even harder for a while. Outside the door, Yantai and Yao Yao heard everything. Yantai looked worried and asked, "Should we go in and see?" "Third Aunt is so sad." Yao Yao said, "Don't go. You don't understand. The only person who can comfort third aunt now is third uncle." A few days ago, a few little ones also looked very weak, but now they seem to have regained their energy, and they are finally talking more. But Yao Yao was wrong. Inside the room, Wei Qi couldn't comfort Yu Ji either. Yu Ji sat on the edge of the bed, tears falling, but her mood was gradually calming down. "When did you wake up?"
she asked.
Wei Qi was stunned for a moment. "Just now." "Liar." Yu Ji was now completely calm. She finally understood why she felt something was wrong with the atmosphere in the yard when she first entered. Wei Qi must have woken up earlier, so her mother wasn't staying here. If he had just woken up, her parents would have rushed in by now. Her face darkened slightly. "You're still lying to me? Are you deliberately trying to make me worried?" "No." Wei Qi was anxious. He wanted to sit up but couldn't, and he couldn't reach out either. He was already anxious, as if ants were biting him on the heart. Now that his wife was angry, it felt even worse, like his heart was being bitten by ants. A dull, painful feeling. I woke up earlier, but I wasn't clear-headed. I fell asleep again just now." "You only woke up after you came in." Yu Ji looked at him skeptically. Wei Qi's throat moved again, and he struggled to stretch out a hand.
Fish. Fish.
Yuji lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes hiding her emotions. She didn't pull him to her, but just looked at him quietly. Wei Qi seemed to realize that his wife was a little angry. Actually, the first thing he did after waking up was to look for her, but his parents said she wasn't there. Wei Qi was upset at that moment, trying to get up, but Wei Yuan held him down. That's when Wei Qi learned what had happened in the past 2 days from everyone's words. For a moment, his emotions surged, and he was so overwhelmed that he coughed up blood again.
He
didn't know how to face fish anymore. He truly deserved to be hated for making fish so sad and upset. I have cried for him so many times and done so much for him. Especially after hearing about the Ding family situation, I felt even more angry and sad, wishing I could hit myself hard. Right now, Yu is truly angry. Wei Qi's eyes show deep hurt. Yuji's mood is quite complicated. She stands up to go out and calm down. You rest well. Later, I'll ask Yantai to bring you medicine. Tonight, I'll sleep in the next room. Wei Qi suddenly looks up. Just as Yuji is about to turn, Wei Qi clenches his fist, coughs suddenly twice, and a bit of blood comes out of his lips. Yuji quickly turns around in shock. What are you doing? She walks quickly toward Wei Qi, her tone serious and angry. Wei Qi weakly reaches out to hold her. Yu, don't go. If you're angry, you can hit or scold me, but don't leave. Yuji's nose suddenly feels sour, and her eyes turn red again. She is indeed a little angry, but this anger is a strange, hard-to-explain feeling. For a year, she has slowly come out of the pain of her family's troubles. She doesn't care about Wei Qi's status, whether he is rich or poor. She just hopes for a peaceful companionship in the future. But Wei Qi made a slip of the tongue. Recently, Yuji suddenly realized that she is her only refuge. So, at this moment, her mind is in chaos. But Yuji is ultimately soft-hearted. She uses a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Wei Qi's mouth, frowning. You can't recover well if I stay here. You need to rest well and get better soon. Wei Qi immediately shakes his head. If you're not here, I won't get better. Yuji is stunned. Wei Qi reholds her hand, his tone mixed with a bit of pleading and hope. Really? Yu, stay with me. Without you, I might die. Inside the small house, Yuji covers his mouth. Her face is red, and her almond-shaped eyes are filled with anger. If you say that again, I'll really leave. Wei Qi doesn't speak, just looks at her eagerly. Yuji's heart softens. She can't bear his gaze, so she turns away and slowly loosens her hold. But just as she releases her hand, Wei Qi reaches out again and holds it. Good Yu, don't go. I swear, I won't do stupid things and hide things from you anymore. Yuji lowers her eyes, not replying, but from the corner of her eye, she notices that the wound on his chest seems to be bleeding again.
Got it.
Let go of me now.
Not yet.
If I let go, you'll leave. Yuji is completely helpless. I won't leave, but your wound might open again. Wei Qi looked down, and his eyes flashed with confusion. It's okay. As long as you're by my side, I will get better in a few days. Yuji no longer wanted to listen to his nonsense. How could he say he would be fine in a few days? If it weren't for the healing pill, he might have really died. She pouted her little face, and Wei Qi saw this, and immediately became obedient. I will lie down. Just stay here. Yuji then stood up. I'll go get the medicine. You stay here, and don't move. Wei Qi's gaze stayed on her until she disappeared at the door. Only then did he withdraw his eyes, frowning and sighing. Looking at the ceiling, the man seemed to be thinking carefully about something. Before long, Yuji and Dr. Zhao entered together. Dr. Zhao came to change Wei Qi's bandages. Yuji stood silently aside. Dr. Zhao talked more than Yuji, chattering nonstop. Your life is really tough. Most people would have reported to the king of 3 times by now. Well, it's all thanks to little fish. That healing pill is a miracle drug. I've truly seen wonders. He kept talking, not noticing if Wei Qi was listening. Wei Qi didn't respond at all, but his eyes kept fixed on Yuji. Wherever she went, he followed. When Yuji saw this, She pretended not to notice and simply stood behind Dr. Zhao. Wei Qi helplessly withdrew his gaze, looked at Dr. Zhao, and a look of resentment appeared in his eyes, causing Dr. Zhao's hand to tremble. Wei Qi let out a sigh. It hurts so much. Dr. Zhao. Yu Ji. Caught between the two, Dr. Zhao finally understood. After thinking for a moment, he cleared his throat. How about, little fish, you come? I don't have a gentle hand. Wei Qi's eyes lit up. He looked at Dr. Zhao with gratitude. Unexpectedly, Yu Ji softly said, I don't know how. I'll ask my mother to come. Wei Qi was stunned. Forget it. Dr. Zhao said nothing more. He quickly finished changing the bandages, gave a few more instructions, then packed up his medical box and left.
Yu Ji saw him out.
Doctor, thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. I see he's much better now. I'll go back today and come again tomorrow. Thinking about Wei Qi's lively appearance just now, she agreed. I'll ask fourth brother to see you off. Wei Hai was outside the courtyard. Hearing this, he immediately came over. The Wei family members also stood up, grateful and thankful. Dr. Zhao clasped his hands and smiled as he got onto the mule cart. After Dr. Zhao left, Wei mother smiled and said, Little fish, you've been tired for several days. Eat something and rest. Yu Ji was indeed exhausted. She nodded politely. Mother Wei looked around the room again and said, I'll go deliver food to the third brother. You don't need to worry about it. Yu Ji still said okay. She sat in the main room and ate slowly. Wei Qi's porridge was brought in by Mother Wei. As soon as Mother Wei entered, Wei Qi stretched his neck and asked, Why are you here, Mother? Where's Yu? Mother Wei hesitated and replied, What's wrong? Can I come? Wei Qi looked a bit disappointed and said nothing. Mother Wei placed the porridge beside her son and joked, It's true. Once you have a wife, you forget your mother. You're so worried about your wife. I come to take care of you, and you don't mind? Your wife has been tired for many days. Don't you feel sorry for her? Of course I do, Wei Qi said with a sad face. I just feel sorry for her, but I think Yu is angry with me. How can she not be angry? Mother Wei also set down her utensils heavily. Did you go fight wolves? Did you tell your wife? While you were gone those days, Xiao Yu's mood was off. She wouldn't eat or drink, kept looking at the door whenever she had free time. Even your father noticed. He advised her a few times. If you had come back properly, that would be fine. But who knew you'd get into such big trouble? If it weren't for your wife running around and even going to the county town these days, you wouldn't have had the chance to say all this now. Mother Wei's words hurt Wei Qi a little, but he knew he had to accept it. She sighed twice and said, Our family is lucky. I will remember your wife's kindness for the rest of my life. Don't forget it. Our Wei family has owed others for a long time. Wei Qi lowered his eyes and nodded, I know, Mother. All right, eat your meal. Don't worry too much. Girls are delicate, so you should coax her more. I'll also talk to her later. Yu Ji was eating in the main room. Her father-in-law and sister-in-law kept praising her, making her a little uncomfortable. He sure kept asking, Third sister-in-law, do you want some soup? Would you like an egg? Yu Ji smiled helplessly. No, sister-in-law. I can't eat anymore. Mother Wei came in and said, If you can't eat, then don't. Xiao Yu, I want to talk to you. He Shi and Lu Shi quickly left with things in their hands. Only Yu Ji and Mother Wei remained in the main room. Mother Wei took her hand and said, Xiao Yu, you've really worked hard this time. Mother remembers, and the whole family remembers too. Mother, saying that makes me feel distant. Different things. The third brother married you. That's a blessing from his past life. I know you're feeling wrong now. Don't worry, I already told him earlier. That troublesome guy. He married a wife and still doesn't know how to behave. If he goes up the mountain again, I'll have his father and brother tie him up and beat him. Yu Ji was amused by her mother-in-law's words, but the smile quickly faded. Wei's mother continued, But I think the third son has really learned his lesson this time. You don't know, that little boy is quite reliable. When he was young, he once climbed a tree and fell asleep there. I looked everywhere for him, but couldn't find him. I was so scared, thinking he had been kidnapped. I went to another village to look for him, and I even fell and hurt my leg on the way back. Only then did I find him. His father scolded him badly, and normally he would have been upset and stubborn, but that time he didn't say a word. Later, he even stayed in my room for 3 days to keep me company. After that, he never climbed a tree again. He was only about 6 years old then, younger than Daliang. Yuji listened quietly, imagining Wei Qi at 6 years old. He must have been quite stubborn back then. I understand what you mean, mother. Wei's mother responded several times. Good child. You should go back and rest now. Yuji went back to her room. As soon as she entered, Wei Qi's head peeked in again. No surprise there. Silently, Yuji walked to the bed, took off her outer clothes, and prepared to take a good shower. Wei Qi immediately asked, Wife, is there hot water? Yes, Yen Tai helped me carry some. Wei Qi responded with an "oh," but his gaze remained fixed on her. Softly, Yuji said, You should sleep first. I want to take a shower. Wei Qi didn't reply. Perhaps he had heard what Wei's mother said, so he stopped following Yu and waited silently. The sound of water could be heard from the bathroom. Yuji went in and stayed for a while. Wei Qi lay still on the bed. When Yuji came out, he closed his eyes. She instinctively looked at him and thought he was asleep. She sighed in relief and sat quietly at the table to dry her hair. After their wedding, Wei Qi had even given her a dressing table so she could easily brush her hair and apply some lotion. She carefully dried her hair, but didn't finish completely, feeling very sleepy. Yuji was too tired to bother and put down the cloth, ready to sleep. The large Kong bed was empty beside Wei Qi. Her mother-in-law must have changed the bedding. After a moment of hesitation, Yuji carefully climbed onto the bed, trying to avoid Wei Qi as much as possible, and moved to the innermost side. They used to share one quilt, but now Yuji had crawled into another bed, wrapping herself like a silkworm cocoon. When she closed her eyes, the man beside her opened his eyes again. Wei Qi turned his head and silently watched the person. From his perspective, all he could see was the back of her head. Even so, Wei Qi did not look away. After a moment, he suddenly reached out and touched Yuji's hair. Yuji was about to fall asleep, but stiffened suddenly.
I'm tired,
she whispered softly. Wei Qi's voice was hoarse. Your hair isn't dry. Yuji closed her eyes. Let it be. The man behind her stopped speaking. As her deep sleep took over, she closed her eyes and fell completely asleep. But Wei Qi hardly closed his eyes, watching her back until dawn. The second brother also returned. The house suddenly became livelier. Wei Yuan was very hardworking, along with his brothers. Before dawn, they finished all the chores in the Wei family yard. Fetching water, chopping wood, watering the fields, feeding the chickens and dogs. There was no longer any need for Heisher, Lusher, or others. When the two of them arrived at the courtyard, they were both stunned. Especially Heisher. This is really. Second brother, you should rest a bit after coming back. Wei Yuan replied simply, I'm not tired. His words are brief, but his gaze flicked past Heisher to look at Lusher behind her. Lusher lowered her eyes and looked at her jars. Did you also wash these? Wei Yuan nodded. You said you were selling pickled vegetables at the stall, right? I thought you might need them. Lusher tugged at her hem and responded with a faint still looking a bit uncomfortable. Heisher was very perceptive. During the brief conversation between the two, she instinctively stepped aside, but kept watching. Wei Yuan asked, Are you going again today?
Yes.
Then I'll go with you. No need. You have other things to do? The county office is on the way. I'll accompany you first. Where are the things? I'll go move them. All right then. Over there. Wei Yuan went to help Lusher carry her things. His brothers, also very perceptive, quickly stepped forward to help. Older sister-in-law, I'll do it. You're really capable. I heard your business is doing very well. Lusher gave them a faint smile. Wei Yuan saw it, pursed his lips, but when their eyes met, Lusher stopped smiling and lowered her gaze first. Heisher quietly whispered to Wei Taodao, Do you feel like the second brother and his wife aren't quite right? Wei Taodao had also looked tired these days. She gave a faint smile. They've been apart for years. Of course, it's a bit unfamiliar. Feelings need time to heal. He sure said nothing. After Wei Taotao finished speaking, she returned to her room, sighing softly. Yang Ziyuan is still in prison, and Ding's matter is not finished. The eldest sister-in-law looks very tired, and the younger sister-in-law hasn't said a word. The atmosphere at home feels very uncomfortable. Ding Dai's situation is indeed still unresolved, but since Wei Yuan returned, there is now a new head of the household. Today, they plan to go to the county office and old Wei will go along. As for Wei Man, since that day, she has locked herself in her room, hardly speaking. But at least she still eats and sleeps, though she looks very different from before. Yuji had a good sleep. When she opened her eyes, she felt a bit confused and couldn't tell the time. She blinked a few times to wake herself up and slowly prepared to get up. But in the next moment, she froze. Because she realized that she had clearly covered herself with a blanket before sleeping, but now she was somehow sleeping on Wei Qi's side. The man was still sleeping with his eyes closed, and she was curled up in his arms, just like before. Yuji's face stiffened. She immediately looked at his wound. At the same time, Wei Qi slowly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and Yuji felt a bit embarrassed. Wife. Wei Qi's eyes were deep as he spoke first. Yuji came back to herself and quickly moved away to the side. You. She wanted to ask what was going on, but the words caught in her throat. Because she remembered. She used to be afraid of the cold and liked to snuggle into Wei Qi's arms. If that was really the case, how could she have the courage to speak? And it was clear that Wei Qi wasn't the one who hugged her. He was still injured. When Yuji quickly moved away, Wei Qi looked a bit stunned. Then a faint smile appeared in his eyes. It's okay, fish, you didn't press on me. Yuji stuck out her head and her eyes, looking very adorable. Really? Wei Qi's smile grew wider, and he nodded. I wish you would come over. Yuji was surprised and looked uncomfortable again. She carefully examined the gauze on Wei Qi's body. There was no new bloodstain, and from his expression, he seemed to be feeling a bit better than yesterday. Yuji bit her lip and got up directly. Seeing that she didn't want to sleep with him anymore, Wei Qi quickly changed his words. But my leg still hurts a little. Yuji paused and turned to look at him. Wei Qi's leg was fixed with a board, so she couldn't have pressed on it. She didn't believe his words. Yuji got up and climbed down from the bed. Wei Qi struggled to turn over. Fish, what are you going to do today? Yuji put on her clothes and suddenly looked back at him. I heard you fought several wolves. It was very impressive. I want to go see it.
Wanky.
Yuji left the house, leaving Wei Qi alone and lonely inside. He seemed a bit gloomy and was silent for a while. Yuji was in a good mood. She went to the yard, and Yao Yao and the others quickly gathered around her. Third aunt. Rui, Bao, and Pearl also ran over, circling at Yuji's feet. Yuji smiled, clearly feeling much better. Did you just finish walking, Rui Bao?
Yes.
Rui Bao ran very far. Today we're going to give him a bath. The puppy had grown bigger and was more lively. It needed a lot of exercise every day, so it was a good way to keep the kids busy. Yao Yao looked inside the house and whispered, Third aunt. Is third uncle feeling better? Can we go in and see him? Yuji looked back at the house. Yes, you can go in. Your third uncle will be happy to see you with your company. Dalong, Erlang, and Yao Yao all nodded in agreement. Yes. Yen Tai didn't go inside. He stayed by Yuji's side. Sister, are you feeling better? I am much better now. Don't worry, Yuji smiled. By the way, the books Uncle Lee sent you should read them carefully in the next few days. We'll go thank him tomorrow. Li Yuanzhou was very kind to Yen Tai. After returning home, he sent a batch of books. Yuji understood his intention, to remind him not to forget reading even in tough times.
Yen Tai not de l'obedientle.
In the yard, only Mrs. He and Wei mother were present. They waved at Yuji. She also had something to ask, so she walked over. Mother, second sister-in-law went to town? Yes, second brother went with her. They also went to the yamen to handle Ding family's affairs. What did second brother say? This was exactly what Yuji wanted to ask. Wei mother sighed. I don't know either, but second brother said he has a plan and told us not to worry too much. But Ding family's matter definitely can't be ignored lightly. Yuji thought for a moment. I'm also a witness. When second brother comes back, I'll ask him.
All right.
And brother-in-law. Wei mother glanced at Wei Tao Tao's room. Second brother said he'll see if he can bring her back today.
I was just about to ask you about that.
Did Yang Jiyuan really come back that day and tell you? What do you think of him? Wei mother lowered her voice. Yuji thought for a moment and said, he did tell me when he came back that day. Overall, he's not a terribly wicked person. He still has a conscience. But he must have had dealings with Ding Dai before, and I don't approve of that. Mrs. He hurriedly said, I think so too. I don't know what big sister-in-law and Man-Man are thinking. By the way, mother, what about Man-Man? Wei's mother sighed. Our daughter seems to be easily deceived by men. But that Ding family guy is even worse. She won't talk, and when I ask, she won't say anything. I don't know what she's thinking. The shop isn't being managed now. I think it's better to close it down. Who said it should be closed? As soon as Wei's mother finished speaking, Wei Man suddenly rushed out of the room. Everyone was surprised. Today, Wei Man looked a bit more lively. She repeated, who said I should close my shop? Wei's mother came back to her senses. What's wrong? Not closing? You still want to open? Is that even a question? I rented it with my own money. Why should I close? I want to earn it back. Wei's mother smiled happily. Then you need to go to the town, and you'll also run into the Ding family. You can't avoid them. Wei Man said, so what? It's better if I don't meet him. If I do, I'll definitely punch out a tooth of his. Everyone was stunned again. Mrs. He suddenly smiled. Looks like our little sister-in-law is doing well. She's already moved on. Mrs. He's words sounded relaxed, and clearly, Wei's mother also let out a big sigh of relief. Wei Man shrugged. It's just a dog bite. How can I hold a grudge against that dog? It bit me and I'm still alive. Yuji said, that's a good comparison, Man. She smiled and got up, then suddenly walked over to Man and pinned a velvet flower onto her. Man-Man's velvet flower. Even without relying on the Ding family, she can still sell it. He used to deliberately take advantage, but Man should have confidence. Wei Man looked at Yu Ji with gratitude. Thank you, third sister-in-law. Can I really do it? Wei's mother also patted the table.
Of course you can.
Since you want to do it, I support you. Wei Man nodded firmly. Okay. There were tears in her eyes, but they quickly disappeared. She looked at everyone and smiled with relief. The atmosphere outside was very good, but Wei Qi's room was not the same. Yao and Wang were talking by the bed with Uncle Three, but they felt that Uncle Three seemed distracted. Uncle Three, are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Uncle Three, do you want to go to the bathroom? Wei Qi choked a little. Not hungry or thirsty, and I don't want to go to the bathroom. I just want to know what third Aunt is doing. Yao was stunned and smiled. I'll go see. De Wang said, Uncle Three, I'll go tell third Aunt you miss her. Just as De Wang was about to run out, Wei Qi suddenly grabbed his collar. He raised an eyebrow. No need to say anything.
Oh.
De Wang was confused. Yi went out for a while and came back quickly. Third uncle. Third uncle. Wei Qi's eyes lit up. Auntie said she'll go to the town with little Aunt later, and Mother said dinner will be brought in soon. Wei Qi became anxious. Why is she going to the town? Yi replied, Third Aunt didn't say. But she did say she will only come back at night, so you should sleep if you're not feeling well. Third uncle, third Aunt really cares about you.
Wanky.
Forget it. The child is still young and doesn't understand what sarcasm means. Yuji indeed planned to go to the town. First, to accompany Man to see the shop, and second, she couldn't wait any longer to find out about Wei Yuan's side. Wei Hai was still at home, recently acting as a chauffeur. There were 2 or 3 other men at home, left by Wei Yuan to guard the house. One of them, surnamed Chao and named Dashishi, was quite clever. Third Madam, are you preparing to go out? Yuji found it quite interesting and looked back at him. What do you call me? Chao Dashishi smiled and said, Second Master said, from now on, call me sister-in-law Second Madam, Then you are third, madam. Yushi looked thoughtful. It seemed Wei Yuan was doing quite well outside. If she could meet him in the town, she wanted to ask about the Northwest. The mule cart slowly headed toward Fo Head Town. At the same time, at the county office, the Ding family was causing trouble. You only have a few small officers, daring to hold our young master for several days. Believe it or not, tomorrow the county office will send official documents, and you will all be dismissed. The Ding family was quite arrogant in Fo Head Town, so they didn't take a few small officers seriously. But Ma Er didn't buy their act. Not to mention, he didn't like the Ding family, but because of Wei Qi's face, he couldn't let people take Ding Dai away. Wei Yuan had given him a few wolves, which proved very useful. Ma Er's men kept the Ding family outside, but they also had a group of young servants ready to rush inside. But in the next moment, one of them was kicked in the leg. With a loud bang, he knelt on the ground. Wei Yuan, with some people, walked over casually. Who is barking here? Turns out it's a bunch of dogs from the Ding family. After Wei Yuan and his men appeared, the Ding family members were stunned. The one kneeling on the ground just now grimaced in pain and was about to turn around and curse, but was immediately held back by someone beside Wei Yuan. Don't move. Ma Er also straightened up and squinted at Wei Yuan. Who are you? Wei Yuan stepped forward, looked at them, and said, Wei Yuan, commander of the Chongqing army. Ma was momentarily stunned. You are Brother Wei Qi's older brother. Wei Yuan nodded.
Ma Yai, right?
I've heard about you.
Ma Elau hit loudly.
Haha, you're really back. No wonder Brother Wei Qi kept asking. Longsheng army? Are you a captain of 100 men? Ma Er looked very happy and proud, glancing at the Ding family, as if to say, you're doomed. The Ding family members also came to their senses, exchanged looks, and seemed worried. Is this Wei family? The Wei family's official is back. Suddenly, the Ding family didn't dare to make trouble anymore. Ma Er said, Brother Wei Yuan, this case has already been reported to the county magistrate. It should be sent for review in a few days. What do you think? Wei Yuan replied, Thanks for your help, Ma. Just follow the proper process. But now I want to meet Ding Dai.
Maya nodded immediately.
The Ding family members panicked. What do you want to do? Someone next to Wei Yuan shouted. Want to know? Or, do you want to go in too? The person quickly shut up, looked at Wei Yuan, and ran off to report. Ma Er cheerfully led his men inside. Brother Wei Yuan, this is great. With a military officer here, Ding Dai can't escape. Honestly, we were supposed to send him to the county a few days ago, but the Ding family is quite powerful here and always causes trouble. We faced a lot of resistance. Wei Yuan said understood. I'll go to the county myself to make sure everything's in order. That's great. The person is still here, along with your family's son-in-law. Yang Zhiyuan and Ding Dai were locked in 2 nearby cells. Yang Zhiyuan heard some noise and looked over.
Are you
second brother? Wei Yuan glanced at him but didn't answer. He went straight to Ding Dai's cell. Ding Dai still looked very defiant and cautious, watching the visitor carefully. Are you Ding Dai? Wei Yuan asked directly.
Ding Dai's Nird.
Are you from the Wei family? I advise you to let me go soon or else. Wei Yuan stuck out his little finger, scratched his ear, and Ma Er looked at him. Then Ma Er stepped forward and unlocked the cell door. Immediately, Wei Yuan's men rushed in, grabbed Ding Dai without hesitation, and then punched him twice in the stomach.
Ow!
You guys! Ding Dai immediately covered his stomach.
How dare you hit me? How dare you?
Before he finished, Wei Yuan stepped forward and punched him again. This punch was full force, and Ding Dai couldn't speak properly anymore.
You!
Just a merchant, and you dare to yell at our military officer? Look carefully. This is a 100-man commander of the Chongqing army.
Wei Yuan!
It's better not to offend the Wei family. If you say one more word, today you'll be thrown out of the prison. Ding Dai looked up angrily and shocked, glancing at Wei Yuan with dissatisfaction. No, this can't be. The Wei family is just a farming family. Where does he get the officer from? Wei Yuan. Suddenly, he remembered what Wei Man had said. Her second brother went to war a few years ago, and his fate was unknown. Ding Dai suddenly felt a mix of frustration and anger.
Why?
Wei Yuan stepped forward and suddenly grabbed his hair. Lying to my sister, harming my brother, Ding Dai, right? You really have some skills. He grabbed Ding Dai's head and was about to smash it against the wall. Ding Dai was terrified and immediately said, "No. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? My brother is still lying in bed, and you say it's a misunderstanding? Today I hit you, too. Is that a misunderstanding? After speaking, a loud bang came from the prison cell. Ma Er's men couldn't bear to watch and turned their heads away. It's unclear how much time passed before Wei Yuan left the prison. He patted Ma Er on the shoulder and casually handed him some things. Ma Er, brother, thank you. It's what I should do, and I also trouble you.
Ma Er nodded.
Both understood what this meant. Then Wei Yuan went to Yang Ji Yuan's cell. When Wei Yuan left earlier, Wei Taodao had only recently followed Yang Ji Yuan. Wei Yuan didn't have a good impression of this brother-in-law. Stay here for a few more days just to do some good deeds for Taodao. Yang Ji Yuan looked at him calmly, without anger or resentment. After Wei Yuan finished speaking, he left. Ma Er signaled to his younger brother, and one of them went to send medicine. Just as Wei Yuan stepped out of the prison, he saw Wei Hai and Yu Ji at the door. Wei Hai, second brother. Wei Yuan smiled and walked over. Yu Ji also softly called out, second brother. Wei Yuan nodded. Third sister-in-law. Wei Hai asked sincerely, second brother, what did you do inside? Wei Yuan naturally wouldn't say much. Handled some matters. Ding Dai will be taken to the county town tomorrow. Yu Ji said, second brother, do you have time now? I wanted to ask you about this matter. Of course. Let's go to the tea house across the street. Wei Yuan was leaving for Yong'an County in the afternoon and wouldn't return to Hualing Village. Yu Ji nodded and followed him. After sitting down, Wei Yuan poured her tea. Third sister-in-law, feel free to ask anything. Yu Ji smiled and said, nothing can really hide from second brother. I just wanted to ask about the Ding family and how second brother is doing now. Wei Yuan smiled and replied, got promoted to a 100-man leader, just pretending to be powerful. Yu Ji suddenly understood and said, that's impressive. Now I feel relieved. Second brother is going to the county town to report to the army, right? Will you stay in Yong'an County afterward? Wei Yuan nodded, looking a bit surprised. Third sister-in-law knows quite a lot. Yu Ji smiled without much explanation. That's good to hear. At least Ding Dai can't escape now. I can also rest easy at home waiting for second brother's good news. Wei Yuan said, don't worry, third sister-in-law. I also heard about this matter. Thank you, and also. That's scholarly. Yu Ji looked up and exchanged a glance with Wei Yuan. Both understood the suspicion in each other's eyes. Yu Ji had known for a long time that she would have to reveal her connection to Li Yuanzhou to save Wei Qi. Her identity would be questioned, so she didn't plan to hide it but asked directly, second brother is in the Northwest Army. Have you heard of Yu Huai? Wei Yuan was momentarily stunned. Yu Huai. He squinted his eyes. Former governor of Jiangnan, now dismissed. Yes, Yu Huai is my father, Yu Ji said. After she finished, Wei Yuan and Wei Hai both widened their eyes. Especially Wei Hai, who almost dropped his cup. Governor of Jiangnan. Is that the father of third sister-in-law? Third sister-in-law is the daughter of the governor? After Yu Ji finished speaking, everyone around fell silent. She seemed unsurprised by their reactions, but she smiled and said, it's nothing serious. Even if it was before, now he's a criminal official. Wei Hai hadn't yet recovered from his shock, but Wei Yuan was quicker. I heard in the Northwest that Yu Huai was a good officer, just caught in a bad situation. Yu Ji smiled and said, those things don't matter anymore. But since second brother heard about him in the Northwest, I want to ask about someone else, Yu Ji. Wei Yuan asked, is that your eldest brother? Yu Ji widened her eyes.
You really heard about him?
Yes, he's building the Great Wall in the northern frontier. I was responsible for escorting him before I was transferred to Chongqing Army. There were so many people then, we traveled in groups, and I saw his name on the list. Someone nearby said he was a noble son, Yu Huai's son, so I remember him more clearly. Yu Ji's breathing quickened. My eldest brother. Is he okay? Wei Yuan paused and said he's alive, so that's good? Yu Ji was momentarily stunned again, clearly feeling a bit disappointed, but he quickly recovered. Yes, it's settled. Building the Great Wall is also good. The court arranged it, and I heard he has a wife. Yu Ji's eyes turned red. Yes, that's my eldest sister-in-law. It's good. At least it's a reunion. Yu Ji calmed his emotions. Wei Yuan asked again, third brother, do you know your true identity? Yu Ji hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I don't think there's much to say, but I think I'll find out soon. Wei Yuan nodded. He also seemed unsure of what to say, then after a moment, he said, sorry for the trouble. Yu Ji smiled and picked up his teacup. After leaving the tea house, Wei Yuan went to find Mrs. Liu, while Yu Ji headed home. Second sister-in-law, you're not going home today, right? Yu Ji asked with a smile. Wei Yuan also smiled. I want to take her to the county town. I might get a small house there. Yu Ji said that's good. Then my fourth brother and I will head back first. All right, take your time on the way. Wei Hai drove the carriage, and they returned to Hualing village together. Meanwhile, after finishing his work, Wei Yuan went to find Mrs. Liu. Mrs. Liu had just finished closing her shop. She was smiling as she saw the last customer off, then looked up and saw Wei Yuan walking toward her. Mrs. Liu was momentarily stunned, but Wei Yuan was already in front of her. Are you done? Yes, just finished. Shall we go to the county town? Are you hungry? Let's get you something to eat first. To the county town? Mrs. Liu was surprised. Yes, don't worry about Erlang. I've told her parents. We'll go to the county town first to settle in, then come back to pick them up and the family. Mrs. Liu stared blankly, honestly still not fully recovered. Sometimes she felt like this was all just a dream. And this time, Wei Yuan's return felt quite different. He used to be quiet and reserved, but now he was even more silent. His identity and his brother's. He hadn't told her yet. Mrs. Liu seemed hesitant and Wei Yuan noticed. He stepped forward, his tall figure overshadowing her, and softly said, later, on the carriage, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Mrs. Liu lowered her eyes and nodded slightly. Two men beside Wei Yuan, named Chen Zhen and Chenin, stepped forward with smiles. Sister-in-law, the carriage is ready. You and Brother Yuan will ride in the carriage and we'll catch up behind. Wei Yuan introduced them. These are the Chen brothers. They're good people. Mrs. Liu nodded and said, thank you, everyone. She didn't need to clean up her things herself. The Chen brothers eagerly did it for her. Mrs. Liu felt a bit uncomfortable with this. When the carriage approached her, she looked even more nervous. Wei Yuan was the first to get on the carriage and reached out to her. Mrs. Liu hesitated for a moment but took his hand. In the next instant, the man pulled her into the carriage. Somehow, she ended up inside the carriage. The curtain was quickly drawn, blocking out the outside light with its thick fabric. Wei Yuan didn't let go, and even moved closer. He wrapped his other arm around Mrs. Liu's waist, pushing her into the corner of the carriage. Mrs. Liu's face instantly turned red. She immediately reached out to push him away. In her mind, this was very inappropriate. Lure, Wei Yuan called her, holding her hand. Why are you so afraid of me now? You won't even look at me. Mrs. Liu lowered her head like a frightened quail, saying, I don't think so. You do, he said. He had returned 2 days ago, but whenever their eyes met, Mrs. Liu hardly dared to look at him. She always glanced quickly and looked away. And now was no different. Look at me, Wei Yuan said, lifting her chin. Mrs. Liu was forced to raise her head. With no other choice, their eyes met. Just as she was about to say something, Wei Yuan suddenly leaned down and kissed her lips. Her eyes widened completely. At that moment, outside the carriage, Chen An's voice came in. Brother Yuan, shall we go now? Mrs. Liu was so frightened she froze in place. Wei Yuan released her. Yes, let's go. Okay. Wei Yuan withdrew his gaze and was about to continue what he was doing earlier, but Mrs. Liu turned her head to block him. Please don't do that. Seeing her cheeks turn red, Wei Yuan suppressed his restless feelings, smiled, and gently pinched her earlobe. I'm now in Chongqing Army, holding a position as a 100-man leader. I have a small house in the county town. Soon, I'll take you to see the place. If you want to do business, I can set up a shop for you in the county. I can also send Erlang to study there. Of course, if your parents agree, I can buy a big house in the county and bring them all over. Mrs. Liu was stunned. She looked at Wei Yuan, her eyes gradually turning red. Wei Yuan reached out again and touched her face. These years have been you. It won't happen again. Hearing this, Mrs. Liu finally couldn't hold back her emotions. She pouted and suddenly threw herself into Wei Yuan's arms. Long-suppressed emotions finally burst out at this moment, and she started crying loudly. Wei Yuan looked complicated as he hugged her. Tears quickly soaked his shirt. By late afternoon, Yuji returned to Wei's small courtyard. As soon as she entered, Ruibao ran out first to greet her. The little dog wagged its tail happily, trying to please its owner. Then came Yao Yao and Daliang. Auntie San, you're finally back. Look, Uncle made us lots of fun things. The children held some toys, a small dog woven from grass, a dragonfly made of bamboo, and wooden figurines. Yuji had already reached the door and couldn't help but peek inside. Coincidentally, the patient inside was also looking at her, nervously tilting his head. They unexpectedly made eye contact. Wei Qi was startled and quickly looked away, feeling guilty. Yuji was amused by this scene and smiled. All right, go play now. Thank you, Auntie San. Thank you, Uncle. The children were very sensible and seemed to be having a lot of fun. Yuji smiled as she watched their backs, imagining Wei Qi spending the whole day with the kids. He was a good uncle, no doubt about it. It was almost dusk now. The vibrant sunset streamed through the window. Yuji entered the house, where Wei Qi was half leaning against the bed, holding a wooden figure. Yu, you're back? Yuji softly asked, have you eaten? Mom just brought some food. You haven't eaten yet, right?
Her gaze shifted to his chest.
His wound looked well bandaged, with no bloodstains. It seemed Wei Qi had been obedient today, not moving around or shouting to get off the bed. Not yet, Yuji replied softly. She hesitated and then said, I'm tired. I want to bring in some food. Would you like to eat together? Wei Qi's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, I'm a little hungry too. Yuji wasn't sure if he was genuinely hungry or just pretending, but she was hungry too, so she nodded and went out. Before long, Wei's mother came over smiling. Mother, just give it to me. No problem, I'll bring the food in for both of you, and also check on the third one. Yuji felt a bit shy. Since that incident, her family had become more polite to her, especially her mother-in-law, who even wanted to feed her 3 meals every day. Yuji couldn't refuse her, so Wei's mother happily brought the food inside for them. Mother Wei put down the dishes and looked at Wei Qi. Really can eat a lot. You just ate 30 dumplings and you're hungry again. That's good. Being able to eat means you'll recover quickly.
Wanky.
Yuji smiled silently, pretending not to hear her mother-in-law's words.
Thank you, Mom. You should rest now.
All right, I'm leaving. You two should rest early too. After seeing her mother off, Yuji closed the door. Wei Qi looked a bit embarrassed. Yuji walked to the bedside table, sat down and put away his chopsticks. Just eat with me. Don't overeat tonight. Wei Qi hesitated and suddenly chuckled. Okay, wife, try this. It's corn and pork filling. I remember you like it. Yuji did like it and silently took a bite. Wei Qi sat still, watching her from across the table, as if she was just eating dinner. To him, that was the most beautiful sight. Yuji didn't look up, but she felt like he was staring so hard she might get holes in her head.
She had to speak.
Today I went to the county town and met second brother. Wei Qi was surprised and looked serious. What did second brother say? Second brother said we don't need to worry.
He'll handle it.
Also, he's now a 100-man captain in the Chongqing army. Our parents probably know. Wei Qi was surprised again. That's good. Yuji nodded and put down her chopsticks. I can't finish it. I'll take it to the kitchen. Wei Qi felt uncomfortable. He looked at his leg. I should be able to get out of bed the day after tomorrow or the next day. Yuji frowned. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Who said you'll be able to get out of bed the day after tomorrow? Wei-chi, that it hurts too much. Isn't there a splint? I can make a crutch. I can hop on one leg. Right now, lying in bed, I can't do anything, like a useless person. Yuji sneered. If your leg doesn't heal properly and you become you'll really be useless. Wei-chi. Yuji took away her bowl, clearly angry again. Wei-chi sighed and quietly packed up the bedside table with one hand. When Yuji returned, she saw that he had already gone to lie down. She went straight to the washroom to wash up. By the time she finished, it was completely dark outside. Yuji brushed her long hair and lay down. She still carefully avoided Wei-chi, lying on the innermost side and slipping into bed. But as soon as she was settled, Wei-chi rolled over from the side and blew warm breath near her ear. Yu, don't be angry. I won't talk nonsense anymore. I'll definitely take good care of my injury. Yuji lowered her long eyelashes and gave a soft nod. Yesterday, Wei-chi was still lying quietly on his side, but today he clearly had no intention of moving back. Yuji was cornered against the wall, sighing softly. You should lie flat. The man behind her didn't speak but slowly shifted and lay down flat after a moment. Perhaps sensing his disappointment and recalling what he saw earlier that day, Yuji suddenly turned over. At the moment she turned, the person beside her stiffened slightly. Yuji lay on her side, facing him, with one hand resting on his arm. It was a small gesture, but it seemed as if a gentle fairy was offering a kind gift, and Wei-chi's eyes immediately lit up. Sleep now, Yuji mumbled. Wei-chi watched her without blinking, with a clear, honest look. He didn't speak again, just silently watched her. Yuji, feeling tired, closed her eyes and fell asleep again. She had a dreamless night. When she woke up the next morning, she wasn't surprised to find herself again curled up in Wei-chi's arms. The man's chin was resting on her head, with a bit of stubble tickling her. Last night before sleeping was like this, and now she couldn't tell if she had judongs on or if Wei-chi had reached out to hold her. Anyway, it was like this now. Carefully, Yuji crawled out of bed, and Wei-chi was still asleep. Outside the courtyard, Wei Yuan's voice was heard. It was probably that second brother and second sister-in-law had returned. Yuji finished tidying herself up and Wei-chi opened his eyes. Yuji said, "Second brother seems to be back. I'll go see. Today Dr. Zhao will also come." Before she finished speaking, Wei-chi hadn't had a chance to reply and Yuji hurried out. In the yard, it was indeed Wei Yuan and Lu Shi. They sat together discussing moving plans. Wei's mother and Wei Laohan didn't seem surprised, but hearing their second son speak like that made them a little disappointed. Wei Yong was still there, standing confused on the side. Wei Laohan spoke first. "This is a good thing. Lunyang's business is gradually growing, and going to the county town is definitely better than staying in the small town. You two haven't seen each other for many years, so it's about time." Lu Shi looked a bit reluctant and glanced at her mother-in-law. Wei Yuan said, "What I mean is, Mom and Dad should go too. I don't have much ability myself, but I can take you to the county to live a good life." Mother Wei and old Wei Han paused for a moment. Mother Wei said, "Let's forget it. Second brother, you might not know, but your father has started a pig farm. We're used to living in the countryside, and we're not used to the city life." Old Wei Han also said, "Yes, second brother, your mother and I are used to living here, and we have so much land. It's harvest time now." Wei Yuan sighed, seeming to expect this response. Mother Wei added, "Second brother, we understand your feelings, but we're very happy that you came back. Your family can move into the house in the city, and your father and I have no objections. Don't worry." Wei Yuan thought for a moment. "Let's wait until after the harvest to move. I want to settle my brothers first and spend more time with Dad and Mom at home." Liu Shi listened and seemed to relax a bit. Honestly, she wasn't ready to move so soon. Mother Wei also seemed happy. "All right, staying a bit longer at home is good. What do you want to eat this afternoon? I can kill a chicken." Wei Yuan said, "Mom, don't bother. I have to go out this afternoon, but I need to see my third brother first." After speaking, he stood up and looked at Yuji. Yuji hurriedly said he's awake. Second brother, go in. Wei Qi sat up. He probably guessed that Wei Yuan had important things to tell him, so Yuji didn't go in but waited in the yard. In the yard, the women sat together, chatting about Liu Shi's feelings about going to the city. Liu Shi was not good at speaking, so she just said what she saw. After a few questions from Wei Man, she turned to the two of them. Second sister-in-law really endured a lot. From now on, she'll be a lady of the house. Second brother cares for you a lot. He took you to the city right away, but he didn't take second brother. Liu Shi's face suddenly turned red.
Little sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense.
Wei Man said, how am I talking nonsense? Everyone's watching. No one expected Liu Shi to be more playful than Yuji, and her face turned even redder. Yuji also smiled and teased a little, but his gaze kept subtly looking toward the house. Wei Yuan had been inside for a while now. The brothers had a long talk. It had already been nearly half an hour. Wei Yuan sat in front of his brother, looking serious but also caring. That's how it is. Now you know everything. Wei Qi's eyes showed surprise and complexity. After a moment he nodded.
Got it.
Wei Yuan. There is chaos in the northwest, and Prince An's new army is unstoppable. Don't reveal this information for now. Also, Suizhou is suffering from a famine, so many refugees might come soon. Wei Qi. I've already met one or two. Wei Yuan. This is a disaster, but also an opportunity. I'm inside the Chongqing army now, and I will find a way to bring you in too. Wei Qi suddenly looked up. Second brother, you. Wei Yuan. I risked my life to earn military merits. Naturally, I want to do something for our family. Unless you don't want to go with me. Wei Yuan's dark eyes looked at him. Wei Qi smiled bitterly. Of course I do. Thank you, second brother, for telling me about Yu's background today. Wei Yuan, you shouldn't belittle yourself.
I just told you about the Yu family.
She married you to avoid trouble. Wei Qi felt complicated, clearly not sharing the same view. Wei Yuan saw this and said nothing more, only, since you've made your decision, I'll start making arrangements. I'll inform you once I have news. Thank you, second brother. Wei Yuan stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, brothers don't need to be polite. Yuji was playing with Pearl in the yard. When she looked up, Wei Yuan had already come out of the house. Third sister-in-law. Second brother. Yuji stood up. Wei Yuan said, I told third brother that once he's healed, he should be able to work in the county office. Everyone in the yard was stunned. Yuji asked in surprise, work in the county office? Yes, he agreed himself. Wei Mu hurriedly asked, work in the county office as a clerk? Yes, starting from the bottom. Wei Mu sighed. That's really a blessing for you. Mother, if you say that, it means we're estranged. Fourth brother should continue studying. Reading can still help him succeed. He didn't have many options. His third brother was similar in personality and not young anymore. Naturally, he needed support first. Over the years, Wei Yuan understood clearly. Third brother had better options, but he was thinking of the family. Yuji probably sensed something and asked cautiously. Second brother told Wei Qi. Wei Yuan was straightforward and nodded. Yes, I told him. Yuji finally understood completely. A heavy burden in her heart was lifted. Though it was complicated, she felt mostly relieved. I understand. She didn't stay in the yard anymore, turning around to go back to her room. Yantai noticed something and followed. Sister. Yuji smiled. It's okay. You don't need to go in. Go play. Yantai nodded. After entering the house, Wei Qi still maintained the gesture of Wei Yuan leaving, with a clearly sad expression. Since Yuji met him, this man had always been lively and energetic. Sometimes, Yuji would get angry at his teasing behavior, but recently Wei Qi had been confined to this place and couldn't move, so he looked very downcast. His current state was very different from the usual way he annoyed her. Even though she was initially angry, now she felt a mix of concern.
Moreover, now,
Yuji hadn't decided how to speak, but Wei Qi suddenly came back to himself and looked at her.
Wife.
He also looked a bit nervous. This nervousness was different from a few days ago when he knew she was angry. Back then, He only knew he had risked making her upset and spoke in a pleading tone. Now, it truly hurt his heart, and he felt unworthy of trying to please her. Yuji slowly walked over and sat in front of him. After thinking for a moment, she decided to be honest. Did second brother tell you everything? Wei Qi swallowed hard. Yeah. Yuji looked down. Then I won't hide it from you either. Let me tell you about my family. Okay. Yuji had prepared for this moment long ago. Calmly and steadily, she recounted the past 2 or 3 years, including her family and the situation of the Yu family. Wei Qi listened silently, unmoving, almost like a statue. That's about it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yuji didn't move much either. Both of them sat upright. She took a deep breath, about to apologize for hiding things from Wei Qi, when suddenly she heard him ask, on the exile journey, "You must have suffered a lot, right?" Yuji was stunned.
What?
Wei Qi's eyes reddened. His tired eyes looked at her with regret and concern.
I'm sorry. Y.
I didn't know. I heard that exile is even harder than fleeing. Did they bully you? You must have wanted to give up many times. Yuji stared blankly at him, tears unknowingly falling. Is that what you wanted to ask?
Wei Qi nodded.
Yuji choked up, her emotions starting to get out of control. Wei Qi, you're so stupid, so stupid. Wei Qi panicked when he saw her tears falling and immediately reached out to wipe her face. Don't cry, Yu. If you're angry, hit me or scold me, just don't cry. Yuji sobbed uncontrollably. You really are such a fool. Don't you know that marrying a criminal's daughter means your life will be like this? If the court finds out, you might be forced into slavery. Why are you so stupid? You don't understand the main point at all. This person. Why is he still caring about her at this moment? Wei Qi paused, his voice hoarse. Yu. I was just a simple villager from the countryside. Even if I am not much, I couldn't be worse. Marrying you is my blessing. Why do you think like that? Yuji shook her head. No, it's not true. It's not. She always remembered that day when the Yu family fell. Everyone turned against them, avoiding them as if they were contagious. Not only those within 5 degrees of kinship, but even distant relatives wanted nothing to do with them. The emperor didn't punish the entire family, but many people burned incense and prayed, while her family became like rats in the street. And she didn't even mention the sneers and insults on the way to exile. Corrupt officials, pests, criminals, servants. Throughout history, some daughters of criminals could marry, but even in the most remote border areas, the lowest servants would despise them because marrying a criminal was like being branded with shame, which could also affect their children. It could take 20 years to be free from slavery. This was the court's punishment. Basically, she was selfish. To survive and save her brother, she hid her past. Now that her identity was exposed, how could he not care at all? At some point, Wei Qi had already reached out and pulled her into his arms. It's over, Yu. It's all over. Wei Qi's eyes welled with emotion, his heart stirred. It was as if a voice was desperately shouting. He had never been so certain before, for Yu, and for himself. Wei Qi, he could not be so foolish in this life anymore. Recently, Yu no longer smiled at him. Since Wei Yuan returned, Wei's small courtyard seemed more lively. Wei Yuan and Lu Shi didn't move out immediately, but Wei Yuan was now going to the county seat for his official duties. A small troop from Changsheng Army was stationed in Yong'an County to manage the nearby refugees. So Wei Yuan had to ride to the county every morning before dawn. Lu Shi also felt a bit sad. She used to wake up early for her business, around dawn, but now her husband had to get up at the hour of the tiger, and outside was still dark. Lu Shi opened her eyes, and Wei Yuan was already dressed nearby.
You.
She just sat up, but Wei Yuan pressed her shoulder and made her lie back down.
Sleep now.
Mrs. Lu sighed. If you can't, just stay in the town and come back every few days. Running back and forth like this. Don't you find it tiring? Wei Yuan smiled gently. It's okay. With you and my parents around, I don't feel tired. Mrs. Lu looked a bit uncomfortable. She wasn't used to lying down like that, so she sat up and helped the man fasten his belt. Take it slow on the way, she whispered softly. Wei Yuan held her hand and nodded, yes, okay. When Wei Yuan left, Wei Qi also opened his eyes. He was always alert, especially about the sound of the house gate. And surprisingly, Yu Ji had also woken up. The couple exchanged a glance. Wei Qi was a bit stunned. What's wrong, Yu? Yu Ji covered her stomach. My period has come. She had been busy lately, and her cycle was a bit irregular. Over time, she forgot about it. Yu Ji wanted to get up to go to the bathhouse, and Wei Qi immediately sat up. He had been injured for more than half a month. His upper body and arms were fine, but his legs still hadn't healed. The family had provided him with a crutch, and now Wei Qi could walk around a bit with it. Let me help you. No need. Yu Ji moved off the bed and looked back. There was a mark. She'd have to change it tomorrow. There was no reason for him to help her with this, so Yu Ji quickly found a menstrual pad in the big cabinet by the bed and slipped behind it. After some rustling, she came out, and the oil lamp in the bedroom was already lit, lighting her way. Wei Qi had also gotten off the bed and was waiting by the doorframe, leaning on his crutch. Yu Ji was startled again and tilted her head. Aren't I not supposed to let you come over? Wei Qi smiled. I'm just worried you can't see clearly. I'll wait until you come back. Yu Ji sighed helplessly. Let's go. Time to head back. Every night when she got up, Wei Qi did the same. No matter how many times she told him not to, she just gave in and went with him. Back in the warm bed, Yu Ji yawned, but Wei Qi turned over and placed his large hand on her belly. Does it hurt? Not much, Yu Ji replied, her voice thick with sleepiness. I'll sleep a bit more. You sleep. Suddenly, his large hand began gently massaging her belly. Despite being very tired, Yu Ji found herself unable to fall asleep. She suddenly remembered something and said, in a few days, I want to go to the town again. Wei Qi was surprised but quickly understood. To the Li family? Yes. Wei Qi thought for a moment and said, I'll go with you. Yu Ji looked up in surprise. Wei Qi added, they saved my life. I should go with you. But your leg. Actually, it's almost healed. Wearing the crutches might look a bit awkward, but if you don't mind. Yu Ji lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. That's fine. By the way, didn't second brother say you wanted to go to the county office before? Maybe you can ask about it then. When mentioning this, Wei Qi was also planning to discuss with his wife. Do you agree if I go? Yu Ji was confused. It's a good thing. Why not go? I do want to go, but... Wei Qi hesitated, not knowing which place his second brother might send him to. It could be Foda Town or another more remote town. Yu Ji couldn't help but laugh. Because of this? It doesn't matter. You're not staying away forever. Wei Qi looked at her with serious eyes. He didn't say more. Since he had decided to work hard to give Yu a better future, he knew he had to take this path. He hugged Yu Ji a little tighter, his warm hand gently resting on her small belly. Before dawn fully broke, Yu Ji slept for another hour. When the Wei family's small courtyard started to get busy, Zhao the doctor arrived. Recently, the whole Wei family had become quite familiar with Zhao and interacted more often. Zhao doctor, thank you for your trouble. Stay for a meal later, Wei's mother said cheerfully. Zhao nodded with a smile. All right, I'll go see Wei Qi first. Wei Qi had just gotten out of bed, leaning on his crutches. When he saw someone enter, he stopped what he was doing. Oh, your leg looks like it's healing quickly. It should be almost done soon. Wei Qi was a bit impatient. Can you think of a faster way? Can I remove the splint today? Zhao looked outside the yard. Xiaoyu is outside. If you could speak a little louder.
Wanky.
It's too awkward. You weren't hurt that badly before. Just tell me if it's possible to remove it now. Zhao squatted down and carefully examined his injury. Actually, it's not impossible. Your bones are quite strong. Are you sure you want it removed today? Wei Qi nodded. Yes, remove it. Zhao said, all right, I'll do it soon. Yu Ji was surprised when she heard Wei Qi could remove the splint today. Really? No need to keep it fixed anymore? Wei Qi immediately looked at Zhao, who smiled and said, his bones are almost healed. It's true, he doesn't need it anymore. His chest was hurt the most, but his legs are fine. There's no point in covering them anymore. Yu Ji could only agree. Okay, then let's remove it. Wei Qi let out a deep breath of relief. During the splint removal, Yuji didn't go inside, but she thought it probably wouldn't be comfortable. Wei Hai had already returned to the school, and Wei Yuan stayed at home with Chao Dashu. This person was quite honest and hardworking, helping the Wei family with many chores. Yuji hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can you help me boil some hot water? Wei Qi will need it soon." Chao Dashu smiled and said, "Third madam, just tell me what to do." Yuji nodded and said, "Thank you." When Zhao the doctor came out, he was sweating and holding a piece of wood he had taken apart. "All done. I'll prepare the medicine now. From today, just apply the medicine externally." "Thank you so much." Yuji turned and went back to her room. As soon as she entered, she smelled a not-so-pleasant odor. Unconsciously, Yuji covered her nose and mouth with a handkerchief. Seeing this, Wei Qi immediately said, "Yu, don't come over. I'll go wash up first. I'm starting to dislike the smell myself." Yuji suddenly smiled quickly and said, "The sun is rising from the west, and you still dislike yourself?" Wei Qi was stunned for a moment, and then also started to smile foolishly. Lately, Yu hadn't been smiling at him much. Yuji had wanted to try to get over it, but she really couldn't. "Then go ahead. I'll ask Dashu to bring you some hot water." Wei Qi knew that Chao Dashu was helping out at home, but recently, since there were many people in the family, he paid more attention and observed more. When Chao Dashu brought the hot water, Wei Qi asked, "Is your surname Chao? How long have you been with my second brother?" Chao Dashu smiled foolishly and said, replying to third master, "I've been with second master for over 2 years. How does my second brother treat you?" "Second master saved my whole family," Chao Dashu replied while helping Wei Qi mix the water. After chatting for a bit, Wei Qi learned most of this person's background. "Why doesn't your second brother give you a better position?" Chao Dashu chuckled and said, "Third master, I'm lame. This is how I'll be for life. Second master has treated me very well." Wei Qi was surprised and then noticed his leg. His walking was indeed not very smooth. He didn't say anything. "Third master, may I give you a back rub?" Chao Dashu suddenly came behind Wei Qi. Wei Qi was startled and felt goosebumps all over. "No need. You can go now." He wasn't used to anyone serving him. Chao Dashu hesitated for a moment and then smiled. "All right, I'll go then." After the person left the bathhouse, Wei Qi felt a bit relieved. He didn't delay any longer and quickly washed himself thoroughly from head to toe. He felt so uncomfortable. It is still daytime now. When Chao Dashi came out, Wei Mu, Yuji, and others were in the yard. Seeing this, they paused for a moment. Wei Mu asked, "Did the third brother chase you out?" Chao Dashi told the truth. Wei Mu pouted. Always the same old problem, not knowing how lucky they are. Wei Man suddenly smiled and said, "That depends on who it is. If it's third sister-in-law." Yuji was surprised and then said, "Mother, I think Man is getting more and more sharp-tongued. Since the shop opened, we don't have to worry about earning money. We can make at least 20 taels a month." Wei Man hurriedly said, "Okay, third sister-in-law, I was joking. I won't do that again." Yuji looked half smiling and said, "That's what you said. Mother will remember it too." Wei Mu laughed heartily. All right, I've got it all." Wei Man's shop was already set up. Although there was some delay, it could finally open next month. Soon, it was almost the lunar December. Wei Mu was planning to discuss with the family which day to go to town together to buy New Year's goods when suddenly, the sound of a mule cart came from outside. Everyone looked out together. It was Yang Ziyuan returning. The Ding family situation had actually been known 3 days earlier. The Wei family didn't know exactly what Yang Yuan used to cause this, but the result was that the Ding family was basically finished. It wasn't just Ding Dai himself. The Ding family shop had also done many shady things over the past 2 years. Now, taking advantage of this, they pulled out the weeds and caused serious damage to their vitality. The Wei family's pent-up anger was finally released. Yang Ziyuan had been detained for nearly a month. Now, Wei Yuan had finally sent him back. Wei Taodao had even gone to pick him up early that morning. "Mother." Yang Ziyuan stood at the door, looking much more haggard. The whole family was silent for a moment. Wei Mu sighed, "Come in, wash up too. Consider it a welcome back and a fresh start." Yang Ziyuan managed a faint smile and said, "Thank you, mother." Then he and Wei Taodao went back to their room together. Wei Man couldn't help but ask, "What does Big Sister plan to do? What can I do?" Big Sister chose this path herself. After this is over, they will probably leave. He's still managing Sangtian. I hope they can live honestly and peacefully in the future. In the courtyard of the third house, Wei Qi seemed to have finished washing. Yuji turned and said, "Mother, I'll go into the house first." Wei Man smiled. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly remembered the promise she just made and immediately covered her mouth, looking at Yuji and shaking her head desperately. Yuji smiled and turned into the house. Wei Qi washed thoroughly and finally felt refreshed. "Wife, Yang Ziyuan is back. He has sharp ears and heard the outside noise just now." Yuji nodded softly and turned to walk by the cabinet. Wei Qi frowned, seeming to be lost in thought. He didn't notice Yuji's actions at first. When Yuji returned, he saw that Yu was holding a large pile of new clothes. "Stop worrying about other people's matters. No matter what, it's your big sister's choice. Try on this set of clothes." Wei Qi was stunned. "Is this for me?" She wanted to roll her eyes at him again. Of course it was. Wei Qi realized it late and smiled foolishly. "New clothes. Wife, when did you prepare these?" "You're so thoughtful." Yuji said, "Hurry up and wear it." In the middle of winter, he only draped a robe over himself, boldly, not afraid of the cold, and not shy at all. Yuji glanced at him and refused to look further. Recently, the man had been staying at home, seeming a bit whiter, but his skin was still firm, with patches on his belly and a large lump below. Yuji turned away. "Hurry up and change. Let's see if it fits." She turned her back, and Wei Qi smiled naturally, not refusing her kindness. He quickly changed into it. "All done, Yu." When he finished, Yuji turned around and was stunned. Wei Qi usually wore dark colors, including the outfit he bought when they went shopping, indigo blue. But this time, Yuji helped him choose a moon-white round robe. He shaved his beard and his hair. The light color made him look less sharp and more refined. "How do you look, wife? Does it fit?" Yuji lowered her eyes, not wanting to praise. "It's good. Take it off and wear it again tomorrow." Wei Qi asked why. Yuji said, "We're going to the county tomorrow to see Uncle Lee. Do you think I should wear rough cloth clothes?" It wasn't about showing off, but about respecting others. Wei Qi thought for a moment. "I'll wear it today too. I won't go anywhere, so it won't get dirty or damaged." Yuji said, "Just suit yourself." It was just a set of clothes and she wasn't that petty. Wei Qi happily dried his hair and tied it up. Then he looked at the crutch with some disdain. "If only I didn't need this crutch, I might look handsome." Yuji suddenly smiled. "Too bad, you'll need to lean on that crutch for a while. Can't blame others for that." After saying that, Yuji left him and went out again. Wei Qi touched his mouth and muttered, "What a cheeky mouth." He couldn't help but bring up the topic. In the yard, the children were the first to see their refreshed third uncle. "Wow, third uncle looks so handsome." The girl with a sweet mouth immediately ran over, followed closely by De Lang and Erlang. Wei Mu and Wei Man also brightened their eyes. "Third uncle, this is probably the new clothes third aunt made for you again. They look really nice." De Lang reached out to touch them, but Wei Qi stopped him. "You can't just touch them randomly. Third aunt will be angry." Yuji couldn't hold back anymore and glared back at him. "I'm not that petty." He thought he shouldn't care about him at all. Just wear his rough cloth clothes. After more than a month, Wei Qi finally sat at the table to eat. He didn't change his clothes and just sat in the main hall, looking out of place. Wei Mu couldn't stand it anymore. "That's eye-catching. Hurry up and change." Wei Qi had been wearing the same outfit all day. When he saw they were having braised pork bones tonight, he immediately got up to change. Wei Man deliberately said, "Third brother, you better not change. Wearing this outfit and gnawing on big bones will be quite a sight." "Third sister-in-law, what do you think?"
Wanky snorted.
Stop talking so much. While the siblings argued, everyone else was happy. Wei Qi got up to change into another set of clothes. Yuji was too tired to care and didn't want to look at him anymore. The braised pork bones that night were very tasty, soft, flavorful, and fragrant. As everyone enjoyed their meal, Yang Ziyuan and Wei Taotao started talking. Mother, Ziyuan said we're planning to build a yard next to the mulberry field in a few days. We'll move there then. The whole family was surprised. Wei Mu asked, not going back to Qingchuan village? Wei Taotao smiled and said, just occasionally visiting is fine. There's nothing much tying us there. When something comes up, we'll go back. The mulberry field also needs someone to take care of it. Wei Lahan looked at Yang Ziyuan and asked, have you planned everything about the mulberry field? Yang Ziyuan smiled. Yes, since it's all settled, we'll take good care of it. When it's well maintained, we won't have to worry about selling the produce. Wei Lahan nodded.
Good.
Just focus on taking care of it. Moving won't be urgent. Let's wait until after the new year. Wei Taotao's eyes welled up with tears. Yang Ziyuan was silent for a moment and said, all right, but we also need to prepare for repairs. Building a house takes time. Yeah, that's true. Wei Mu changed the subject. It's already December. Who wants to go with me tomorrow to buy New Year's goods? Wei Man was the first to jump up. I want to go. I want to go. He sure also smiled and said, I want to go too. Yu Ji suddenly said, Mother, tomorrow I'm going to the county town with Wei Qi. If there's anything you want to buy there, tell me. Going to the county town? Wei's mother was surprised for a moment, but quickly understood what was happening. Are you going to see Scholarly?
Yes.
Wei's mother said, oh, why didn't you tell me earlier? We can't go empty-handed. Yu Ji said, it's okay. How can it be okay? Here's what we'll do. I'll prepare a gift later, and third brother will take it. Wei Qi said, I'll buy some when I go to the county tomorrow. We won't forget proper manners.
All right.
But our farm's things are better, so I still want to prepare something. Yu Ji didn't refuse and smiled. Thank you, Mother. Sorry for the trouble. Families shouldn't be so formal. After dinner, Wei Qi and Yu Ji went back to their room. Wei Yuan hadn't returned yet, so Wei Qi said, when second brother comes back, I want to borrow a cart. Tomorrow, we'll go by cart. Yu Ji thought for a moment, that works, carts are faster. Wei Qi smiled. Second brother said, once my leg heals, he'll give me a horse. I believe I'll learn quickly, and then I can take you riding for fun. Yu Ji was a bit surprised and said, second brother is really good to you. Suddenly, she remembered her older brother, but quickly pushed the thought aside. They washed up one after the other. Yu Ji dried her hair and then rested. Just as she lay down, a pair of strong arms reached around her waist. Yu Ji was startled and asked, what are you doing? Nothing. Wei Qi leaned in and blew warm breath on her, holding her close and habitually warming her stomach.
Thinking about it.
They hadn't been intimate in a long time. But she didn't blame herself, so Yu Ji relaxed peacefully. After a while, she felt something was wrong. Move back a bit. There was an uncomfortable pressure behind her waist that made her feel pain. Wei Qi refused to move and said, I didn't move. Yu Ji said, but you're pressing against me. Wei Qi was silent for a moment and repeated, I didn't move. Yu Ji knew it was pointless to argue. Fine, he wouldn't move, so she would. She shifted slightly inward, but unexpectedly, Wei Qi followed her. Despite limping on one leg, he moved quickly. Yu Ji said, Wei Qi, if you keep doing this, I'll get angry. Wei Qi's breathing suddenly grew heavier.
Wife.
Just touch me just once. Yu Ji's face instantly turned red. We have to get up early tomorrow. It's okay, I called you. I won't let you get tired. Yu Ji didn't believe his words, but she was surrounded by Wei Qi's scent. She had nowhere to go. His big hand pulled her hands, and she felt herself becoming soft and weak. Unable to resist. The dimly lit room echoed with a few heavy, suppressed breaths. Before falling asleep, Yu Ji only wanted to angrily slap himself. Lazy snake. Men's words are full of lies. The next morning, without knowing exactly when Wei Qi and Wei Yuan had arranged it, a carriage was already waiting at the Wei family gate. Wei Qi changed into new clothes, standing proudly in the courtyard, talking with Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan patted his shoulder and gave a few instructions, which Wei Qi responded to one by one. Let Dashi go with you and drive the carriage. Wei Qi didn't refuse, since he was now injured. The third house's door opened, and Yuji came out with the inkstone. When she stepped out, the whole family took a deep breath in surprise. Yuji also wore new clothes, styled her hair neatly, and rarely wore hairpins and earrings, plus a velvet flower given by Man. When she appeared like this in front of the Wei family, Wei Qi couldn't help but stare, but eventually Wei Yuan, unable to bear it, gave his brother a nudge from behind. Wei Qi immediately smiled and walked toward her. You look so beautiful, I almost didn't recognize you. In front of the whole family, Yuji refused to respond to his words. Thank you, second brother. Sorry for the trouble. Wei Yuan smiled gently. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. Dashi will go with you, along with two brothers. Everyone knows each other. Second brother, you're so thoughtful. Wei mother had also prepared a carriage full of good things, packed early for Wei Yuji, and the inkstone got into the carriage, and a few children and Man looked on with envy. Yuji lifted the curtain and smiled at them. I'll bring you gifts when I come back. Thank you, third aunt. Wei Qi also got into the carriage, with Chao Dashi driving and two horsemen following behind. This scene naturally drew a lot of sighs from the villagers of Hualing village. Seeing the carriage go further and further away, the Wei family turned back into the yard. Chao Dashi's driving skills were quite good. After leaving Hualing village, he asked with a smile, Third master, third madam, do you want to go to Foda town? Wei Qi looked at Yuji, who replied, There's no need. Just go to the county town to buy things. Wei Qi nodded. We'll listen to you. Chao Dashi chuckled. Third master and third madam really have a good relationship. Wei Qi was happy. You, kid, have good eyesight. You'll be successful in the future. Yuji lifted the window curtain to enjoy the scenery, too lazy to respond to him. Chao Dashi's driving was smooth, and the journey was very steady. Wei Yuan mentioned that there might be wandering people on the road recently, so he sent 2 or 3 people to follow, to prevent a repeat of the previous situation. Yuji looked at the scenery outside for a while, then felt her neck ache and lowered the curtain. Are you not looking anymore? Wei Qi asked with a smile. Yuji nodded slightly, planning to rest for a bit, and as soon as the carriage started moving, she leaned on her brother-in-law's arm and fell asleep. Wei Qi generously patted his shoulder, saying, Come here, I'll leave this to you. Yuji. She wasn't interested at all. Wei Qi smiled again but didn't insist, only kept his eyes on her. Today, she looked beautiful everywhere, her new hairstyle, silver hairpin, and 2 small earrings gently swinging. Wei Qi rarely saw her dressed so finely. Even simple jewelry could reveal her former beauty as a noble daughter. He found it hard to imagine whether she once rode in a fancy carriage or sat on a 6-horse chariot. Of course, Wei Qi wouldn't ask directly. He just lowered his gaze and looked at his still not fully healed leg. Wei's third brother was used to being proud and rarely showed any loneliness. He knew himself well. If it weren't for these chaotic times, he admitted he wouldn't have married someone like her. The carriage rocked smoothly as it traveled steadily. Yuji closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, they had arrived at the county town. Yantai had already woken up and had slipped out, running ahead to sit shoulder to shoulder with Chao Dashi, learning how to drive a horse. Inside the carriage, only Wei Qi and Yuji remained. She didn't know how she ended up leaning on the man's shoulder. Are you awake? Yuji blinked in confusion, looking into his eyes. She immediately straightened up. Are we there? Just arrived. Wei Qi's voice was a bit hoarse, and his arm was stiff. Obvious he had maintained this position for a long time to let you sleep well. Yuji tidied her hair, and Wei Qi immediately said, It's not messy, still as beautiful as a flower. Yuji paused her movements and was about to lift the carriage curtain. Wait, Wei Qi suddenly said, Your ears. His gaze shifted to her small, delicate earlobes. What's wrong? Yuji instinctively reached out to touch them, but suddenly, her wrist was grasped by Wei Qi's large hand. The man leaned in quickly, his hot breath blowing near her ear. Yuji froze, then immediately realized her earlobe was being kissed. Suddenly, her fair earlobe and neck turned bright red. Wei Qi. Before she could get angry, Wei Qi quickly pulled back. He didn't use much force, just a light touch.
忍过去了，没有留下痕迹。
Yuji was finally unable to hold back. She reached out and lightly hit his chest twice. After hitting, she realized he had a wound there, and her face stiffened. However, Wei Qi already started to smile happily and held her small fist. It's nothing. Yuji angrily pushed his hand away and got out of the carriage directly. The carriage was already stopped at the gate of the Li residence. The Li residence is located outside Yong'an County, in a mostly open area. Deshur and Yan Tai were already waiting nearby. When Yuji got down, her cheeks were still rosy. She walked straight toward her brother. Let's go knock on the door. She didn't wait for Wei Qi's permission. Deshur stepped forward to support her, and Wei Qi also got out of the carriage, smiling as he followed. Yan Tai politely knocked on the door. Soon, an old servant came out. Yuji had already sent a greeting card in advance, so after the door opened, the old servant directly welcomed her inside. Miss Yu, our master has been waiting for you for a long time. Yuji nodded politely. Thank you. She crossed the threshold and entered. The scenery inside the Li residence was elegant, mostly bamboo groves and similar plants, fitting Li Yuanzhou's personality and character. The old servant led the way, and before long, Yuji and Wei Qi arrived at the main courtyard. Li Yuanzhou was sitting in the courtyard at a tea table, clearly waiting for them. Uncle Li, Yuji, and Yan Tai bowed politely. Although Wei Qi had difficulty walking, he also bowed as a junior. Li Yuanzhou looked up from the tea table, smiling as he looked at them.
Sit down.
His gaze paused on Wei Qi. It seems you're in good health. Your recovery is quite fast. Wei Qi replied, Thank you, Mr. Li. I'm almost fully recovered now. He didn't call him uncle without permission but used a respectful title. Li Yuanzhou nodded at him. Wei Qi confidently sat down with Yuji. The servants brought tea.
Li Yuanzhou said, Try some.
Yuji picked up her cup and took a small sip. This is the new tea from Qiantang.
Li Yuanzhou smiled. Good.
Your father liked it very much. Yuji put down her cup. Yes, my father liked it, but I don't know much about tea, so I can't tell much. That's okay. You're still young, so it's normal not to be able to tell. Wei Qi also took a few sips. Since Yuji couldn't tell, he had nothing to say either, so he simply stayed silent. Li Yuanzhou seemed to be talking with Yuji, but his eyes kept observing him. Seeing that he sat upright and confident, not timid or self-deprecating, his eyes showed a little more approval. He put down his teacup and said, Come forward. Let me see your injury. Wei Qi saw the other person speaking to him and immediately became respectful. Thank you, sir. He stood up and walked over. Li Yuanzhou signaled for him to sit and reached out.
Wake your bed.
Li Yuanzhou closed his eyes to check his pulse. Yuji looked on with some concern. He's okay. The young man is quite strong. Li Yuanzhou withdrew his hand. Wei Qi smiled foolishly. Thanks to your life-saving medicine, I dare not neglect my recovery. Li Yuanzhou looked serious. If I wasn't sure that medicine could save you, I wouldn't waste it. That medicine is precious. If I give it to you, another person might not be able to be saved. Wei Qi was stunned and quickly said, Yes, sir. I understand what you mean. Li Yuanzhou's expression softened a little. Just call me Uncle Li, like Zexy. Wei Qi hesitated, then glanced at Yuji and nodded. Uncle Li Yuji, standing nearby, also relaxed a bit. She knew Li Yuanzhou well. This move. At least Wei Qi passed a test. Wei Qi sat back in his original place. After a moment, 3 or 4 young maids entered the courtyard, looking a little hesitant. Li Yuanzhou turned slightly. Just say what you have to say. Master, the young lady and young master are insisting on going to catch birds. They really must go. Li Yuanzhou pressed his forehead. Nonsense. Yuji looked at Li Yuanzhou. But Yan Yan? She's also here? Yuji was clearly surprised and happy. Li Yuanzhou smiled. She just arrived the day before yesterday. She keeps asking to go out every day. Yuji. The last time I saw her was 4 years ago. May I? Li Yuanzhou nodded naturally. Of course. Go ahead. Seeing you will make her very happy. Yuji truly smiled and immediately stood up. The maids led the way, and Yen Tai also wanted to go, but Li Yuanzhou signaled him to stay. In the courtyard, only Wei Qi and Li Yuanzhou remained. Wei Qi sensed something and looked at him. Li Yuanzhou put down his teacup and looked very serious. Is your name Wei Qi? Wei Qi lowered his head and replied yes. Now it's just the two of us. Gigi calls me uncle. Her father and I are close friends. Since her father isn't here now, I need to fulfill some responsibilities. I want to ask you some questions. Please answer honestly. Wei Qi had expected this and straightened his back, respectful. Of course, ask away. Yu Ji went to the backyard. Li Yuanzhou's youngest daughter is named Li Yan. She is about 4 years younger than Yu Ji, 12 years old this year. When she first entered the yard, Li Yan was being chased by maids. Miss, watch your step. Miss, I can't run anymore. Li Yuanzhou has 2 daughters. The eldest, Li Rong, is married in the capital city. Just now, Yu Ji heard Li Yuanzhou say that Yan Yan had just arrived, so she guessed she was also traveling from the capital. Actually, Li Yuanzhou is just past his 40th year, with a bright future ahead. He is not at all the type to retire now. However, the current emperor has become increasingly confused in recent years, and many honest officials in the court are very disappointed. The Li family is among them. Yu Ji smiled and walked inside, calling out loudly, Yan Yan? At the front, a girl suddenly stopped and turned her head curiously. She had a flower bun hairstyle, with bangs hanging down, and was wearing a short, pink and white jacket that looked very charming. The girl looked uncertainly at the person in front of her, carefully recognizing her. After a while, her eyes widened completely. Yu Jiejie? Is that you, Yu Jiejie? Yu Ji nodded with a smile. Yes, it's me. Long time no see. Yan has grown into a young lady now. Li Yan almost jumped up and quickly ran toward Yu Ji. Yu Ji immediately reached out to catch her, genuinely afraid she might fall. Slow down. Li Yan had run very fast and was still panting when she reached Yu Ji. She said breathlessly, Yu Jiejie. It's really you. Am I dreaming or what? It's really me, Yu Ji said with a smile, taking out a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. Li Yan grabbed her hand tightly. Oh my god. I can't believe I see you here. What's going on? Yu Ji smiled and said, it's a long story. I'll tell you slowly later.
Li Yan nudda e ajarli.
Okay. Sit down quickly and talk to me. Susho is so boring, and my dad won't let me go out. The maidservants nearby, noticing her urgency, stepped forward and said, Miss, I'll go get some snacks. Good. Go quickly. Bring a lot. Yu Ji sat down happily, as Li Yan pulled her to sit. I see you're anxious. I came to visit Uncle Li today. When I heard you were here, I hurried over. The 2 sisters hadn't seen each other in a long time, so they had endless things to talk about. Judging by the scene, it probably wouldn't end anytime soon. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the front yard was very different. Li Yuanzhou asked Wei Qi many questions. Not just about his background, but also about his character. Later, Li Yuanzhou, who was used to being involved in politics, began to carefully examine Wei Qi. It was okay if Wei Qi couldn't answer questions about his knowledge, but Li Yuanzhou had his own way of judging a person's character. After a long series of questions, Wei Qi felt beads of sweat on his back. Finally finished, Li Yuanzhou picked up the already cold teacup and took a sip. Not quite there. That was his final comment. Wei Qi understood immediately and accepted it humbly. But if you listen carefully, there didn't seem to be any anger or other feelings behind his words. At least his character seems acceptable, right? Do you want to study books? Practice martial arts? Li Yuanzhou asked again. Wei Qi hesitated for a moment and replied, I want to learn, but I didn't have the chance before. Li Yuanzhou asked, Your second brother has joined the army now. Do you have any plans for the future? Wei Qi honestly explained his second brother's situation. After hearing this, Li Yuano fell silent. Yamen servant, minor official. Not a proper government position. I have a job for you. I'll write a letter to Suzhou Prefecture. It's a low-level military task, but maybe better than working in the county office. Wei Qi remained silent. Thank you, uncle, but I know my limits. I think I should start as a Yamen servant. Seeing that Wei Qi was not ambitious beyond his means and that his expression softened a little, Li Yuanzhou nodded. As you wish. But I still think studying and practicing martial arts should be on your schedule. He paused and added, Yu's eldest son, talented in both literature and martial arts. He didn't mention the name he initially wanted to say, but instead changed it to Yuji. Wei Qi understood. Yes, I understand, senior. The atmosphere eased somewhat. Wei Qi stayed a little longer, chatting with Li Yuanzhou. His sharp eyes caught sight of a chessboard in the courtyard, and his face lit up. Uncle, do you like playing chess? Li Yuanzhou was a bit surprised. You know how to play?
Wei Qi smiled.
Just a little. Li Yuanzhou became interested. Good, let's have a match. Earlier, while playing chess, Yu Ji and Li Yan had been talking in the back courtyard for a long time. Li Yan was shocked to find out she was already married.
You.
Him. Although young, Li Yan was quite clever and immediately asked, Is my brother-in-law here today? He's in front. Li Yan said. Then I want to see him. Yu Ji sighed helplessly. All right, you'll see him soon. Li Yan looked at her, suddenly looking a bit sad. Sister Yu, do you want to know about the capital? Yu Ji was taken aback and shook her head. Forget it. I only have some childhood memories of the capital. I've lived in Jiangnan since I was 6, so I'm already unfamiliar with it. Li Yan opened her mouth but didn't say what she wanted to. Instead, she said, Yeah. The capital is so boring now, there's really nothing fun to do. My eldest sister likes it there, but I just don't understand. Li Rong, a year older than Yu Ji, was already married, and her husband's family was the Duke's estate. As the wife of the Duke's household, she couldn't be so free. Perhaps she didn't truly like the capital city, but her status and responsibilities kept her there. Yu Ji wouldn't tell Li Yan these things. The two of them chatted for a while until a maid came over. Miss, when will the meal be served? My father? Why do you ask?
Lord.
Is playing chess with young Masterway up front. I dare not disturb them. Both Yu Ji and Li Yan's eyes lit up. Yu Ji asked what kind of chess. Go? No, it's Chinese chess. Yu Ji nodded. She didn't know how to play, only knew Go. My father has recently become obsessed with Chinese chess. Come on, let's go see. Li Yan couldn't wait to see Wei Qi, so she immediately grabbed Yu Ji and pulled her forward. Yu Ji couldn't refuse, so she followed helplessly. As they approached, Li Yan suddenly stopped. Wait. Let me sneak a peek first. Her eyes darted around, constantly observing Wei Qi. Her gaze was as sharp as when inspecting goods. Yu Ji stood helplessly aside. After Li Yan had looked enough, she smiled and said, He looks quite decent. Matches well with Sister Yu.
Yu Ji blushed.
You little girl, don't talk nonsense.
Li Yan shukla tapili.
Don't worry, sister. I've seen many men in the capital. Brother-in-law isn't a charming rogue, but he's quite handsome among the generals. Yu Ji turned her head and deliberately asked her maid, What did your young lady do in the capital before? The maids didn't dare to answer. They all lowered their heads like quails.
Li Yan winked playfully.
Can't tell you, but just trust me. From looks alone, he's passable. Yu Ji. She wasn't interested in that at all. Yu Ji and Li Yan walked over, but before they got close, Wei Qi saw them. He was about to say something when Li Yuanzhou interrupted him. Focus on your game. General. Wei Qi withdrew his gaze and carefully looked at the chessboard. Just one move changed the situation entirely. Li Yuanzhou smiled slightly, while Wei Qi frowned. Yu Ji and Li Yan had already reached nearby, but seeing both of them so serious, they didn't disturb. Li Yan whispered, Sister Yu, do you understand Chinese chess? Yu Ji shook her head lightly. Just a little. She had learned Go since childhood. As for Chinese chess, she only knew some rules but wasn't skilled at it. Although Go seems more complex than chess, chess actually has fixed pieces, a smaller board, and strict rules for each move. During the game, Players focus more on strategy and skill. Chess is more like military warfare, with a fast pace, while Go takes longer and tests a person's patience. Scholars prefer Go, while warriors might choose chess to pass the time. Clearly, Li Yuanzhou feels the same. My father only recently started playing chess, and he's not very skilled. I think brother-in-law might not lose.
Li Yan whispered.
Yuji glanced at Wei Qi. She didn't seem to know that Wei Qi played chess, and he appeared quite good at it, at least able to hold his own against Li Yuanzhou. Wei Qi had just lost focus and missed a move. Now he was carefully reorganizing his strategy and had managed to turn the game around a bit. Li Yuanzhou's eyebrows furrowed again. From Yuji's perspective, she could see the game. After a moment of thought, she realized Wei Qi was winning this round. Sure enough, after staring at the board for a long time, Li Yuanzhou suddenly laughed and said, "All right, I admit defeat." Wei Qi smiled and said, "Thank you, uncle." Li Yuanzhou looked at him with admiration. Not bad, quite strategic. Yuji was a bit surprised and looked at Wei Qi with respect. Li Yuanzhou didn't seem satisfied and wanted to play a few more rounds, but after glancing at the sky, he said, "Let's have a meal first." The servants immediately went to serve the food. Wei Qi and Li Yuanzhou stood up together. Li Yan ran over and said, "Father." She curiously looked at Wei Qi. Li Yuanzhou introduced him. "My daughter, Li Yan." Wei Qi was about to speak, but Li Yan interrupted. "I just heard." Li Yuanzhou looked at him with admiration. Not bad, quite strategic. "Can you catch birds?" Li Yuanzhou frowned. "Yenner, don't be mischievous." Wei Qi smiled and said, "If Miss Li likes, I can bring 2 parrots tomorrow. I took some inkstones to catch birds before." Li Yan widened her eyes, looking at the inkstones with envy. Li Yuanzhou said, "My daughter is joking. Don't mind her." Wei Qi replied, "It's okay. The parrots in Hualing Village are quite friendly and easy to care for. With some training, they can even talk." Li Yan tugged at Li. "Can you catch birds?" Li Yuanzhou frowned. "Yenner, don't be mischievous." Wei Qi smiled and said, "If Miss Li likes, I can bring 2. Li Yuanzhou finally relented. "All right, that's fine." The meal at the Li family was quite pleasant. By the time they left, it was almost afternoon. Yuji didn't want to bother them anymore. After having a meal, she prepared to leave. Li Yan clearly felt reluctant. Before leaving, Wei Qi kept all the gifts brought by Wei Mu, including some arranged by Wei Qi himself, which even Yuji didn't know about. Li Yuanzhou didn't refuse. After nodding, he also asked the servant to pack some tea leaves and snacks. "Take these home for your parents to try." "Thank you, uncle." Wei Qi and Yuji accepted the gifts and then left the Li family's gate. After they left, Li Yan smiled and asked Li Yuanzhou, "Dad, what do you think of this brother-in-law?" Li Yuanzhou looked at his lively little daughter. "You don't even know his character well, and you're already calling him brother-in-law." "It doesn't matter. I trust Sister Yu's choice. He wouldn't be bad." Li Yuanzhou didn't say anything further, clearly agreeing with her. However, after a moment he sighed. His character is decent, but Yu's younger sister is clever and bright. What a pity. Li Yan couldn't stand her father giving a long lecture, so she ran off quickly. After they left, Li Yan smiled and asked, "I should buy a few cages first." Yu Ji and Wei Qi left the Li residence, got into a carriage, and headed to the military camp to find Wei Yuan. Yantai still preferred to sit outside, but Yu Ji and Wei Qi went inside. As soon as they got on the carriage, Yu Ji couldn't wait to ask, "Do you know how to play chess? When did you learn? I've never heard you mention it before." Wei Qi smiled, seeming to expect her question, but he didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Is your childhood nickname Xiao Xiao?" Yu Ji paused, uncertain. Yes." Wei Qi said, "I've never heard you mention it. You didn't ask." Wei Qi curled his lips. "I've known how to play since I was little. You didn't ask either." Yu Ji was speechless. Seeing his teasing attitude and recalling old grievances before getting off the carriage, she reached out to pinch him. But in the next moment, Wei Qi was faster. He reached out with one arm and held her on his lap. Yu Ji exclaimed, then quickly covered her mouth. "Let me go." She immediately tried to move away, but Wei Qi held her down. She knew how strong he was. He could easily hold her with one arm. Yuji decided not to move too much, afraid of making a fool of herself when they got off the carriage. Wei Qi's breath was hot, and he lightly bit her earlobe in frustration, but he had to hold back his strength so she wouldn't get truly angry. Yuji really didn't understand his strange habit. She hadn't noticed it before. When I was a kid, my grandfather taught me some. Later, I learned from Uncle San. In the village, kids liked to play chess, using stones and wood as pieces. When there was no chessboard, they drew on tree branches. Wei Qi cleared his throat and explained briefly. Yuji understood and almost forgot that Wei Qi's ancestors were also military officials. So it wasn't surprising. Wei Qi looked at her fair face and long eyelashes, then suddenly reached out and pinched her little pearl. Today, she was wearing a short jacket with a split skirt, which made things more convenient for some people. I still prefer to call you Yu. That's the name I gave you. Yuji turned away and said, "Do as you wish. It's just a name." That's different. Wei Qi said leisurely with one hand, and Yuji's earlobe showed a hint of pink, suspiciously cute. Only I can call you that. His voice was deep. Yuji hugged his neck, forced to look up, feeling like she was melting into water and no longer cared about the nickname. 15 minutes later, Chao Dashishi smoothly parked the carriage outside the Changsheng army camp. "Third young master. Third madam. We've arrived. I'll go report first." Second young master should have just finished his shift. It was already completely dark. The Changsheng army camp was outside Yong'an City, shrouded in night. The tall wooden gates looked a bit intimidating. Soon, Chao Dashishi and Wei Yuan came out. Wei Yuan was only a 100-man squad leader now, not a high-ranking officer, so their carriage couldn't enter freely. After hearing the noise, Wei Qi got off the carriage. Yuji hesitated and said, "I won't get off." "You and second brother have something to talk about?" Wei Qi smiled and said, "It's cold outside. Just wait in the carriage." Yuji nodded and let the inkstone also come in. The inkstone blew cold wind for a while, his face turning red from the cold. Yuji felt sorry for his brother and frowned. "Why do you have to be outside? Can't you come in? Does my sister think you're unnecessary?" The inkstone smiled. "That's not it. I really want to learn horseback riding. I've asked Uncle Dashishi for a lot of advice." Yuji lowered her eyes. "Your brother-in-law will have a horse soon. You can learn with him." The inkstone's eyes lit up. Good. As a sister, she felt sorry for her brother, and as a brother, he was the same. They just liked to bicker. Wei Yuan looked at his leg and said, "It's good. At least it doesn't look like it will be lame." Wei Qi said, "Second brother just realized that. If I really were lame, it might be too late." Wei Yuan patted his shoulder again. "This outfit looks good. You look decent." Wei Qi said, "I'll tell my mother when I go back." Wei Yuan. They exchanged glances and smiled. Childhood tricks still worked when they grew up. Enough joking. "Did you go to the Li residence today?" Wei Qi nodded and briefly explained his visit to the Li family. Wei Yuan nodded and said, "Third sister-in-law treats you well. Be kind to her."
You don't need to tell me that.
Wei Yuan. That person is also an important figure. Your lucky little brother. Wei Qi. It's mainly because I have good luck and married a good wife. Wei Yuan looked helpless and pretended to hit him. That's enough.
Wei Qi laughed loudly.
All right, let's get to the main point. I've arranged everything with the county office. I'll report in at the start of the new year. Do you have any questions? Wei Qi. Not going during the lunar month? Your leg? I think it'll be healed in 5 or 6 days. Can I go to our town and help out first? Wei Yuan looked at him and easily saw his thoughts. He smiled and said, "You want to stay in FO2 town?" Wei Qi openly admitted, "Yes." Wei Yuan thought for a moment. "That's good. I'll think of a way. If you're close to home, I'll feel better. By the way, your brother Ma is probably getting promoted. You can keep in touch." Wei Qi was happy. "Really so soon?" "It's also because of you," Wei Yuan said with a sigh. "The county magistrate likes wolves.
Don't you know?
Sending your wolf over helped him get a bright future." Wei Qi was stunned and quickly looked back at the carriage. He whispered, "Second brother. Don't mention wolves. Fish will get angry." Wei Yuan sneered. "Serves him right." Wei Qi rubbed his nose and awkwardly smiled.
Maar is honest.
"I'm willing to help him, and he won't treat me unfairly. I'll go see him tomorrow." "Good. I think he's a good man. As long as you use your judgment." After giving his brother some advice, Wei Yuan deliberately said, "You should rest here today. The military camp still has space." Wei Qi widened his eyes. "Forget it. I can't sleep in a big bed with you smelling of feet. Fish wouldn't like that. I'll go to the inn." Wei Yuan patted him on the head. "Suit yourself, you little rascal." Perhaps Yu Ji's hearing was good enough, because their conversation drifted right into her ears. Yan Tai chuckled softly, and Yu Ji helplessly covered his ears. Not long after, Wei Qi returned. Actually, Wei Qi's visit this time was mainly to ask about the county office's affairs, and because Wei Mu was worried about her son. She brought some food. As soon as he got on the carriage, Yu Ji asked, "Did you give everything?" "Yes. Mother is really too much. Second brother has been busy lately, coming back every few days, and she still insists on sending cured meat." Yu Ji smiled faintly.
You're so silly.
"It's not just for second brother. It's also for mother to help him out."
Wei Qi chuckled.
"I know, I was joking." Yu Ji tilted her head and let out a gentle yawn.
I'm tired.
"Where will I stay tonight?" "At the inn. I've already booked it. Tomorrow, you can sleep in and wake up naturally. Then we'll go shopping for New Year supplies." Yu Ji nodded. That works. When she was at the Li residence, she didn't mention staying in the county town tonight. Otherwise, the Li family would definitely want to keep her. Although the two families are connected, it's important to know who is closer or more distant. Yu Ji wasn't used to staying with them, and staying at the inn felt quite good.
But
This thought was quickly crushed after an hour. She wished she could swallow it back. It was really not good at all. For some reason, Wei Qi had been especially energetic these past 2 days. Maybe it was because they were in a new place and he was excited. Yu Ji didn't want things to get serious outside, but he kept pestering her all night. Their small wooden bed was not as big as the one at home. Even a slight movement made it creak. When Yu Ji was sitting on his lap, it felt just like being on a carriage. Clearly, he was just not satisfied during the day and was deliberately acting this way. The inn was quite nice, warm inside, and the small bed was very hot. Yu Ji was only wearing a thin dress. When the man suddenly pulled her, she covered her lips and instinctively hugged Wei Qi's head. She bit her lower lip and glanced at Wei Qi's legs. It seemed they had indeed grown stronger. The next morning, Yu Ji was awakened by the noise outside the window. Wei Qi had already dressed and brought breakfast from the second shop. "Yu, breakfast is ready. The food looks good. Eat less now, and later we'll go shopping and get you some delicious food." Yu Ji pursed her lips and shot him a look. The satisfied man smiled and came to serve her willingly. The inn's breakfast was quite good. Yu Ji ate quite a bit. After finishing, they left together. Yan Tai and Chao Dashishi were already waiting outside. "Big sister, are we going shopping today?" Yu Ji smiled and nodded, then looked at Wei Qi. "Your legs aren't very good, so maybe you should wait at the inn?" "Wei Qi, are my legs really that bad?" You forgot what happened last night." Yu Ji immediately shot him a sharp look. Wei Qi awkwardly shut his mouth. Yan Tai, "Big sister, what happened last night?" "It's nothing." "Yan Tai, let's go first." Yu Ji grabbed her brother and headed out quickly, deliberately walking a little faster. Today, she wanted to shop with her brother and didn't mind him wandering around. Wei Qi smiled and immediately caught up. Chao Dashishi was very perceptive and secretly swapped Wei Qi's cane for a more delicate, well-made one, which was much more convenient than the previous one. Wei Qi's eyes brightened, and he liked Chao Dashishi even more. "Maybe you should just follow me from now on." Chao Dashi chuckled. "If third master doesn't mind, I would be honored." Wei Qi took the cane and directly threw the crutch aside. "What a thing! It's so ugly." That morning, Yu Ji wandered around Yong'an County town, buying almost everything he needed. After lunch, A few of them had a meal in Yeoman County and then prepared to return to Hualing Village. On the carriage, Yuji counted his gains. Bought a lot of snacks and candies, mostly things not available in town. Is there anything I haven't bought? Wei Qi exclaimed. That's enough, wife. These are enough to last through the new year. Yuji said, you're exaggerating. There's no way I bought that much. If I did, they would all spoil. Besides, for the new year, these are the best gifts. Wei Qi smiled. You're right, wife. Actually, it's only the beginning of the 12th lunar month, and the new year is still some time away. After finishing their errands in the county, the return trip on the carriage was faster. Before evening, Wei Qi and Yuji arrived back at Wei's small courtyard. The courtyard was lively now. Wei Yong was tying up the mule cart and saw them, smiling. Third brother is back. The Wei family members were surprised and immediately peeked out. Oh, perfect timing. Come take a look. It turned out that Wei's mother had also gone to FO2 town with a family to buy goods, returning with many large and small packages. The yard was piled high with items. Rui Bao and Jinju heard the noise and suddenly rushed out, wagging their tails wildly at Yuji and Wei Qi. They chased one and bit the other. Wei Qi bent down, holding each by the collar, and carried them away. Lately, Jinju seemed more like a dog with Wei Qi, perhaps because she played with Rui Bao too long? Yuji said, "Did I think you do too? Little fish.
Come see what I bought for you."
Before Yuji finished speaking, Wei's mother pulled her over. I picked out a scarf and some cotton shoes for you. I don't know if you like them. Yuji immediately put on a bright smile. Mother, I like everything you choose. Thank you, mother. Wei Qi also smiled, put down Jinju and Rui Bao, and moved closer. Wei Manman's wool flower shop had opened recently, and business had been surprisingly good. She had heard Yuji mention it and made a batch of festive red lucky flowers. During the new year, everyone wanted to bring some happiness to their homes, so these lucky flowers sold very well. But poor Man had to work overnight, exhausted and with her eyes dull from fatigue. Yuji smiled and said, I also bought some things like Manhwa silk threads and some snacks and candies. Mother, please share them with everyone. Hearing this, the children at home couldn't sit still and immediately gathered around.
Wow!
Snacks from the county town. Thank you, third aunt. Yuji gently patted their heads. Go ahead and eat. Mother Wei looked at them and smiled. That's a lot. These little kids will be very happy. Mrs. He said, third sister-in-law bought all these, and they'll last until the new year. Wei Qi chuckled softly, imitating Yuji. Sister-in-law is exaggerating. Giving gifts during the festival, these are just right. Yuji remained silent. Mother Wei smiled warmly. That makes sense. I think we have enough New Year supplies. Tomorrow, there's an important matter. It's time to slaughter the pig. I've ordered a big one. Third, can you help?
Wayne cannot dedigerli.
Of course, Mom. Why don't we slaughter our own pig?
Vidalang asked innocently.
Mrs. He was momentarily stunned. Are you silly?
Our pig isn't that big.
If we slaughter it, not only will your mother faint, but your wife might pass out first. Everyone laughed. Seeing Yuji look a bit tired, Wei Qi said, Mom, let's go back to our room and rest. All right, go ahead. Back in the room, Yuji finally relaxed and lay on the bed, refusing to get up. Wei Qi smiled and asked, You usually like to keep clean. Why aren't you paying attention now? Yuji lazily replied, You're right.
Go get some water to help me.
Wei Qi grinned even more. No problem. I'd love to do it. Are you sure you want me to serve you? Yuji was silent. After a moment, she silently got up. Wei Qi joked as he went to hold her. Just kidding. I'll go. You sit and wait. Yuji looked at his leg. Forget it. I'll just wash up tonight. It's nothing urgent. I'll change my clothes. Wei Qi happily said, Whatever you want. Yuji didn't want to move, so Wei Qi lay down beside her. Let me massage your shoulders. Yuji didn't refuse. Yesterday, you asked second brother when he would go to the county office? Yuji suddenly asked. Wei Qi honestly replied, I'll report after the new year, but I need to go help in the town during the lunar month. Yuji was surprised and turned over. Is that what you asked for? How did you know? In our town? Yuji guessed his thoughts easily. Wei-chi was puzzled. Why can't you figure it out? Be serious. When will you go? Can your leg handle it? Wei-chi sighed. It should be fine. In a couple of days, it will be better. I'll go find Ma-er first. He has many connections. That was a good idea, Yuji agreed. Wei-chi thought for a moment, then suddenly lay down and reached out to hold Yuji against his chest, just like before. Yuji was surprised and moved slightly to avoid pressing on his leg, but Wei-chi didn't mind at all. His large hand stroked her hair and said, Actually, Uncle Lee suggested yesterday that I go directly to the capital city as a low-ranking soldier. Yuji was stunned and widened her eyes. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I refused, Wei-chi said seriously. Why? Wei-chi smiled and pinched her cheek. The capital city is good, but I was just an unknown person before. Plus, I come from the Lee family, so many people wouldn't be happy. I didn't want to go in and be labeled like that. Also, Uncle Lee only helped because of you. But I want to prove that your man isn't so useless. Yuji didn't expect this reason, and felt both amused and helpless. Politics aren't that simple. Don't you know? My father had many students before, all eager to get a letter of recommendation from him. Even in the capital, Li Yuanzhou actively helped you, yet you still refused. Wei-chi's innocence made Yuji feel a bit surprised. Do you know? If you go, they won't mock you. Instead, they'll treat you as a guest. Interests between people are the most real thing. Wei-chi looked deeply into her eyes. So, after hearing all this, do you want me to agree? Yuji looked into his eyes, and her smile gradually faded.
No, I don't.
Wei-chi smiled then, very happily. He leaned in and kissed her cheek. I knew it. I won't let you down. She couldn't quite describe how she felt inside. Her face felt warm, and she disliked herself for rubbing her face against his chest. Still, she ended up lying on Wei-chi's chest, and her mood gradually calmed. Wei Mother's New Year pig was brought over the day after tomorrow, still from the Hu family in Qingye village. It could be said that the Hu family's pigs had mostly been taken by the Wei family. Lu sure knew Wei-chi was good at slaughtering pigs, so she directly sent a whole pig to the pig farm. The Wei men were many, so it was not a big problem. Wei-chi's leg was fully healed now. Zhao Longzhong came to check one last time and announced that Wei-chi could finally discard his crutches. He suddenly felt energized, as if his meridians had been opened. It should have been discarded long ago. I'm suffocating. Wei-chi tried to move, looking excited, and jumped a little on the spot. Yuji heard the noise and turned to look at him. He immediately became as still as a tightly wound monkey. Dr. Zhao also sighed in relief. Good, then you're completely fine. I can report back now. Wei-chi thanked him gratefully. Thank you. Thank you. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao stepped closer and whispered. You probably won't be going up the mountain anymore, right? He looked regretful, wondering where he could find good things after this. Wei-chi glanced at Yu and said seriously, no more adventures. I promise my wife. Dr. Zhao nodded. All right. If I happen to find something good along the way, don't forget about me. That's easy to say. The Wei family invited Dr. Zhao to stay for a meal, and only after he left, looking happy and healthy, did they go their separate ways. In the afternoon, Wei-chi went to the pig farm to slaughter a pig, and Yuji went to watch. But she knew she wasn't suited for such tasks. Just hearing the pig squeals and howls made her want to stay away. She only played nearby with Rui Bao and Jinju before heading back. As she entered the yard, Wei Yuan unexpectedly returned. Second brother? Yuji was a bit surprised. Why was he back now? Wei Yuan hurried over, looking tired. Third sister-in-law, where mom and dad? They went to the pig farm. Today is the day to slaughter the New Year pig. All right, I'll go too. Yuji quickly asked, did something happen? Wei Yuan looked somewhat exhausted. Recently, a large group of wounded soldiers arrived from the northwest, sent from that area. The town probably has some too. We've been busy lately, and probably won't be back much. I'll go tell mom and dad. Wounded soldiers? Has the war in the Northwest become this serious? Wei Yuan smiled. It's pretty fierce, but don't worry, third sister-in-law. Our area is still quite peaceful. We just need to send support. The court is overwhelmed lately. A trace of worry flashed in Yu Ji's eyes. She nodded. Thanks for your hard work, second brother. Wei Yuan went to the pig farm. Yu Ji and Yen Tai returned to their room. Sitting at the desk, Yu Ji was silent for a while. Yen Tai asked, "What is sister thinking about?" Yu Ji snapped out of her thoughts. Nothing. Just thinking about the war in the Northwest. The Ji family was all in the Northwest. Their parents' whereabouts were still unknown. Yu Ji was quite worried. Yen Tai suggested, "Why not wait until the New Year gift delivery and ask Uncle Lee then?" Yu Ji looked at her younger brother. Though she didn't want to go to the Lee family every time with an ulterior motive, it seemed that was the only way now. Butchering pigs was quick, and soon, carts full of pork were being brought back. Mother Wei smiled happily, busy preparing smoked ham and sausages. This was the favorite time of year for farming families. Even when busy and tired, they felt happy. Yu Ji couldn't help much with this matter, but she still went to the yard to do what she could. Old Wei and Wei Yuan were standing at the gate, talking, probably discussing important matters Wei Yuan mentioned. Wei Qi also went over, looking serious. After thinking for a moment, Yu Ji also approached. Second brother. Wei Yuan and Wei Qi both turned around. Wei Yuan said, "Third sister-in-law?" Yu Ji smiled and asked, "May I ask, are there more wounded soldiers in the county town, or in FO2 town?" "Both places, because there aren't enough people." Yu Ji suggested, "I have a small idea. If possible, I'd like to go to FO2 town with Wei Qi. We could try to set up a medical station there with Dr. Zhao to care for the wounded. What do you think, second brother?" The three men were surprised. Wei Qi hurriedly said, The town is very chaotic. Why do you still want to go?" Yu Ji ignored him and continued, "From what I know about Dr. Zhao, I think he would agree. Although this doesn't make much money, it's a good chance to build a reputation. Maybe second brother thinks that's a bit much, but the court must also be worried about these wounded soldiers. If Wei Qi goes to the FO2 town office, he might get some support." Wei Yuan's eyes lit up. He understood. When Yu Ji mentioned building a reputation, he knew what she meant. Third sister-in-law, that's a great idea. The court has also allocated some funds. It's not much money, mainly manpower. If there are private clinics willing to help, that would be excellent. Especially if the clinic was still managed by their Wei family. Old Wei also came back to himself. "Little Yu, that's a good suggestion." Wei Qi understood too, but he frowned, seeming to want to say something. Yu Ji smiled and asked, "So, second brother and father agree? Then I'll go to FO2 town tomorrow." Wei Yuan paused, looked at his brother, and said, "Go with third sister-in-law. Protect her. It seems this December, our whole family won't be able to relax." Wei Qi was too lazy to bother with him. Did he need to remind him? He was just nervously watching Yu Ji, as if he had something to ask. When they returned to their room, Wei Qi suddenly shouted, "Wife, why do you want to go? That town is so dangerous with so many." Yu Ji interrupted him. "What? Do I have to stay at home all the time?
You know my personality." "No."
That's not what Wei Qi meant.
He just.
Yu Ji wasn't upset and looked at him, trying to persuade him. "This is a good opportunity. You just started working at the county office. There's an officer brother above. If the Wei family can run the medical clinic well, it will be good for you and for second brother. You said you didn't want to rely on the Lee family and wanted to prove yourself, right? Do you mean to say that I want to go practice medicine and help people, but in Foda town you can't even protect me?"
"Impossible."
Wei Qi was stirred up and immediately said, "If you want to go, I will protect you fully." Yu Ji pressed his lips together. "Then, do you have any other questions?" Wei Qi scratched his head and finally reluctantly agreed. "All right. If you want to go, I won't stop you, but we must go back and forth together every day." Yu Ji smiled. "Of course. You'd better learn to ride a horse quickly and come to pick me up on time." Wei Qi chuckled. "No problem. Riding a horse or a mule is almost the same. I can learn it in a day." Yu Ji snorted. "Don't boast." Let's see if you really learn it first. By the way, bring the inkstone too. He wants to try learning as well. Since his wife spoke, Wei Qi naturally agreed. Wei Yuan is a good brother. True to his word, 3 days after Wei Qi's leg healed, a reddish-brown horse was delivered to the Wei family courtyard. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all gathered around. So tall. So big. In the countryside, the most common livestock are cows and mules. Horses are really rare. When they finally saw the horse up close, they realized it was much larger than a mule. The children at home had never seen a horse before and were curious, wanting to go see it. But Wei Yuan didn't let the children get too close, to avoid danger. Wei Qi was so excited, he couldn't hold back. He went forward to touch the horse. As the older brother, Wei Yuan responsibly explained the basics of riding to Wei Qi, then said, "Try to get on?" Yu Ji was originally inside reading a book. When he heard this, he opened the window to look outside. With so many eyes watching, Wei Qi couldn't be shy. He laughed loudly. "Second brother, watch this." He was about to swing onto the horse. Wei Qi was naturally a born hunter. Yu Ji didn't doubt that riding a horse was easy for him, but his legs were still healing, so Yu Ji was a bit worried.
But, wow.
Third uncle is so amazing. Third uncle just got on the horse. Yu Ji smiled, feeling like all his worries were unnecessary. Wei Yuan also smiled. "It's still you.
Come on.
Try to walk first, then run a couple of laps later." Wei Yuan also rode a horse, and the two brothers became a beautiful sight to see. Wei Qi smiled. "I might not lose to you, second brother. Let's go." Wei Yuan tightened the reins. "We'll see at the finish line." The two horses quickly left the others behind, leaving only dust. The Wei family children all looked on with envy. Wei's mother took the children back. "Don't learn from your third uncle, he's reckless." Yu Ji felt relieved and happily closed the window. Outside Hualing village, there was indeed a good place for horse racing. After running for a while, the brothers stopped to rest. Wei Qi really liked this horse and couldn't bear to part with it. Even when resting, he kept stroking the horse's coat. Wei Yuan said, "From now on, this horse belongs to you. Give it a name." Wei Qi chuckled. "Naming isn't urgent. I'll ask you later." Wei Yuan didn't insist. Speaking of the third sister-in-law, her suggestion was very good. "Tomorrow, you will go to Fota town. I will go ahead first, and after you settle in, I will return to the county seat. Second brother, you do your thing. The horse is also with Heir Ming tomorrow."
I can find him then.
Wei Yuan thought for a moment. "You're on duty tomorrow first, so let's go together."
All right.
Wei Qi led the horse and suddenly asked, "Second brother, how is the war in the northwest? Is our area still peaceful?" "Don't just say that to comfort our parents." "Of course not. If the war really reached here, I'd be more worried than you. But I can't say we're completely safe. Instead of worrying about the war, we should worry about the refugees." Wei Yuan looked seriously at Wei Qi. "You understand what I mean." The Wei family had all experienced fleeing from danger, so they knew the situation well. Wei Qi hesitated for a moment and said, "You mean bandits?"
Exactly.
There were too many refugees, and the court was overwhelmed. To survive, many refugees became bandits. Wei Yuan looked into the distance. Ardiguozi Mountain and Baoping Mountain are good hiding places, high mountains and deep valleys. Our parents chose this place because it's a good hiding spot. But it's not just ordinary people who need hiding. Refugees from Ning'an County are already increasing, and it's far from over. This year, Suizhou suffered a drought, with no rain or snow all winter. If this continues, the people won't be able to hold on. That's why I want you to develop some skills. When chaos breaks out, the weapons in your hands will be the best protection for your family." Wei Qi thought for a moment and said, "I understand."
Wei Yuan patted Wei Kai's shoulder.
"Second brother knows you're capable. Believe in yourself." Wei Qi pressed his lips and nodded in agreement. On the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, there was a big market in Fosa town. As the new year approached, more and more people came to the market. So, before dawn, the mule carts were already waiting outside Wei's house. Since Wei Qi got a horse, he had turned the mule shed into a stable that very day. He loved it so much that he personally brushed and fed the horse. Wei's mother said he was acting crazy, but Yuji understood because she remembered how her eldest brother felt when he first got his own horse. Men can sometimes be a bit childish. That night, Wei Qi kept asking Yuji to help him think of a name for the horse. Reluctantly, she suggested Liao Yuan, Raging Fire. The horse was a reddish-brown color, like a blazing fire. Horses are proud and noble animals, especially those born on the battlefield. Only a strong name like that suited them. Wei Qi was very happy. He immediately hugged Yuji and kissed her several times. When she pushed him away in annoyance, Wei Qi went back to brushing Liao Yuan's coat. Today was Wei Qi's first day on duty at the county office, and he also rode Liao Yuan for the first time. He didn't want Liao Yuan to pull a cart, so the family's big mule was still working hard. Chao Dashishi drove the cart, while Wei Qi rode beside him on horseback. They moved at a steady pace, staying close to Yuji. "Wife, once I get my salary, I'll buy 2 more horses for us so you can ride in a double horse carriage." Yuji asked, "First day on duty, and you're already thinking about how to spend your salary?" Wei Qi laughed loudly. "Of course not. My salary first goes to my wife. Whatever she wants, she gets." Yuji lowered the curtain of the cart to stop him from talking nonsense. Soon, the mule cart arrived in Fosa town. Because they left early, it was just past noon. When they entered the town, Yuji urged him, "Go to the county office and find second brother. You don't need to go with me. It's your first day, so go early." Wei Qi looked at Chao Dashishi, who smiled and said, "Don't worry, third young master. I will protect third madam well."
Wei Qi nodded.
"All right, I'll come find you at noon." Yuji urged, "Got it. I'm not a kid." Wei Qi rode off on his horse. Yuji turned to Chao Dashishi and said, "Go to Tongren Hall."
"Got it."
Yuji spent half an hour talking with Zhao Longzhong at Tongren Hall. At first, Zhao Longzhong was confused but gradually became firm. "Madam Yu, your words really opened my eyes. Such good deeds for the people and the army. I want to help too. Whatever Madam Yu says, I will do." Yuji smiled and said, "You are a doctor, naturally with a kind heart. The people of Suzhou will remember you." "Oh, I don't dare to accept that. I also have my own ambitions. If I could leave my name in historical records, that would be my greatest luck." Yuji smiled and replied, "It will surely happen. Later, I might trouble you a lot. Although I have read many books, I know nothing about medicine. If I could learn a few things from you, it would be a great blessing for me." Throughout history, learning anything often involves having a teacher. Since I want to learn from you, I must respect proper manners. If you are willing to take me as a disciple, I would be very grateful. Dr. Zhao was so surprised that his beard almost stood on end. He immediately stood up. "Miss Yu, you are too kind."
"It is an honor for me."
His enthusiasm was so strong that it reached his forehead. He had guessed Yuji's identity earlier. If he could truly take her as a student, even his ancestors' graves would be proud. Yantai, who had been following his sister without speaking, quickly stepped forward and said, "Sister, I also want to learn medicine. I want to ask Uncle Zhao to be my teacher." Dr. Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. Yuji thought for a moment and said, "That's good. Right now, what you can learn at home is limited. Learning medicine with Uncle Zhao is a good idea." Yantai immediately bowed to Dr. Zhao, who was so surprised that he quickly helped her up. "No need for such a bigwee," he said. "Master, from now on, just call me Little Fish." Dr. Zhao laughed heartily. "All right, Little Fish, Yantai, from now on you can consider my Tongren as your own family. Old Zhao, will have successors now." At the county office in Foda town. According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, a county office could only be established in a county seat. Foda town used to be just a place with a few officials. But recently, the situation changed. First, Ma Er, and then several other groups of people arrived. Now, the official's office is quite busy. When Wei Qi arrived, Ma Er had already been waiting at the door for a while. As soon as Wei Qi dismounted, Ma Er happily approached him. "I say, our brotherhood is really strong. We're even colleagues now. Wei Qi smiled and replied, hopefully, I can count on your help in the future. Don't be so polite. Oh, you're on duty today, looking impressive. Even the horse is mounted. Ma Er was excited when he saw Wei Qi's horse. Wei Qi generously allowed him to touch it. My second brother gave it to me. It's my first time riding it. Wow, I envy you so much. Luckily, there's an empty stable behind us where we can keep it. That's perfect. I was just thinking about this matter.
Come on, I'll take you inside to see.
Wei Qi has been here before, so he's familiar with the place. When you enter the gate, there's a courtyard. Usually the brothers eat and drink here. Inside, there's a room with a desk and cabinets used to store important government documents. It's usually locked, and outsiders are not allowed in. Next door, there's another room with 3 or 4 beds where night shift guards rest. There's also a latrine and a kitchen. At the back, there's a temporary jail built partly underground, where Yang Ziyuan and Ding Dai were held for a while before. After Wei Qi followed Ma Er inside, several officers gathered around. This is Qiu He, Miao Zhen, and Hua Daqiang, all brothers.
And this is Wei Qi.
Brother Wei Qi, we've heard a lot about you. A group of officials exchanged greetings with Wei Qi. He smiled and acknowledged each one. They were very interested in Wei Qi's horse, especially Hua Daqiang, who knew a lot about horses. Wei Qi kindly let them try riding it. Ma Er took Wei Qi for a quick tour and found a quiet spot. Brother, about your injury earlier, I feel bad. I wanted to visit you, but I had to go to the county town for some urgent matters. Sorry for the delay. Today, I'm treating you to drinks. You must come. Wei Qi smiled and said, no problem. I heard you got promoted. Congratulations. It's thanks to you. Besides, it's not a big deal. I just need to establish myself in the county office. No way I can become a high-ranking official overnight. Wei Qi patted his shoulder.
Take it step by step.
While they were talking, Wei Yuan arrived. Captain Wei. Everyone greeted Wei Yuan. He nodded and went straight to his brother. How is it? Wei Qi replied, I just got here. What do you think? Wei Yuan smiled. Where are your clothes? Ma Er said, almost forgot. Come on, brother Wei Qi. Your official uniform is inside. Wei Qi agreed, all right. Change later. I'll go to Tongren Hall soon to discuss building a medical shelter. You can patrol with Ma Er and the others at noon. Wei Qi hesitated, seeming to want to say something, but then kept quiet. Okay. Wei Yuan patted his shoulder and whispered, work hard and go to town before the new year. Afterward, you might have a chance to go to the county. Wei Qi nodded slightly. Wei Yuan had other tasks and, after giving some instructions, left. Ma Er took Wei Qi inside to change into his official uniform and issued him a sword. Tongrentang, building a medical shelter, is not something that can be done overnight. However, since Tongrentang is a well-known clinic in the town, it has already taken in some injured soldiers from the court. Most of these soldiers have external injuries and are being cared for in the backyard. Since Yu Ji came today, she helped Zhao the doctor with some simple wound dressing. She is very smart and learns quickly after seeing things once. Plus, she had learned some basic bandaging from Wei Qi's injury earlier, so it's not difficult for her. Yantai, Inkstone, also obediently helps her sister nearby. Dr. Zhao was quite moved. Around noon, Wei Yuan arrived. When Yu Ji saw him, she immediately went to greet him. Second brother. Third sister-in-law, how are things? I've spoken with Dr. Zhao, and he has agreed. Zhao Jian was inside seeing a patient. After finishing, he came out. Wei Yuan said, Dr. Zhao cares about the people. I will report this to Captain Qian. Dr. Zhao's eyes lit up. Thank you, Commander Wei, for giving me this chance. Since we've decided, let's finalize it today. I think the open space on the east side of Tongrentang is suitable. You don't need to worry about the construction. We will pay and help. Zhao Jian smiled. In that case, thank you for your help. Yu Ji couldn't help but glance at Wei Yuan's back. Wei Yuan noticed and smiled. I told him to patrol around. On the first day, it's not good to keep coming here. Yu Ji's cheeks slightly reddened. I didn't mean that. Wei Yuan smiled. I understand. Since Wei Yuan is a court official, he made the arrangements with Dr. Zhao to officially confirm the plan. Many patients and injured soldiers in the clinic heard about it and expressed their gratitude. Wei Yuan was busy and had to lead others on patrol in other towns in the afternoon, so he didn't stay long. In the afternoon, Yuji focused on helping out at Tongrantang. Until late afternoon, a distant sound of hooves approached. Yuji was changing medicine for an injured soldier when Yantai, with sharp ears, immediately said, "Brother-in-law is here." Yuji paused. "Don't talk nonsense." "Really? It must be." Such urgent hoofbeats. As Yantai finished speaking, a loud voice came from outside the door. "Yu?
Wife."
Yuji. She moved calmly and said to the injured soldier in front of her, "Be careful not to touch the water." Today, the injured soldiers at Tongrantang felt like they were in a dream, completely lost. Oh my goodness. They had met a fairy today. One by one, they kept expressing their thanks and gratitude. In the next moment, Wei Qi hurriedly rushed in and saw the scene, stunned. "Yu, are you changing the medicine?" Yuji finally stood up. "Yes, is there a problem?" Wei Qi glanced at the wounded soldiers, and a dozen pairs of eyes across from him also looked at him. Clearly, they were all glaring with green envy. "Wei Qi, it's nothing. Come on, I'll take you to get some good food." He assertively stepped in front of Yuji, blocking their gazes. Yuji calmly said, "No rush. I need to finish putting on these medicines." She spoke while walking outward, and Wei Qi immediately followed. A tall, strong man walked behind her, making everyone in the clinic speculate. Today's new, beautiful girl was already married. Everyone thought it was a pity. Wei Qi squinted at her, as if claiming territory or showing teeth like a big dog. Yuji looked back at him, but he quickly withdrew his gaze. Hua Chong, who came with Wei Qi, noticed something and immediately smiled, saying, "So this is sister-in-law." She really matches Wei Qi just for the sentence. Hua Chong became Wei Qi's second most favored friend. The first was Chao Dashi, who had praised their good relationship that day. Yuji helplessly said, "The clinic is small. Wait outside for me." Wei Qi replied, "I'll wait here. We've been here so many times, I don't think it's small. I even lay inside once." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuji's face instantly darkened. Wei Qi quickly smiled. "Sorry, I'll wait outside." "Yu, don't worry." He took 3 steps backward, reluctant to leave, standing at the clinic door waiting. Hua Chong followed out and asked softly, "Brother, you care so much about sister-in-law. How can you be sure she's safe outside?" After leaving, Wei Qi put away his careless attitude, leaning against the door with eyes full of treasure. He smiled and said seriously, "You wouldn't understand. She is a pearl, but she can't be hidden inside a clam by him." Yuji finished her part, and Wei Qi immediately went to meet her. "Shall we go, wife?" Yuji nodded, and together with Yantai, she said goodbye to Zhao Longzhong. "Master, we'll come again tomorrow." Wei Qi heard the word master, widened his eyes, and before he could ask what was going on, Yuji turned and left. Wei Qi immediately followed.
"Wait.
"Wife, what's going on?" Yuji looked at him and gave a simple explanation. Wei Qi was stunned for a moment, then reacted. "You mean you will study medicine with him from now on?" "Yes, I will study with Yantai. Do you have any objections?" Wei Qi scratched his head. "No, after that, do we go to the town together every day?" Yuji nodded. "Yes, that's fine." Wei Qi thought for a moment. "All right, let's eat first, and then go." Yuji looked at the time. "I'm not very hungry. I should go back and eat. You can buy some snacks for the road." "Sounds good." Wei Qi looked at the inkstone. "What do you want to eat?" "Brother-in-law will buy it." Yantai smiled obediently.
Hobnob cake.
"Thank you, brother-in-law." Wei Qi told them to go ahead and wait in the car. Soon, he returned with 4 hobnob cakes and a bag of unknown items. Yuji took a quick look. Wei Qi knew she would eat 2 cakes because she had a big appetite. She planned to share the remaining 2 with her brother, 1 each. But unexpectedly, Wei Qi gave both cakes to Yantai. Yantai was surprised. "Brother-in-law, I can't finish this." "Eat more when you're growing." So you can get taller. Yentai was silent.
Facing Yutsiesagaze, Wenki smiled.
You eat rice cakes. Yuji took the paper bag and saw inside were tiny millet cakes. Her eyes lit up instantly. Where are these from? She liked millet cakes, but the ones she bought before were huge, almost as big as her face. These small, delicate ones were a first for her. I saw them during my shift. They're right at the town entrance. Yuji suddenly understood. That's a bit far. Why did you run over for them? I'm glad you like them. You don't like lamb meat anyway. All the hobnob cakes had lamb meat, but Yuji wasn't interested in lamb. She didn't expect Wei Qi to remember such small details. She smiled slightly. Let's go home. If we're late, Mother will worry. Wei Qi's first day on duty, and as soon as he returned, he was surrounded by the Wei family. How was it? Did you catch the thief? Everyone asked eagerly, talking over each other. Wei Qi said calmly, What are you talking about? Why would I catch a thief? Wei Mu said, Aren't the officers supposed to catch thieves? They run around the streets all day. Yuji stayed silent, and Yentai couldn't help but laugh. Auntie, brother-in-law didn't catch any thief. There are no thieves in the town. Wei Qi replied, Mother, stop reading those stories. There are no thieves in broad daylight. Today, I mainly patrolled around. Wei Man cheered up. Brother, next time you patrol near my shop more often. Help me attract more customers. Wei Man's shop had been closed for the past 2 days because she was busy finishing many flower orders at home.
Sure.
Wei Qi said casually. Tomorrow, I'll stand at your door with my sword. If one isn't enough, I'll call 2 people. Wei Man, don't forget it, you're like a gatekeeper, everyone is scared away by you. The whole family laughed loudly. Yuji, after eating, felt a bit tired. Wei Qi took people back to rest. Yentai also felt a little exhausted. Playing with Da Long and Erlong made her feel overwhelmed. Wei Mu looked on with concern and said, Taking care of wounded soldiers isn't an easy job, right? Yuji smiled and said, It's okay. I've learned quite a lot. She could hold on in front of Wei Mu, but after going back to her room, she slumped down, leaning on her pillow, not moving. Wei Qi came in with hot water, saw her like this, and said with a smile, You're usually very proper. Why are you acting lazy now? I used to sit like this and you didn't say I looked bad? Yuji shot him a glance and said, When did I say that? Wei Qi smirked and said self-deprecatingly, You might not have said it, but your face shows it. I'm not stupid. Yuji. You do have good self-awareness, she said with a gentle smile. It seemed that some things she used to dislike, although she didn't say it, Wei Qi understood. Wei Qi curled his lips and deliberately stretched his voice. People should have self-awareness. They exchanged words, teasing each other, which made Yuji feel quite relaxed. Wei Qi also carried a basin of hot water and squatted in front of her. I'll do it myself. Yuji was afraid of tickling and was not used to him doing this.
No worries, ancestor.
It's been a long time since I served you. I'm happy to do it. A while ago, Wei Qi was injured, so they hadn't done this for a while. Today, they finally had a chance, and he wouldn't let it go. Yuji sat on the edge of the bed, her cheeks flushed. The man's large palm held her delicate feet as warm water kept washing over them. Wei Qi moved carefully, pouring water onto her feet, which rested in his hand. It felt tingly and a bit itchy. Yuji couldn't help curling her toes. Wei Qi kept his head down, but his breathing grew heavier. After a moment, his large hand moved along her foot's arch, and he leaned down to kiss her foot. Yuji was stunned, clearly feeling shy. Don't do that. The man kept going, moving upward. His lips and tongue didn't stop at her instep, ankle, or calf. Yuji's skirt was slightly pulled aside, and her beautiful eyes widened more and more. Wei Qi. He probably didn't mean to. When Wei Qi's lips pressed on her thigh, Yuji immediately tried to pull back, but Wei Qi wouldn't allow it. His large hand pressed gently but firmly, and she couldn't break free.
No.
Yuji's beautiful neck suddenly tilted back, and her fingers couldn't help but clutch the bedspread. A flash of white light appeared before her eyes, and she felt completely weak, with no strength at all. After a long time, Wei-chi leaned in to kiss her eyelids. "You open your eyes." Yuji kept her eyes tightly closed, with her hand pressed against her face, shaking her head desperately. Wei-chi laughed happily, loving her shy and cute expression. "You. Tomorrow is the 16th day of the 12th lunar month." Yuji hummed softly, "So? I'll celebrate my birthday. Will you respond to me?" Yuji was surprised and slowly moved her hand away. Her almond-shaped eyes looked charming and misty, her cheeks slightly flushed. Wei-chi was so captivated by her that he couldn't look away. "Celebrate your birthday? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wei-chi smiled. "I'm not like the others, so there's nothing special to say." Yuji pursed her lips. "I didn't prepare a gift in advance." The man's eyes were deep and focused on her. Yuji understood what he meant and couldn't help but bite her lip. The warm bed in winter grew hotter and hotter, unable to be cooled by the thick quilt. A hot hand held her firmly, feeling even warmer than the bed. The next morning, before dawn, Wei-chi got up and lit an oil lamp. Yuji turned over, still a bit sleepy. "What time is it?" "You can sleep for another 15 minutes. I'll go feed the horses." Yuji opened her eyes drowsily. She wasn't eager for more sleep, but last night they had stayed up late, so she was exhausted. Wei-chi noticed and, after dressing, leaned in to kiss her cheek. "Sleep a little longer."
No rush.
"If not now, you can take a nap in the carriage later." Yuji said, "If you didn't bother me last night, I wouldn't have to go through all this."
Wei-chi chuckled.
"I'd rather endure a few of your annoyed looks than not hold you in the carriage later." Yuji reached out and gently slapped his mouth, telling him not to talk nonsense. Wei-chi took her hand and kissed it, then smiled and got up. Now that the family had the blazing fire, Wei-chi took charge of feeding the horses and mules. He was fair and caring, not neglecting the hardworking mule, and when he brushed their coats, he made sure both got their share. After Yu Ji and Yen Tai finished packing, Wei-chi was almost done too. Wei Mu's door opened, and she came out wrapped in a coat. "Are you ready to leave? Take care on the road." "Mother, why are you coming out?" "It's windy. Come back inside." "It's okay. Your second brother left earlier than now last time, so he's used to it." Wei-chi insisted that Wei's mother not see them off, so she had to walk under the eaves. But as a mother, she was worried about her son and had to watch until they drove away before returning to her room. At this moment, Yuji was sitting in the carriage and no longer felt sleepy. She couldn't help but lift the curtain and ask, "Will second brother move to the county town after the new year?" "Why do you suddenly ask this?" "I'm just thinking if our parents don't want to go to the county town, would they be willing to go to the town?" Wei-chi paused, understanding her meaning. "Are you thinking about us settling in the town?" "Not exactly settling, just a temporary place to stay." Yuji lowered her eyes. She liked studying medicine, and with her inkstone, she felt she had a real purpose. Traveling back and forth was becoming a bit too troublesome. Wei-chi thought for a moment and said, "I understand. I'll pay attention, but our parents probably won't like it. The pig farm is still being set up, and our eldest brother is definitely in the village." Yuji quickly said, "Then forget it. I forgot about this. We won't move for now." "It's okay, I'll mention it." "Don't." Yuji hurriedly said, "I'm really not clear-headed. Second brother just left, and fourth brother isn't here. If we move again, our parents will be sad." "Oh, and big sister, she's also moving after the new year?" Wei-chi was silent for a moment, and then said, "All right, I'll listen to you." Yuji heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Wei-chi and suddenly asked, "In the cold winter, even if you're feeling fresh, you don't need to ride a horse every day, right? Why not take the carriage?" Wei-chi pursed his lips. "It's fine. I'm not afraid of the cold." But in fact, he wanted to say that Yuji was with her brother-in-law, and he couldn't get close to her inside the carriage. It was better to ride a horse. Of course, he didn't dare say this in front of Yu, so he silently swallowed it. When they arrived at Fo Tua town, Wei-chi took the person to Tong Rintang. After getting off the carriage, Yuji helped him straighten his collar, which surprised Wei-chi. "Focus on your duties. Don't worry about me here." Wei-chi's eyes sparkled. He straightened his chest and nodded. The villagers around turned to look, and Yuji also felt a bit shy and withdrew her hand. Go ahead. Wei Qi then turned to get on his horse, grinning at her, and headed straight to the yamen. Yuji withdrew her gaze and went into the clinic with her brother. The morning passed quickly. Today, Yuji handled 5 wounded soldiers. Although not many, 5 in just one morning showed that the number of injured in the county and town was increasing. She pressed her lips, her worry still evident in her eyes. By noon, brothers Chen Jun and Chenin arrived. Third madam. With Wei Yuan absent, the 2 brothers simply greeted Yuji. Yuji was surprised and stood up. Second brother, where are you? Second master has gone to Ning'an County. He won't be back until the 5th or 6th. Yuji was shocked. Did something happen there? Chen Jun and Chenin didn't think much and replied honestly. There was indeed a group of refugees causing trouble. Last night, second master rode off to handle it. Is it dangerous? Yuji asked quickly. It should be fine, but he's just a bit reckless. Seeing that they looked confident, Yuji felt a little relieved. Today, Chen Jun and Chenin brought materials to set up a medical tent. The news about expanding the shelter had already spread yesterday. Now, any wounded soldiers still able to move and nearby villagers were helping out. Yuji couldn't do this kind of physical work, so he stepped aside to avoid causing trouble. After a while, suddenly footsteps approached and a familiar, commanding voice called out, "You guys, go help over there." Yuji turned around in surprise and saw Wei Qi leading a few people over. They were probably here to help build the medical tent. This was also part of the town's officials' duties. Yuji opened her mouth, expecting Wei Qi to come over. He came from the west and should have seen her already. But unexpectedly, Wei Qi didn't look at her at all. Instead, he calmly directed a few officials to help and got right into the work himself, exerting effort with a grunt. Yan Tai saw this and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law is so strong." Yuji, let's go inside. With Wei Qi here, she didn't need to worry anymore. Inside, Yuji was boiling medicine, and the thick steam blocked her view. She had been thinking since she opened her eyes. Today was Wei Qi's birthday. What should she give him? Since childhood, every family member celebrated their birthday, including her older brother. They didn't stop celebrating after growing up, so Yuji had always kept this in mind. Gifts didn't need to be expensive, especially for a married couple. If she had known earlier, she would have given something thoughtful and impressive. But now time was tight. Yuji looked at the steaming medicine pot and suddenly had an idea. A dozen or so men worked quickly, and by dusk, a sturdy, weatherproof medical shelter was built. Dr. Zhao was very pleased and satisfied. The officials led by Wei Qi were sweating heavily, and Qinjun and Chen and soldiers weren't much better off. A group of strong men was panting at the entrance of the clinic. Suddenly, Yantai ran out smiling, saying, "Brother-in-law, sister asked you to go to the water shop across the street for some cool tea. Bring all the brothers along." Wei Qi laughed loudly and then looked inside to see Yu. Hua Daqiang also laughed and said, "Thanks to sister-in-law, today I really benefited from Wei Ge." Wei Qi stood up, adjusted his belt, and said, "Daqiang, you go ahead with everyone. I'll come later." Everyone understood each other and responded with smiles. Wei Qi checked the time, then turned and headed into the clinic. Now that his shift was over, it was okay to go find her, right? Yuji had just put all the medicines back in place. As she was about to stand up, Wei Qi came in. "Yu, I'm here to pick you up. Are you hungry?" Wei Qi was different today than yesterday. He had been doing physical work all day. His clothes were soaked and then dried, with large patches of white on his back. He didn't dare stand too close to Yuji, stopping a few steps away with bright eyes. Yuji noticed and asked, "I'm not hungry. Why aren't you at the water shop?" The water shop opposite Tongren Hall was doing good business, serving green bean drinks, red bean and barley water, soup, and icy drinks, all quite tasty. Wei Qi smiled and said, "I'll pay. I'll go say hello later." Yuji said, "Then I'll wait for you in the carriage. After you're done, we can go back together." "Okay. Do you want to eat rice cakes too?" Yuji shook her head. "Not hungry, I won't eat anymore." Wei Qi paused, then nodded in agreement. Yuji waited only a little while in the carriage before Wei Qi returned. "So soon?" Wei Qi smiled and said, they just went to quench their thirst. After that, they got hungry and found a restaurant to eat meat. Yuji nodded, understanding. Then let's go. Wei Qi rode his horse outside, while Chao Dashi drove the mule cart. In less than half an hour, they arrived back at Wei's small courtyard on time. Wei Qi felt uncomfortable all over. After tying up the cart, he hurriedly took water and went to the bathhouse. Wei's mother sighed. It's hard to sweat in the middle of winter.
Yuji didn't have time to comment on that.
Instead, she suddenly turned to Wei's mother and said, Mother, today is Wei Qi's birthday. I want to make him a bowl of noodles myself. It's a bit rushed. Can you help me? As soon as Yuji finished speaking, not only Wei's mother but also Mrs. Liu and Mrs. He were stunned. Wei's mother was the first to recover and immediately nodded. Yes, yes. That little rascal is really lucky. Wei Qi had no idea about what was happening outside. He just washed himself from head to toe, washing his hair twice, which took him half an hour. After finishing, he felt refreshed and confident. He casually wrapped a towel around his waist and went back to his bedroom. Yu was not there. He was not afraid of the cold, so he relaxed and washed himself quickly. After changing into new clothes, he went to the main hall. Wei's mother was preparing dinner and looked at him with a strange expression. Wei Qi was unaware and asked, What? Do I look more handsome now? Wei Man rolled her eyes lazily, ignoring him. Wei's mother also felt a bit speechless about her silly son. At this moment, Yuji came in, carrying an inkstone. The inkstone smiled warmly and placed a bowl in front of Wei Qi. Brother-in-law,
please enjoy.
Wei Qi found it a bit strange and looked down. Are we having noodles tonight? In winter, a hot bowl of soup noodles is the most normal choice, but he looked again and realized that what was in front of everyone didn't seem like noodles. Looking more carefully, he saw that his bowl was quite delicate and beautiful. 2 eggs, 1 poached and 1 fried, surrounded by neatly arranged shredded meat, cucumber shreds, and carrot shreds. But then he noticed something odd. The knife work was rougher than shredded meat, thicker than usual. What are you looking at? Why aren't you eating? Yuji asked, biting her lip but unable to hold back. Who made this noodle? Wei Qi suddenly had a feeling, as if sensing something. Yuji didn't answer. The inkstone smiled and said, Brother-in-law, try it first. Maybe you'll find out who made it. His hint was quite obvious. Wei Qi wasn't stupid and immediately looked at Yuji in shock. Yuji had already lowered his head and was eating quietly. Wei's mother urged, Start eating. Wei Qi suddenly chuckled and picked up his chopsticks, stuffing food into his mouth eagerly. While eating, his eyes kept looking warmly at Yuji sitting diagonally opposite him, like he wanted to stare a hole through her. Yuji noticed and felt a bit uncomfortable. Wei Man deliberately asked, Is it delicious? Wei Qi loudly said, Delicious. The best in the world. Too bad you can't taste it. Humph, Wei Qi declared. This is definitely the best noodles I've ever had. No comparison. Yuji's ears turned slightly red, and she suddenly felt a bit regretful. She shouldn't have served him at the dining table. It would be better to listen to his nonsense in the room. Wei Qi smiled and finished the bowl quickly. Then he patted his stomach and asked, Is there more? He seemed still wanting more. Wei's mother clicked her tongue and said, You look so happy, and you still aren't full? There's plenty of food on the table to satisfy your bottomless stomach. Wei Qi smiled and said, Mother always says my stomach is a bottomless pit. I never think it's too much. Do you agree? Yuji lowered her head even more. After finally finishing their meal, Wei Qi hurried back to his room more than ever before. Liu Shi was tidying up in the kitchen and looked up, smiling. Third brother and his wife really get along well. Mother was worried before, but now it seems there's no need. Wei Mu sighed. I wasn't worried anymore. But she suddenly looked at her second daughter-in-law. You know, your second brother has been back for a while. Why don't you two get closer? Honestly, if second brother hadn't been away for so many years, Erlang might already have a younger brother or sister. Liu Shi was stunned, her cheeks turning bright red. It's not true. Yenge just came back not long ago, and before the new year, we were busy. I was busy too. January is a good time to make pickled vegetables and sauces to earn money. Really? Really? Way more relaxed. That's good. I was worried you two might have grown apart. As husband and wife, sharing a bed makes you familiar with each other. Mother is also waiting for you, and the third to give me grandchildren soon. Leo Shir's cheeks flushed red, and she whispered softly, I know, mother. It was Wei Qi who went back to his room first. Yuji hesitated for a moment before entering. As soon as she stepped inside, she was suddenly embraced around the waist, pressed against the door. What are you doing? Yuji's eyes widened. Wei Qi pressed his whole body against her, whispering excitedly, Yu. Thank you, Yu. After saying that, he started kissing her neck and ears wildly, one hand slipping under her short coat. Yuji never expected that a bowl of longevity noodles could drive this man crazy. She didn't want to be so intimate, especially since she hadn't washed yet. So she lifted her leg and kicked him gently. Let go of me. Wei Qi knew this wasn't appropriate, but refused to loosen his hold. After applying a little more force, he finally pulled back, still somewhat reluctant. Yuji's cheeks were flushed with blush. Wei Qi looked at her, not allowing her to dodge, and after a moment, gently kissed the corner of her lips. Your wife has worked hard. Yuji pushed him away, her legs feeling a bit weak, and went to the bathhouse. In the middle of the night, she was still being disturbed quite a bit. But in her hazy state, Yuji asked, Is it tasty? Wei Qi's lean waist and back kept moving, only able to nod. Yuji, in her drowsiness, suddenly remembered. She seemed to have added too much salt. But this fleeting thought was quickly shattered. But late at night, Yuji was woken several times by the rustling sounds nearby. She couldn't bear it anymore, opened her eyes, and saw Wei Qi running to the table, gulping water. Yuji. Just after Wei Qi finished drinking, a pillow was thrown over, and he caught it with one hand. He turned around and saw Yu's annoyed yet cute face. You trickster. The next morning, Chao Dashi continued to drive diligently, ready to take the third master and third mistress out. However, today he waited a little longer. The third mistress came out first, followed closely by the third master. But today, the third mistress looked serious, didn't let the third master help her into the carriage, and he awkwardly reached out but missed, then finally gave up. Let's go, Wei Qi said, touching his nose, then turned to lead Liao Yuan out. Chao Dashi didn't dare guess what was happening and quickly responded, continuing toward Foda town. When they arrived, it was the same. Yuji went straight to Tong Rin Tang with her inkstone. Chao Dashi finally couldn't help but look at Wei Qi. Third master. Is the third mistress angry? Wei Qi paused, then smiled. No.
Gao Dashi.
He wasn't blind. Third master, I haven't married yet, but I heard that when girls are angry, they need to be comforted.
Wenki chuckled. Comfort?
I'm comforting her. He looked deeply at Yuji's back, then turned to go to the yamen. For now, it's better not to bother Yu. Just soothe her. Yuji was very tired today. She didn't have much strength at Tong Rin Tang. Fortunately, there weren't many wounded soldiers today, and it wasn't very busy. She was just picking herbs and boiling medicine, which was manageable. But while sorting herbs, she suddenly saw a woman at the door, peeking in and hesitating at the entrance of Tong Rin Tang for a long time. Yuji paused, paying more attention to her. The woman tried several times to step inside but then retreated. Curious, Yuji walked over. Madam? Yuji approached gently and called out. The woman was startled, then relaxed when she saw it was a young girl. Miss you. Yuji, I work here at the clinic. I saw you hesitating earlier. Are you here for a checkup? The woman, after hearing this, hurriedly said, Are you a female doctor? Yuji hesitated. Not exactly a female doctor, but I know a little. Do you have something you can't speak about openly? When Yuji asked, the woman finally lowered her guard. She nervously tugged at her dress and said, I want to see a woman doctor.
But
all the doctors here are men and I. In just a few words, Yuji understood. Most doctors nowadays are men, although there are some women doctors, but in this small town of Fodo, you rarely see them. Of course, being a doctor isn't about gender. It's normal for both men and women to practice medicine. However, considering the patient's feelings, some are sensitive and care a lot about this. If they are held back by social norms, their illness might worsen. Yuji thought for a moment and said, "Ma'am, if you trust me, come with me." The woman nodded repeatedly and followed Yuji inside. Yuji took her to the backyard and went to greet Dr. Zhao first. Zhao Jian looked over here, paused, then smiled and said, "Go ahead, you can do it." Yuji nodded and led the woman to the backyard. They found a private room. The woman was very touched and said, "Miss, thank you so much." "No need to thank me. What is your name?" "My surname is Ge. Then I'll call you Granny Ge." "And you?" Yuji hesitated and said, "Just call me Little Fish." Okay, Little Fish Girl. I've been feeling very itchy down there." At first, I didn't think much of it, but later it became very hot and painful, even walking hurt. And the smell was really strong. "Little Fish Girl, what do you think is wrong with me?" Listening to her description, Yuji roughly guessed it was a woman's illness. "Granny Ge, don't worry. Relax and take off your skirt. There's no one else here. We are both women."
Ah.
Okay. The Huangdi Neijing, Yellow Emperor's inner canon, has detailed records about women's illnesses. Yuji remembered them clearly, but knowing about them doesn't mean she could treat the disease. Today was her first time, so she was naturally a bit nervous. However, when she saw the woman's problem area clearly, her nervousness disappeared completely. She frowned and couldn't help asking, "Why did you come so late?" Hearing this, Mrs. Go immediately became tense. "In autumn, I was busy with farming. I couldn't come then. It's hard to find a female doctor, and before the new year, I finally had a chance to rest. I looked everywhere, but couldn't find one." Yuji sighed. "Doctor, is my illness serious? Is it a dirty disease? I don't dare tell my husband, but I swear I haven't done anything wrong." Yuji quickly comforted her. "No, of course not. It's just a common vaginal discharge issue, but yours is a bit severe." Vaginal discharge and illness? Yuji began to treat the patient. She had suspected earlier and brought along medicinal cloth and ointment. While treating, she explained, "This is a type of women's illness caused by damp toxin accumulation. Do you usually keep yourself clean?" "Yes. Every day. Using plain water?"
Yes.
"That's not enough. I need to prepare some medicinal solution for you. Starting today, you should wash with the medicine and also take some. It should help you feel better quickly." Mrs. Ge sighed in relief. "How much will it cost?" Yuji suddenly felt a deep sadness. Ordinary people worry a lot about medical expenses. Besides societal judgment, money is also a big concern. She felt a bit bitter and said, "It won't cost much. I'll try to give you cheaper medicine." Mrs. Ge gratefully said, "Thank you, Dr. Littlefish. You are truly a savior." Yuji chuckled softly, saying she was not brave enough to claim that. All right, after a moment, Yuji finished her work. Mrs. Ge immediately sat up. "Take your time packing up. I'll go get the medicine now." Hey. When Yuji left, Yen Tai came over quickly. "Sister inside?" "It's a woman." Yen Tai, being very clever, guessed immediately and said, "I'll go help you get the medicine." Yuji nodded in approval. Soon after, Mrs. Ge came out. Yuji only took a small amount of her money as a token fee. Mrs. Ge's eyes turned red. "You truly are a kind-hearted person, Dr. Littlefish." Thank you. Yuji smiled and waved her hand, giving instructions on how to take and use the medicine. Only then did Mrs. Ge leave, full of gratitude. At this moment, Zhao the doctor came over. Yuji quickly explained the situation to him. Zhao smiled. "You did well. The prescription is correct." Yuji breathed a sigh of relief. Women tend to worry more. "I guess I've done my part." "You definitely can. You'll become a female doctor someday." Female doctor. Yuji was momentarily stunned. Something in her heart moved slightly. Before she could understand it fully, suddenly, a familiar voice came from the doorway. "Third sister-in-law?" Yuji looked up. It was Lu Shi. Lu Shi was smiling as she stood at the door. "I came today to bring you some pickled vegetables and salted vegetables." Yuji was very surprised and hurriedly went to greet her. Yuji was very moved and took the items from the other person willingly. Thank you, second sister-in-law. The two of them headed toward the backyard together. Naturally, the Tongrantang pharmacy needed to start cooking, and the kitchen was quite large. Recently, they had also set up a medical tent. Besides treating patients, the soldiers also ate there, so Tongrantang was definitely handling the meals for everyone. When Wei Yuan came over a few days ago, he even brought a lot of grain. Yuji understood clearly that second sister-in-law was also here for second brother. Have you eaten yet, second sister-in-law? Stay and have some food. Lu Shi smiled and said, that sounds good. I haven't had a chance to eat yet. Yuji happily went into the kitchen and handed the pickled vegetables and sauces to a round-faced young maid. She was an elder at Tongrantang, said to have been rescued by Dr. Zhao before. The young maid quickly thanked her and took the food. Perfect timing. I'll cook some sour cabbage, pork, and rice noodles. Yuji let her arrange everything and then turned to look for Lu Shi again. Second sister-in-law, you've been busy lately? I heard your business is doing well, and second brother is helping you run the shop in the county town. It's just SOSO. Busy in December, but it'll be quiet again in spring. Yuji smiled and said, second sister-in-law, your business is picking up. It will get more and more popular. Lu Shi smiled and said, hopefully. Earning a little money makes me happy. The two sisters-in-law chatted in the yard. Before long, the smell of food wafted from the back courtyard. Lu Shi stood up. I'll come and help too. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly, Chao Dashishi's voice came from the clinic door. Third, madam. He sounded a bit anxious, and his tone paused, clearly surprised that second sister-in-law was also there. Seeing his hurried manner, Yuji's heart sank slightly. What's the matter? Chao Dashishi hesitated and stepped forward, avoiding eye contact. Hurry up and tell me. Yuji's first thought was whether Wei Qi was in trouble. Chao Dashishi gritted his teeth and said, there's trouble in Ning'an County. A group of bandits has come down from the mountains, and second master has been ordered to deal with them. Lu Shi's eyes widened, and Yuji also opened her eyes wide. Bandits coming down from the mountains. Sure enough, the thing she feared most was happening. You. Just as Chao Dashishi finished speaking, Wei Qi's figure rushed into the clinic. Seeing Chao Dashishi there, Wei Qi guessed that they already knew. Yuji quickly grabbed Wei Qi. What's going on? How many bandits? Wei Qi looked serious. I just heard the news too. The exact number isn't clear, but a small part of the Chongqing army went out to fight them. Second brother was nearby and was called away temporarily. Lu Shi's face turned pale. Is it serious? Wei Qi said seriously, second sister-in-law, don't worry. Second brother has been on the battlefield. I think the situation isn't too serious. The county office is also preparing to send help. Although he said this, Lu's family couldn't help but worry. Yuji immediately asked, if bandits attack Ning County, will we be affected? This is exactly why I came today. I won't be returning tonight, and the town needs to strengthen its defenses. Yuji understood. From the geographical position, FO2 town is at the southernmost part of Yong'an County, not far from Ning County. They indeed need to be cautious. Are you going on patrol now? Yuji asked nervously.
Wenki nodded.
Yes, I have to go. Tonight, there probably won't be any rest. I'm worried about refugees or mountain bandits attacking. Yuji frowned. Don't worry, Yu. I'll have to send you back later. I'm not going back. I want to go with you, Yuji suddenly said. Wei Qi's brows furrowed into a line. Yu, don't cause trouble. Who said I'm causing trouble? Yuji retorted. The medical clinic will be busy tonight. I'll stay here. If there's danger here, how can you guarantee Hualing village is safe? Wei Qi looked at her deeply, silent for a moment. Yuji was firm. This is decided. Lu's family immediately said, Third brother, I won't go back either. I need to stay in town. If second brother has any trouble, I want to be the first to know. If something really happens, they would definitely send someone to the clinic. Hua Chong and a few others had already arrived, shouting outside for Wei Qi. Wei Qi sighed. All right, second sister-in-law, Don't go anywhere else. Just stay inside the clinic. Lu's family nodded immediately. Wei Qi looked deeply at Yuji again before turning to leave. Yuji's heart was pounding quickly. When Dr. Zhao heard about this, he was also shocked. It's been years since mountain bandits came down from the mountain. Looks like the grain they stole earlier isn't enough. Plus, there's a drought over there. It's not going to be a good year. Yuji said, Master, let's move all the wounded inside first. Yes. It's not safe outside. The town was tense with fear. When the villagers of FO2 town heard about bandits nearby, they immediately closed their doors tightly. Suddenly, the lively streets were empty. Wei Qi and Hua Chang returned to the yamen, where Ma had already arrived with people and extra weapons. Here are swords, daggers, and spears. Pick what feels best for you. Today, Fengtu town may be safe or unsafe, but no matter what, we all have to be at the front line. Wei Qi did not hesitate and chose a spear and a sword. The spear is a good weapon. He is tall, and with one, he can stab through a person's head. After Ma finished speaking, Wei Qi asked, How is Ning'an County doing? News hasn't come yet, but with the reputation of Chongqing Army, dealing with mountain bandits shouldn't be a problem. Wei Qi nodded and looked outside the door. Ma said, Wei Qi, today you are in charge of Dongshi and Tongrentang. The whole street is yours.
Wei Qi smiled gratefully.
All right, thank you. He didn't delay further, drew his weapon, and left the yamen gate, then mounted his horse and headed straight to Tongrentang. In Hualing village, Wei's mother and others also heard the news and immediately stood up in shock. Mountain bandits have come down the mountain? Old Second went too. Chao Tashishi had returned himself, and he came back to get his weapons, bringing this news with him. Lu Shi and Yuji didn't come back with him. He hurriedly grabbed his gear and prepared to ride his mule to go there. Wei's family members were instantly filled with worry. This really is. How did third brother encounter such a thing after taking office? Wei Man also looked back with fear. Third sister-in-law and second sister-in-law are okay over there? Old Wei's face was also not looking good. With third brother there, surely he's safe. But the problem now is mountain bandits coming down the mountain. That's not a good sign. The villages, towns, and county nearby are all connected. Who can stay safe in such a situation? Wei Qi rode quickly to the entrance of Tongrentang. It was nearing dusk, and there were no civilians on the street. Despite it being December, it was deserted and gloomy. It made people feel uneasy. When he arrived, Zhao Yongzhong was arranging the wounded to be taken into the clinic. Wei Qi dismounted and said, I'll be in charge of this street tonight, and will keep watch. Zhao Jian was very pleased. That's great. Little Fish is still inside. Wei Qi nodded and strode into the clinic. Lu Shi, Yuji, and the Inkstone were inside the yard. Seeing Wei Qi return, Yuji stepped forward and asked, Is everything arranged? Yes, today I am responsible for the night watch here. You don't need to worry. Yuji let out a breath of relief. With you here, I really don't need to worry. Wei Qi looked at her deeply, then suddenly reached out and ruffled her hair. Yuji blushed but followed him inside. Inside Tongrentang, some wounded soldiers with minor injuries also came over and said, We can take turns guarding the night. Let's rotate. Most of the soldiers from the Longqing army have gone to Ning'an County. The small Buddha head town has very few people left. Wei Qi hesitated for a moment and then nodded. All right, I'll check later. If their health is okay, they can come with me. Good. Nightfall gradually deepened, and darkness enveloped everything. Yuji and Lu Shi were resting in a small room in the inner courtyard. Lu Shi was worried about Wei Yuan and couldn't sleep. Wei Qi was still outside on patrol, and Yuji knew she definitely wouldn't be able to sleep either. Luckily, Wei Qi was still beside her, unlike her second brother, who hadn't sent any news. Yuji softly comforted Lu Shi a few words. Lu Shi forced a small smile. Third sister-in-law, don't worry about me. I've been through my brother going to the front before. It's okay now. Yuji knew her comfort didn't help much, so she gently patted Lu Shi's hand and got up to go to the kitchen. Tonight was a night watch, and the men would surely be hungry. After dark, The maid in the kitchen had steamed buns, still warm. Yuji carried a plate and went out to find Wei Qi. Wei Qi was riding Liao Yuan and had already patrolled this street twice. Just as he returned, he saw Yuji come out of the main gate. He immediately swung down from his horse. Yu. Yuji smiled and stepped forward. Thanks for your hard work. Have some food to fill your stomach. Chao Deshire was also there, just finishing his patrols separately from Wei Qi, giving Wei Qi a chance to breathe. Wei Qi smiled. Thank you, wife. While he was eating a bun, Yuji looked around. It seems okay, not many people. Wei Qi's eyes in the dark looked sharp. We can't let our guard down. Some people are very good at disguising themselves. Yuji nodded softly. Wei Qi finished eating the buns in a few bites. Go back to sleep. Don't worry. It's fine. I can't sleep. As soon as Yuji spoke, her voice suddenly sounded like something was choking her. Wei Qi. Her eyes widened sharply, and she looked toward a point behind Wei Qi. Before she could react, 2 or 3 people suddenly rushed out from a distance. They were all dressed in black, holding long knives, and immediately charged toward Wei Qi. Yuji's eyes widened, but in the next moment, Wei Qi pulled her into his arms.
That's she.
They've come alive.
Wei Qi shouted loudly.
Chao Deshire and a few injured soldiers at the door instantly became alert. Fortunately, Wei Qi and Yuji were right at the entrance. He pushed her inside. Close the door. Don't come out. Yuji's heart was pounding in her chest. She never expected that, despite the frequent patrols, bandits could still slip through. No, maybe they weren't bandits, but refugees. Yuji did not want to cause trouble, so she immediately closed the door. The people inside the clinic quickly rushed forward. Is it really here? Yuji nodded and couldn't help but peek outside through the door. She saw that the leader of the group of refugees was very strong and holding a long sword. He laughed loudly. Haha, I knew you had sharp eyes. We've had our eyes on you for a while. Don't think just because you're on a horse you're impressive. You're just a small officer from the government. Brothers. There are dozens of wounded inside Tongren Hall. Cut off one person's head and offer it to the Black Wind Village, and you'll get 30 silver coins. Don't be afraid. Just go for it. Yuji understood now. They were definitely refugees, specifically targeting Tongren Hall. Recently, news about building a medical clinic to treat wounded soldiers had spread. The Longshan Army's bandit suppression efforts had made them angry. The Black Wind Village was surely a bandit hideout. Wei Qi laughed loudly. You're not tall, and you talk big. Do you think my grandpa is a pushover? Without wasting any more words, he charged straight ahead. The other side did the same. In an instant, only the sounds of swords clashing outside could be heard. Yuji's heart was pounding so fast it felt like it might burst out of her chest. All of you, guard the back door, she said nervously but calmly, immediately giving orders to the people inside the clinic. If the refugees really came for them, they would have already scouted the place. Tongren Hall had more than one main entrance, and they needed people to guard the back door as well. For a moment, everyone inside and outside coordinated and moved quickly. Even wounded soldiers, despite their injuries, had strong spirits and stubbornly tried to stand up. Yuji kept a close eye on what was happening outside. She couldn't open the door herself, so she relied on her ears. Fortunately, the fighting sounds gradually diminished. Soon, Wei Qi's brave voice came through. Still want to run? The door's not open. Her heart finally relaxed. At least Wei Qi was safe. After some time, the sound of galloping horses and footsteps approached. Chao Deshishi's voice was heard first. Third Madam, everything is safe. Everyone in the clinic sighed in relief. The main door was opened, and Yuji was the first to run outside. Wei Qi had just dismounted and turned around when he saw a figure rushing straight toward him. Almost instinctively, he opened his arms and caught her. He seemed to think of something, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yuji's face turned pale, but she couldn't smile at all. She immediately checked Wei Qi's body. Are you hurt? Wei Qi still looked relaxed. It's just a few amateurs. They couldn't hurt me. Seeing that there were no bloodstains on him, Yuji let out a breath of relief. Swords and knives have no eyes. Don't talk big. You haven't even learned martial arts. Wei Qi looked at the person and said, I'm really fine. Yuji pursed her lips and nodded. Everyone inside the clinic came out. Thanks to you all. Who are these people? Are they all dead? Wei Qi replied, they are just some refugees. I will report it to the county office tomorrow. When he heard that people had really died, Yuji's face turned pale again. Seeing this, Wei Qi softly comforted her. They were trying to join the mountain bandits. Their deaths are not a big loss. Yuji nodded, I understand. She wasn't scared because a few people had died, but because in this chaotic time, it felt like going back to a few years ago. Back then, the situation was either you die, or I do. Today might not be the first time Wei Qi has killed someone, but for a long time, it probably won't be the last. Late at night, everything was peaceful. Wei Qi patrolled the market twice more. After confirming there was nothing urgent, he returned to the clinic. After confirming again that he was uninjured, Yuji was surprised and asked, Did you learn how to use the spear? Wei Qi waved it a few times. No, I just got it. It feels handy. Yuji said, my older brother also learned to use a spear before, but he didn't like it.
He chose to practice swordsmanship instead. He said,
This spear is hard to learn. Wei Qi smiled. I don't like swords. I prefer spears and knives. Yuji looked at the spear in his hand. I don't like anything. Hearing this, Wei Qi immediately put it away. Sorry, wife. You should go rest now. Yuji had stayed up most of the night and was feeling sleepy. She couldn't help but rub her eyes and asked, What about you? I'll stay in the front hall to keep watch. In an hour, Dashir will come. Then you can come over after your shift. Wei Qi paused and grinned. Deal. Yuji nodded and turned to rest in the small house in the backyard. Maybe because she was too nervous earlier, Wei Qi came back in the second half of the night without her knowing. When she opened her eyes, she heard footsteps and talking outside. When she woke up, it was already daylight. Yuji immediately got up. Wei Qi came in and saw she was awake. He quickly stepped forward and said, Yu, second brother is back. Yuji's heart skipped a beat. Is second brother okay? He only has some minor injuries. Wei Qi looked a bit worried. Yuji immediately said, I'll go check on him. The people Wei Yuan brought back had indeed returned, and the rest of the Longsheng army's troops had already taken their positions. When Yuji reached the front yard, Dr. Zhao was already bandaging someone himself. Lu Shi looked on anxiously. Yuji stepped forward and called out, Second brother. Wei Yuan looked up and smiled at her. Third sister-in-law, I heard about what happened yesterday. Thank you for your hard work. That's nothing compared to second brother's effort. After speaking, Yuji looked around at the wounded soldiers. Many were injured. Yuji didn't delay any longer and immediately helped treat the wounded soldiers. Wei Qi sat down in front of Wei Yuan, and the two brothers exchanged a few words. Wei Yuan probably guessed what he wanted to ask and said directly, half of the enemies were defeated, and the remaining half will depend on the brothers of the Longsheng army. This wave of mountain bandits isn't a big problem. However, I am more worried about those on the mountain. It might be worse than we think. The mountain bandits weren't fools. When they first came down the mountain to attack, they likely sent scouts to test the current strength of the court. The main force was probably waiting behind. Because of this, the court is also giving their all this time. The new year is approaching, and they must suppress the bandits' arrogance. It might not be possible to wipe them out completely for now, but they can't let the bandits keep oppressing the people. Wei Qi thought for a moment and said, I can't participate in the bandits' oppression, but I want to help with my brother's matters. What are your plans next? Wei Yuan replied, Let's go back first. Our parents are probably worried sick. We can discuss everything when we get home. Wei Qi nodded. Yuji and Lu Shi didn't go home last night. After finishing this round of work, the whole family first returned to Hualing village. The two carriages quickly arrived back at the Wei family courtyard. Last night, the Wei family almost didn't sleep at all. You're back. You're back. Dalong was outside, shouting loudly, and the whole family rushed out. Second brother. Third brother. Wei Qi and Wei Yuan entered together, and Wei Mu was the first to rush forward. Are you all right? No injuries, right?
No, mother.
Wei Yuan helped his mother steady herself. Wei Mu said, "That's good, that's good. What about third brother?"
Wei Qi replied, "I'm fine too."
Yu Xi and Lu Shi exchanged a glance but said nothing. When they arrived at the main hall, Wei Yuan briefly recounted what had happened over the past 2 days. "Father, mother, this is an urgent matter. The new year is coming soon. We need to prepare in advance," Wei Yuan summarized after finishing. Wei Laohan said, "Everyone in the village knows about this. The village chief came by today. Everyone has been through the past 2 years and wants to know what to do." "Second brother, what do you think?" Wei Yuan answered simply, "We must gather the strength of the entire village. During the past few years of fleeing, those who settled in Hualing village weren't weak. They all had some skills. People need to learn to be cautious even in safety. Now, if we ask them to defend their homes, many will be willing to do their part." Old Wei said, "I think so too. Should we talk to the village chief about this?" Wei Qi replied, "Later, my second brother, and I will go there." Old Wei said, "I'll go with you." Wei's mother hurriedly asked, "Is Yong'an County peaceful?" She naturally worried about Wei Hai. Wei Yuan said, "It's relatively peaceful. Yong'an County is better than FO2 town. In a few days, I will send someone to bring back the fourth brother, so we can rest assured on the way." "That makes sense. So, Hualing village must not take any chances now." Wei Yuan said, "Dad, shall we go now to visit the village chief's house?" "Yes. Let's go right now." This was an important matter, so they couldn't delay. All the men of the Wei family prepared to go together, while the women stayed at home to prepare dinner. Just as they left the door, village head Nyo arrived first. "We just heard that the third and second brothers are back, so we came." Village head Nyo looked serious, and behind him were many men from the village, including the Wu brothers and his son, Nyo Dolly. "Yuanhua, I've already informed everyone. After dinner, everyone will come together to discuss. Our idea is that everyone who has learned some skills should practice more." Wei Yuan was thinking the same thing. The village chief is thinking long-term. "Also, I think we need to prepare weapons. I don't know how many households have iron tools, but everyone should know their own situation. We also need to make some handy bows, crossbows, and similar weapons. Without weapons, when bandits really attack, they can only be at their mercy." Old Wei said, "This matter will be handled by me and the eldest. We can lead the whole village to cut wood." Wei Yong said, "That's right. The wooden spears we made a few years ago can still be useful." Wei Yuan nodded. "Then, this matter is up to Dad and the village chief. All the men in the village, everyone who can contribute must do so. We want a good year, and we can't just stay at home and get fat. It's best to take turns on night duty, everyone rotating." Village head Nyo nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. That's for sure. "Also, Yuanhua, can you find time to teach everyone martial arts?" Wei Yuan thought for a moment. "Sure, I have some brothers who can help. As long as there's enough time and people, I will teach." Village head Nyo sighed. "That's perfect. Our Hualing village has also benefited from your Wei family. Life and death are at stake. No need for these formalities." For a time, Hualing village was unusually united. Everyone finalized all the details in Wei's courtyard, ready to implement them one by one the next day. Yuji listened carefully to everyone's words in the courtyard. She couldn't help but feel a bit moved. In times of chaos, the efforts of ordinary people are just to survive, protect themselves, and care for their families. Even small efforts, when combined, can become unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of January. Hualing village suddenly experienced a heavy snowfall, covering the mountains in white. The situation with the bandits in Ning'an County had temporarily been resolved. Changsheng army proved its strength, scaring the mountain bandits into hiding in their nests. The court increased security in Ning'an County, and it was believed they wouldn't dare to come down the mountain for a while. Training in Hualing village also began as planned, lively and full of energy. Before dawn, Wei Qi was already up, along with Wei Yuan, leading all the men in the village near the riverbank to strengthen their bodies. They practiced punches, warming their bodies and boosting their spirits. Afterward, they returned home to their daily tasks. This routine had been going on for several days. Village head Nyo said that, Barring any accidents, they would continue every day. When the Wei men returned, the women had prepared breakfast. "They're back?" Wei Mu called out from the kitchen. Wei Yong went into the house first. "They're back, mother. I'm so hot." "Even if you're hot, don't take off your clothes. Be careful not to catch a cold later. There's soup in the pot. Each of you brothers drinks a bowl." Wei Yuan and Wei Qi also responded with smiles. Wei Yuan said, "Fourth brother should come back today. Tomorrow is New Year's." Wei Qi added, "By the way, I'll go to town today to pick up fourth brother and buy some firecrackers." They had been so busy lately that they forgot to buy firecrackers at home. Dalong heard this and immediately ran over. "Third uncle, are you really going to buy firecrackers? Can I play with them when you bring them back?" "Of course. I'll take you and third aunt later." Wei Man smiled. "Third brother, you want to take third sister out for a walk, right?" Wei Qi snorted. "You're the only one who knows so much." Wei Mu also smiled. "That's good.
You can go now.
If you meet fourth brother, great. If not, it's fine. I think we need to buy a few last things before the new year." "Okay. I'll go change my clothes first. If you need anything, mother, just tell me later." Wei Mu said, "All right, I got it." Wei Qi returned to his room. Wei Mu turned to Wei Yuan. "Second brother, go to Sangtian later and call Xiao Yang and Tao Tao back. We should all be together for the new year." Wei Yuan nodded silently. "Got it, mother." As Wei Qi entered his room, Yu Ji was making the bed. Fish, let's go. I'll take you somewhere soon." Yu Ji helplessly said, "I already heard you." His voice was so loud. How could she not hear?
Wei Qi smiled.
"All right, I'll go wash up and change my clothes. I've been sweaty all morning." Yu Ji nodded. While Wei Qi was washing, Yu Ji rarely handed him his clothes. Standing at the bathroom door, she asked, "How was your morning practice?" Wei Qi's cheerful voice responded, "It was okay." Everyone in the village who has some strength joined in, regardless of age or gender. Even women?
Yu Ji was surprised. "Yes."
A few strong women said they wanted to practice too, and my second brother agreed. Yu Ji said nothing. Wei Qi sensed something and tentatively asked, Fish, do you want to go?" Yu Ji replied, I just want to see." She was sure she wouldn't be able to practice martial arts.
Wei Qi grinned.
"All right. But next time, it'll be on the morning of the third day of the new year. The village will have holidays on New Year's Eve, the first and second days. After the new year, my second brother said he wants Yen Tai and Delang to come along too. It's good to train together." Yu Ji nodded. "Okay, on the third day I'll go with you. You must call me." Wei Qi agreed. In the next moment, he suddenly lifted the curtain and appeared in front of Yu Ji. His quick movement startled her. Wei Qi's eyes were dark, and his hair was still dripping water. His bare chest showed a few firm muscles. He suddenly cupped Yu Ji's face and kissed her. "Today we're going to town to buy things. After the third day, when we visit Uncle Lee in the county, if you want to go anywhere else, just tell me right away." Yu Ji was stunned. She did want to visit Uncle Lee. It was a respectful tradition for the new year, but she didn't expect Wei Qi to have everything arranged. "So, when will you be on duty? Will it affect anything? And is it safe outside now? Will going out cause you trouble?"
Wei Qi smiled helplessly.
"I don't even know which question to answer first. I start duty on the 5th day of the new year. It won't affect anything. Ning'an County is stable now. Besides, with your man here, there's no danger." Yu Ji felt reassured and couldn't help but smile.
"Good."
After they finished packing, they left together. It was still childish or driving, but surprisingly, Wei Qi wasn't riding a horse today. He was riding with Yu Ji, which was unusual. Before getting in the car, Yu Ji asked, "Should we bring Delang and Yen Tai?" The children were obediently helping Wei Mu sweep and paste window flowers in the yard. Wei Qi smiled. "Forget it. Let's go quickly and come back soon." Yu Ji glanced at the time and nodded politely. She wanted to ask why Wei Qi wasn't riding a horse today, but once they got in the carriage, the question became unnecessary. Suddenly, Wei Qi leaned forward and hugged her. Yu Ji was momentarily stunned, then Wei Qi lifted her onto his lap. Let's go to the town later to find a craftsman.
I've ordered some things.
Yuji looked curious. What are they? Weiqi ran his hand through her hair and gently pinched her earlobe. You'll find out soon. When they arrived at Fo Head Town, as the carriage curtain was pulled open, Yuji finally understood why he insisted on bringing her out today. They saw Chao Dashishi had already parked the mule cart in front of the only silver shop in town, exchanging knowing looks. Weiqi reached out to her with a smile. Get down, Yu. Yuji couldn't guess his intentions anymore and asked helplessly, What did you buy for me this time?
Weiqi grinned.
You won't guess. I ordered a little thing. It didn't cost much. Last time, he traded wolves for Maier, who later secretly gave him 100 taels of silver. Weiqi didn't refuse because those wolves were truly worth it. As they entered the silver shop, the shopkeeper greeted them with a smile. Third Master, everything is ready for you. Good, let me see. The shopkeeper personally brought out a tray. Yuji looked up and saw a pair of small, delicate, gold-threaded, intricate floral earrings resting quietly on the tray. Her eyes widened slightly. Weiqi smiled and reached out. Try them on? Yuji blushed. Why did you give me this? Weiqi looked at her intently. Because you look good wearing it. He still remembered that day at the Lee family in the county town, where Yu's earrings gently swayed in front of him, easily tempting him away from half his life. Yuji blushed and looked carefully. She had many pieces of jewelry since childhood, but these earrings truly caught her eye. The gold threads were not ostentatious, and the floral beads were just right. Small, elegant, not overpowering, and not too flashy. Yuji reached out and examined them for a while. Try them quickly. Consider it a New Year's gift. Yuji pursed her lips and, as she wished, slowly put them on in front of him. Her fair fingers skillfully passed through the earlobe holes. She slightly tilted her head, sunlight shining on her half-profile, gentle and calm, as if all the beauty in the world was before Weiqi. He held his breath, his eyes full of turbulent waves. Yuji felt a bit shy under his intense gaze. After she finished, the floral silk swayed gently. Do I look good? She softly asked. When they left the silver shop, Yuji first got onto the mule cart. The shopkeeper at the jewelry store smiled happily and personally saw Weiqi out the door. Weiqi looked quite pleased and said, The items are good. I'll come back to you next time. The shopkeeper hurriedly replied, Thank you, Third Master. The craftsman is one of the best in several nearby counties. Since the new year is coming, he usually doesn't take orders, but your generous offer made him agree. My wife will be very happy. Weiqi smiled and handed over a string of copper coins. Happy New Year. Thank you. Wishing you good luck and happiness. His words touched Weiqi's heart, and he laughed happily as he left. Yuji sat inside the carriage, overhearing their conversation clearly. When she heard Weiqi carefully and thoughtfully commissioning the craftsman to make earrings, she felt warm inside. Actually, she had also prepared a gift for Weiqi. Weiqi suddenly jumped onto the carriage, interrupting Yuji. He grinned and said, I saw some roasted chestnuts for sale over there. Do you want to eat some? Yuji's eyes lit up and she nodded. Yes, I want some. Roasted chestnuts. Last time, Weiqi took her to pick chestnuts, and they ate some then. Winter has arrived, and these sweet, warm treats are especially tempting. Weiqi said, Wait for me, I'll go queue up to buy some. Queue? Yuji peeked out from the mule cart and saw that Weiqi was talking about a small stall across the street. An old man was selling roasted chestnuts, osmanthus-flavored sticky rice lotus root, and roasted sweet potatoes, smiling happily with his little grandson. There were quite a few people waiting in line. Weiqi, a tall, strong man, stood out in the crowd, but he was well-behaved, patiently waiting in line, occasionally glancing back and exchanging a look with Yuji, then grinning foolishly. Yuji couldn't help but smile too. After thinking for a moment, she got down from the cart. She walked over to Weiqi, who was startled. Yu, why are you here? Go back quickly, it's windy. It's okay. I've been sitting for a while. I'll stand here with you for a bit. Yuji shrank her neck. She had a scarf, so it wasn't cold, but Weiqi still kept her in front of him. shielding her from the wind. Those sweet potatoes look good. Yuji nodded. And this lotus root with sticky rice. Let's buy some to share when we go home. Wei-chi nodded happily and was about to speak when the line moved forward. The old man's stall was blocked by Wei-chi's tall figure. When he looked up and saw the two of them, he smiled. Dear guests, what would you like? Wei-chi said, 8 jin of chestnuts, 5 jin of lotus root, and 10 sweet potatoes. The old man happily said, not that many left. There are still 7 sweet potatoes. All for you. The chestnuts are also only about 5 jin left. Put them all in. Wei-chi generously reached into his pocket, but Yuji was quicker. Calculate how much it costs.
All right.
Total is 2 chien and 31. Thank you. Yuji nodded, paid the money, and Wei-chi grinned as he took all the items. They immediately split a roasted sweet potato with Chao Dashishi. Dashishi smiled happily. Thank you, third master. It's warm and just right for warming up. Wei-chi and Yuji got on the mule cart. He said, it's a pity there aren't enough sweet potatoes to share. There are more at home. If you want to eat, just roast another. I'll just eat half. Okay, let's split it. Wei-chi said, about to divide one immediately. Yuji didn't refuse. Shall we go straight home after dinner? Do you want to buy firecrackers? Chao Dashishi's voice came from behind. Third madam, I already bought some just now. Yuji asked, then shall we go straight back? Yes. Wei-chi picked a sweet potato, tore it in half, revealing the soft, red, steaming flesh. He immediately smiled and handed it over. You hurry and eat. Yuji took it, took a bite, and said, so sweet. Wei-chi could finish half in one bite. It's good. I'll remember this place. I'll come again next time. Yuji smiled at him. Tomorrow is New Year's. When will you come? After the New Year. Yuji took another bite. The roasted sweet potato was really delicious, and she couldn't help but eat it bite by bite. Wei-chi finished his in 2 or 3 bites, then silently looked at her. Only after Yuji finished did she notice his gaze. She gently wrinkled her nose, like a cat. Is there something on my face? Wei-chi nodded. Yes. Yuji instinctively reached up to touch her face, but was quickly caught by the man. Wei-chi suddenly leaned forward, kissed the corner of her lips, stealing the last bit of sweetness. Yuji was stunned. Then her ears turned red again. The silk flowers swayed, charming and alluring. Wei-chi didn't pull away. He moved from her lips to her earlobe, leaned in, and kissed that small, pink, jade-like earlobe. Yuji couldn't help but gently push him. Wei-chi smiled contentedly, reached out to tousle her hair, and softly said, I'll peel some chestnuts for you to eat. Back home, firecrackers, chestnuts, sweet potatoes, and sticky rice lotus root were all divided up by the family. Wei Hai had already returned from the county town, and Wei Taotao and Yang Ziyuan were there too. Third brother and third sister-in-law. Wei Hai greeted early in the morning. After Wei-chi got off the cart, he patted his younger brother's shoulder. You've really grown taller and stronger this time. I heard that third brother went to the county office. So impressive. He even got a fine horse. Wei-chi laughed loudly. Would you dare to ride it? Third brother teaches me. So I dare. All right, I'll take you riding in the first month of the year. Everyone at home has returned. Wei mother and old Wei are visibly happy and excited. The New Year pig was slaughtered a few days ago. Now, the beams of the small courtyard are covered with cured meats, sausages, and preserved chickens and ducks. Even the fish didn't escape being turned into salted fish. Lu is busy pickling vegetables and making sauces. There are many large and small jars. A few days ago, the Wu brothers brought 2 sheep to Wei-chi since Wei-chi hasn't gone up the mountain. They simply brought the sheep back themselves. They are grateful to Wei-chi and naturally think of the Wei family. Sheep meat is very good, so they slaughtered one right away. The other sheep is kept in the backyard by Wei mother to shear some wool later. Looking at everything, the small animals at home are quite complete now. The mule, the big horse, Pearl, and Rue bow. Now there's also a sheep bleating. The little ones are busy every day having lots of fun. Wei mother, wearing an apron and with her hands on her hips, loudly declared. Tonight, no one should be idle. Men, women, old and young, everyone come help out preparing for tomorrow's New Year's Eve dinner. The whole family responded in unison. Yes, mother. Yuji was also affected by the lively atmosphere, and a smile appeared on her face. The new year is coming. This is really wonderful. New Year's Eve. The heavy snow from a few days ago has melted away, and the winter sun is shining generously. Wei's small courtyard is bathed in warm sunlight. After opening her eyes, Yuji smells a strong aroma of meat drifting in from the yard. Mother is already boiling meat so early? As soon as she spoke, a strong arm pulled her into a hug. Wei Qi's lazy voice sounded above her. Mother does this every year, starts boiling meat and making broth early, then works all day. Yuji lies on his broad chest, lazily half-leaning, not wanting to move. I'll get up later and help too. Wei Qi opened his eyes. No need. Your sisters-in-law are all here, plus Man and the others. You can rest today or go build a snowman with De Wang and Yen Tai. Yuji, am I still a child? Wei Qi got up to put on his clothes, then turned back with a smile. Almost. Yuji. Everyone in the yard has started to get busy. Wei family is large, sweeping, putting up couplets and window decorations, preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. At this moment, Yuji really isn't needed. Yao Yao ran over. Third aunt, should we give Pearl and Rui Bao a bath today? Yuji thought for a moment and nodded. All right, but it's too cold outside. Let's go inside, and your third uncle can bring in 2 fire pits. Okay. Yao Yao immediately ran to find Wei Qi since his wife spoke. Wei Qi naturally followed her instructions. Soon, 2 large fire pits and several buckets of hot water were brought in. Pearl and Rui Bao, who had been running around, were caught. Wei Qi asked, do you want my help? Yuji didn't look up and said, no need. You go help Dad and them.
All right.
Wei Qi smiled slightly and turned to leave. Today, Wei's mother was in charge of the kitchen. Even Wei Laohan didn't like her, saying, hurry up and finish the couplets so we can prepare for ancestor worship. Don't get in the way here. Wei Laohan responded, got it. On New Year's Eve, it was traditional to worship ancestors. However, Hualing village was not the Wei family's old home, and their ancestral grave was not here. So, in the following years, every New Year's Eve, the Wei family would set up a temporary altar on the back mountain, burn paper, burn incense, and shout from the hilltop. Most families in Hualing village did this. But this year, Wei Qi built an extra altar. Everyone in the Wei family saw it and knew who it was for. Wei Yuan hesitated and asked, third sister-in-law's family? Wei Qi was also momentarily surprised and smiled faintly. I'm not really sure. Wei Yuan understood and patted his shoulder. After the altar was built, they would come back at night. It was about that time. The men from the Wei family went down the mountain first and returned home. It was almost dusk now, and the New Year's Eve dinner was ready. Wei's mother called out loudly, wash your hands and get ready to eat. Third brother, bring out the firecrackers. Got it, Mom. It's time for the New Year's Eve dinner. The men set up a big table in the yard. After lighting the firecrackers, everyone sat down. Wow, this year's New Year's Eve dinner is really rich. Mom really went all out. Wei Man said. Wei's mother smiled happily. Yes, let's enjoy it. The chicken, duck, fish, and meat are all prepared. And the pork is open for everyone to eat. Yuji sat next to Wei Qi. Wei Laohan had somehow brought out a jar of wine. Everyone got excited again. Dad brought out the hidden wine. Wei Laohan said, everyone have a little. It's rare to celebrate the new year. Yuji looked at the wine jar. It looked quite old. Wei Qi leaned in and whispered, you want to try some? Yuji pursed her lips and shook her head. I don't drink. Not exactly that she couldn't, but she didn't want to. Wei Qi didn't insist. Wei Laohan poured a cup, and the whole family stood up happily. Then they sat down, and the others forgot about everything else.
Big. Fast. Happy.
Fish, eat this, please, Wei Qi said while eating and also helping Yuji serve food. The Wei and Lu families still needed to watch their children, who secretly threw bones onto the ground, while a few figures beneath the table watched and waited for their chance. This was Yuji's first New Year with the Wei family. She felt excited and a little surprised. Even the inkstone was new to her. They all seemed surprised that New Year's could be so relaxed, just a family sitting together to eat, as easy as any other day. The only difference was that the food was more plentiful. "What's wrong, wife? Why aren't you eating?" She snapped back to herself.
"I'm eating."
She silently drank a bowl of chicken soup, pulling her wandering thoughts back. After the New Year's dinner, the whole family would go lantern-lit to honor their ancestors. Suddenly, Wei Qi found Yuji and whispered a few words in her ear. Yuji was stunned. Wei Qi looked at his wife nervously, worried about upsetting her. Yuji's eyes turned slightly red, not just from sadness. "We will go." Actually, she had been thinking about this all day and didn't expect Wei Qi to have already prepared everything for her. Wei Qi sighed in relief. "I'll take you there. It's not far, just on the hillside behind the mountain." The ancestor worship site was open and flat. Yuji took the inkstone and went to the Yu family's place. Before the siblings started, their eyes were already red. Wei Qi said nothing, only handing her the prepared paper money and incense. "Wei Qi," Yuji whispered, "you should burn paper for our grandfather and grandmother with me." Wei Qi immediately agreed. A big fire started. Seeing Yuji with red eyes but silent, Wei Qi took the initiative to speak. Grandma, I am Wei Qi, Fish's husband. This is my first time burning money for you. I will do it every year from now on to show my respect. Rest assured, I, Wei Qi, swear to the heavens and the earth that I will love Fish for a lifetime." After speaking, Wei Qi bowed 3 times to the altar. A gust of wind blew, and the paper money suddenly spun and flew into the air. Yuji looked up. After a moment, she pressed her lips together and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, my parents are missing and my older brother and sister-in-law are building the Great Wall in the northern border. I hope you will protect them." She bowed with the inkstone alongside him. Although her father fell off a cliff that day, there was a river below, and Yuji still held onto a glimmer of hope. After the ancestor worship, Wei Qi helped Yuji to stand up. Meanwhile, Old Wei finished his part as well.
"Let's go down the mountain."
"If we stay late, your mother will worry." Yuji turned to Wei Qi and asked, "Is there anything else to do tonight?"
Wei Qi smiled.
"Nothing special, just stay up and watch the New Year and make dumplings. If you're tired, go to sleep." Yuji shook her head. "I'm not sleepy. I want to stay up for the New Year." Back at the Wei family's small courtyard, Wei's mother had already prepared the dumpling wrappers and fillings. Those who wanted to stay in the main hall could do so, and anyone who wanted to go back to their room was free to leave. Wei Qi gave Yuji a meaningful look and pulled her into the room. Yuji thought he had something important to discuss. When she entered, Wei Qi mysteriously carried out a small box. "Open it and take a look. It's a new year. The treasure chest needs to be handed over to the wife."
Yuji was a bit surprised.
She opened the box and saw rows of small silver ingots stacked in 2 layers. Yuji was quite shocked. Where did all this money come from? Wei Qi rubbed his nose, feeling a little guilty. "Ma, Er gave it to me. He wanted to give it to you before the New Year, but I was worried you'd be angry, so I waited until now." Yuji understood. She was indeed a little angry. Just thinking about where the money came from made her feel. "Wife, I won't go up the mountain to worry you anymore. But as for this money, maybe we shouldn't just ignore it?" Yuji snorted. She clearly understood this logic. "How much is it?" 100 taels. "I spent about 10. Yuji nodded, but didn't ask further. She placed the box of silver at the back of the cabinet. "Put it away. We don't need this money right now. I don't want to touch it unless necessary." In a way, wasn't this money earned with Wei Qi risking his life? Thinking this way, Yuji no longer cared much about the silver. All right, I'll do as you say." Wei Qi quickly changed the subject to avoid upsetting his wife over the money. "Staying up for the New Year, you? We'll set off fireworks at midnight." Yuji responded with a hum and suddenly said, "But I don't want to go out." I'm a bit tired, Wei Qi said. Then we won't go out. We'll stay in our own room. Yuji agreed, and Wei Qi turned around and brought in some things. He warmed up a pot of wine and brought some snacks. When he came in, he saw Yuji sitting at the desk, preparing paper. Are you going to draw again? He asked with a smile. Yuji nodded. It's supposed to be a mid-autumn painting, but I've delayed it until now. Since second brother has returned, it's a good time to finish it during the new year. Wei Qi was curious. Don't you want the whole family to sit in front of you? Yuji replied that I don't need everyone watching to draw. That's only for portraits. I remember the scene of the New Year's dinner in my mind, so I don't need to look at it. Wei Qi happily said, All right, you do as you like. The desk faced the Kong bed. Wei Qi leaned comfortably against the table, sipping wine and occasionally glancing at her. Once Yuji starts painting, she becomes fully focused and doesn't care about his gaze anymore. Wei Qi also doesn't bother her. She paints, and he quietly enjoys watching her work. Outside in the yard, faint firecracker sounds can be heard, probably children from the village playing. Yuji has finished her sketch and can't help but look up. You're bored sitting here. Why not take Dalian and Erling to set off firecrackers? Wei Qi smiles. They're not my children. I have a father. Yuji. This is the first time Wei Qi mentions having children. Yuji's ears turn red, and she looks at him carefully. Are you drunk? You're talking nonsense. Wei Qi shakes his head. This is fruit wine. It doesn't make me drunk. What kind of fruit wine? Plum wine made by second sister-in-law. Yuji becomes interested. I want to try some too. Wei Qi is a bit surprised. Can you? Yuji walks over. You said it doesn't make you drunk? My sketch is finished. I just need the ink to dry before I add color. Wei Qi immediately moves aside to let her sit, and they sit across from each other at the Kong table. Wei Qi pours her a small cup. Try the taste first. Yuji nods and takes a small sip. Her eyes light up. It's quite good, sweet and not too strong. Wei Qi nods. Drink in moderation. Yuji suddenly feels he's a bit like an old man, which annoys her. There are some pastries on the table, all her favorites. She eats a little while sipping her wine, and before she knows it, she has drunk 2 cups. It's now the hour of high, around 9 to 11 p.m., and in 3/4 of an hour, it will be midnight. Wei Qi glances outside. Mother seems to be preparing to cook dumplings. Do you want some, wife? He turns his head and suddenly notices Yuji resting her face on her hand, dozing off gently, her head bobbing cutely. Wei Qi pauses for a moment.
Do you?
Yuji suddenly looks up, her eyes shimmering with tears, her cheeks flushed. What are you doing? She pats Wei Qi's outstretched hand, seeming a bit displeased but also showing gentle affection. His eyes darken almost instantly. You're drunk. Nonsense. Yuji stares at the wine glass in front of her. I'm not drunk. It's fruit wine. I won't get drunk.
Wanky.
A faint smile flashes in his eyes as he moves the Kong table aside. With a stretch of his long arm, he pulls her into his arms. Who said fruit wine can't make you drunk? Yuji suddenly collapses into his embrace. You said it wouldn't. Wei Qi wants to laugh. The drunk Yu was a bit playful. When lying in his arms, she would dudong nudge upward, and her other hand was busy, circling around to pull at him, pinching here and there. Wei Qi's shirt was soon loosened, revealing his strong chest. His eyes darkened further, but he didn't stop her. Instead, his large hand held her waist gently, and he looked at her face, which was as red as a blooming peony. Too hard, Yuji said with a dislike in her tone after poking at him for a while. She seemed to be judging meat at a butcher stall, giving serious comments. Wei Qi was surprised. Another part of him was even harder. Want to feel soft? He asked in a husky voice. Yuji nodded randomly. Everywhere else on Wei Qi was hard and uncomfortable. This part is soft. The only soft spot was his thigh, with some soft flesh. He was shameless and pulled her hand to that area. But Yuji touched another part and was even more unhappy. Don't like it, she said, raising her hand to give a light slap.
Wanky gasped sharply.
Suddenly, he pinched her underarm and lifted her onto his lap. Yuji let out a soft cry and tried to dodge, but he quickly grabbed her wrist. Don't like it? Wei Qi's kisses rained down on her, lingering on her snowy neck. Yuji nodded, but she was unconsciously moved by the familiar feeling. Wei Qi smiled and suddenly reached out his hand. Yuji, exhausted, leaned against his shoulder. Lying fish, Wei Qi said proudly. If they had just married, he might believe that. Now, their days were sweet and full of love. Sometimes he was a little slow and Wei Qi suddenly thought today was a good chance. He held her waist again and lifted her slightly. Can I? Yuji's head was dizzy. She couldn't hear what he was saying. She just hugged his neck and hummed sweetly. Wei Qi's passion flared up. I thought you agreed. He gathered her in his arms and looked deeply into her eyes. When the first firework exploded at midnight, Yuji regained a bit of clarity. But she leaned on Wei Qi's strong shoulder, her eyes reflecting only the dazzling fireworks. The fireworks were unclear because they flickered up and down. The sky was bursting with colors, and Yuji's damp hair stuck to her temples. Wei Qi tilted his head and kissed her hot, red cheek. You're so good. I love you even more in the new year. They spent a peaceful New Year's Eve, and Hualing Village's celebration was quite stable this year. Starting from the second day of the Lunar New Year, the men in the village went to the riverbank on time every morning. Under Wei Yuan and Wei Qi's lead, they exercised and practiced martial arts to stay healthy. This year, the Wei family didn't visit many relatives, only entertaining villagers who came to see them. On the afternoon of the second day, Wei Qi finished practicing martial arts and discussed going to Li's house in Yong'an County with Yuji. Wei's mother said, That's right. Scholar Li has helped us a lot. We should visit him during festivals. Have you prepared the New Year gifts? Wei Qi replied, Don't worry, mother. Everything is ready. Wei Yuan said, Are we leaving early tomorrow? Let's go together. Is second brother going to the house in the county? Wei Yuan nodded and added, But I talked with your second sister-in-law. We won't move for now. Wei's mother brightened her eyes and said, Really? Wei Yuan smiled and said, Yes, I was just about to tell you. Things aren't very peaceful outside right now. We'll stay at home for the time being. The land in Sanglin village is quite good, easy to defend. If there's any real danger in the future, we won't be worried. Wei's mother said, Phew. There's definitely no danger. If you want to stay, just stay. Whatever length of time you need is fine. Wei Yuan nodded in agreement. At this moment, Yang Ziyuan and Wei Taotao also came over. Yang Ziyuan said, Mother, Taotao and I decided to stay near Sanglin. Luckily, it's not far, so we can often bring them back to see you. Sangtian isn't far. Yang Ziyuan's house was built before the new year. Wei's mother nodded and said, All right, if you've decided, that's good.
Yes.
Wei Yuan went to Wei Qi and said, We'll leave together tomorrow morning. We'll stay at my place in the county for one night. Wei Qi was a bit surprised and asked, Why? Is there something else? I want to introduce you to someone, my superior officer. Wei Qi understood and thought for a moment before nodding. Okay. Early on the third day, the Wei family prepared 2 carriages to head to Yong'an County. Yuji's painting was finished. After the ink dried, he showed it to the whole family. They gathered around the stone table in the yard and took a deep breath. This is too beautiful. The painting was long, showing a scene of the Wei family courtyard. Although it wasn't entirely realistic, it vividly depicted the scene from New Year's Eve. Even Pearl, Ruibao, and Liao Yuan had a place in the painting. Hey, and the chickens raised by Mother too. Haha, still flapping their wings. Wei Hai was so excited, he couldn't contain himself. Third sister-in-law, this painting is truly a masterpiece of the family. Yuji felt a bit embarrassed by his praise. Fourth brother, you're exaggerating. Wei Qi was quite proud and smiled, saying, Today, we're going to the county town to find someone to frame the picture. Yu said it will hang in the main hall later. Main hall. Wei Mu and Wei Laohan both smiled warmly, saying, Good, Yu. Thank you so much. Yuji smiled and replied, Parents, you're too kind. Wei Qi carefully packed the painting and then, with his wife and little brother-in-law, got on the carriage. Today, Liao Yuan was pulling the cart, which made him feel quite distressed. Wei Yuan saw this and said somewhat speechlessly, "It's not really a good horse, but you'll have better ones later." Wei Qi didn't like hearing that and said, "That doesn't stop me from caring for it. Liao Yuan is with me, and I'll definitely take good care of it." Wei Yuan also smiled. His younger brother was always more compassionate than him. The carriage set off. Lu Shi, Yu Ji, and Yantai sat inside. Because the second sister-in-law was there, Wei Qi naturally didn't want to sit close to his wife. He rode outside with Wei Yuan. The two brothers and Chao Dashi chatted about various things, while the sisters-in-law inside the carriage talked casually. Second sister-in-law's outfit looks nice. Did second brother give it to you? Yu Ji had learned to tease now, and she noticed that Lu Shi sometimes blushed more easily than her. When she spoke, Lu Shi's face turned red. Of course, this might also be because she had been around Wei Qi for a long time. She'd become more bold. Lu Shi's cheeks blushed, and she said, "I bought it in the county town before the new year." He insisted on. Yu Ji interrupted, "Isn't that normal?" Second sister-in-law, "Don't explain. I'm just praising you for looking good." Lu Shi lowered her eyes and said, "Not as pretty as you." That was the truth. Yu Ji was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Yu Ji smiled and said, "That's fine. From now on, second sister-in-law can dress like that. You're now a lady of rank, so it's right to dress nicely." Lu Shi smiled but said nothing. Outside the curtain, Wei Qi and Wei Yuan kept an eye on the surroundings. Although the bandit suppression was over, it wasn't fully cleared, so it remained a big problem. There were also refugees, so caution was necessary. But maybe because it was just after the new year, the roads were still smooth. After more than 2 hours, the carriage reached the city gate. Wei Qi squinted and looked at the gate. So many people? Wei Yuan explained, "They're all refugees. These are considered good people. The government is managing it, and they're lining up to verify their identities." Wei Qi nodded. "Second brother, we're going straight to Li's house. What about you? We'll go to the military camp first. After you're done, come find me at this address. From now on, we're just family."
Okay.
Wei Qi drove the carriage, taking Yu Ji and Yantai to the Li family. The area near Li's house is definitely safe, no doubt about that. The gatekeeper recognized them early and, upon seeing Wei Qi's tall figure from afar, quickly ran inside to report. Soon after, the side door was opened. "Young Master Wei, miss you. Please come in quickly. Do you want me to help you tie up the horses?" Wei Qi was not used to being called young master, as it sounded too formal, but since they were in someone else's house, he didn't say anything. He nodded and handed over the reins. Yu Ji asked, "Uncle, where is your father?" As soon as she finished speaking, a figure suddenly ran down the corridor. "It's Li Yan. Big sister you. You're finally here." Yu Ji smiled and walked over. Wei Qi turned to get something from the carriage and followed behind her. Li Yan was wearing a bright hibiscus-colored dress, very eye-catching. After greeting Yu Ji warmly, she took a step back and shook her head. "Big sister, why are you dressed so plain? Doesn't your brother-in-law buy you pretty clothes? And these accessories are too simple."
Wanky.
Yu Ji quickly said, "I don't like to wear fancy clothes. They are too showy." Li Yan smiled and said, "That's okay. I prepared a gift for you."
Come and see.
Yu Ji happily agreed, but suddenly Li Yan's gaze fell on the birdcage in Wei Qi's hand, and her eyes widened. "Brother Wei, did you really bring me a parrot?" Wei Qi, "Of course. Since I promised you, I will keep my word, and I'm not stingy." Li Yan, still a child at heart, didn't understand the last part, but Yu Ji understood. She looked at Wei Qi with a helpless expression, and Wei Qi looked back at her. Li Yan happily took the cage and almost jumped with joy. "It's so beautiful. I want to show it to my father." Li Yuanzhou also knew early on that they were coming and had prepared food and drinks. But it wasn't time to eat yet. Li Yuanzhou was still receiving them in the yard and set out tea and snacks.
"Dad.
Look at these two parrots." Li Yan ran back into the yard excitedly. holding up the cage. Li Yuanzhou glanced and smiled. Did you thank them properly? Li Yan. Of course I did. Right, brother-in-law? Wei Qi and Yuji both came over. Yes. Wei Qi smiled openly and also bowed to Li Yuanzhou. Uncle, Happy New Year. Li Yuanzhou nodded and smiled. Sit down. We will stay for a meal today. The Wei family's New Year gifts were many, and Li Yuanzhou would not forget his manners. After everyone sat down at the tea table, Li Yuanzhou looked at the inkstone and Yuji. The inkstone seems a bit tall, and your complexion looks good too. Yu Inkstone immediately smiled and said, Yes, it is a bit tall.
Li Yuanzhou nodded.
That's good. He then looked at Wei Qi. Your leg is fully healed now? Yes, it's completely better. I can run and jump without any problem now.
Li Yuanzhou shuklat.
I heard you killed 3 bandits alone. That's quite impressive. Li Yuanzhou was not an ordinary person. He probably knew everything happening in nearby villages. Hearing this, Wei Qi understood. Nothing escapes your notice. Li Yuanzhou said, In times like these, I gather some information. Today, I wanted to ask you about the details. Feel free to ask. Li Yuanzhou's gaze suddenly shifted to the chessboard. Want to play a game? We can chat while playing.
Wei Qi laughed loudly.
Sure. They had agreed earlier that day to play chess, so they were eager to start. Yuji and Li Yan quietly sat aside, not disturbing them. Yuji was okay with watching. He could understand the game. But Li Yan lacked patience and had just received a parrot. She was eager to play with it and pulled Yuji and the inkstone to go join her. Seeing that the game between the two wouldn't end soon, Yuji decided to follow Li Yan. They went to Li's backyard garden for a walk. Although it was spring, the weather was still cold, and the garden had no flowers yet. When they looked up, Yuji suddenly saw a patch of flowers. Peonies? Li Yan turned her head and smiled. Indeed, Sister Yu, I recognized it at first glance. It's peonies. Can you tell what variety it is? Yuji hesitated but answered confidently, Yao Huang? That patch is Dao Jin. Impressive. Sister Yu truly loves peonies the most. She was momentarily stunned. But it's just a preference, not really the best. Li Yan stuck out her tongue. Did brother-in-law give you peonies? Yuji shook her head. He doesn't know about this. Why not? There's no particular reason. Yuji remembered how Wei Qi used to pick wildflowers for her every day at the beginning. Yen, people's preferences can change sometimes. Take these peonies, for example. They need careful care from artisans and detailed cultivation in the garden. But mountain peach blossoms are just as beautiful, swaying in the wind and under the sun. Each has its own charm. Li Yan was still young and didn't understand these reasons. As long as you like what you do. Dad also said the same. Yuji smiled and said, Yes, also Yan promised me something. I don't like wearing red clothes or jewelry right now. If it weren't for the new year, I wouldn't even wear these earrings. In the future.
Don't tease your brother-in-law.
Li Yan smiled and said, You know I did it on purpose to tease him?
Yes.
That's good. I'm afraid brother-in-law will get angry. I was just joking. But those earrings look nice. Did he give them to you? Yuji nodded and smiled. I like them very much. Li Yan said they are nice. He has good taste. Yuji pursed her lips but didn't speak, smiling instead. Over there, 2 grown men were deeply engaged in their game. Li Yuanzhou's chess skills were clearly not as good as last time. It seems he was just starting to learn chess then. In just a short while, he had made Wei Qi sweat. Li Yuanzhou remained calm and occasionally stroked his long beard. Wei Qi looked at the chessboard for a long time, then suddenly chuckled and said, I give up. Uncle, you're amazing.
Li Yuanzhou laugaludli.
You're still young. Your chess skills are already quite good. Also, I've been asking about your recent efforts to fight bandits. You managed to win this game. Not bad at all. Yuji and Li Yan also came back and smiled when they saw this scene. Li Yan said, Dad is showing off again. Brother-in-law has been busy fighting enemies lately, and you've been at home studying chess, so of course you're good. Li Yuanzhou shook his head, not bothering to reply. Wei Qi hurriedly said, Uncle, you think ahead. Sometimes I can only see a few moves ahead. I'm far from your level. Being able to see a few moves is good. The most important thing in chess is thinking about the whole board, Li Yuanzhou said seriously.
You're right, uncle?
Do you want to learn Go? Li Yuanzhou suddenly asked. Wei Qi was surprised. Li Yuanzhou said, I have 3 books on chess and a set of Go. Take them home and study. Next time we meet, let's have a Go match. Yu Ji immediately gave Wei Qi a look. What are you hesitating for? Many people want to learn from Li Yuanzhou, but never get the chance. Wei Qi, knowing it was a good opportunity, immediately smiled and accepted. Thank you, uncle. I will study hard.
Li Yuanzhou nodded.
Master, dinner is ready, a maid came to report. Li Yuanzhou nodded. Let's go. I'll ask you more about the bandit fight at the table. They ate dinner at the Li family until dusk. When they left, Wei Qi had a couple of drinks. It was the new year and Li Yuanzhou had invited him, so he didn't usually drink. However, this also shows that Li Yuanzhou is now a bit closer to him and even gave him a chessboard and chess notes. Chao Dashi was driving the cart, and the 3 of them sat inside. Wei Qi was flipping through the chess notes and asked, Is it hard to learn Go? Yantai smiled and said, I think it's difficult, but my older sister doesn't think so. She likes it. Wei Qi looked at Yu Ji, who seemed a little uncomfortable and said, I just studied it when I was bored. Wei Qi smiled and said, I'll ask you about it when I get home. Yu Ji lowered his eyes, feeling that there was something strange about the man's gaze. Chao Dashi knew that Wei Yuan was in the county town, so he drove the carriage over shortly after. Wei Qi jumped down. Chun and was waiting there and stepped forward, saying, 3rd young master, 2nd young master, and the 2nd young mistress went out. They will be back soon. The north room is ready for you.
Just go in and rest.
Wei Qi patted his shoulder and said, Thanks, brother. Chunin smiled and said, Yantai is in the west room. Yantai sincerely thanked him. Chao Dashi went to tie up the horse, and Wei Qi and Yu Ji entered the north room. As soon as they entered, Yu Ji was suddenly scooped up by Wei Qi and pressed against the doorframe. What are you doing? Yu Ji exclaimed. Wei Qi didn't use much force and supported her back with his big palm, worried she might bump into something. But the man seemed a little upset and leaned in to nibble on Yu Ji's ear. Yu Ji really couldn't understand why he liked doing this and glared at him. Wei Qi still had a faint smell of alcohol, and his tone was a bit deep. Today Uncle Li told me some things about your past. Miss Li said something similar. Are you feeling very wronged? Yu Ji was stunned for a moment, not expecting him to be concerned about this. What did Uncle Li say to you? That's not something you need to worry about, Wei Qi said, burying his face in her neck, sounding a bit muffled. Yu Ji sighed and said, Yan Yan also told me later that she was joking. That's just her personality. You really shouldn't take it to heart. Wei Qi released her and said, Of course I wouldn't. It's just, I'm a little curious about your past. Yu Ji looked down and said, There's nothing to be curious about. It's all in the past. Wei Qi looked at her deeply. Yu Ji saw that he seemed unwilling to give up and sighed. The world is in chaos. Does it matter if the noble lady is upset? Wei Qi said, Although that's what you say. Last time I didn't even know your childhood nickname, and now I don't even know you like red. I thought you always kept things simple. He remembered seeing Yu Ji in red at the wedding, a scene he would never forget in his life. Yu Ji said, I really don't like it now. I was young then, and I liked light pink and blue. This is the truth. Young girls change their preferences every day. At 13, she liked one thing. By 15, she would have changed her mind.
All right, stop worrying about that.
What's wrong today? You change after drinking alcohol. She knew Wei Qi well and believed he wouldn't belittle himself over such matters. Wei Qi smiled and said, I just had a few more drinks. I also talked with Uncle Li about future plans and I learned a lot. Did he say anything else? Yu Ji was more interested in this than herself. He mentioned that with so many refugees coming into the city, the government might not be able to handle it all. There could be riots. Riots can be suppressed, but the bigger concern is unfair distribution by the officials, which might lead some refugees to band together with bandits. Last time, the bandits from Ning'an County also considered such ideas. Bandits also need more people. Yu Ji was silent. Did he say what to do about it? Wei Qi shook his head. Uncle Lee is probably just watching and waiting.
Yuji nodded softly.
Outside, footsteps approached. Wei Yuan had returned. Yuji suddenly realized she was still being held, so she gently tapped his shoulder. Second brother, and the others are back. Let me down. Wei Qi grinned and let her go. I'll go out with second brother later to meet someone and grab a meal. Fishy, you rest first. Yuji widened her eyes.
What?
Why didn't you say so earlier? Wei Qi pinched her little nose. I forgot. We're meeting a military officer. I don't know him well, but I'll tell you when I return. Second sister-in-law will stay with you. Yuji was silent for a moment and then nodded. Wei Yuan's footsteps grew closer and Wei Qi left. Since Wei Qi had plans for the evening, Yuji decided to rest first. She carefully looked around the northern room, which was quite tidy, and everything she needed was there, probably prepared by second sister-in-law. She found the bathroom and saw that the water was already ready. Outside, Wei Yuan and Wei Qi had probably made arrangements. Wei Qi approached the window to say goodbye. Fishy, I'm leaving now. Yuji quickly responded through the wall. Go ahead. Wei Qi then turned and left with Wei Yuan. Not long after, Yan Tai and Lu Shi arrived. It's just the three of us now. Want to have some noodles tonight? Lu Shi asked with a smile. Yuji quickly said just something simple is fine. Lu Shi nodded.
All right.
But it's still early. Let's chat for a bit. Yuji happily agreed. Yan Tai was still reading, while the two sisters-in-law sat by the table sewing. Yuji just went out, so she naturally didn't bring her embroidery basket. Seeing that Lu Shi had some extras, she asked for one. Lu Shi was surprised to see her take out a small pouch from her sleeve. Is this for your third brother? Yuji paused but didn't deny it. It had been embroidered for some time and was almost finished. She didn't originally want to bring it, but she was used to keeping it in her sleeve pocket. Now was a good time. Lu Shi couldn't help but lean in to look and said with a smile, the color suits third brother. Yuji chose a purple thread for Wei Qi, which symbolizes good fortune. She embroidered a cloud pattern on it, simple and plain, with a small character Qi in the corner, not very noticeable. Yuji smiled and said, my embroidery skills are average, so I made it casually. Lu Shi exclaimed, if yours are average, then we really shouldn't do this. Yuji just smiled silently, lowering her eyes to sew. Lu Shi looked at her and couldn't help but feel admiration. Her third sister-in-law's personality was truly good, giving a very comfortable feeling just by looking at her. The two sisters-in-law enjoyed peaceful days at home. Wei Yuan took Wei Qi directly to a restaurant in the county town. The Chongqing army was holding a banquet there. General Wei has arrived. A group of rough soldiers, already drinking and getting red-faced and loud. Wei Qi was surprised. Second brother, why did you bring me here? Wei Yuan greeted his brothers while quietly telling Wei Qi, follow me. The restaurant wasn't very big, but had 2 floors. The soldiers on the lower floor were drinking heavily, while the upper floor looked better. Several officers sat together, and in the middle, 2 women were dancing. Wei Qi was a bit stunned when he suddenly heard a chubby officer speak. General Wei, is this your third brother, who fought 3 against 1 last time? Wei Yuan smiled and said, yes, that's him. Third brother, this is Wang Qianhu. Wei Qi cupped his hands.
Wei
Qi knew how important Qianhu was. Usually, a captain of 100 soldiers is above a standard soldier, and above that is a Qianhu, which means he was Wei Yuan's superior officer. This man's surname was Wang, with a single character Su as his given name. Wei Qi was surprised that this Qianhu was a chubby, big-eared man, but he didn't show it. Brother Wei Qi, it's the new year. Come sit and have some wine. We've all heard about your situation. The county office also found a good talent. Do you practice martial arts? Wei Yuan signaled for him to sit, and Wei Qi nodded. I've been figuring it out myself, just learning randomly. But I have strength, Wei Qi said. That's good. With your build, you'd make a good soldier under me. Wei Qi finally understood that today was a banquet hosted by the Longxing army. He wasn't sure if Captain Wang wanted to approach him first, or if his second brother was mainly bringing him along to make connections. Since he was there, he decided to relax and just enjoy the drinks. Wei Qi drank 2 bowls of wine, feeling hungry, so he cut some meat in front of him and ate. Then he noticed that the event wasn't just about drinking and eating. 2 women were dancing in front of him and his second brother, twisting like snakes. No, to be precise, they were dancing in front of him and his second brother. One woman almost pressed herself against Wei Yuan, looking at him affectionately, which made the 2 officers across from them blush. Wei Qi couldn't stand seeing someone dance in front of him, so he said, "Go to the side. You're blocking me." The woman in front of Wei Qi was startled. Her hand paused midair as she was about to pour him more wine. Wei Qi was straightforward. "You're blocking me.
Step back."
The woman didn't expect Wei Qi to treat her like that. She thought she was pretty and usually favored by these officers. Today, she was told by Captain Wang to entertain the guests well, and she had noticed Wei Qi as soon as he entered. Although he was just a servant, his handsome and noble appearance caught her eye. She was happy and thought he might become her companion for the night, but she didn't realize he lacked sense of humor. She felt embarrassed and looked at Wang Su with a pout. Wang Su was also surprised, chuckling awkwardly. Brother Wei Qi doesn't like beautiful women? Wei Yuan also had a woman with him. He didn't dismiss her as Wei Qi did, but he was cold. The woman, sensing her interest was gone, changed to someone else to flirt. Wei Qi was relaxed, raising his hand. "Fear of the wife, please understand, sir." Everyone at the table was stunned, then burst into laughter. Brother Wei Qi, a man's ambition is to travel the world. Why are you trapped by a wife at home? Is your wife too fierce? Wei Qi kept a straight face and didn't respond to the teasing. After a few jokes, everyone found it boring and changed the subject. Wang Su paid no mind either. Since he was just trying to flatter, and if Wei Qi didn't respond, he wouldn't bother. He looked coldly at Wei Qi and then said to Wei Yuan, "Brother Wei Yuan, you've worked hard in Ning'an County fighting bandits. Have a few more drinks." Wei Yuan smiled lightly and raised his cup in thanks. "I heard that Gao Qianshi also took some time to visit Ning'an County. Did you chat with him?" Wei Yuan's eyes darkened, and he nodded. "Yes." "What did he say?" Wei Yuan replied, "It was about the bandit suppression again." Gao Qianshi outlined the battle plan. Wang Su looked suspicious and eyed him several times. The rest of the conversation had nothing to do with Wei Qi, probably because he refused Wang Qianhu. He was seen as not showing enough respect, and no one at the banquet spoke to him afterward. But Wei Qi didn't care. He was just more confused about what his second brother brought him here for. Finally, the banquet ended. When they left, Wei Yuan was already a bit drunk and unsteady. Chao Dashi drove the carriage, and they hurriedly helped Wei Yuan onto the cart. Wei Qi looked at him coldly. "You're in the army regularly, and when you have no tasks, you're so social?" Wei Yuan looked at his brother and suddenly sighed. "Third brother, sometimes I envy you. Stop talking about useless things. What exactly do you want to do today?" Wei Yuan smiled. "That Wang Su, I don't get along with him." Wei Qi was surprised. "I didn't notice. Since you're not in the army, you wouldn't see it. He's afraid of me. Earlier, when I sent you to the county office, he found out and marked me. Last time, you single-handedly killed 3 refugees, and he said he wanted to meet you. So today, I brought you here." Wei Qi frowned. "Why didn't you say this earlier?" Wei Yuan said, "I did, but you probably wouldn't agree. You're quite hostile toward him, so there's no need. It's not the right time to confront him directly. What does he want to see me for? Is he afraid of you and just wants to see if I'm a pushover? More or less. I was a bit worried at first, but you..." Wei Yuan chuckled. "If he's flattering you and you don't take the bait, he'll be upset. But if you say you're afraid of your wife..." Wei Yuan laughed out loud as he said this. Wei Qi frowned. "What do you mean?" "I just happened to hit the mark, making these people think I'm a coward." Wei Yuan patted his shoulder. "You can interpret it that way." Wei Qi snorted. "I don't care what they think of me." Wei Yuan sighed. "That's good. That way, when I send you to the army, Wang Su probably won't mind too much." Third brother, life in the army isn't easy, so I want to get you in there. We brothers can look out for each other. Wei Qi was silent. He wasn't afraid of going to war. He just didn't want to rely on his third brother for everything. Also, today he saw that even a small officer like a Qianhu could be so arrogant, abusing his power for drunkenness, and Wei Qi looked down on that. Wei Yuan could tell what he was thinking just from his expression. He sighed, "You have your own path. I won't force you, but Wang Su and I will definitely be at odds in the future." Wei Qi suddenly asked, who was the Gao Qianshi he mentioned? Commander Wei Qianshi, an officer close to the commanding officer, someone Wang Su has been eager to flatter. He values you a lot, right? Wei Yuan was surprised. You can see that? Wei Qi scoffed. I'm not just about eating and drinking. Wei Yuan smiled. That's right. Gao Qianshi is a good person, and Wang Su is quite wary of him. Wei Qi thought for a moment and said, I'm not part of your Chongsheng army, so I don't understand all these twists and turns. Anyway, second brother, you handle it yourself.
Just tell me if you need me.
Wei Yuan nodded. Brothers are better. Seeing Wei Yuan getting closer, Wei Qi suddenly moved back slightly. Even brothers have boundaries. You smell too much of powder and perfume. Don't get it on me. Wei Yuan was momentarily stunned, and also wanted to give his younger brother a gentle punch. When the carriage returned to Wei Yuan's small courtyard in the county, it was already dark. Lu Shi immediately heard the noise and said, They're back. Yu Ji was a bit surprised, seeing Lu Shi already getting off the bed and putting on shoes. They must be hungry. I'll cook some noodles. Yu Ji smiled. Second sister-in-law is so thoughtful. Lu Shi smiled and went out to greet them. Yu Ji also packed up her sewing and followed behind. Wei Qi supported Wei Yuan, who was clearly quite drunk. Lu Shi was stunned. Why did he drink so much? Wei Qi said, that Qian who insisted on forcing second brother to drink. Lu Shi frowned and took over Wei Qi's place. Wei Qi saw Yu Ji and strode forward. Yu Ji instinctively wrinkled her nose and Wei Qi laughed. I haven't drunk much. I'm going to take a bath first. Yu Ji nodded softly. Lu Shi helped Wei Yuan back to his room first. Before long, Wei Qi finished his bath and changed into clean clothes. No more wine smell. Fish? Yu Ji shook her head. What's the situation tonight? I'll go get a bowl of noodles first and tell you slowly later. Have you eaten? Yes, I have. Wei Qi grinned and turned to fetch a big bowl of noodles from the kitchen, then sat in the room eating and told Yu Ji about tonight's events. Qianhu? Yu Ji asked softly. Yes, he doesn't seem like a good person. Fat and big-eared. Yu Ji said, according to our rules, anyone above 100-man leader should be elite. Someone like him can be a Qianhu? He must have someone backing him. Wei Qi hesitated. I don't know about that. Yu Ji said nothing more. Wei Qi looked at her several times and couldn't help but say, Yu, I haven't been hanging out with those people, especially today, when there were 2 singers. I told someone to send them away immediately. Yu Ji was surprised. Singers? Yes, their makeup looked like that of ghosts, but I didn't look closely. Yu Ji found it funny. You didn't look, so how do you know how their makeup was?
Wanky.
Wei Qi's chopsticks paused, and he looked a little guilty at his wife. I didn't look directly. It's just that she kept waving in front of me. Yu Ji smiled. So, I should praise you? Wei Qi had finished eating and immediately put down his chopsticks to sit in front of Yu Ji. Of course not. Yu Ji's lips curled up slightly. All right, you clean up the dishes and utensils. Open the window to let in some fresh air. I don't mind if you don't need to explain. Not minding is your generosity, but if there's something to explain, you should say it, Wei Qi replied. Yu Ji agreed with this point. It was the same with her father and mother back then. Are you sewing? Wei Qi suddenly asked. Yu Ji was surprised, noticing a piece of thread on the table. You're quite sharp-eyed. What are you embroidering? Let me see. Yu Ji hesitated. It's nothing. You should go clean up the dishes. The smell is strong. Wei Qi found it a bit strange, but still went along with his wife. Yu Ji let out a breath, took out the small bag, and looked at it again. It was already finished, but for some reason she felt a bit shy. This was her first time making a red work piece for Wei Qi, and she was a little nervous. Wei Qi quickly tidied up, then brushed his teeth before returning to his room. Yu Ji had already rested. Probably because she was sleeping outside, she clearly had trouble falling asleep. Wei Qi noticed and, after getting into bed, hugged her from behind. Do you recognize the bed? Yu Ji didn't turn over, lying on her side in his arms. A little. It's okay, I'm here. Wei Qi's presence did make Yu Ji feel a bit more at ease. She closed her eyes but still didn't feel sleepy. After thinking for a moment, she said, in the afternoon, I did some embroidery with second sister-in-law. I made a small bag for you, placed under your pillow. Keep it or not, it's up to you. The man behind her stiffened noticeably. He reached out quickly and took the thing out from under the pillow. The room had already turned off the light, but Wei Qi suddenly sat up and relit the lamp. He leaned close to the oil lamp and looked carefully, examining it again and again. Such beautiful fabric, the clouds on it, and that tiny Qi character. There's no way it was made casually in the afternoon. Wei Qi suddenly smiled and carefully put away the pouch. Then he blew out the oil lamp and lay back down, holding the person in his arms. He didn't speak, just in the darkness, gently touched Yu Ji's face a few times. Yu Ji was startled, her cheeks feeling hot. She blushed and said, let's sleep soon. Wei Qi took a deep breath, not moving away at all, but knowing they were outside, he thought Fish wouldn't relax. He didn't make any further move, just held her and kissed her. After a while, he suddenly laughed foolishly, as if he remembered something. The next morning, Wei Yuanjiu woke up. Wei Qi took Yu Ji outside. Second brother, second sister-in-law, we're leaving today. When will second brother come back? Wei Yuan nodded. If all goes well, tonight, or at the latest tomorrow. Wei Qi agreed. That morning, they still ate noodles cooked by Lu Shi. After eating, Wei Qi left. Before leaving, he spoke to Wei Yuan. Try to go to fewer social events and spend more time with second sister-in-law. Wei Yuan was surprised and smiled. Got it, you little rascal. Wei Qi nodded, then turned to get into the car. Chao Dashishi drove the carriage smoothly toward Hualing village. Wei Qi asked, do you still need to buy anything in the county? Yu Ji shook her head gently. We bought a lot before the new year. We don't need anything. Let's go back. Okay. Yu Ji's gaze fell on Wei Qi's waist. She immediately saw the pouch she had given him, hanging clearly on his waist, very eye-catching. Yu Ji pursed her lips and looked away. The carriage ride back from the county to Hualing village took about 3 hours. Yu Ji usually slept a little during the trip. Wei Qi didn't disturb her. Traveling was indeed tiring. He and Chao Dashishi took turns driving, paying close attention to everything around them. At first, everything was peaceful, but when they reached the dense hilly area outside the county, Wei Qi slowed down the carriage a bit. Third young master, did you see something? Wei Qi squinted and looked at the forest ahead. He jutted his chin, signaling Chao Dashishi to look. Chao Dashishi examined carefully and saw 2 or 3 figures. His heart skipped a beat. Third young master's eyes were sharp. Don't make noise and scare the snakes. They might just be refugees, Wei Qi whispered. Keep going as if nothing's wrong. You stay steady, I'll speed up. Okay. Chao Dashishi's hand also went to his waist, where a sharp dagger was. Fish, Wei Qi called back, and Yu Ji immediately woke up. Hold on tight. Yu Ji hadn't fully reacted when Wei Qi suddenly raised his whip and struck. Liao Yuan let out a sharp neigh and dashed forward at full speed. Suddenly, 4 or 5 men jumped out of the bushes, led by one who gritted his teeth and said, Your eyes are sharp. Brothers, chase them. As soon as he finished speaking, several men threw large stones toward the middle of the road. It was clear they had planned to block the carriage. Liao Yuan let out a neigh, lifted his front hoof, and the carriage had to stop abruptly. Yu Ji was not seated steadily inside and fell backward, but luckily, Yantai quickly caught his sister. Wei Qi's eyes flashed with anger as he suddenly lifted the carriage board and drew a long knife from underneath. The men across the way realized this was not just ordinary villagers. When they saw Wei Qi's fierce gaze, they felt a bit intimidated. But in a fight, the brave win. By now, The leader of the group spat and said, "What are you afraid of? They're just two men. Brothers, we have more people. Let's attack. I saw a girl in their carriage and this horse. Don't you want them?" The surrounding men immediately became excited and rushed forward with their weapons. Inside the carriage, Yuji realized they were being robbed. He was next to his brother, clutching the armrest tightly, too nervous to make a sound. Weichi was furious and annoyed that he had nowhere to vent his anger. He didn't bother arguing and jumped out of the carriage to fight. At that moment, only the sounds of swords clashing could be heard outside. Ordinary people don't have iron weapons. Weichi was a constable, Chao Dashi was in the army, but the other side also had weapons, so they were definitely not ordinary people. The men saw Weichi was tall and strong, guessed he was powerful, but didn't expect him to be so skilled. He fought 4 or 5 men alone, and kept his ground. Even the crippled man, who was disabled, moved quickly and had a sharp dagger that had already taken down one of the men. Some of these thugs only had sticks and dared not advance. The more timid ones already wanted to run away. These weren't ordinary people, they were deadly opponents. The leader, at the front, also gritted his teeth in regret. He had encountered a tough opponent. Weichi showed no mercy. With a scream, he cut off a man's hand, blood spurting everywhere. The leader of the bandits gritted his teeth and said, "Brothers, we made a mistake. Let's stop. I'll let you go, and we won't bother each other." Weichi's eyes turned red. "You think I'm a 3-year-old? You want my stuff and think you can walk away unscathed? Dream on." After speaking, he lifted his leg and kicked the person to the ground. Then he swung his sword and struck again. The person immediately lost their life. A few people nearby were stunned and quickly knelt down, begging, "Sir, spare me. Please. I was wrong to not recognize your greatness. Please forgive me." Yuji heard no more sounds outside, so she slowly lifted the curtain of the carriage. Weichi suddenly turned around, trying to block her view. "It's okay now, Yuji's face turned pale.
They.
Chao Dashishi understood Weichi's look and quickly dealt with the bodies of those people. Yuji looked away. "Are you hurt?" As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a tightness in her throat. She had already seen that the man's arm was cut by someone. Weichi turned aside, not wanting her to see. "It's nothing, just a scratch." Blood was visible. Yuji's face turned white. She took out a cloth from her sleeve. "I'll bandage you briefly first, and we'll treat it properly at home." Weichi hesitated. Yuji's voice became cold. "Listen to me." Weichi grinned.
"All right.
"I'll listen to you, of course." Chao Dashishi went to deal with the bodies, at least dragging them to the nearby woods. The rest of them wouldn't interfere. But just as Chao Dashishi entered the forest, he suddenly heard crying. He immediately squinted and looked over. Yuji helped Weichi with a simple bandage. She looked at his wound, and Weichi kept his gaze lowered on her. He was about to speak when Chao Dashishi's voice suddenly came over. "Third Master." Weichi immediately looked up, and Yuji also looked over in surprise. "Third Master. That group of people isn't simple. They seem to have kidnapped some families. And there are a few alive." Weichi was stunned and jumped down from the carriage. In the woods, several women were crying and clutching their heads. Most of them were, and some had clearly been insulted by the bandits, their clothes in disarray. Yuji also came over, her face pale. Weichi frowned and, along with Chao Dashishi, went forward to untie the ropes. The people, once freed, knelt down and bowed. "Thank you, hero. Thank you. What's going on?"
Who are you?
Weichi asked. One brave woman sobbed and said, We were captured by the Black Wind village. During the bandit suppression, we were kidnapped by a group of refugees."
Weichi frowned.
"Are you from Ningen County?" "Yes, sir. I am, and we are also from Suejo."
Suejo?
Yuji was surprised and asked, "So far away, how could you?" "There was trouble in Suejo. Many people are fleeing," someone explained. Yuji gasped, realizing Suejo was also in chaos. Weichi thought for a moment and asked, "Were those the people who just caught you?" "No, they wanted to take us to someone, but we don't know who."
They have more people nearby.
Chao Dashu was anxious and said, "Third master." Wei Qi understood he hadn't finished and said seriously, "Today we met again. If you can run, do it now. Go wherever you want, but don't follow us." The women immediately bowed to thank him. A few didn't hesitate and ran toward the town, heading into the woods to meet the men, knowing that staying with them was dangerous, but going to crowded places might save their lives. There were about 5 or 6 women, mostly around 30 years old, some younger, trembling and huddled in corners, scared and trembling. Yuji looked at them, feeling a strange ache in her chest. Chao Dashu went over, trying to warn 2 of them to run quickly. Suddenly, Yantai tugged at Yuji's sleeve and pointed, "Sister,
Look at that.
Yuji had already seen it and started to tremble. She opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Wei Qi looked where she was pointing. Yu was staring at a girl in her teens. The girl had just been caught and was very scared, crying all the time. "Zhan Chun?" Yuji called out uncertainly, her lips trembling. The girl also trembled and looked up shyly. Behind a few big trees, the girl rubbed her tear-streaked eyes and squinted, looking again and again. "Mississippi?" Her voice was full of shock and uncertainty, as if she doubted she was awake. Yuji staggered a few steps and was caught by Wei Qi, who held her steady. He looked at Yantai, with confusion. Yantai quickly explained, "That's my sister's former maid." Wei Qi and Chao Dashi were both stunned. Yuji ran forward and threw herself into the girl's arms. "Zhan Chun, is that really you?" Zhan Chun saw her clearly now and burst into tears, crying loudly, "Miss, it's me. I am Zhan Chun." Yuji also started crying, overwhelmed. "What's going on? Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be at Uncle Chen's house?" Zhan Chun cried sadly, "Miss, something happened to the Chen family too. Everything is broken. We were scattered, and I ran away on the way." Yuji was shocked. How could the Chen family also be in trouble? Wei Qi has figured out the situation and came over. "You, should we take your family members with us? It's not safe to stay here for long." Zhan Chun looked up, startled by Wei Qi's tall figure and serious face, trembling again. Yuji helped her up and Yantai immediately came over. "Let's go. We'll talk on the carriage." Zhan Chun saw Yantai and was surprised. "Young master? Mississippi, you all are here. That's wonderful, really wonderful." Yuji felt worried seeing her still caring about him. "Let's go." There's a lot to say. When Yuji helped her, he noticed she was covered in whip marks and felt very sad. Wei Qi helped them onto the carriage. The other women had already run away and disappeared. Chao Dashishi said, "Third young master, if those people have helpers, they might hold a grudge against us." Wei Qi looked down, understanding this logic naturally. These women are innocent. We don't interfere, but we also can't block their chance to survive. It's up to their own fate. If they get caught again, it's their bad luck, and it's also ours. If they want revenge, I'm not afraid. But I think they'll go to seek help from important people and won't waste time. Chao Dashishi hurriedly asked, "Black Wind Village?" It doesn't seem like it. Didn't that woman just say these refugees were taken from Black Wind Village? There might be another bandit hideout.
Cao Dasisi Gapet in shock.
This is so chaotic. Wei Qi looked at the surrounding mountains and ridges, not surprised at all. "Let's go back quickly. I need to talk to the village head about this. More and more people are trying to take control of the mountain peaks and dominate. Their Hualing village has a good location and they might be targeted at any time." Inside the carriage, Yuji checked Zhan Chun's injuries. She was once a servant of the Yu family. There were 4 of them: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Zhan Chun was a bit older, about 15 this year. She had just cried from shock and fear but was now calmer, her eyes full of curiosity. "Miss, this is Suzhou. How come you're here?" Zhan Chun's appearance made Yuji think of many past events. After the Yu family was overthrown, their servants were supposed to be sent to the frontier as slaves. But Yu's father was kind and arranged for some loyal servants to be settled elsewhere early on, including a few close to Yuji. Some others were dismissed locally and had to fend for themselves. Zhang Chun was among those the Yu family had helped settle. Unexpectedly, there was trouble in Suzhou too. Yuji lowered her eyes and said, "I'm lucky I didn't go to the northern frontier. I came out with the inkstone." Zhang Chun suddenly burst into tears and said, "Miss, that's wonderful. Really wonderful." Neither the master nor the servant expected to meet again, and now they were full of emotion. The inkstone was also watching with tears in her eyes. Both of them had many things to say. Wei Qi was sitting outside in the carriage. The ride was quick. Although he cared about Yu Ji, he didn't disturb the two inside the carriage. Only when the carriage returned to Hualing village and stopped at Wei's small courtyard did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. "You're back?" The village was still peaceful. Wei's mother came out to greet them. When she saw Wei Qi, she paused in surprise. "What happened? Why are you hurt?" "I met some refugees on the road," Wei Qi said casually. Wei's mother was shocked. "How many?" "About 5 or 6. They all died." Old Wei also came out and was surprised when he heard this. At this moment, Yu Ji, Zhang Chun, and the inkstone came down from the carriage. Yu Ji was about to speak, but Wei Qi spoke first. "Yu Yu's former maid. She was just saved. It's fate." The Wei family members widened their eyes. Zhang Chun hurriedly bowed, but she didn't know how to address them. She looked at Yu Ji, who introduced her. "This is my mother-in-law and father-in-law." "Madam, sir." Wei's mother quickly said, "Oh, forget about madam and sir. Call me auntie. You look about the same age as my daughter. Come inside." Yu Ji gratefully looked at them and led Zhang Chun into the house. Zhang Chun had injuries that needed treatment, so Yu Ji took her directly to the bathhouse.
Wei Qi hesitated.
"Yu, I'll go get hot water." "Thank you." Zhang Chun had already learned on the carriage that her young lady was married. She was very emotional. "Miss, the Wei family. Just focus on resting and healing. I'll tell you everything later," Yu Ji said. Zhang Chun nodded. After Wei Qi brought the hot water, he also went to the courtyard. Wei's mother asked, "Is she Xiaoyu's maid?"
"Yes."
"I think she's a poor girl. What will happen to her after that?" "Let her stay. There are spare rooms at home. I think she and Yu are quite close. In troubled times, what can a girl do?" Wei's mother said, "That's true. Have you discussed this with your wife?" "Not yet, but it will definitely be settled this way." Wei's mother thought for a moment and said, "The world is getting more chaotic." Today, village head Nyo came again. He said Qingye village also wants to learn martial arts with us. "We'll wait until you and your second brother come back to discuss this." Wei Qi heard this and thought for a moment, then said, "I also want to go find the village chief to talk about this matter." Unexpectedly, on the way back today, they encountered some wandering people, which means the area isn't safe anymore. This is a big issue, and we should start planning early. Inside the bathhouse, Zhang Chun saw Yu Ji wanting to personally bandage her wound and became anxious, her eyes turning red. "Miss, you can't do this yourself. Let me do it." "At this point, you still want to talk about these formalities? I'm no longer really a miss." Zhang Chun's eyes reddened. "In my heart, you will always be Mississippi." Yu Ji paused and said, "Zhang Chun, from now on here, don't call yourself a servant. Just call me by my name. The servant is used to calling you Mississippi. I can't change that. Then do as you like, but don't call yourself a servant anymore." "Okay." Yu Ji thought for a moment and continued, "The man you saw during the day is my husband, Wei Qi, just now my mother-in-law and father-in-law. You should call them Auntie and Uncle Wei, along with the inkstone." Zhang Chun blushed and nodded. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door outside, startling Zhang Chun. Yu Ji knew Wei Qi had returned. "Wait a moment." After ensuring her wound was properly dressed, Yu Ji went to open the door for Wei Qi. He had been patiently waiting. He looked into the room, and Zhang Chun immediately stood up nervously and bowed to him. "Third young master." Wei Qi was a bit surprised, probably because she was following Chao Dashi. He looked at Yu Ji, who lowered her gaze. Wei Qi smiled and said, "From now on, just treat us like family. We don't need so many rules." Zhang Chun relaxed and said, "Thank you, third young master."
"Yu Ji, go rest now."
Remember to apply the medicine again tomorrow morning. Thank you, Mississippi servant. I will remember. Yu Ji smiled at her. After Zhan Chun left, Yu Ji looked at Wei Qi, her eyes suddenly turning red. Thank you. Wei Qi was a bit surprised and immediately lowered his head to wipe her tears. It's nothing. Why are you so polite to me? Don't worry, my parents and I have already agreed. There's a room next to the Inkstone, just let her stay there. It's just sharing a pair of chopsticks. Our family isn't poor, and besides, if she's here, she can take care of you too. The more Wei Qi spoke, the more upset Yu Ji became. She finally choked up and started to sob. Wei Qi hurriedly comforted her again. After the couple lay down, Yu Ji took the initiative to talk about many things from the past. Wei Qi was surprised. So you had 4 maids. What about the other 3? Yu Ji, Zhan Chun has been sent to the Qin family in Suizhou. Since she has no close relatives, Qi Xia has returned to her hometown and Ban Xiao and Qing Shui. One was taken away by her family and is unknown where she is, and the other is close to the guards in the residence. My father arranged some money and sent her off early. Wei Qi didn't ask further to avoid upsetting her. After Yu Ji finished speaking, she turned over and said, I never thought Zhan Chun would come back. I feel a bit emotional. Wei Qi reached out and held her in his arms, patting her back gently. This is good news. Maybe your family will reunite gradually. Yu Ji opened her eyes slightly, unsure how to respond to Wei Qi's words. Half a year ago, she would have dismissed it because it seemed impossible. But now, Zhan Chun's return feels like a small opening. Disasters, rebellions by the Prince of In, and chaos among refugees. Does the Yu family really have no chance to turn things around? Let's not talk about this. I want to check your injury. Yu Ji immediately sat up, almost forgetting about this matter. Wei Qi said it's fine. Mother already dressed my wound and applied medicine. Yu Ji paused, feeling a bit guilty as she leaned against his chest. Wei Qi always helps her, even considers her maid's needs, but she had overlooked his injury. The next day, Yu Ji was still asleep when faint sounds came from the yard outside. Wei Qi, always alert, got up first and went outside. The third house had its own small courtyard. At this moment, Yan Tai was watching over Pearl and Ruibao, and Zhan Chun had already woken up. She had prepared water, toothpaste, soap nuts, and other items. Seeing Wei Qi, Zhan Chun immediately saluted. Third Master, good morning. Wei Qi glanced at what she was holding. Zhan Chun smiled and said, I'm waiting for the young lady to wake up, so I can serve her. I used to do this at home. Wei Qi looked inside the house and nodded. Then, I'll trouble you from now on. Zhan Chun was slightly surprised. Third Master, you're too polite. Serving the young lady is my pleasure. As she spoke, she also secretly observed the man in front of her. After all, he was the young lady's unexpected husband. Even in troubled times, she would do her best to watch over her. Wei Qi was preparing to go to the bathhouse, get ready himself, and then go to the riverbank for training. Zhan Chun carried her things and went directly into the house. Yu Ji had already woken up and was a bit surprised to see Zhan Chun come in. Why not rest a bit longer? You still have injuries.
I'm fine.
It's just superficial wounds. I am lucky. I was captured by those people but happened to meet the young lady and Third Master. I didn't suffer much. Yesterday, Yu Ji checked her and found only whip marks, no signs of suffering. Zhan Chun hesitated. At least they didn't drag her into the small woods. Yu Ji lowered her eyes and said nothing. There's no need to do these things anymore. I'm used to handling them myself, especially with Wei Qi. You can rest now. Yu Ji insisted, and Zhan Chun nodded in agreement. The servant found out that third young master is quite caring and treats Miss well. Yu Ji glanced outside the courtyard and smiled. That's true. Wei Qi went to the martial arts practice ground. Today, there were clearly more people than yesterday. Long Yo saw the crowd from afar and immediately came over. Wei Qi. The people from Qingye village have already arrived today. Wei Qi nodded. Everyone should report their names. When my second brother returns, we'll discuss it together. Third young master. Second young master is here. Just as the words left his mouth, Wei Yuan rode over on his horse. Second brother. Wei Yuan dismounted quickly and walked over. What happened yesterday? I heard about it.
Wei paused, surprised.
You're quick with the news. Nothing much, just some refugees. We've already dealt with it. Where are they? Wei Yuan looked upset. Wei Qi replied, Big Stone was taken to the woods and buried. Wei Yuan's face darkened. I should have sent someone to come back with you yesterday. It's all my fault, second brother. Wei Qi shook his head. It's not your fault. We couldn't have prevented those people. Anyway, it's already resolved.
Don't worry about it.
Wei Yuan sighed. I didn't expect that. Even before the 5th day of the new year, people are already near us. Long Nio hurried over. Wei this is what I just discussed with Old Third. Should we strengthen our martial training? And what about night patrols? Should we start organizing that? Wei Yuan looked at Wei Qi. Is this your idea?
Wei Qi nodded. Definitely.
We need night patrols. You know, in the past, these people like to rob at night. Now, with so many households in the village, I think at least 3 men should guard the night. The specific arrangement depends on you and the village head. Wei Yuan agreed. I think third brother's idea is good. Long Nio, give me a list. We'll organize the patrols today. All right. One more thing about Qingye village. They want to train with us. Their young men, about 100 or so, have all come. Wei Yuan looked over and saw Zhou Li standing nearby. Qingye village is larger than Hualing village, so a village head was appointed. Since everyone has now arrived, Wei Yuan nodded and said, having many people is a good thing. Our villages are like teeth and lips, connected and dependent. We must stay united, or we won't have a good future. I'll go talk to him and see how to arrange things. All right. Wei family courtyard. Zhang Chun, besides dealing with Yu Zhi's matters, was eager to help with other chores. Wei's mother saw her and sighed happily. This girl is really something. So hardworking. Yu Zhi shook her head helplessly. I can't persuade her. Zhang Chun smiled and said, Miss, Aunt Wei, don't worry. These are simple tasks. Wei's mother looked at Zhang Chun and then at her daughter. She quietly said to Wei Man, look at her about your age. Wei Man asked, what's wrong, Mom? Are you starting to think I'm lazy? Do I look like I think that? I mean, with the chaos outside, this girl will stay with us in the future. You two should get along well. Treat her like a little sister. Stay? I have no problem with that, but I'm busy, Mom. Wei's mother sighed. You, Manhwa, should just give up. The new year just started, and the town situation is still uncertain. You and your second sister-in-law's business should pause for now. After she finished, Wei Man and Lu Shi were both stunned. Lu Shi pressed her lips together. Wei Yuan had already talked to her about this. It seemed their business couldn't continue, let alone opening a restaurant in the county town. Wei Man asked, what will we do in the future? Wei's mother also sighed. Let's talk about it later. After the new year, spring plowing will start soon. We need to plant this year's crops first. Spring plowing was the busiest time, and the whole family had to work together. Women didn't need to go to the fields but still had to take care of the house, bringing food, doing laundry. No one could rest. After Wei's mother finished speaking, suddenly footsteps sounded outside the small courtyard. Wei Qi and the others had returned. But that wasn't all. Village Chief Nio and the Zhou family also came to visit. Zhou Qing followed his father inside and immediately exchanged glances with Wei Man. Man was stunned and looked away. She didn't expect to meet Zhou Qing like this. Zhou Qing only glanced at her and looked down. Wei Yuan explained, Mom, today we need to discuss patrol and night watch duties, and later, Qingye village and our village will practice martial arts together. Wei's mother hurriedly said, all right, sit down. Stay for meal. Yu Zhi was also inside the courtyard. She stood up, gave them a seat, then turned and went back to her room. They talked like this all afternoon. Last week, Zhou Zheng and village head Nio agreed. It settled. At dusk, the Zhou family and the village head left. Yu Zhi then went out again and approached Wei Qi. Is everything decided? Wei Qi immediately turned his head. Yes, it's settled. Tonight, my second brother, another man, and I will take turns guarding the night, 3 of us switching shifts. 1 on the first half of the night, 1 on the second. Afterwards, Qingye village and our village will practice martial arts together on the dam between the 2 villages, like a training ground. Wei's family is considered the representative of Hualing village, but Yuji was surprised to hear he would be on night duty tonight. Are you on the first half or the second half of the night? I'm on the second half. Yuji nodded. Then rest quickly for a while. Because Weiqi had to guard the night, they finished dinner early and went to bed. Yuji told someone to sleep first while she prepared to read a book. But she didn't sleep, and Weiqi kept looking over several times. Frustrated, Yuji said, "Aren't you on night duty later? It's too early. I can't sleep.
Stay with me for a bit.
Maybe I'll fall asleep soon." Yuji. She paused, then closed her book and lay down to match Weiqi's wishes. Sleep. As soon as she lay down, Weiqi suddenly reached out and grabbed her. Yuji. Before she could speak, Weiqi pressed down on her. Sleep faster. Yuji frowned, about to say something, but Weiqi moved first. Yuji lowered her eyes, her ears flushing with a faint blush. Around the hour of Yin, Yuji was still drowsy, but Weiqi, dressed and full of energy, was standing beside the Kong. Seeing she was awake, Weiqi immediately leaned over and tucked her quilt. "Yuyu, I'm leaving now. Sleep a bit more." Yuji asked, "When will you come back?" "At the hour of Chun after training. But today I also have to go on duty in town." It was already the 4th day of the lunar month, and the county office was starting duty shifts. Yuji slowly responded, "Be careful." Weiqi smiled, kissed her forehead, then turned to leave. After Weiqi left, Yuji found she couldn't sleep either. She had told her master she would go to the clinic on the 5th day, which was actually tomorrow. The outside world was not very peaceful, and once the village started night duty, it would probably continue for a long time. Until the hour of Chun, Yuji only dozed briefly. When she heard the others get up, she also got up, washed, combed her hair, and went to the courtyard. Pearl and Ruebao are still closest to Yuji. They quickly ran over, and Zhang Chun smiled, saying, "Miss, these 2 pets are very friendly." Yuji crouched down to pet them and smiled. "Weiqi gave them to me." Zhang Chun looked at her and suddenly seemed a bit wistful, thinking how wonderful it would be if the master, madam, eldest son, and young madam were all here. "Tomorrow I also want to go to the clinic in town. Will you come with me?" Yuji suddenly asked. Zhang Chun immediately replied, "Of course. I will go wherever Miss goes." Yuji smiled. "Good, and I will buy you 2 more sets of clothes." Zhang Chun felt warm inside and said, "Thank you, Mississippi. You're welcome. Aren't we family?" Outside, the sound of galloping horses reached them. Yuji turned her head quickly. Weiqi is back. Zhang Chun immediately went outside with her. It was indeed Weiqi, just dismounting. "Practice is over?" Yuji greeted him. Weiqi strode in confidently. "Yes. I just came back to say hello. I'm heading to the town soon." Yuji was surprised. Wei Mu in the kitchen also peeked out. "Why are you in such a hurry? Have breakfast first?" "No need. The county office is busy. Just bring me a few buns," Weiqi said quickly. Wei Mu immediately turned to prepare them. Yuji was surprised and asked, "Did something happen? Why are you in such a rush?" "Not sure yet, but probably nothing serious. Maybe they just need more people," Weiqi explained hurriedly. Yuji said, "Come back early and tomorrow. I will go with you." Weiqi smiled. "All right, got it. Rest well at home today. I'm leaving now." Yuji watched his figure until he disappeared at the village entrance. Then she looked away. By then, Wei Yuan also got up. "Mother, I'm leaving too. I might not return for 3 days. There's a lot to do in the county." Wei Mu sighed. "You both are busy, one in the town, one in the county. You're farther away from home.
Take care."
Wei Yuan smiled and looked at Liu, who was also worried. "Go back now. No need to see me off." After Wei Yuan and Weiqi left, the Wei family courtyard suddenly became quiet. Wei Yong also carried A and went out with Old Wei. Although the second and third brothers were busy guarding and fighting bandits, chores at home still needed doing. Life had to go on. Recently, the most worrying thing for old Wei was the pig farm at home. Wei noticed and said, "Dad, I'm also on guard duty now.
Leave the pig farm to me.
I promise to take good care of it, along with our crops." Old Wei sighed. "You're just one person. How can you manage everything alone? Let's work together and be more careful." Wei Yong nodded. He knew he couldn't match his second or third brothers, but he would do his best to protect his family's belongings. The small Wei family yard was now only women, busy preparing lunch and dinner. After a while, Zhou Qing suddenly arrived. "Mrs. Wei," he called politely from the doorway. Wei's mother quickly came out. "Oh, come in and sit." Zhou Qing didn't move. "I won't come in. My dad said to bring these." He handed over a basket filled with fresh cherries. Wei's mother was surprised. "Are the cherries ripe?" Zhou Qing nodded. "They're homegrown." Wei Man, who had been in the backyard, came over after hearing the noise. "Do you still grow cherries at your place?" she asked suddenly. As soon as she spoke, everyone paused for a moment. Zhou Qing looked a bit nervous. Yes. Wei Man pouted. "Impressive, both tung oil and cherries." Zhou Qing added, "And mulberries." Wei Man nodded.
Oh.
Zhou Qing said, "This batch of cherries is especially good. My dad said that future martial arts practice will need Brother Wei Yuan and Brother Wei Qi's help. Please accept these." Wei's mother had been watching her daughter and Zhou Qing carefully, but now she finally understood. All right. Please thank Wei Yuan and Wei Qi for me." Zhou Qing nodded and then turned to leave. Wei Man went to wash the fruit at the water basin. After seeing Zhou Qing off, Wei's mother also came over. She looked at her daughter several times but said nothing. Since the last incident, she had become more indifferent about emotional matters. The world was chaotic. Whether to marry or not was no longer important. Wei Man casually picked a few fruits and put them in her mouth. Not bad, quite sweet. Today, it was unclear what had happened in town. Wei Qi returned almost at the hour of the pig. Yu Ji was inside reading, the lamp was still on, and Zhang Chun was sitting beside her. The maidservants from the governor's mansion were always clever. Zhang Chun's sharp ears twitched. "Miss, third master is back." Yu Ji paused and also heard the crackling outside. She closed her book and was about to speak when Zhang Chun smiled. "I'll go heat up some dumplings and bring them over soon." Yu Ji smiled back. "Thank you, that's very kind of you." Zhang Chun left happily. Wei Qi entered the room, and Yu Ji went to greet him. "Why are you back so late? Did something happen?" Wei Qi took off his coat and smiled. "Nothing serious, just a firecracker injury to a neighbor's child. Two families argued, then I went on patrol and caught a thief." Yu Ji understood. Being a constable means handling big cases and small disputes alike. "Wash up, dinner is ready soon." Wei Qi went to the bathhouse to wash his hands and face. When he returned to his room, Zhang Chun had already brought the dumplings. "Really? You made dumplings?" Wei Qi smiled as he approached. "Yes, Mother said you've been working hard. We made 2 kinds of filling. Hurry and eat." Wei Qi sat across from his wife, feeling all his fatigue melt away. "Wife, do you want to hear about today's thief catch?" Yu Ji nodded. "Go ahead." Being a constable has its perks. Every day, he hears about cases and Yu Ji listens like a storybook. Wei Qi animatedly told her about the case, especially the funny parts. When she saw his excitement, Yu Ji also smiled. They talked and ate together. After finishing a big plate of dumplings, Wei Qi finally felt satisfied. "Sleep first, wife. I'll stay on watch tonight." Yu Ji's eyes widened. "Why are you staying on night duty today? Didn't you just do that yesterday?" The village head and the village elder decided it's better if we take the night shift these days. They're not familiar with the area yet, so we'll handle it until they get used to it. Yu Ji pursed her lips. "Going on night duty? When will you come back?" Wei Qi replied, "I'll be back by the early morning." Fish. Go to sleep first, no need to wait for me." Yu Ji looked down.
Got it.
Be careful when you go out later. Wei Qi smiled, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Don't worry, wife. If you're scared later, Zhan Chun can keep you company. Forget it, you'll be back by early morning anyway. Why bother her? Let her sleep well too. That works too. Wei Qi went back on night duty. Wei Yuan wasn't there. Today, Wei Yong went with him. The people from Qingye village were Zhou Qing and another man. 4 of them took turns patrolling. The man from Qingye village was called Black Egg. Wei Qi admired him. Third brother, you don't know martial arts, but you're so good. How did you learn so fast?
Wei Qi smiled.
I spend all day running around in the mountains figuring things out myself. It's nothing special. That's great. I want to train my body, like you too. Sure, just keep practicing, and you'll get better. In the dark night, the area near Flower Bell Village became completely quiet. The 2 villages, which were already close to each other, now seemed like one because of a martial arts practice. To the north of Qingye Village was Peach Blossom Village, but it was smaller and more remote, so people rarely visited. Suddenly, a stumbling figure appeared on the village road. Instantly, several men became alert. Who's there? Wei Qi squinted and already knocked his bow and arrow. Help! Help! A woman ran a few steps on the village road before suddenly falling to the ground. Wei Qi paused for a moment. Hey Dan ran forward. Who are you? Third Master Wei. Please help us, Peach Blossom Village. Refugees have entered and robbed us. For people were shocked. When did this happen? The woman quickly explained, about half an hour ago. Around 10 or so people, sneaking into the village in the dark. They stole sheep and pigs, but our village chief and some men fought desperately and drove them into a mountain cave. Now, they're asking you to come help. Wei Qi immediately shouted back, Everyone wake up. While Yu Ji was half asleep, she suddenly heard a loud noise outside. She woke up instantly and put on her clothes before heading out. What's going on? Wei Hai rushed out, holding his weapon, and the Wei family members also started to come out one after another. Third brother said Peach Blossom Village was robbed by refugees. They're fighting now, and we need to help. Yu Ji took a deep breath. Wei Mu was anxious. Are you all going? Isn't that dangerous? Before Wei Mu finished speaking, Wei Yong strode in quickly. Mother, what are you all doing? Go back now. Big brother, what's happening? Third brother took some people to help Peach Blossom Village, but we also need to stay alert here. Half the villages old and young have gone, and the other half are staying. Mother, go back quickly. We'll guard here. Wei Mu stomped her foot. Can I even rest with so many people? Wei Yong said, about a dozen maybe. It's not a big problem, Mother. Don't worry. I heard that the people from Peach Blossom Village have already blocked the entrance. If third brother takes more people, it'll be a trap. They'll be caught soon enough. Yu Ji hurriedly said, I'm just worried they're luring us away. What does luring the tiger out of its mountain mean? Yantai quickly explained, it means they sent a small group to Peach Blossom Village, but most of their people are coming here. Wei Yong's eyes widened. Exactly. That's why second brother told me to stay here and guard. If they dare to come, I'll fight them. Everyone in the Wei family couldn't sleep anymore and decided to stay together and guard the area. The neighbors around them were the same, young and old, all ready to defend. The women with strength also started to grab their tools. In this world, you don't fear 10,000 things, only the 1 in 100. The peaceful Flower Bell Village suddenly burst into flames after a quarter of an hour. Outside, there were sounds of hooves, horses, and mules. Wei Yong's face changed instantly. They're really here. At this moment, it had been half an hour since Wei Qi left for Peach Blossom Village. They really planned it well. Zhou Qing rushed over. Brother De Yong, they're heading to your pig farm. They've stepped on the wrong foot. Wei Yong's eyes turned red. He grabbed his tool and was about to go. Old Wei also ran with his son. Big son, don't be impulsive. The Wei family couldn't hold back anymore and rushed out. Yu Ji calmly stopped them. Mom. Man, going out won't help. There's still so much at home. Zhou Qing, I'll stay here to protect you all.
Wei hi, Mom.
You all go inside quickly.
Leave the outside to me.
Wei's mother angrily patted her thigh. These people won't have a good end. Yuji looked calmly at the yard outside. These people could no longer be called refugees. They were looting, and there were mules and horses too. If they weren't bandits, what else could they be? Wei Yong and Old Wei hurried to the pig farm. The piglets were crying loudly. Old Wei's heart was bleeding. He had raised those piglets for half a year. These people were here for revenge. Once inside, there was a brutal slaughter. Not only that, they also set a big fire. Wei Yong's eyes turned red. You all. He grabbed his long knife and rushed inside. A few small thugs didn't run away and were immediately knocked down by Wei Yong, but Wei Yong wasn't ruthless enough to stab them. One of them saw this and immediately stabbed back. When the dagger pierced Wei Yong's stomach, his eyes also turned completely red. It was a fight for life. Either he dies or they do. He clenched his teeth, charged forward, and aimed a knife at the. Meanwhile, some sharper-eyed ones suddenly attacked the weaker Wei Old. Father. Wei Yong rushed forward, but faster than him was an arrow that shot through the air. It suddenly pierced into the person's heart. Wei Qi rode his blazing horse and rushed over. Dad. Brother. He drew his bow and shot 3 small thugs down instantly, all dead without closing their eyes. Wei Qi returned. In an instant, everyone in Flower Bell Village united. Bandits, daring to target their village. They would make them pay. Everyone's eyes filled with tears. Soon after, they truly captured about 10 vagrants. The remaining ones scattered, but Wei Qi and his men chased after a while and caught 2 more. The rest fled away. The villagers of Hualing Village were short-handed, so they managed to escape without further trouble. After Wei Qi returned, he immediately ordered someone to tie up the 10 vagrants and bring them back to the village. Wei Yong had been injured during the fight with the bandits. He was stabbed in the abdomen by a small. When Wei Yong came back, he sure screamed, "Master." His wife was furious and her eyes turned red because her husband was hurt. The Wei family all rushed over. Yuji quickly said, "Let me check on the eldest brother." Wei Yong forced a tired smile and said, "It's nothing serious, just a bit painful. What happens to him is not his decision," so Yuji immediately began to treat his wound. Village head Niu and Zhou Lijing also arrived. "Boss, you've been through a lot." "Third brother, how is Peach Blossom Village?" Wei Qi looked serious. "About 7 or 8 people over there. They're fierce too, and we caught them alive. Adding the dozen or so here, that's quite a scale." "Third brother, what should we do?" Wei Qi didn't hesitate. "Tie them all up and keep them locked up first. Tomorrow, we'll report to the authorities and see how to handle this. These aren't just vagrants anymore, they have weapons and horses, so they might be colluding with bandits." Village head Niu was shocked. Everyone heard that. "No one sleeps tonight." "How many escaped?" Wei Qi replied, "When I was chasing them, there were about 10 or so. They won't dare come tonight, but I can't guarantee the day after tomorrow. I'll go to the county town early tomorrow to ask my second brother to send more people." Village head Niu patted his shoulder. "Third brother, thank you for your hard work." Yuji had already finished treating Wei Yong's wound. Luckily, no vital injuries, but he still needs good rest. Big brother lost quite a bit of blood. Wei Yong smiled and said, "I told you I was fine." He sure, with red eyes, shouted at him, "Shut up." Third sister-in-law said, "You lost too much blood. How can you still smile? Am I going to die?" "This isn't." Wei mother wiped her tears. All right, let's carry the eldest back first. He needs to rest at home." Wei Yong said, "Mother, I couldn't save our pig farm." The pig farm was heavily damaged. Those troublemakers even thought of setting it on fire. It was clearly targeted at the Wei family. Wei Qi also thought of this. "It was probably those vagrants I killed earlier, part of the same group. They've set their sights on us." Yuji's face changed. "Are you talking about the incident at the clinic or on the road?" "Could be both, or maybe even both at once." Everyone fell silent. Zhou Lizengdo said, "All right, Since things are already like this, Lu village head from Teotihuacan wants to join us. Now we have more people. Let's think about what to do next. Wei Qi returned to his room. Tonight, he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep. Yu Ji had just bandaged Wei Yang's wound and was now washing his hands in the bathroom. Wei Qi walked over and said, "You, don't be afraid. Just wait at home for me tonight." Yu Ji was not afraid. She was just a little worried. "You're leaving now? To find second brother?" "Yes, it's best to go early rather than late. We need to find second brother quickly and bring help. These people are vengeful and might come back to attack at any time." Yuji patted his shoulder and said, "All right, I'll wait for you at home." Wei Qi suddenly stepped forward and hugged her tightly, then quickly let go and strode out. Meanwhile, in the forest far outside the city, the group of refugees who had escaped finally merged with the main army. The leader was a one-eyed man, looking coldly at everyone. Master Wu. There were about 100 people, each with a horse or mule. The man called Master Wu was named Wu Jian. He glanced at the 10 or so people returning. "Where are they? Only this many?" "Master Wu. The Wei family isn't weak. Second Wei isn't here. Third Wei went to Teotihuacan, and who knows, there's also a Weida who fought to stop us. We lost 3 brothers to him. Soon, Third Wei will be back. Good for nothings." Wu Jian stood up. "All your people have been moved away, and we've lost more than 10. You bunch of useless ones. Do you think you can accomplish anything?" Wu Jian scolded, and everyone lowered their heads. He was clearly furious, that Wei Qi. He hurt several of our brothers, and now has captured more than 10. This hatred must be avenged. Must be avenged. Must be avenged. "Master Wu, I see that the Wei family has taken over Hualing village and Qingye village, with about 100 households." Wu Jian squinted his eyes. "Keep contacting nearby refugees. As long as they join us, we'll provide food, drink, and horses." "Yes, Master Wu, you're so generous." Wei Qi left the night before, and by the afternoon of the next day, he and Wei Yuan returned with 50 elite soldiers. These weren't villagers with sticks, but seasoned soldiers who had fought in battles. When they arrived, everyone in Hualing village felt relieved. Wei Yuan and Wei Qi hurried home, where everyone was waiting. Wei Yuan asked anxiously, "How is Big Brother's injury?" Hiesi looked a little tired and said, "It's okay. He just ate something and went to sleep." Wei Yuan glanced at his family and said, "I'll keep it brief. I can't stay long in the county town. These 50 men are my soldiers. I'll be here for about 7 or 8 days, but I might have to leave suddenly later. They need to train themselves." Wei Qi said, "I've been making sure they all practice more recently. But, second brother, we lack weapons." "I thought of that too. Later, I'll have Chao Dashi bring a batch of wooden spears and bows and arrows. You all practice first." These people are managed by Chen, and Chen nodded at Wei Qi, and Wei Qi nodded back. Wei's mother asked, "Why are you leaving again? Isn't Yongmin County in a bad situation? There are too many refugees. I suspect some of these people among the refugees are quite ambitious." "Do you mean the Black Wind village?" Wei Yuan shook his head. "They are too far away. I can't reach that far." Wei Qi said, "It seems like the ones I killed earlier are probably part of the same group." Wei Yuan patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I have your back."
Wei Qi smiled.
Wei Yuan, like a spinning top, drank some water after returning home and didn't bother to eat before leaving. Wei Qi finally had a moment to rest. He hadn't slept for 2 days and nights. Yuji told him to rest a bit. Tonight's watch was handed over to others. After working hard for a while, the couple finally had some time alone to talk. Wei Qi walked tiredly to the bathhouse for a quick shower. When he returned to his room, he suddenly noticed a pleasant scent. "Yu, what's that smell?" Yuji pointed at the Kong bed. "Lie down. I burn some calming incense and will press your temples." Wei Qi paused, then smiled widely. "Haha, how rare it is for Yu to press his head." Wei Qi lay down without hesitation, facing away from the bed. Yuji took off her shoes and sat beside him. "What's this incense?" "It smells really good," Wei Qi asked. Yuji said, It's sandalwood from Uncle Lee's house. I added some herbs to help you sleep.
Wayki chuckled.
Wife, you're so amazing. I'm feeling a bit sleepy just smelling it. Yuji pursed her lips and softly said, Okay, close your eyes. I'll press for a while. If you get sleepy, just sleep.
All right.
Yuji gently pressed on Weiqi's temples with her fingers, moving in slow, gentle circles like ripples on water. Weiqi felt deeply relaxed. Is there anything more comfortable than having the woman he loves right beside him, helping him relax? Weiqi couldn't think of anything. Yuji sat beside him, pressing on Weiqi's temples on both sides, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Weiqi suddenly opened his eyes and said, You should straddle and sit on me. Yuji blushed. No need. Weiqi swore he didn't think much when he said that, but when he saw his wife blush, he realized what that position meant.
Weiqi smiled.
Can I lie face down? Face down? That seems acceptable now. Yuji sat carefully, feeling some shoulder discomfort. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. Then turn your back to me. Weiqi immediately turned over. Yuji carefully straddled his back, and this actually felt much more comfortable. However, Weiqi lying below was almost smiling with his lips stretched to his ears. After a while, Yuji grew a bit tired. That's enough, wife.
Yuji was surprised.
Why aren't you tired yet? With you on me, I can't sleep. Yuji immediately got up. She didn't expect that sitting kneeling for so long made her legs numb. As she was about to put down one leg, Weiqi suddenly stood up and pulled her into his arms. Before she could react, he embraced her, taking the lead. Weiqi became the dominant one.
Yuji blushed.
Aren't you tired? Weiqi, being with you, I have endless energy.
Yuji.
But I'm tired.
Weiqi paused.
Let me help you press. You've helped me so much. I should take care of you too. He then used his large hand to mimic her earlier movements and pressed on Yuji. Yuji. Let go. Your rough hands are too strong. My head will hurt more. Weiqi was stunned and immediately released her. Sorry, did I hurt you? Yuji wanted to crawl out of his arms, but was turned by his face. Unexpectedly, this twist only ignited his passion. Noticing his change, Yuji widened her eyes. Weiqi's whole body was buried in her neck. I can't hold back. What should I do? Yuji's heart softened. Wei Sanling from the Wei family hadn't slept for 2 nights in a row, still craving that kind of thing. Half asleep and half awake, Yuji heard him breathe a satisfied sigh. She had long since opened her eyes and couldn't understand why he wasn't tired. How could he not be tired? Weiqi held her from behind, kissing her along the way. He was full of energy. The next day was Weiqi's duty day, and Yuji was returning to the medical clinic. She slept a little longer until she heard the voices of village head Nyo and others in the yard. Weiqi said, Thank you for taking care of these refugees. With my second brother's 50 elite soldiers, there shouldn't be much problem. Village head Nyo said, Third brother, you can go to the town without worry. We're still waiting for you to bring back the latest news. Also, if these refugees can't work, let them farm. It's the start of spring plowing, and we really need more hands. That was a good idea. Weiqi smiled. You always have good ideas. Village head Nyo chuckled, Of course. We can't let them eat and drink for free. They should do some work. While Weiqi was talking with village head Nyo, Yuji and Yantai came out, followed by Zhan Chun. Village head Nyo hurriedly said, You're leaving now? Take your time on the road. Yuji also smiled at the village head. Thanks for your trouble, village head. No trouble at all. Weiqi and his family also greeted everyone, then got into the cart, taking Yuji to Fotu town. After getting on the cart, Yantai asked with a smile, Brother-in-law, do you feel sorry for Liao Yuan pulling the cart? Of course. I'll give Liao Yuan an extra meal later, Weiqi said, patting Liao Yuan's backside. Liao Yuan wagged his tail in response. This made Yantai and Zhan Chun quietly laugh. Zhan Chun looked at Yuji and whispered, Miss, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhan Chun didn't understand. She just thought Miss looked a bit tired, but her complexion was very good. Yuji's cheeks had a light pink tint. It's nothing, just a little tired. She was just a bit sleepy, and she glanced at the man in front of her, feeling like her strength was almost gone, like a wild ox that couldn't be tamed. Soon, the mule cart arrived at Fotu town, and the journey was smooth. Wei-Chi was going to report to the county office. The Tongren Hall also opened on time. Master. Yantai was the first to run inside, and Zhong Longzhong greeted him with a cheerful smile. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Yu Ji brought Zhang Chun to meet the master. Master, this is Zhang Chun. She will help here in the future. Zhang Chun hurriedly said, I hope Dr. Zhao won't mind if I'm a bit clumsy. Zhao Jian was surprised for a moment, then said quickly, How could I mind? More help is always welcome. I'd be happy to have more people. Yu Ji smiled at Zhang Chun. Go to the back and prepare the medicine. Okay. Yu Ji was also about to sort the herbs when Dr. Zhao suddenly called her. Xiao Yu, there's something. Yu Ji paused. What is it? Dr. Zhao smiled. Actually, it's not a big deal. During this new year, many female patients have come to me asking when you will start seeing patients. Yu Ji was surprised. Me?
Yes.
Don't you remember? Before the new year, you treated a woman and she probably told others about our clinic. Now, many people are specifically asking for Dr. Xiao Yu. Yu Ji couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. How can I be called a doctor? Zhao the doctor looked down and said, Why not? Did you not treat that woman? Your medicine was good. No problems at all. Yu Ji asked, Really? Of course. Look, people are coming outside. Yu Ji followed Zhao's gaze and saw 2 or 3 women peeking at the door. Dr. Xiao Yu? Are you Dr. Xiao Yu? Yu Ji didn't expect that her casual remark that day would be remembered by others. I am. The women immediately rushed in, grabbing Yu Ji's hand without hesitation. Doctor, will you help us? Yu Ji glanced at Zhao, who gave her an encouraging look. Suddenly, she made up her mind and nodded. All right, don't worry. Come in with me and tell me your problem slowly. That morning, Yu Ji spent her time at the Tongren Hall Clinic, helping several women. She was very busy and a bit dizzy. Some women had gynecological issues, others had injuries, but they all heard that a female doctor was now in Fengtu town and came quickly. One after another, when it was over, it was already noon. Yan Tai and Zhang Chun were nearby. Zhang Chun was clever and helpful, and she assisted Yu Ji a lot. The women were grateful, holding Yu Ji's hands and thanking her repeatedly. Thank you, Dr. Xiao Yu. We're so grateful to you. At that moment, Yu Ji finally understood what it felt like to save lives through medicine. All the hard work was worth it. It's okay, ma'am. Remember to take your medicine on time when you go home, Yu Ji carefully advised each patient. Zhang Chun smiled and said, Miss, you're really impressive now, a real female doctor. Yu Ji replied, It's just a happy accident. I still have a long way to go. But today's experience also made Yu Ji firm her decision. Since so many people need help, walking this path is not impossible. Yu. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside. Zhang Chun smiled. Third master is here. Yu Ji pressed her lips and stood up. Yu, I heard you were practicing medicine this morning. You're really amazing. Wei-Chi entered with 2 large food boxes. Yu Ji looked at him and asked, Why did you bring food? The office is busy today. I saw some braised pork and thought of you. I brought a portion. Have you eaten? Before Yu Ji could reply, Zhang Chun said first, It should be ready here too. I will bring some dishes for the third master and miss. Yu Ji quickly said, Then just bring 2 dishes, don't take too many, or they'll go to waste. Okay. After Wei-Chi and Yu Ji arrived at a stone table in the backyard, they talked about what happened in the morning. Wei-Chi, the county magistrate is going to assign houses and land to the homeless in our town. The court just approved it. This was big news. Yu Ji sighed in relief. It should have been done long ago. Letting these homeless people run wild isn't good. Wei-Chi sighed. Most of these people came from Suizhou because of famine and war. They wouldn't leave their hometown unless they had to. But now the problem is that the court is already at war, and I worry that dividing land might not be fair. It could just cause chaos. Wei-Chi's words made sense. Yu Ji thought for a moment and said, At least it's better than doing nothing. People will get angry if nothing is done, and the court doesn't want a large uprising. Uprising. Wei Qi paused, then smiled. That's right. Zhan Chun brought 2 plates of vegetarian dishes, and Yu Ji told them to hurry and eat. Is our village under the village head's responsibility? Probably a few village heads, including Zhou Lijing, will work together. How many people can our village take? Yu Ji asked. Wei Qi. That's hard to say, depends on the land. I guess maybe 30 people at most. If 5 people per household, that's about 6 households. Yu Ji nodded. That's not many. If too many people come, it will be troublesome. Dividing land and houses will definitely cause arguments. Wei Qi ate a big bite and said, whether they are divided or not, those 10 or so troublemakers won't be allowed into the village. I need to order them around first. Those 10 aren't normal homeless people. They hurt people and stole things. It depends on how the officials handle it. Hualing Village. Without Wei's family stepping in, others already began to take harsh revenge on these people. Since dawn, they made these homeless people do all kinds of work, fetching manure, water, chopping wood. If they didn't obey, they were beaten. If they didn't get food, after 2 meals, they would behave and quietly work in the village. He's also brought 2 women from the He family. Seeing them made her furious. If they dared to hurt her man, they would pay dearly. Wei's mother and Wei Laohan were discussing the pig farm today. Wei's mother was very angry. We raised pigs for half a year, and last New Year's, I didn't even dare to slaughter one. But this spring, half of them are gone. It's infuriating. She covered her chest, clearly upset. Who wouldn't be angry? Her chubby piglets. They were just growing strong. Old Man Wei was also angry, but he already had a plan. I went to talk with the village head and the elder this morning. All those 10 or so mules and horses belong to us now. The Wei family did the most work and suffered the biggest losses. It's right that the mules and horses from the refugees should go to the Wei family. Wei's mother looked a bit better but still unhappy. Why do we need so many mules and horses? We can't kill them and eat them. That would be a waste. Nobody can replace my pigs. Wei Man couldn't help but laugh. All right, mother, horses are valuable. Each one is worth at least 10 taels. That's some compensation. The mules can still work. Sell them for money. Wei's mother pursed her lips. I don't think we can sell them. Third brother definitely won't let us. Wei Man asked, why not? Doesn't third brother have a horse now? Her own son understood her well. Wei's mother sneered. Just wait and see. At this moment, Wei Qi was on patrol and suddenly sneezed. There was no wind or anything strange, but it was odd. By late afternoon, Wei Qi returned with the carriage, bringing Yu Ji along. As soon as they arrived home, they heard about the horses and mules. He laughed loudly. Dashi. Yentai. Fourth brother. Let's all go see the horses. Each of us pick one. Wei Man was silent. Wei's mother rolled her eyes. What did I say? Wei Man asked. Third brother, are you planning to keep these horses? Not sell them? Wei Qi looked at her like she was crazy. What nonsense are you talking? A horse is very precious. Why sell? People outside want to buy, but can't get them. Wei Man chuckled. But mother cares about her pigs. What should we do? Wei Qi looked at Wei's mother and smiled. There are still some left. Keep them nearby at home. No need for a pig farm, just a pig pen. Mother, these chubby things attract attention. When refugees and bandits come, sheep and fat pigs are all ready for slaughter. But with horses, it's different. Wei's mother pouted. You have so many strange ideas. She looked at the other men watching her eagerly and smiled. All right, we won't sell. Go ahead and pick. Chao Dashi and Wei Hai grinned widely, and Yantai was excited. I can have a horse too? Wei Qi thought for a moment. Learn to ride a mule first. Horses are too tall. But if we get a little foal in the future, brother-in-law will keep it for you. Thank you, brother-in-law. Dalong was eager and ran forward. Third uncle. What about me? Wei Qi hesitated a bit and went to hug his nephew. Dalong, it's not that third uncle favors others. Look at you, so chubby, you can't even get on a horse. How about I take you for a quick ride? Dalong was stunned, then pouted, and looked like he was about to cry. Third uncle, you just said fat pigs are meant to be slaughtered. Am I one too? After Daliang finished speaking, everyone in the yard was momentarily stunned. Yuji quickly said, Daliang, what are you talking about? Your third uncle definitely doesn't mean that.
Way kilaf de artili.